Welcome to the Kaizorian experience. Over here, we're going to be talking about everything African. We're going to be having debates, discussions, entertainment, as well as learning about business, art, history, and everything in between. Cultural, tribalism, and everything. We're going to be out here debating with some really interesting stuff. So, like the video, share the video, and make sure you subscribe. Subscribe for the best experience ever. This is the biggest channel on the Afrosphere. So come and join the team, become a Kaizorian, and join the Kaizorian Empire.
Universally exist within myself, within this premise, and I exist within this bluebird in the sky. I'ma fly like the blue in the sky. I'ma fly like bird in the sky. I'ma fly like bluebird in the sky. I'ma fly like bluebird in the sky. I'ma fly like bluebird in the sky. I'ma throw my bluebird in the sky. I'ma soar like bluebird in the sky. I'ma soar like bluebird in the sky. I'ma fly like bluebird in the sky. I'ma fight like bluebird in the sky. I'ma eat like bluebird in the sky. I'ma be like bluebird in the sky. I'ma be bluebird in the sky. I'ma be free, bluebird in the sky. I'ma be free like bluebird in the sky. I'ma be like bluebird in the sky. Back again like the second coming. Strumming my vocal cords like the hummingbird in the sky. Y'all can't deny this. Real rap lyrics, it's like I ain't got no rhyming through the sky limit. What is skin tone, shade of color, but a parallel form of frequency like a ringtone on your phone. Melanin expression, tied up in the universe, feeling like God's. Is this really us? Is it serious? Is it really wrong to be diverse? I'm a divergent, immerse myself like an ocean beneath its waves. Be a divergent, born to be different. Indigo child, wild like canary, born to be a bluebird in the sky. Flying high like a bluebird in the sky. I'ma fly high, bluebird in the sky. Yeah, bluebird in the sky. I'ma fly high, bluebird in the sky. I'ma be like bluebird in the sky. I'ma be like bluebird in the sky. Everybody scream bluebird in the sky. I'ma fly high, bluebird in the sky. I'ma be like bluebird in the sky. Yeah, bluebird in the sky. Everybody, bluebird in the sky. I'ma be like bluebird in the sky. I'ma be like bone black, sweet like a berry. Flying high like a canary. Scary with my hoodie on. Hating on my vibe on the street that you'll be feeling my frequency in the song. But I know that I ain't never ever gonna be ever the same. But I know.
All right, well, moving on. And Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is calling for Eritreans involved in this weekend's violent clashes to be deported.
Yep. But here's the thing, right? It's got nothing to do with the violent clashes. That's obviously a good reason to do it. Netanyahu already said that at large scale migration, specifically illegal migration from Africa, is going to ruin or rather change the face of Israel and make it no longer a Jewish state. That's his words according to the translations. So, of course, right now, this is what's happening all around these countries in Saudi Arabia, in Israel now as well. You have a large influx of illegal African migrants from Sudan, but in this case, it's specifically Eritreans. So, of course, they're looking for a better life, but should they do it illegally?
People opposed to the Eritrean government fought with regime supporters in front of the embassy in Tel Aviv. Israeli security forces responded with stun grenades and live ammunition.
No, look, hopefully the live ammunition, actually some people did die. That's the thing, right? Some reports said 150, but I haven't confirmed it by myself. But this is crazy, man. Using live bullets it's not easy, right? That's actually kind of crazy from the government to do that.
At least 150 people were injured. Violence also broke out in Zurich and Norway.
Okay, injured, not dead, injured. Let's correct the information there.
As rival Eritrean factions marked the National Independence Day. President Isaias Afwerki has ruled Eritrea as a one-party dictatorship since 1991. Well, Eritrean human rights activist Selam Kadani is here.
Well, James Corvus, great question. Does Eritrea have a stable government? Why are there people leaving? Well, it's stable government, but the problem is it's a one party, one dictator state. So what that means is there's a lot of things that Eritreans don't want to go through. For example, every Eritrean, more or less, right, have to enlist in the army. They have to serve. Economically, it's not that valuable to be there. You don't have a lot of freedom. It's more or less like a really, really huge control on the Eritrean people. That's why a lot of Eritreans either go to the West or, in this case, Israel, because Israel's closer.
Here to help us go a little deeper into this topic, joining us from London, a warm welcome to you. The images that we got from Tel Aviv yesterday appear to be particularly violent. Do we know why, Salam, it escalated to such an extent and from whom this massive violence originated?
Thank you for the invitation, Anthony. Yes, they were gruesome and they were very difficult to watch.
But yeah, that's kind of crazy. That's a job title that they put there, Eritrean human rights activist. I don't know what that means, but I can guess it means she focuses on the human rights within Eritrea, right? For Eritrean people. I don't think she's just generally an Eritrean human rights activist, right? I think she's focusing on Eritrean country.
At this point, it's very difficult to say exactly when and where the violence or the skirmishes started. However, over the weeks preceding the event yesterday, the government of Eritrea and the embassy in Tel Aviv have been putting out social media images of groups of young people that they were talking to and training, and they had given them special T-shirts that are identifiable with their own slogans and identity. They called them 4G and Hadelibi. So it was a very well orchestrated taunting and also the fact that the events that the young people the young asylum seekers had wanted to be stopped. They had asked the police.
Wait, are they really asylum seekers, or are they failed asylum seekers and people that oh my god, man, I'm dying still.
To not let it go because it was preparing a lot of young people to be violent against each other. So although it's very difficult to pinpoint where it started, I had seen evidence of what was about to happen way before yesterday.
Salam, we had quite some reactions to our coverage, as you would understand, on YouTube, for instance. Some of our viewers say that the majority of the violent demonstrators are actually not from Eritrea, but are coming from the Tigray region in northern Ethiopia.
Yeah. So, okay, let me explain something here that's been going on, right? Man. Okay, so Tigrayan people in northern Ethiopia and Eritrean people, for the most part, right? Most Eritreans are of the Tigrinya tribe, and the Tigrayan people of obviously northern Ethiopia, these people are the same people, more or less, right? They claim they're different, but same language, same culture, same tradition, right? So the Tigaru in northern Ethiopia, aka Tigrayans, are the same as the Tigrinya people, meaning they can speak the same language. So some people claim, I don't know if it's true or not, that they're not really Eritreans. A lot of them are, people from northern Ethiopia claiming to be Eritreans so that they can get asylum.
Ethiopia. What's your take on that?
Well, I mean, factually, it's impossible to say where a lot of these people are from. It's very difficult to tell these people apart. So I don't think anybody can say if anybody says with any certainty where these people are from, they're basically lying. However, as an Eritrean activist for many years, as a human rights activist, I've been called non-Eritrean almost every time I have spoken against the government in Eritrea. This is a well-known tactic of the regime in Eritrea, used for generations. It's not new. For generations, used against anybody who protests against the regime in Eritrea. So previously, when Muslim Eritreans spoke against the regime in Eritrea, they were called jihadists, and later on, those of us that are not that speak Tigrinya and are from the highlands are called Ethiopians, but more specifically Tigrayan. So it's nothing new, but just one way of proving it's not the reality is to say, like, who can tell from those images yesterday where these people are from.
Indeed, these clashes occurred in several places in the past weeks and months: Germany, Sweden, Canada, United States, and they were more or less violent all over. Why is there suddenly a pattern in so many places?
There's extreme bitterness amongst young Eritreans who had fled the regime. A lot of them, nearly all of them, would have fled the indefinite national service. A lot of them would have served many years, despite the fact that the national service was only meant to be 18 months, and they have escaped. There's shoot to kill policy on the borders. There are gruesome journeys ahead of them, the desert, human trafficking, the high seas and everything. And they survive all of that to arrive at places that are deemed safe.
Yeah, so it's kind of interesting, right? Like, now here's the thing, right? African migrants love to do this, right? And this is a reality that has to change, right? You guys need to control your economies and your countries so that they don't have to keep going outwards.
Only to be confronted by this regime and its propagators, and the propaganda that is being spewed out of these events that the government orchestrates is antagonizing them, is dehumanizing them, and also is threatening the little bit of safety that they have gained. So they're angry, they're lashing out, and unfortunately for all of us, it's ending up in this gruesome situations.
Eritrean human rights activist Selam Kidani, thank you so much for your input today.
Yep. So that's what's happening right now in Israel. Illegal migrants clashing with the government. So, what is behind the violence? I mean, this is kind of interesting. Should the refugees get, and it's part of the discussion, right? Eritrea has a dictatorship. Should they actually get automatic support by international forces so that they can get asylum seeking?
Bigger picture of Saturday's clashes is public awareness and advocacy coordinator at ASAF, an aid organization for refugees and asylum seekers in Israel, Oli Levinson-Sela. Oli, how come the police were surprised by the protest? I mean, despite all warnings from the Eritrean community prior to the event.
Well, it's a real puzzle to me and to all of us, because the Eritrean community and the leaders of the community have been approaching and in written referrals and orally to the police a week prior to the event, and they were warning that these clashes are about to happen. We've seen these clashes during the past month in Toronto, in Stockholm, in other cities in the world. Everyone knew that this was going to be a real clash, and that there is going to be violence. And the leaders of the community have urged the police not to allow this event to take place. And instead of listening to the warnings of the community itself, the police not only allowed this event to take place, it also did not make the proper preparations for the clashes, and the police was not prepared. I mean, there is no justification for using.
Yeah, they shouldn't have been using live bullets. And I think, to be honest, right, from the side of the police, they wanted this. Look, okay, whether they wanted it or they're just simply like winning, or rather not winning, they're just riding the coattails of the violence, which is also possible. The government can just say, hey, look, you see, these guys are violent, they're illegal immigrants, they don't want to leave the country. So it allows them to kind of leverage that and use it on the people of Israel and say, hey, look, these people are changing the face of Israel, right? They're changing it from being a Jewish state to now becoming African with African problems such as violent protesting. So, of course, I do believe the government would definitely jump onto this and allow some violence to happen so that they can carry on with their rhetoric, obviously, right? I think that makes sense. They burned down a whole building, bro. Well, yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy.
Live ammunition demonstrators.
Oli, but people question the relevance of such violent protests here in Tel Aviv. Eritrea is often referred to as the North Korea of Africa due to it.
Yep. I mean, the country's got so many sanctions. Isn't that what they want, right? The sanctions are supposed to make the people leave and or topple the government. So when you have so many sanctions against the country, economically they can't do well. Obviously, the country forces its citizens into civil services, right? And I mean even including military service as well, right?
It's a totalitarian regime. How does this regime really affect the Eritrean asylum seekers, both in Israel and worldwide, those not living inside the country, inside Eritrea?
Many Eritreans have fled the country, have fled Eritrea during the years because it is known as North Korea of Africa. It holds one of the most suppressive dictatorship led by Isaias Afewerki. And Eritreans have been fleeing the country, and instead of receiving.
Yeah, but like I keep saying, right? And this is the issue with African people, generally black people, but Africans, right? In this case, why do you have to be so violent, right? Like, do they think violence is what's going to give them the right to stay in someone else's country? And also, if you are being received as a guest in someone's country, right? I just don't understand the level of not caring about your environment, right? Like, people might call it respectability politics, but sometimes you have to respect where you're going, right? If you're seeking asylum, don't go around burning buildings and breaking things in violent protest.
Asylum in the countries in Israel, they are not acknowledged as refugees as they should have, and they do not receive any rights. And on top of that, the Eritrean regime continues to haunt the refugees, the asylum seekers who have fled the country via the embassies, the Eritrean embassies around the world. Now we see that in all the countries, there are.
Yep. But here's the thing, right? Eritrea is not a failed state, and I think that's the main argument around Eritreans not being automatically granted asylum, right? A lot of them were, around 10, 15 years ago. But these days, they don't get granted on automatic citizenship, right? Or asylumship. One of the issues is because it's not a failed state. They do have a government. They do have a strong government. The problem is it's just not the most enjoyable living experience as a civilian or even as a military personnel in that country. It just simply isn't a nice place to be for most people.
People working with the regime in the different countries, they are intimidating the asylum seekers living in that country. We've heard of threats of violence against asylum seekers who have been living here from the supporters of the regime who are also here. So people, instead of having some peace and quiet after this very hard experience that they have been through, running away from home, going through terrible experiences on the way, instead of having.
Yeah, but look who's causing the violence, right? Because what you're saying here, you're making it seem like they're the only victims here. I'm seeing black people here. I'm seeing Eritreans throwing things on both sides. So I'm seeing that there's two factions fighting each other, right? An anti-African Eritrean faction and an Eritrean faction, and the police came in later using live bullets and other stuff to sort of try to prevent this from happening. So I'm not seeing victims. I'm seeing two sides. And I'm not sure who actually started it, but I don't think it matters. When you involve violence in someone else's country, you're definitely asking for it, right? You're no longer simply someone that's innocent. That's the situation that I'm seeing here. James Corvus says, it seems like no one studies statecraft in Africa. It seems like niggas from the military run the country like a military. That just creates dictatorships. Right Reaction says, Israelis are just angry they're being replaced. Well, yeah, of course they have to be angry that they're being replaced, right? I mean, that's their country. Israelis are not reproducing. That's the truth. They knew this violence would occur and were happy. Well, they're happy because they can use it against the asylum seekers.
Peace and quiet when they reach their asylum state, they are still haunted by the regime that they left.
Oli, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you.
Welcome to the Kaizorian experience. Over here, we're going to be talking about everything African. We're going to be having debates, discussions, entertainment, as well as learning about business, art, history, and everything in between. Cultural, tribalism, and everything. We're going to be out here debating with some really interesting stuff. So like the video, share the video, and make sure you subscribe. Make sure you subscribe. Subscribe for the best experience ever. This is the biggest channel on the Afrosphere. So come and join the team, become a Kaizorian, and join the Kaizorian Empire.
Universally exist within myself, within this premise, and I exist within this bluebird in the sky. I'ma fly like the blue in the sky. I'ma fly like bird in the sky. I'ma fly like bluebird in the sky. I'ma fly like bluebird in the sky. I'ma fly like bluebird in the sky. I'ma throw my bluebird in the sky. I'ma soar like bluebird in the sky. I'ma soar like bluebird in the sky. I'ma fly like bluebird in the sky. I'ma
be like bluebird in the sky. Hello. What's good, Adjuran, brother, man?
Yo, I thought you ended it.
Yeah, no. I was just taking a short break. Yeah, man, what's happening to your people, man? Out here in the Horn of Africa, man, running around like people running to people's countries illegally. You know, what's going on?
Well, I don't know exactly what's going on with the Eritrean community, but yeah, man, it's just Eritrea back home is not that great, innit? So they've been running around the whole world, Eritreans. So I don't know, to be honest. But what exactly are they protesting about? Is it Isaiah? I don't know the exact.
Okay. There's a couple protests,
it's
right?
Weird. Why are they protesting to Israelis about Isaiah?
No,
Go to Isaiah and fight him, bro. What you doing?
Yeah,
I don't get these people, man.
That's the thing, man.
They're not my people, by the way. I don't know why you. I don't get these people, bro.
Nah, because didn't they have one day like part of the Adal a little bit? You guys ruled over them a little bit, etc.
No.
Are you sure? Okay, fair enough. Now, but here's the thing, right, Adjuran, man. Like, if you go to someone's country, I always say this, right? You got to respect yourself in that country. You can't go around creating more chaos even before you get your asylum seekership. You go somewhere else, you got to behave. Like, how is protesting against? They're protesting so many different stuff. They're protesting against the Israeli government and Isaiah. So they were just like all over the place. And then you had the other. Yeah, then you had some other Africans.
I mean, listen, the Israeli government is very known for repression. So protesting against the Israeli government is like me freaking, I don't know, just going to the police in handcuffs. I don't know, bro. It's just the most dumbest shit you can do. There's literally a purging of Arabs in that country. So I don't know why you protested to a government that's literally apartheid government.
Exactly.
It's the dumbest shit ever.
Yeah,
bro, that's so stupid.
Yeah.
But Isaiah is very. I praise him sometimes, but if you live in that country, bro, that shit. Some of the stuff I hear, bro. Woo. I get why they're leaving that country. I get why they're leaving, bro, because Isaiah is he's different. He's a dictator that's actually gonna kill you, bro. So there's no dissidents in that country, so they have to leave. And when they leave, you can't go to Israeli government, bro. That's come on, man. Go to America and do that. Maybe it'll work. But Israel,
That's
come
what I'm
on,
trying to say. Look,
Israel is
Adrian,
like,
look,
bruh.
bro, Adrian, I know you
Yeah.
guys love the East and all these new coalitions between Russia, China, and the Middle Dust. But listen, the white, the West is a lot better than these other countries. Well, the reason I say that is because the West is at least going through like some philosophical thing where they,
Well,
they, they feel
well,
bad
well,
about
well, 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 well. The West is better for everyone else, but the people there. It's gonna get worse for them. The natives in the West, they're getting cut because everyone is going in there. Bro, have you
Yep.
seen the amount of immigrants going in there every day, bro? Afghanis, Africans, bro, they're just coming in the hordes, bro. Next what? Next 10 years, bro, no one's gonna even know what's going on. Look at the gentrification happening there. So they're
Remember
having. I
yeah.
mean, it's not good for them too, bro. It ain't good for them, bro.
The first time I went to the UK, I went to like my mom's university for a graduation. All I saw was Indian people everywhere, even in the airport. I was like, "Am I in India or am I in the UK?" I'm not
Yeah,
even.
some
I'm not
some
even
some cities are just taking over, bro. Some cities, Bradford,
yeah.
some cities are just taking over, bro. There's literally it's already done. So yeah, man, mass immigration helped them. They needed it at one point because of the jobs.
Yeah, economy. Yeah.
Yeah, they had to do it, and now it's biting them in the ass. So yeah, yeah. I mean, they have to do something,
Yeah.
but they can't anymore. They can't do anything.
They're the ones who invited people, though. That's the thing, right?
Fuck,
So they
yeah,
can't.
they are
Yeah, they
done,
can't.
man.
Yeah, but you know what, right? Because the issue with Israel, right? They're not like someone else mentioned. They're not having enough kids. They're not replacing their population, and you have so many Africans. Like you got Sudani migrants, you got Eritreans, you got
Oh yeah,
Ethiopians.
yeah, bro. Israel is like Europe now, bro. Everyone
Yep,
is there now.
yep,
Fucking
yep.
hell, it's
And
very
they already
diverse
know
now.
the Arab like descendant people that are already native there. What are they gonna do to the Africans, man?
They were
So,
just waiting. They are just waiting in Jordan, all of them. Like 2 million, 3 million in Jordan, 2 million in Syria. So they're just waiting to come back. So yeah, man, it's just a whole mess there. I mean, it's gonna come to a head one day, but that's another story, in it. But yeah, man, yeah, the immigration is good. It's not good. It's not good in the end. It's not good. So you'll see the effects soon. You'll see the effects. If you're not seeing it already, then I don't know where you've been living under a rock or something.
oh
But yeah,
yeah,
man,
someone said they hate the Sudanese the most because they're also Arabs. That's like two parts, I guess.
Sudanese, man. I feel sorry for them, man. They're stuck in limbo. I mean, Sudanese right now is yeah. I mean, I get why they're leaving, but I don't think Sudanese was there a lot of them in before the war, or is there now because of
Yeah,
the
there
war?
was actually there was a lot of them before the war, and even right during the war, there's a lot of them as well.
Okay,
Sudan
okay.
have always been there because I think it's right next to Saudi Arabia as well. So
Oh
Yo,
yeah,
Kaiser,
I
Kaiser,
guess.
can you read that for us?
it's kind of small. You have to make it big. It says at 3.1 children per woman, Israel's total fertility rate is by wow, it's actually the highest amongst. But why is it the highest? Developed
Uh,
countries even succeed that of many underdeveloped ones. For comparison, France is 1.9.
What?
That's crazy.
Come on, come on.
Italy's
High,
1.3,
bro.
bro.
Wait.
Italy's gonna
It's
be
high,
done.
bro. They're comparing it to Europe, bro. That's such a shit comparison.
no,
Three point one is
wait,
nothing,
brother,
bro.
brother. It
Three
says
point
it's
one
like
is nothing.
no, no.
That's
It
like,
says
bro. I can have
brother,
3.1 right now, bro. What the hell? That's me, four
brother. It
wives. I can have
says
three point one in 1 year. What the hell is
it's still
3.1?
above undeveloped
Yes.
countries. It's
No, no,
like
no. They're comparing
it's
it to Europe. They're
no,
comparing it to
no.
Europe. They're not comparing
Israel
to,
is above like a majority of South America as well. If you look at it,
bro. South America is a joke, man. What are we doing? South America,
Then
come on.
I got a question for you, Andre. But what is that really coming from the true Israelis like the Ashkenaz, the Sephardim,
Yeah,
no,
uh,
no, no, no,
or
no,
is
no,
it
no.
coming from the
Kaiser,
Ethiopian and the Eritrean?
let me explain this. It's actually coming from the lower class Israelis, the religious one. They don't like it. The educated Israelis who are atheists are not having this number. It's only that will change the political view of the country. It will make it more Israeli, like more,
yeah,
yeah. It's like the
yeah.
religious Israelis are having this amount of
That
kids,
is the
and
ones, the ones, is
the
the ones
the
with the
government
hats.
want to change
Yeah.
it because the government want to make the people that live in cities like have more children, but people who having
children are usually the religious one, Israelis, and the Arabs are part of it as well.
Oh, they're
Oh,
counting
right.
the
So you're trying to say
Palestinians.
it's probably
Ah,
the
come
ultra
on, man,
orthodox or ultra
bro.
orthodox Jews, the Arabs.
They're counting the Palestinians, bro. That's unfair, bro.
No,
That's
no, no.
like,
It's actually the Orthodox, extreme Orthodox, like are boosting Israel's numbers. You know,
that's
they're like
fake
the number
statistics, man.
one.
Come
They're
on, man.
like the number one in the developed world. If you look at it, they're above like certain countries who are not developed yet as well. They're like above China, Japan. They're above. I think Brazil. They're above Brazil,
Yeah,
bro.
but come on, let's be honest. The numbers, the Israeli people, the numbers are already low, anyways. I mean, them increasing a little bit is not gonna make no difference. The Arabs are increasing. Everyone else is increasing already. From the base point they're starting from is already shit. So it's like me saying, fucking, what I've got, bro. It's not comparison, man. They're already in a
No,
low
Kaizo,
base
Kaizo.
in
You
it.
know why I
So
show this? I'm
it's
telling you,
pointless.
they don't need African immigrants. Who needs African immigrants are
What?
the no, no, no. I'm saying they don't need. They have
They
good
need immigrants.
fertility.
They need immigrants. They need immigrants. That's why they. Do you think they wanna? Do you think they wanna have our think immigrants,
No, no, no.
African immigrants?
They want only Jewish immigrants. That's what
They
their
they are
goal
forced.
is.
They are forced to it because they need people to do other jobs. You see
Yeah,
the
but
jobs, that no one wants to do. They don't want to do that. They need people to come in, so they have to have immigrants.
yeah, it's kind of
They
sad,
have
man.
to. It's
Kaizo, if you
just
look
messed
at
up.
all of the Middle East, the Eritreans, the Ethiopians are getting treated shit. You know, it's really sad. It's like
No, no, but
I mean,
if they just know that this is their long lost cousins from time ago, they'll be treated better, man. The whole Africans go and
nah. It doesn't matter.
reintegrate with the Middle Dust.
No.
You know,
That shit don't matter. Listen, Israel. Come on, bro. We're talking about Israel, bro. These guys.
yeah, don't say too much, but
Come
yeah,
on, man.
they say the government, say the government. Yeah, if you're gonna talk about them like that.
They're Zionists, bro. It's just what is the like. What's happening there is already.
I'm just glad they didn't Uganda land over there, right? Like they originally were gonna get given.
They were
Uh,
never gonna go there, bro. You lot are
yo,
crazy thinking
yo,
they're gonna go
Adrian,
there.
Adrian,
Fucking hell.
will you recognize Israel if your country will be better economically because you will get a new trade partner and they will give
Well,
you investment as well. Will you recognize them?
oh, I'm not in charge, so
Like
I don't know,
Uganda,
man.
Uganda
It
is getting
depends.
a lot of
I would
benefit.
recognize them, but I wouldn't say it out loud. It depends
You
what
would
you mean
recognize?
recognize as well. I mean, what is the point of me recognizing? They're already doing what they want. And
No,
if I
no, no.
recognize them
You
or
will
not, it
get a
doesn't
lot.
make a
You will
difference.
get wealthy. You will get wealthy because
Yeah,
you're gonna.
that's why I said it doesn't matter because I'll say I recognize because it's a fact. Well, like, come on, bro. It's literally
Have,
factual. Like, come on, bro. They don't need me to recognize them. So yeah, I would recognize them in a way that
have you seen
doesn't
the
come back to me. Yeah.
Like a foreign diplomat, and she was having a meeting with
Oh yeah,
the
all the Arabs. No. All the Arabs already recognized. The UAE, Israel, Saudi. Come on, bro. It's old news, man. It's old
yeah
news.
yeah. Saudi
Yeah,
Arabia is working on it. Saudi
bro.
Arabia,
I mean, what are we talking about? Saudi Arabia is working, bro. Fucking giving them money, bro. What are we doing here, bro? Come on, man.
Saudi Arabia is like they
Investing in
prefer
Israel, bro. You guys serious?
they want the money because they know that their country will exist under their kingdom if they have the.
No, it's literally there's no point of you're stupid if you don't like it doesn't make sense to not
You're
like
stupid for not recognizing them. Is that what you say?
yeah. I mean, look, listen. The reality is right now you can't do nothing. Right now you can't do absolutely nothing. And the fact
Dude,
is
why would
they're already there, bro. They already done everything they could. They got
I
nuclear weapons.
dude, what would we even want to
Recognize
do?
them is not a big deal.
Yeah,
they're not richer
Giving them
than
giving
brother.
them money, helping them out, and going out of your way to help them out. That's a big deal. That's when
I
I
mean,
say
you
yeah,
shouldn't go out of your
you're a
way to help
scumbag.
out any country that's not your country. So yeah,
I mean, US does that every day. They fucking shove
you know,
their cock
they
up
do
their
that to
ass.
support themselves, giving money to
Nah.
a
They
biased
give
leader.
Israel everything, brother. Let's not
That's
joke around
different. They
about
want to have a presence in the Middle East. They want to have a
it. Yeah, sure.
white state, democratic state.
Yeah,
They have a lot of presence.
sure,
So that's why they
buddy.
do it. So they're not doing it for themselves. They're just doing it for, I mean, not doing it for like a good like altruism. They're doing it because it's good for them.
They're doing it because they are bitches.
I heard the artillery that Israel shoots is like getting paid for. U.S. is paying for
Come
all
on,
the.
man. Literally, there's like literally. Come on, bro. It's not just US as well. UK. They get help from everywhere.
Of course, they want to have that state there,
Yeah.
and I think they know. The good thing about Israel is this: they already know that because all of their like neighbors are hostile. Like it's one of those situations where I feel like they're going to need each other for a long time. So
I mean, if if Europe doesn't support them for even one day, it's over.
Yeah, but Ajiran,
Literally
why
over.
don't they make it easy? Like the Black American Hebrew Israelites, the one that got citizenship in Dimona in Israel. Those guys, most of their kids are in the army. Why don't they just make it like that for the African migrants, like Eritrea and Ethiopia? Like, hey, listen, yeah, you guys, you can we'll give you some random dusty desert to settle at, but we'll make your kids have to join the army or something, right? And
I think they already joined the army.
Okay.
10%
The army. Everyone has to join. I think.
Yeah,
Except
there are a lot
Arabs,
of lot of blacks. There are more blacks than Arabs in the Israeli army.
Yeah, the Arabs don't join, but everyone else joins.
Interesting.
But no,
interesting.
the army is.
They don't trust the Arabs to join as much because obviously they're going to be going against their people sometimes, so it's going to be awkward.
Yeah.
No. They trust the Christian Arabs, but they don't.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes they do, sometimes they don't.
Test. There's not like a
By the way,
test.
I got a question.
Weird.
I got a question for you, Ajiran. Do you think that the Palestinians are like an analogy for the ancient Philistines, or you think they're different people?
I don't know what ancient Philistine is.
Oh, right. So like in the Jewish Torah, like there was a group of people called the Philistines who used to occupy that land called Israel, and then God gave it to
you mean the Canaanites?
Yeah, the Canaanites. Yeah.
I don't know, man. No one knows because people that moved into that area are pretty mixed. Their DNA is like Levantine, it's all over the place. So
okay, I see. So you can never know if it's exact people.
Yeah, you never know. People move, especially just like just 10 years, like people move everywhere. So imagine thousands of years, no one knows. Like especially Middle East area, the Egypt area is just
yeah. And also I got a question for Tankibot. You as an Eritrean benefit from migration. So why do you not want the Eritreans today migrating to the country? Because technically, for you to be an asylum, you don't always have to be illegal, but you got to do some moves to make you leave the country. So you're gonna break some laws somewhere by running away from your country, right? So yeah, thank you. But how come you think it's okay for you and your family to do it?
What a hypocrite!
Right now.
Yo, Kaiser, doesn't I want to ask you a question, Kaiser? Doesn't the dictator of Eritrea when he stop like people leaving his country? Doesn't he want to make the country better for humans?
No, he lets some people leave, right? Because it's better for him if you get
for businesses, yeah. But he barely, people that I don't know the exact detail, but the people, if you send money to Eritrea, you have to pay some sort of amount to the government as well. Or if you're going back as well, you have to pay some amount. So that's why they don't really go back. They go to Sudan and something else. If Eritreans in the
bro, I wouldn't go back. What if they don't let you leave, Duran? You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
Like,
so yeah,
that does not sound like.
So it's very
like. Nah.
I'll be honest. It's very volatile. Like for individual, it's horrible, but for the country itself, if you're governing the country, it's good for you because you are basically but for individuals it's horrendous.
It's smart
horrendous.
It's smart that the government uses the population back at home as leverage against the Western Eritreans, because obviously the African culture, you always want to support your family, right?
Yeah, 100%. Yes, they use that. They definitely do that. Yeah, because 100%. Because the money coming back, they have to pay them and stuff like that.
Yo,
And
guys, I hope they have a coup because like the Eritrea has that potential, and dictators are
no,
like,
someone asked me if I'm a Zionist. I'm
Nah,
not even
nah,
in
nah.
Israel,
You don't
bro.
wanna you don't wanna you don't wanna quit right now. You don't wanna quit right
Yeah,
now. It's
yeah.
gonna be horrible.
Someone asked me if I'm a Zionist, bro. I'm not even in Israel. I'm bet I don't care one way or another. The Jews are Canaanites. The book makes the argument that Abraham come from Ur in Mesopotamia, so that it gives them more of a nobler ancestry. Okay, fair enough, fair enough. I get they're mixed people, man. They mix even when the Egyptians at some point,
I mean,
and
you know the
Ethiopians.
story of Moses, right? They
Mhm.
came from Egypt, so they were mixed
Yeah, they were
heavily.
mixed. Yeah.
So you can't
In
say.
fact, wasn't Moses'
So who
wife some
knows? Who knows
Cushite?
what
She probably
happened?
like
Who knows?
wasn't Moses' wife a Cushite? Probably an ancient Sudanese.
They
Like,
were all mixed. Listen, they were all
yeah, yeah,
mixing. They were all mixing in the area. So
true, true, true.
especially Egypt, those areas, no one knows, man. Everyone likes to claim people from there,
yo,
but that's
guys,
like,
guys. I
you
think
know,
I
it's
think
just stupid.
Israel can give a lot Africa. Like Israel can give a lot
Bro,
Africa
I
more
say
than the
let
Arabs.
Israel join African Union, man. Like,
I
we
agree
have
with that. That's the highest IQ thing,
they
bro.
are
Like
in Africa. Yeah, that's the thing you guys forget. Is half of Israel is in Africa, the other half is in Arabian plate. So
Listen,
we should
Israel does not care about Africa, bro.
Oh shit.
yeah, but
but
What
they
are you
are
guys
African,
talking
man.
about?
yeah,
They
but
No,
don't
they
this
care
are
about
African.
Africa. They
technology
don't
that
care.
they
They only
have
care
is
about the Egyptian country. They want to make sure Egypt never, rises.
Rises. Yeah.
That's
Juran,
it.
but you gotta
They
look
don't
at
care
your
about the rest
interest.
of
So
Africa,
if
bro.
if you look at your interest to industrialize your community, like to industrialize your continent, you need technology, and they have technology, man.
What?
Yeah. Okay.
I
Yeah,
mean,
I
they
don't
have
know. Shut up.
they're not really like they. They're not really the people that you go to for technology. Though. I mean, they have technology, but they stole it from all over the world. So I mean, I don't.
Yeah,
They
but
have the more thing they have is influence. That's the main thing they have. Influence
Kaiser,
and
you
money.
heard if you recognize Israel, you get like technology. They will give you like agriculture technology for free
No,
by recognizing
they'll
them.
give you something if you're good. If you have something that they need. If you have like, no, I mean, it's give and take. Like I think Morocco, they recognize them and then they have influence. So they gave them this
Yeah,
Western
they
Sahara.
like yeah Western Sahara.
Maybe
Like they
what
they
are they gonna?
recognize
Yeah. So
they
exactly,
recognize Western Sahara as Moroccan land. They give you stuff back. Like these
that's
people.
influence. You get it?
Yeah, that's influence. They like to be recognized by Muslim countries. For example, they actually want to be closer to the Muslim because they're very close, and these people can give you a lot of things. And I think we should put them in African Union. These people have a lot of power, and Africa will.
All right, buddy. Relax. All right, buddy.
Honestly, that's not
No,
a bad.
but
All right,
listen,
buddy.
listen,
It's actually not a bad
Relax.
idea.
Yo,
listen.
yo,
Guys,
yo, 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 yo,
guys,
yo. Hey, the South African is talking. Shut up, man. The South African is talking. At the end of the day, man,
You just woke up.
this African Union, eh?
You just
This
woke up.
African,
This guy, all right.
no, no, I didn't
All
wake
right.
up, but fuck. Like, no, I'm saying that at the end of the day, man, the African Union is not a real organization. The African Union, just like all you niggas, lives off donations, just like all you Africans. So the question now, right, should be because I saw you were talking about African Union, so I want to jump in. The question now is, if you're gonna have this new African Union in Eritrea, who's gonna be the main funders of it? That's what I wanted to say.
Hang on. Before I'm gonna make a stream about death. I saw that earlier. There's not much videos made on it, so I'm gonna be relying on a lot of news
what do you
reports, right?
recommend?
Because it's just
Yeah,
happened
Eritrea. There's
a
not much.
day ago.
You can't know nothing about Eritrea because
Wait, wait, there's a
no
coup.
one
There's
has
a coup
information.
in Cameroon. There's a
Yeah,
coup.
yeah, there is.
There's
Wow,
a
Now,
coup in
yo, I
Cameroon.
called it. I called it,
yeah,
man.
When?
What's up? Hey.
I told you
That's
niggas.
that's the
Yo,
good
I
news.
told
I
niggas on
That's the,
Clubhouse, bro. Pause. I told niggas on
I
Clubhouse.
mean
Definitely gonna be Cameroon, dog.
that
Definitely. These
one was
niggas were like,
unobvious.
no.
That
I
one
said
was
Cameroon.
obvious.
Listen to what I said. I said
Oh
Cameroon,
shit.
and then it's gonna be Nigeria. I said that shit, dog. Cameroon,
Nigeria.
and then
Nah,
Nigeria.
Nigeria
And
is
this
next, man.
nigga thought I was joking,
What's
bro.
Nigeria gonna freaking
Nigeria.
complain about?
Hopefully Kenya happens. No. Let me not say that.
Kenya, what?
But,
Chill out, bro.
Don't be a
Chill out.
twist.
Whoa. Chill out,
Listen.
bro.
Talking
You
about
guys can cap. You
I
guys
need
can
Kenya
cap
to
on
be
this app.
to
Let me
join
tell
up.
you what I look at. Let me tell you what I look at when I talk about coup. A coup does not happen at as well-developed nations. And Lozi was right about that when he talked about Kenya. Like Kenya may have a lot of bad things, but the truth is Kenya is way more developed than a lot of these other countries surrounding you, man. The problem is that when you have a huge population of people that not only do they have a problem with the management on top, doesn't matter if they're good or bad, but they have a problem with the management on top, and they have a high poverty line. That shit at the end of the day does give a level of confidence to the military to at least know that there will be no resistance when they do a coup. Because remember, the military at the end of the day has to know that the population would at least accept my new rule because they don't have the numbers. That's one thing I know for sure that happens with a lot of coups within these African nations is that they are betting on the fact that the population will not fight them on it, right? And that can only happen if the population is frustrated, the population has nothing, like all these things. But on a real note, man, open a video, man. Let's look at the coup in Cameroon. But bro, I'm not even seeing it on the feed.
Oh man,
I think Kafar.
I'm not even seeing it on the feed, bro. Why?
Andre, type hi in the chat so I can do something to you.
where's it happening? Is it in the main city, or is it?
Nah, it's just they're claiming that like a general has taken control and
Oh
Paul Biya is
shit!
thrown. But it might be fake, right? I think Paul Biya might just be orchestrating a fake coup, man.
He's
to make it seem like
95. Oh my god! As long as they don't give it to his son.
Is it in state news? It has to be state news. If it's not state news, then it's probably nonsense.
It's not yet state news. It's like
okay.
Yeah. So we don't really know yet.
You have to get the state news. The guys on has to be there and then talking. That's when you know it's.
Yeah, because I'm not seeing it on my feed. I'm not seeing it on any of my feed.
I did it.
No, there's a couple of videos, but that's what I was saying. I've only seen like reports on it. The videos is like one video so far, so
it might be just messing around.
Yeah, maybe they too, but I don't know, man. I think there will be a coup. I don't know, man. I think I can just see Cameroon, bro. I just don't see Cameroon.
Hey, but you know what I can do? I can preempt it. Make sure that my video is the first discussion about it. So when it does happen, it'll be.
Oh yeah. Definitely.
That's what made it go viral once, right?
The clicks will go up now because if no one's talking about it, not everyone wants to know if it's happening. Oh, yeah, now's the best time. You're right.
That's the good news, bro.
Restart
the stream. Bro. Cameroon needs a coup.
Yeah.
Bro, I hate Paul Biya, bro, so much.
Yeah, this was inevitable. That was inevitable.
Sandra, you know what? Yeah, yes. After yesterday's stream, I thought about something, right? Before I used to be like, oh yeah, you know what? The European Union is funding African Union and this and that. I was like, oh, it's bad. But now I thought about it. After I've seen how the South Africans are really, really dusty and they don't want to support any African media, I thought about it and I was like, nah, you know, I take the money from the white man any day. Like, waiting for Africans to support your business is just not gonna happen. I think I'm just gonna, as Kenya, right? I hope that we just take money from anyone who's gonna help build the economy. Because really think about it, you guys proved that South Africans are so dusty over there, man.
You know, it's not just the African Union. I think people think that it's just African Union that gets funded. I don't know what's the Asian ones, but they get funded as well by American stuff, especially the Indonesian. I don't know which one is Thailand, Indonesia, whatever.
Yeah, Indonesia.
They get funded heavily. So it's not just
wait, you know
America
that Indonesia is like one of the powerful Muslim countries. It's like they're gonna be. Yeah, they're gonna lead the Muslim world. Like they should lead. Saudi Arabia sold
relax,
out.
Man. Relax, boy.
No, wait.
Relax, buddy.
The UK is finished, right? That's why I left. Right, economically speaking, you guys there, like it's expensive.
Yeah,
to live.
UK right now is on rations. It's like
how much is rent for? How much is rent for a studio? Like a
London. You're gonna get a bedroom and a toilet, and that's like
how much you pay?
That's literally from your. It's like your whole body. From if you're 6 foot, that's the room, fam.
Yep.
But isn't the UK going for this whole Australia, US, UK, New Zealand kind of partnership? Like,
Still, the problem
The
is
problem with
Caesar,
UK is stuck in the island, so it's
yeah.
too far away to interact with
What do you mean
especially countries
conquer
like
the
that.
whole world? Remember?
Yeah, but they're mainly in Europe. When they left Europe, they made a big mistake. They left the European Union. So right now, if they used to be able to easily just
Caesar, you
like a
know,
businessman from Europe could easily come to England, right? Now
yep,
it's
set up
harder.
shop and a business
Yeah,
easily and
they're
stuff.
fucked up. They're stupid. It's fucking
Are
stupid.
British business their main way of interacting with the rest of the world?
Caesar. No, look, British businesses, from my experience, right? British businesses, like African businesses, is not that productive.
It's actually shit.
That's the reality. It's not productive. So
The,
as I
the
thought
good
about
thing
it,
they're
right?
good at services. That's what the
Yeah,
main
that's
thing. It's
what I'm saying.
financial services,
Yeah.
and but they used to they're the main financial hub. But the main thing was they used to have every country in Europe used to come here to get their financial shit together here. So now it's fucking harder
Sorry,
to
Kaiser,
get.
what were you saying? What were you saying? You said you want to get funded by white people.
Yeah,
Am
I
I
was
thinking
saying,
like
let me give the context here, right? You guys probably, sometimes you guys think I'm moving bookie and jealous, but no. I'm usually like looking at the facts. Yesterday's stream proved that South Africans are the dustiest.
That means you have to say you're gay, bro.
Yeah.
Nah,
No,
man.
but
Look, I don't have a problem with you getting funding from the European Union or some white guy.
Mhm.
There's no problem with that. What I'm saying is you will not rule it. At the end of
Of
the
course not.
day, you will have to exist. Like,
Of course not.
here's something
Yeah.
that is waste statement, but like, I'm looking at the fact that the African Union, why are they begging to be part of the G20?
Now who knows,
Like,
man?
Kaiser,
But
tell me why? Why are they begging? No, no. What I'm saying is that thing you guys said. It's about image. I don't take it as a real organization. If you're funded by the people
no.
you oppose, because remember, people forget Europe cannot be rich, right? I'm not saying can survive, but cannot be rich if Africa is so-called liberated and owns the means of production within its own continent. That's impossible, right? They've never
Yeah, you're
done
right.
it
You're
and
right.
never will.
But who's
It's not
gonna
because
support
they hate
Africa?
you.
Musanda,
Hmm?
who's gonna support Africa? Like, there's only a few countries that even invest, like Black African countries, right? There's South Africa, there's Kenya. Which other country actually invest? I think that's it. I think there's just
No,
South Africa
no.
and Kenya that invest in other countries. Yeah, it's true.
What Africa needs. I mean, of course,
No, you're right,
because I
but I'm
don't live
just
in
saying
Africa.
we
What you
won't
guys
even invest
need,
in Africa.
what you guys need at the end of the day is to farm your own resources, just like China. Do the same way the Asian countries did it, bro. Start with farming. Start with the simple things. Why are Africans fighting to industrialize and make jets and fighter whatever? No, feed yourself first, bro. I
Yeah,
think
but
that's what
feeding is
Africans are supposed to figure
industrialization
out.
as well. Yeah, but feeding
Huh?
yourself is part of that industrialization. You're just saying focus on
No,
industrialization
no, no,
and
no,
feed yourself.
no, 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 no. When what I'm saying is, if you look at a lot of these Asian countries, they didn't start by building power plants out of nowhere, right?
No, I
They
agree.
actually, before they let the West in, they first were able to feed themselves. My point is, majority of African countries can feed themselves. That's why one of the biggest threats that's made to them when they do coups is that they will no longer get food donation.
I
I mean,
agree.
you're
I
really
agree.
begging Russia for fucking wheat. We
Yeah,
act
I
like for
agree.
some reason. What I'm saying is, you love instant gratification. The idea that I know I'm at the bottom. I
Bro,
know
we're
I
African,
can't.
man. We can't think
Yeah,
across
yeah, I'm
time.
just
You know
saying,
that.
like, there's a lot of instant gratification with Africans, if you ask me.
Yeah,
Like, you're
there
not
was actually a lot
industrialized. That's the
of
thing.
there's a lot of tests on actually just black people in general. We don't look think about it. Like I've mentioned this before, we have pastoralist cultures. We think about interacting with a real lion trying to eat us right now. We're not caring about storing meat for the next 20 days so that we don't have to think about it. African entrepreneurship is sustenance entrepreneurship. I go out every day to hustle to get a little bit of money and I spend all of it. On the weekend, I got like let's say $20. Oh yeah, I'm gonna go drink it out. Unfortunately, it is what it is. But yeah, just before we let Caesar in there for a second, you guys, shout out to Mrs. H in the chat and all my haters, right? My haters were like, oh yeah, remember this guy Evans from Kenya? He was blowing up. He's got a lot of subs. He was getting all the views every day, like 10K, 20K. But guess what? I was right. His channel got demonetized because I said it. You can't keep stealing every single content, uploading it as if it's your content. His channel got demonetized. He's had to delete all those videos, and his channel is making zero money now. That's what you're talking about, Masanda. Africans cannot think about their business long term. I mentioned this, right? Niggas like Amilcar, Mrs. H, they all said I was jealous. No, I was not jealous. I was trying to.
yeah, I'm not
Oh, yeah.
lying, but I said you're hating.
Yeah, I remember. No, let me show you. Yeah, the brother's channel got demonetized, and again, I'm not happy. I'm just letting you know that Kaiser is superior when he says shit.
Nah,
Clean
you're
shit,
definitely happy, bro.
and
Say it with chest,
over
man.
there, right? So this brother right now,
Say it with chest, bro.
yeah, exactly. Okay, exactly. You dusty Africans, yeah, don't start coming for Kaiser when Kaiser says shit. Oh, he's jealous. No, Kaiser was advising the young brother. Right now, he went from making $3,000 a month to making nothing. Right now, he's begging Black Americans
a lot.
his videos. Look at this. Let me play. Oh wait, Andre, are you able to play? My internet is dusty. Oh, let me see.
So I'm ringing for the guest.
Is he Kenyan?
It might come.
Let me take it back to the place. Yeah, he's Kenyan.
People of African descent in the United States,
he's
and also outside the United States, in the Caribbean, USA, in Canada, in UK, in South America. Though I don't get a lot of views from other places like London and South America and Canada, most of them come from the United States of America. So this video, I've dedicated them for you. So kindly share the video and give the video a like. Like the video before we begin. We are waiting for our guest. Kindly like the video.
So what type of videos does he do? Like
Kindly give the video a like. It really helps.
I'm gonna find out the place where he's crying about his channel being demonetized. Basically, he makes videos for old Black Americans, right? This is how he blew up. He kept making videos on Museveni kicks the West. And he's not making a video, he's just downloading some old excerpt from some other media station, aka stolen media. Doesn't even make a commentary. At least what I do is I comment on the video, I add value to it. It's for educational. This guy just
he's just trying to get what is it? Likes and shit. So
yeah, it worked for him. He got loads of subs and even got made loads of money on AdSense. Yeah, but the problem is, I said it's not. He's gonna get community guideline strike. He's gonna get copyright strike, and he did because right now his channel got demonetized.
That is how I started this channel, and that is why I started this channel. So today we are having a guest. Tailored this video for Black Americans. Yeah, a lot of views from other it really helps. Give the you guys have realized that this channel has not been
He is. Here's where he's gonna tell the truth. Give me a second.
So yeah, our guests are almost there. So before we start, you guys have realized that this channel has not been uploading videos recently. Yes, I've not been doing that. I've lost some subscribers, almost 30 subscribers. Yeah, that is a lot of people leaving my channel. The channel right now is not earning any money, but I'm not
yep.
Bro,
there it is. You niggas like, Kaiser's jealous. Mrs. H, man, you should be sending me some fat Somali money over there to prove how superior Kaiser is, man. That's it. I told you, I called it out, man. Are you guys saying I was jealous? No. If you build a business, you got to build it the right way. So, Musanda, that's what I'm saying, African mindset. We only think about making money right now. We ruin our business. Now this nigga is back to being povo. He's going to be out there renting in Kibera for $20 a month because he ruined his business. That's the situation, man. Ajuran, man, we gotta stop being short-term thinkers, man. We gotta start thinking more long-term.
He should have twerked for the Somalis, man. No, I'm joking. No,
he should.
That's a good idea,
but
though.
To be honest,
twerk for the Americans. You know what I mean? The Black Americans just say, come to
those
Africa.
Weird videos,
we are all black. All that shit.
But here's the problem, Ajuran.
That always gets you money and views, bro. But I don't know. Maybe his accent is a bit hard to follow as well.
Yeah. Of course it is, right?
About that Nigerian nigga that hit the Somali chick with a brick.
Oh yeah.
Wait, how do you know he's Nigerian? I've listened.
Yeah, you say he was a Nigerian, man. That's what they did.
He's Nigerian.
They investigated. They ate those.
There's some Nigerian.
That's what they were saying yesterday. They said they investigated. They found out he was Nigerian.
You're trolling. I heard he was Somali, so there you go.
Nah, there's some Nigerian in him, bro. I think it's a Black American.
Yeah, there's some Nigerian in him.
Nah.
Is there a video out there of him doing that?
No, there's no video. No, if it was Somali, no, wait. If it was Somali,
Here's the thing, Andre. Wait, pause. Not Jay. I want to talk about Andre. This Somali lady talks about why you black men ain't support us. Why you black men just stand there only hitting me with the rope?
Why they're not supporting?
Ma'am, then you're black. That's how you're claiming black.
Wait, Musanda. Wait,
Musanda. The context behind the video.
She's a BLM. What is it? She's a BLM. Halimo.
No, Sandra, you have to explain the context.
She's no
or it
longer
doesn't make
Somali.
sense.
You know that.
Nah, she's talking about black men supporting her. Like, why does she act Somali, man?
That's what happens exactly. She's an example. This is good. This is good for Somalis. We can. This is like a case study. This is what happens when the BLM Halimo goes out.
Wait, why would a random man
goes out to these jarers? You get me?
Oh god.
And that's what happens, because. So
wait, why would a random
real
man
Somali,
step
when the
in
real
if-
Somali Halimo stays at home, goes with a Somali man, none of that shit happens. You get me? So this
No,
is a
but
case study.
Why would a
proves to the whole
random
world.
man, like,
Exactly.
defend-
This is what happens if you're not married. Somali
You know what I
women.
mean?
You're
No,
like
no,
in the rest
exactly.
and hit you with the brick.
Exactly.
Somali
This is
women
what
for Somali
happens.
men, man. Leave the Somali
Exactly.
women for the
Don't go
Abis
to
and the
these
Farsi.
Nigerians and
100%.
and these
And
these
Jareer.
Tyrones. These Tyrones. What do you think they're gonna do? Of course they're gonna hit her with a brick. What do you think?
But
Huh?
I have a question for you. What picture looked worse, the girl who got hit by a brick by the Jareer, or the one where her brother like beat her down?
Oh, I'm not gonna lie. I think the brother one. The brother was
in this
worse.
channel, hey, on women, we do
The
not.
brother was worse.
Entertainment, comedy,
But the
public
brick,
disclosure.
bro.
Go ahead, brother.
No. The brother one, yeah, she could come back a few days later. The brick one, yeah, her face is still fucked up.
The
Bro, her face, her face.
good.
No, the her
Wait.
face is still looking
Did that
shitty.
forehead break the brick?
No, it hit on the side, man. It didn't hit the forehead. If it was the
Oh,
forehead, she would have
no.
survived. She would
I
have
see.
survived, bro. But it hit the side of her face, man.
Yo,
It hit the side of her face.
and a lot of niggas,
She just has
and a lot of Somali, and there's a lot of Somali guys on Clubhouse were like defending this, bro. As you know, a lot of what Arjun is saying, I think I heard it from the Somali. They're like, oh, why is she not
Defending
married?
the
Why
hoe.
is she dressed like that? What? Like for her, it's more. It was more of a. Why is she
you're
not
right,
married?
man. Listen, Ajuran, she went.
Bro,
to,
she
went
literally
there
a
with
hoe,
the-
man.
Ajuran, she went for the Jared because she thought he wouldn't care about like all the Islamic and all that kind of stuff. You know, being, you know what I mean, being modest.
Bro, she thought that
he was worse.
this, yeah, bro. She thought that those guys in the middle of the street are gonna help her out, fam. Do you think these guys have morals, man? Are you alright in the head?
Would
fam?
you?
No,
Somali
but like
guy-
even
if
those
I-
guys
yes,
weren't even
man.
that. No, she just not Jay.
Yes,
She was
yes,
lying.
yes.
If you listen to the video, the guy said we weren't even here, and she was asking like a bunch of 14 and
She
50
probably
year
was.
olds.
I'm not gonna
All
lie.
these black
She
men
probably
are
was.
not
She
helping
probably
me.
was.
Like fuck, bro. These are high schoolers. Now they're supposed to investigate the guy who hit you with a brick.
I'll be straight. Yeah, if I don't know the girl, right, she's not linked to me in any meaningful way. I'm walking away. I'm not getting involved.
Yeah,
man. I don't
I'm not
care.
gonna lie. In the Western
me
countries,
too, man.
I'm not gonna lie.
I'm not
Western
gonna get my.
in Western
That nigga
countries,
can shoot you, bro.
no one cares.
Like that
No one
nigga,
cares.
America,
No one
people have
cares.
guns, bro. You know.
Yeah, no one cares. I'm not gonna lie. In Western countries, I'm capping. No one's gonna help her. But in Somalia, that wouldn't even happen. So,
Oh yeah,
it is
true.
what it is.
Yeah, but you know what?
But in
yeah,
the West,
like,
it's,
Ajuran,
I don't blame.
Ajuran,
I
I'll say
don't
this,
blame
yeah.
the black people or anyone else.
Yeah.
Because
Ajuran, I'll say this. Yeah, I don't know how you Nigerians and Somalis, yeah, control your women so well, but well done.
man, it's a good case example. Isn't it? Now,
yeah.
bro, I love it.
Kaiser's
I love it, bro. I love she went
jealous.
on the net, yeah, and she's twerking all the videos. You can see her twerking and shit, and sipping lean and all that shit. And we can just say, you know what? That's what happens, man.
Sipping lean.
Hey, man. Yeah, she's smoking and shit and twerking and shit, but she's a degenerate loser, man.
She a thought.
She's a degenerate loser. She's a tat. Yeah, she's a tat. What do you call it in America? She's a tat.
She a
But
thought.
yeah, man, it's a prime example of why you can't follow the BLM ways. So yeah, man, so good. I don't know how Somali women go viral, because there's something going on, because this is not the only woman. The last woman went viral. What's going on, man?
Well,
If
this
was a black woman, would she go viral? I don't
bro.
know
She was
about that.
basically begging.
Is a black
who
woman
gets
gonna go
hit by a
viral?
brick
When's
and
the black
instantly
woman
goes
gonna
on
go viral?
live? Like,
Why do you guys not care about your black woman? Eh? When's she gonna go viral? I know. What's a good black name?
Isha?
Yeah, I know Isha's getting hit every day. So where's the videos? Come on, what's going on? Where's the viral moments? It's only Somali's going viral. What's going on here?
Yeah, but
No, but she
I don't
posted
think
herself,
they
bro.
look
She
down
posted
on that.
herself. No, she's viral because she posted herself. You know why she's viral, bro? She's viral because she said, look at all these black men that are not coming and helping me beat up this random nigga who hit me with a brick. Like, that's why she's viral, bro. Like, and niggas are like, hey, bro, first of all, I'm not here. Second of all, I'm 14, bitch. I'm not gonna go die for you. I don't know you.
Bro, she stood in the
I think the
middle of the
whole black
road,
man thing is what triggered a lot of
begging
people off.
random to help her out, bro, in the middle of the night, bro.
I don't get it. She instantly gets hit, and she
Bruh.
starts blaming all these black men, and she posts like 5 videos, like, "Look at my head. Black men are the reason why this happened to me."
No, but Caesar, look, she's not wrong, yeah. But remember this, yeah. Do not be a Nigerian or Somali. You guys care about women too much. Be a Kenyan or a South African. Go and leave her to defend herself, man. You do not want to catch a court case because you went and involved yourself in a situation that you don't even know what the origin is. Unless she's your sister. Hang on.
I don't know about
Caesar, unless she's
we
your
are
sister, your aunt,
woman
or your sister's, I don't know, friend. Don't get involved, man. I say, look, if I bring up a boy, I'll be telling him, listen, do not get involved unless it's your sister or someone who you care about. That's it. My randos,
in the West,
playing games. In the West, yeah. In Africa, it's different. Everybody will protect her, right? Because that's the culture.
Yeah. Even in Kenya, bro, no one's gonna let a woman,
get hit by a bird.
That's different here. Yeah. But in the West, you catch a court case, Caesar. You'll be out there getting deported back to Igbo land, bro. Do you want to go back to Igbo land right now? You join one of those militias and start. Shell is stealing oil. We must fight back against Shell.
That's too dusty, bro.
Yeah, nah, you're not gonna catch a court case for a 5, man.
Caesar, you're from southern Nigeria, right?
Yeah, bro.
The Igbo. The Igbo is the land that has the oil, right?
No, we have natural gas. The oil that everyone's talking about isn't it?
Wait, so you guys gassed? Caesar, I knew it, man. I thought you guys were superior, but you just gassed.
Wait, guys, so
Igbo just have gas.
Nigeria makes up like 20% of European Union's energy gas.
Yeah.
Wow. Do we have a refinery?
That's why I keep saying this, Andre. Listen, yeah. But whether Nigeria applied for BRICS or not, we don't really care. What we know is this, yeah. The fact that Nigeria is not part of it, Nigeria should be leveraging this, working with European Union to be their sole gas provider. They're trying to move away from Russia right now. Caesar, if you guys are high IQ, you go and become Machiavelli.
Leave me alone.
Be Machiavelli. That's why I've been saying this shit for time.
It's common sense, bro. I don't know what's going on over there, bro.
Nigeria gives the European Union more gas than the US gives.
A kind of video posted on the group chat.
Okay. Okay, let me check it.
It's common sense. Sometimes
no, on the group chat, the one about with those Nigerians tearing up their passport, man. I was like, God damn, bro. You can see it, bro. The one that I think that Alcar guy was so angry about, fuck you, Muslim Sanda, and Nigerians in it. It wasn't even in South Africa. It was Nigerians. They were tearing up their passport. Like, Nigeria is a failed state. Nigeria is a failed state. Multiple Nigerians tearing up their passport.
I mean, it's so frustrating, bro. It's frustrating as fuck, bro. It is what it is.
I mean, I don't care. Let's losers around in Nigeria.
The funny thing is, half the people that leave are the winners. That's the craziest thing.
Now I must understand.
Listen.
Winners.
Don't worry, man. There's Nigerians don't need to worry because there's a lot of you guys. So if you guys leave, if you guys.
Now I must understand. To winners go to the West, to losers go to Africa.
No. Caesar, you can't accept brain drain. Like, come on, it doesn't matter.
What do you want me to do about it? I'm not trying.
No. Why are you okay with it? You know, why are you like
exactly
leaving Nigeria? Why are you saying that? Why you have
there's nothing I can do. I'm not in charge of Nigeria. Someone from my tribe, they won't even vote for me, bro. So just forget about it.
You speak to the wrong tribe. Our tribe never was in charge.
You're speaking to the wrong tribe. They won't vote for my tribe.
Wait, which tribe are you to? Which tribe are you to? Snake Man is
Igbo. Oh, he's Igbo.
Igbo.
Listen, I don't know
Igbo, both of you.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Oh, so you're the one. You're the one that actually get out. Is it spelled Igbo? It's spelled Igbo, right?
Yes.
Spelled. Is it spelled Igbo?
I-G-B-O. Yeah.
Okay.
Wait, but you say I heard that you can't trust Igbos with money.
There hasn't been an Igbo president.
I always hear about Igbos. Igbos are the ones living in Nigeria. Igbos. Even Mike was shitting on Igbo that day. Was it yesterday? It's like, a lot of Igbos are the ones shitting on Nigeria. They're the ones, fueling
the Nigerians that I know in Kenya mostly are Igbos, and guess what? These niggas are doing well. They're not living like the average Kenyan These guys are living good lives, man, on average. So shout out to
No,
them.
no, 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 no. What I'm saying is a lot of Igbos. Mike was saying because it's Yoruba. He said Igbos are the ones cheating on Nigerians with the South Africa. He was
Yeah,
saying
why
this whole
shouldn't say?
says,
Why
oh,
shouldn't say?
My response to Mike is this: he doesn't
Why
live in
shouldn't say?
Nigeria, so there you go. End of story.
Now it's
That's
not
all.
that. Why shouldn't say? If you understand Nigerian history, Igbo was the ones who always get their ass whooped. All
No,
the time.
that's not true. Snake man, stop.
Okay. What do you
We
mean?
got beaten once. That's
You
it,
know
bro.
what I mean? Before colonization, the Yoruba kingdom, I think the Oyo kingdom was the ones who tried to conquer us all the time. And then
And they
came to
couldn't
houses.
do it, right? So what's the
Yeah,
problem?
but then came to houses from the north.
And they couldn't. Nobody could do it. No one ever conquered the Igbo land ever. We've never
I
been
never
conquered.
said they conquered it. I just said they attacked us all the time.
And they lost, Dusties.
Interesting now, but after yesterday's stream, I now have a new respect here. My number one Africans is Nigerians, Somalis and Black Americans take next place. Who else? I think that's it.
We're the
Just Nigerians,
premium
Somalis.
blacks.
Yeah,
Remember
just
that.
Somalis,
You
Black
forgot
Americans, and Nigerians. I think
You
the rest
forgot
of
the
these people,
Bulls.
man.
You
No,
forgot
yeah,
the
and the
Bulls.
Bulls as well. The Bulls are working hard. Exactly, the Bulls. I now know why these niggas call you the K words. You guys probably didn't want to work. I finally get it, man. Why the Bulls didn't like the Black South Africans. Finally, I get it, man.
That's
Are
not
you
why,
roasting them
bro.
because they don't donate? Are you roasting them because they don't donate?
What
or
do you mean they didn't
Well,
want to
hey,
work?
you know what's
South
funny?
Africans,
Hey, you know what's so
South
funny?
Africans are the ones
Hey,
that built
hey,
South Africa,
South
bro. What are you
hey,
talking about?
hey, Masunda, do you think your country's better with the Boers going to Russia, or you think your country's gonna do better without them?
Doing better with or without Bulls?
Yeah. Do you
I
think
think
your country's better without them?
I think it's an irrelevant question, to be honest, because a lot of I think it's highly irrelevant, mainly because a lot of white people that have went out or at least left South Africa in 1994, most of them have come back. So it's like it's a weird thing to even say at this moment, right? I'm not saying that no one's allowed to go anywhere.
Well, what about the
Okay, so
ones
you're
that are
asking if,
what about the ones that are going to Russia?
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I don't know about any going to. I hope maybe Kit will elaborate on that. I don't know.
Yeah.
Russia,
I don't
I
care.
don't. Well, I don't.
Man. I don't
It's
know.
kind of
Let me
funny.
say this. American Rifle. Let me say this. I don't care what any white person wants to do. Want to go live? It's their goddamn choice, man. I mean, think about living in a country where there's literally a slogan talking about killing your people. You know what I mean? So, I mean, kill the Boer is literally a famous song
Yeah,
that
can I
showed up.
say,
At
Sandra, why do you think it's okay for you guys to talk about a minority people, less than 10% population like that? Because let's be realistic, that's wrong. Forget about the history. It's wrong. You can't do that. Yeah, go ahead.
Because here's the deal: is because black people are
It doesn't
hypocrites,
matter.
just like white folks.
What matters is power.
They're big ass hypocrites that literally will cry to the white man about people being mean and being racist, and that's wrong. But then they'll turn around. You give them the opportunity to do the same thing that they said they don't want people to do to them. So that's how black people are. But look,
Yeah, I
Masunda,
think
it
you're
is
right about
actually
that. Yeah. That's what black people do.
Masunda.
Yeah.
Actually, what my question was relevant because you guys are going to lose a certain amount of productivity to Russia because you guys are too mean to the natives.
Oh wait,
So
wait,
I
hang
don't.
on.
No,
Go ahead.
I don't think so. But the
Kill
reason I
the
don't think so is
Boer.
Wait, hang on,
because
F5. Let me just correct a brother
because
before you go,
let me
Masanda.
tell you why I don't think
Uncle,
so.
Uncle Duale,
South
AFR
Africa,
is
no. What I'm saying is this: if
he's
you
the
have
guy who
money,
puts niggas in custody, right? Hang on, Duale. He's not in custody. He's a nigga that puts niggas in custody, right? Let's correct that.
Thank you.
wait, you're a
Yes, and
police officer now.
No.
He's in security, Sandra,
Yeah,
private security.
and guess what? We get to put custodies in custody and take them off. Well, we will call the police to come get you. So, but yeah,
Oh,
I get to
so
take you into
you're a
custody,
glorified snitch.
and I'll drag
You're
you,
a
dusty
glorified
ass, if
snitch.
you run in my
You're
store.
a snitch ass nigga. You're snitching on the hood. You take the black neighborhood, and now you're snitching.
Well, I don't snitch. I
Snitching on your
don't snitch.
niggas.
I just whoop ass.
Wait, AFR, do you sleep? Because obviously people are wondering, like, if you don't sleep, bro, we don't want to end up like Kevin Samuels, right? So make sure you get yourself some sleep sometimes.
Well, I mean, look, in between my Red Bulls and my Latina nurses, I take
Red Bull
breaks.
is what got that nigga, man, probably, right?
No, I think
So-
it was that nigga ate a lot of French fries. Probably that's probably what the problem was.
Oh, Red Bull plus Viagra, right? That's the combo.
Yeah, because obviously
Oh,
he needed
that too,
Viagra
yeah.
to get it up. He had a little bit let's get busy together vibes, so probably needed some Viagra to do monkey double backflips on women. But it is what it is. It is what it is.
Kevin Samuels weird, bro. Like Kevin Samuels,
that guy
like the amount of
Sunday,
support.
right?
Kevin Samuels was right about one thing, right? Kevin Samuels actually survived off other black men. If you really think, people say black women, but no, like your money from YouTube wasn't as enough as all those donations you used to get. I think black men are the biggest.
Ike was the one
sponsors
donating
they get.
$500 every day to this nigga, man, to make his channel
Huh?
pop. Ike was the one who
Sorry?
made the channel pop. The nigga was donating $500.
Yeah,
every
man,
day.
and he gives you 100, bro. He sends you 100 and gives Kevin Samuels
come on,
$1,000,
yes,
$500.
Oh,
Man,
hey, guys,
Indian
Masunda.
and Nigerian.
Hey,
I'll take
speaking
$2
of donations, in a few hours, I'm actually going to be live streaming live from my car, and then I'm going to be going home from CT Reacts channel in a couple hours. So make sure you stop by and watch AFR. I think the title is going to be "Don't Protect the Women." Don't protect women, because we're going to go in on that.
If you want to grow faster, add in all these Black Americans topics. Add in Somali women there. They had the same stuff, right? Because the Somali women just got beat by a brick recently as well. Should we protect black women?
Bad
Black
Nigerian.
women are not thinking correctly.
Yeah.
Add the Somalis in there, man. They're great for viewership, man. These guys will anything they see their name out there, they click on the video. Kaizo's are talking about us. He's obsessed. But I'm obsessed with Kaizo.
He got hit by a brick and then asked the giraffes, "Why aren't you helping me?"
I know. Like, dude, this is like you went to Dusty Central to party, and then you got mad when you got Dusty Activity. So
Yeah, but I've got a question. How come you guys are not monetized right now? Do you not have the whatever the viewer?
I have to ask him. I have to ask CT. Because like if I'm on there, I'm definitely gonna help it get monetized. So I'll ask him what the parameters are, and I'll go from there, and we'll try to hit that target.
You've got the subs. I think you need to get the watch hours. So you just need to do more streams.
Yeah,
more or less.
And I do. I'm up to 2 a week. I think he's probably gonna start growing that channel too, and I think he might let other people besides me stream there as well. But it's.
Because AFR, what he's doing is what me and One Man are trying to do right now. It's a collaboration between Afro-descended people, and we want to create a multimedia network, right? We want to grow as big as BBC and all these places to promote our propaganda, whatever it is.
You
right?
can't grow as big as my BBC, sir.
This guy, what the? I'm gonna pray for you, man. That's the issue when you got raised by a crackhead single mother, a black single mother. You get so crazy as shit like that, man. I don't want to go near your BBC. In fact, I got a PhD, right? Mine is even pretty huge degree, right?
No, I was wrong. He's Asian. No, she was hit by an Asian guy. Oh yeah. So yeah.
Oh, Asian or Haitian?
Asian.
Like she was complaining that
black like an Asian dude in Somalia whack a Somalia woman with a brick in the face.
No, guys, this is wrong.
No, yeah, Asian. I think he was Asian. It was an Asian guy.
God damn. Haitian or Asian?
But then the Asian niggas just watch them, not
Haiti.
Wait, hang on, guys. Hang on, guys. We do not make fun of black women. We do not actually accept the beating of a brick to another black woman. This is for comedic purposes only. But go
exactly.
AFR, the French one.
Kaiser, you're
Haitian.
Haitian, yeah.
Because Masunda, man, those H's and A's sound the fucking same.
That's Musanda.
Uncle Dwale, if you want to donate to this Dusty over here, send the money to me. I'll send him the equivalent in Cash App. You gotta build that. Just make sure you tell him that you sent the money to me. Otherwise,
I have a question. If you send money to yourself.
Yeah.
Hold on. If you send your own money to yourself,
30%. You lose 30%.
Yeah, but why did you do that yesterday?
I didn't. I sent it to One Man, One Tomorrow.
Look, I also disagree with it. But my help would be, man, let's go to the police station. Let's go to AFR and let's go help.
Let me sometimes
nigga that hit you with a brick. Guys, a guy that hit you with a brick. What do you think he's gonna do to me? Like a brick looks like nah, man. Let's go to the police.
You're South African. Literally, you are the brick in this situation.
I mean, can't you like do that stuff in South Africa and like get away with it?
Nah, man,
anyway?
That's bullshit. No, but not in public, man. Come on, man. A lot of these things is
not in public.
Anything. Look. Let me say this, man. So you're telling me that in other parts of Africa, women don't get beat up, right, by their husbands in front of everybody else in Africa? Because I've seen that shit. I get on social media, but you can't capture me and make it sound like all Africans is this. Protect all black women. Black women don't deserve to be hit. I think there's a lot more women being hit in Africa for most part. That just for most part never makes it to the news, right?
Well,
like
because we don't care about it. The West doesn't care about Africa. That's why it doesn't hit the news.
Yeah. Like, do you really think when a country has a high marriage rate, is it because the women are just happy in those marriages? I mean, we're all making it all like.
So Masunda, you're saying women need more options? Are you saying women need more options to be happy?
Nah, Musanda is just trying to equalize. He's coping. That's why he's coping.
I know you're trying to say some weird stuff. It's just like there. Okay, Masanda. I know you're probably not trying to say this, but the way you're sounded is like women are slaves.
Yeah, bro. Masanda.
No. I'm not saying women should be slaves. Yes. What I'm saying is women are treated as slaves in most parts of Africa.
No, they are. Hang on, Sandra. One second. We don't believe
I mean, why are we gonna care?
Bro, maybe
come on,
maybe your side, bro. Like,
you can't say like slaves, right? Women are not treated like slaves. You could say women are treated under patriarchal systems, but that's not slavery. Because think about it, right? The guy who's
let's say that.
Fees is still the guy. The guy is also doing shit. It's just he's got more power and control. So the woman is not a slave. She's just not in control. But yeah, AFR, Duale will send the super chat.
Guys, okay, so the difference is, yes, you're right. So guys won't say, what are you bringing to the table type of things. There won't be that mindset. It's more of I'm the guy who has to go work and start for you. I guess I have to play your part.
In Africa, the only thing a woman brings to the table is bills and expenses.
Bingo.
So you can't call them slaves, Sanda. That doesn't work that way.
Closed until 5. They're closed until 5.
I mean, it's better. Look, the reason why this wouldn't happen in Africa is you don't see. I mean, this lady went to there's clubs, but not in the same kind of atmosphere. This lady went to the club. You know, she's dressed like a hoe. If you watch the video before, because we live in America, I know what's going on. I would like to see what she said to that guy before he threw the brick at her. Don't be shocked now if it comes out that she started it. I'm telling you.
That's what I'm saying. I don't get involved, man, in the West with women, man. Leave them alone.
Exactly.
Because they could just start stuff up to get you in trouble. You know, I'll give an example, right? Okay, like this is true story, right? Wallahi, billahi.
Oh God.
The rest of the other.
He said wallahi. He's telling the truth.
Yeah. Okay. Kaizori. Okay, Kaizori. That's definitely telling the truth, right? Okay. There was a time when I was in the UK. I used to live in a place called Wales, right? Sheep shagging central and stuff, right? Now, what happened is this: a white woman approached me in the street, right? She looked good and everything. I said no, right? I'm not interested. She kept coming. 5 minutes later, I gave her my number. Right now, what happened is I went back to my house. Now she's texting me saying I'm outside your house, right? I was like, okay.
She should have hit you with a brick, Kazo.
Wait. It was a bit late, but she told me to come outside, so I came outside. Do you know what happened? Right, I went outside, and then she tried to kiss me. Now, the crazy shit is her boyfriend was in a car right behind her. She set me up. Wow. She wanted to see some big bad gorilla fight against a skinhead and see the situation. You know what I said to the boyfriend? I said, listen, take this. This trash ain't mine, right? You can be the trash can. I'm going back home. The guy threatened to kill me. I even contemplated getting a gun.
That's because you embarrassed him.
That's what I'm trying to say, bro. I do not get involved with these womans. Womans are not good for you to get involved with. Yeah, don't do it. Don't do it.
Yeah, so we don't even know what happened. I'd like to see what happened, but I guarantee you, he didn't just throw a brick. The way she's telling it, oh, he asked for my number. I said no, he threw a brick at me. No, she probably started some stuff, probably said some crazy things. I know how these ladies talk. And then he got pissed and threw a brick at her.
Well, because see, the thing about it, like Caesar, I know, like that's, and I hate to say it, but that's what we're all expecting to come out. And it's just like, I'm just hoping it actually is a crazy dude this time that just went off and he had like fragile manhood, toxic masculinity, and just was like, no, bitch, whatever. Because there's been too many instances where women have gone on social media and everybody's preemptively crowned her the victim, and then it comes out later she was a liar, like she said something or it was more to the story. So I'm just saying, like, she literally just said, I said no. He picks up a brick and just whacks her in the face. And I'm just like, that's just too crazy to contemplate.
Like that, man. She probably said, hey, listen, your dick is smaller than that.
Oh,
than
no.
my
Well,
past
you know,
shit.
she used emasculating language because I remember the Chris Brown. Okay, everybody remembers the Chris Brown Rihanna thing, right?
Yeah,
everybody remembers
that.
that.
Before we specify, guys, YouTube, this is for comedic purposes only. We're comedians out here. Go ahead, brother.
And also, we don't condone violence against women and other people. We condone kids.
Go ahead.
So everybody knows that, you know, he's allegedly assaulted her or whatever. I didn't read the court case or whatever, but I had to explain to several people, even black people too, because I'm from the Northeast and I know a lot of Caribbeans and people like Rihanna, and I had to explain to them, I'm like, yeah, he probably did hit her, but I guarantee you he didn't just hit her for no reason. Like, she was trying to emasculate him, challenge his manhood several times, just calling him all types of pussy boy, clot boy, blah, blah, blah. You already know she was in there calling him a whole bunch of stuff he probably didn't understand and probably felt bad about, and that's how he got, and she probably hit him too. And that's how it happened in his Bugatti car.
No, man. She told him, she said, that's why you can't even dance, nigga. And then he ran off.
Well, see, so that's what I'm saying. Like, so that's what I'm saying. It's a situation more often than not like that, where a black woman has ran her mouth. She doesn't deserve to get hit at all. But we have products of single mothers, because I am one, and they are hyper emotional beings, and they are taught like women that don't think about the future, right? And they haul off and hurt women at their race by.
You're right, but Efa, let me give you an example, right? You're a black American, you're superior black, aka sorry, Nigerians are superior black, you guys are the premium black, creme de la creme. Bro, just come to Kenya. I'll get you the hottest fine woman that's educated enough, right? At least a 9 out of 10. Bro, come here. Get married, leave a legacy behind. Get this old FBA woman who's gonna leave you and then take your kid and then put you in child support and some bullshit. Come Kenya, get yourself a good Kenyan wife that's 9 out of 10. She ain't looking like she's a linebacker and shit, right? Talking to you,
And I don't want no donkey ass either. I really don't want no African donkey asses. I'm kind of over BBL looking asses.
Donkey Kong, bro. I'm not giving you Donkey Kong. I'm gonna give you the nice, beautiful admix chicks, right? Those fine ass Kikuyus, those fine ass Oromos, right? You're gonna get the best elder like them. I'm not lying. This is very easy. This is very easy, bro. This guy is in Kenya.
Snake man. What should I do, Snake man? Well, okay. We heard Kaizo's solution. What's your solution, Snake man?
Exactly. He just says, "Oh, I'm Snake Man. I am really a German. You must go and just
hold on. Nah, Snake Man is my dude. I'm sorry. Like, besides you, I fuck with Snake Man. So what would you say?
You know what that man?
I'm just wondering I'm just wondering what his suggestion would be.
BBC, bro. So you out here saying the BBC is your dude? Okay.
The Kaiser, you talk too much. You're too emotional. Chill. Very easy. You can do what he said, but one part you must understand. Always prepare, always watch, always plan, because Kaiser is a Kenyan. If he gets his chance, he gives you the retarded village hoe that no one wants, and because he thinks you doesn't understand Kenyan value system. That's why I say he's lying. He's like, come on, man. Do you think Kaiser can pull a high quality woman for you? Maybe for himself when he simps. And he simps and gives out his donation money. Come on, man.
Damn. I ain't got nothing to say, Kaiser. You're gonna have to defend yourself, because I want to believe you.
Listen. The only way to get a high quality woman,
let me say this, man. Okay. Why would you go to a country that's always asking you for donations? I mean, this is a question that you African Americans have to start asking yourself this question, bro. people that always want money from you, investment from you, and I've always noticed this on this Clubhouse app. These other Africans, their topic is always about Black Americans. Come to us, come invest in our country, come take this from us. You will never hear this from people from Botswana. You will rarely even hear that from people from Zimbabwe, which is sanctioned, right?
Okay.
I'm just saying. I'm not saying the ones they don't go there. I'm saying the scariest thing is for you to be invited by people that want your money because number they see you as a meal ticket. You know, what's the Nagnesi actually had a point on this thing. They see you more as a meal ticket. I'm sorry, bro. When people constantly cry for donations, that has to tell you something. Is what I'm telling you, man. That has to tell you something. So,
now,
me
Musanda,
personally, if I
Musanda,
could advise
hang
you,
on,
go to
Musanda.
Botswana. Go to Botswana if you're trying to maybe. Yeah, I think it's because it's safer there compared to SA, and it's just penalty
Right.
there. So yeah.
Now let me. Oh yeah, Sync man. It says device not connected. You gotta do some weird muting and muting video on and off. So, okay, AFR, you are a content creator, right? Right. This guy here saying, "Oh, asking for donations, bro." That's the only way because you're. What are you doing? You're providing a service for these dusties, listening while they're working, right? Obviously, you got to get paid. Otherwise, there's no show. This is basic business, right? Kevin Samuels, what was he saying? This nigga used to stop a whole show just to get donations. At least I don't stop shows, right? The show still goes on, right? So never listen to a South African from a country that's never sent a donation, right?
Donations are for NGOs, not businesses. Don't lie to yourself.
It's the same
Donations
thing,
are for
Musanda, right?
NGOs.
Okay,
No relevant business gets donations. They get investments. They get
That's not
sales. They
true,
sell
Masunda.
sales. Donations are for
I'm sorry,
NGOs.
that's not true. Masunda, it's a legitimate business if somebody's
Yep.
providing a service, and and if it's donations based, it's just like a singer on the street, that has the donation. They're providing a service to people
Exactly.
that they want. So it's not fair, Masunda.
Exactly. You see, it's the poor South African. You know what? No, I can't come from Musanda. Musanda is the only black South African that sent a donation. He sent $2 2 years ago. Shout out to him, man. He supported the show. The other South Africans, bro, like you know what? It's kind of crazy, right? AFR, right? There's a point to this, right? You know, everybody on the panel, apart from Stateman, that's fine. He adds his value in his comedic relief, right? That's fine. They already sent donation. Even Najuran, that Dusty Somali, he used to send loads of his welfare money to me, right? And until you realize that I was a Kenyan supremacist that hates Somali secretly. But you see, even he paid his Kaiserian taxes. The South Africans, they're just Dusties, man. You don't listen to the Dusties, man. Dusties will always lie to you, and you know exactly what it is, man.
Well, in South Africa, they have a lot of donkey asses. I'm sorry, I'm over these BBL looking donkey asses. Everybody keeps like I hate because I'm getting pissed because it's just like every time I turn on the internet, it's a black man like jumping up and like a nigga eating a piece of chicken, like of some girl with a huge ass that's not proportionate to her body, and it's just like it's kind of sickening. It's just like these chicks can't wipe their ass correctly.
No, AFR, the BBL stuff is getting crazy. My real estate agent, fine light skin thing. And then I saw her back and I said, wait a minute, is that a bad BBL? But hey, this is the trend, bro. BBLs. I mean, it's because you dusty black men love big booties.
No. That's some shit they convince themselves. And yeah, you said dusty, exactly. Dusty Negroes that they got the go ahead from to go ahead and do that stuff. Mostly they watching music videos and media, really. Not really a black man going to them saying, I want you to get a BBL. So they just wanted to attract low tier seated Negroes that are going to cheat on them. For another chick that has a BBL.
The crazy thing is, like, if you walk around in like at least Nigeria, you don't see girls with big booties. Like, I'm sorry, it's not happening. You come to America,
I like natural
booties everywhere. In America, the big booties. You just wonder, is there a big booty food?
That's just fat. No, that's just fat. That's called fat.
Yeah, look. Personally, I'm not into that big booty stuff. I like a medium size, nice curves. That shit is fire, man. You got to have that body type that makes it look like it's a white woman married a black woman, right? You don't want it to be exaggerated too much, man.
Caesar, maybe it is because in America, but here in Germany, trust me, you see in Nigeria they have big booties, like
really.
If you're out here in Germany, it's like a fucking drought. Like Moses 40 years through the desert.
Is it a Western thing where us Western blacks?
I mean, German chicks got some ass though.
Bro.
No,
Listen,
you're confusing Eastern European. I'm talking about German, Aryan
real
German.
German, right?
Real Germans. They are very tall.
I thought real Germans had ass though.
Nah.
No.
There's no white person who has ass on average.
Yeah, but Caesar, black men in the West specifically like those white women with no body shape, looking like they're linebackers without no muscle structure, man.
That's a lie and a half. We either go fat or really fine looking bodies, but no ultra skinny, black men like don't do that a lot. They rather get a fat chick.
Yeah, makes sense, man.
I mean, I've done that before, but it was like with an Asian chick, so
okay. Asian
she couldn't help it.
If look, listen here. Let me be straight here. You don't need to get one wife. You're an African man. Get 4 wives, get 5 wives. As long as you can support them, get one from every continent. Asia, Kenya,
Stop telling me that, Kaizo, because that sounds attractive. Because I know myself, man. Because I know.
Bro. If you can afford it, and I'll tell you this, right? If you get a Kenyan wife, all you gotta do is give her $500 a month, and her and a kid are okay. That's it. $500 a month, and her kid and her are okay. And if you're there, that's even better.
So that's it. Okay, how about this? Say if I had a kid in like Asia or whatever and a wife, and I'm just like, F it. I'm so arrogant and narcissistic. I'm like, hold on. I just say F it. No, hold on. I just say F it and just move her into Africa with my other family.
You can do that. Yes, you can do. Yes, that's allowed. African culture, you can take your kids and make them live where you want. So yeah, bring them to Kenya, right? Rent is cheap, right? Trust me, bro.
Africa's awesome.
Yeah, come here. Rent is cheap, and you're gonna get the best houses. Not like Ghana where you're gonna pay for like $2,000 for a little room. No, Kenya, you're gonna get a whole 3-bedroom house for less than $600, even $500. You can, as in a good quality Black American house. I'm not talking about some dusty ass Kenyan house, right? So, 100%, bro. Just come here, get yourself 3 or 4 wives from different areas.
That's too many. The thing about it is, I still have my head. I still have trouble wrapping my head around more than one wife.
These guys were having a protest. These guys were having a protest on living costs. That's what I said. They were having an actual
protest on what? I can't even understand you.
Those are dusties, man. We're talking about AFI. AFI is a 1% man in Kenya. There's no need to talk about the dusties having protests about living costs. Right, if I can afford $300 a month on rent for a nice 2-bedroom house, you can definitely afford that, right?
Oh yeah. Well, you should know. You should know how much I spend a month on Korean barbecue, man.
Exactly. I literally make $300 a month on YouTube, and I can still support a decent life.
Oh yeah, that's right. I didn't even think about that, dude. I could start tricking, just go hardcore on because in about 3 weeks I will have my computer built. And go hardcore on YouTube and just trick on with the donations y'all give me. Hell, I just do what O'Shea did. Remember, bro. He used to tell Negroes from the jump. He's like, with y'all donations, I'm tricking with this shit.
Exactly. I'm tricking on my beautiful woman out here. So shout out to us, man, YouTubers. So yeah, $300 a month. I'm here living like a king. So don't listen.
Hey, I'm gonna hit you up. I'm gonna hit you up with a donation on like Thursday, so you can trick some more.
Bro. Shut up, man. I always appreciate you, man. I know you don't like the South Africans saying that shit, then disappearing and saying, "Oh, Kaizo, because you talk bad about South Africa, I can never donate to you again." Oh. Nah. AFR, you're doing good. Like, oh yeah, you have Cash App, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I'll send something.
We will refuse. How?
Yeah, I'll send something on Cash App actually, because
we will refuse, Chief. We will refuse. We will not. Amanda, South Africans against donations. We will not. Crazy, man. But on a real note, man, you don't have a real business, man. I just want to say you don't have a real business. This is an NGO. So you beg for donations, man. At the end of the day, you will never hear McG cry for no donations, bro. He makes other livable way. He has a chillers where pays him money. He has an actual business.
Musanda, let me ask you.
It's not about getting donations. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, Musanda.
How many protesters do you see in South Africa begging
he's
for
a
donations?
1%er in South Africa. I can already hear it. I don't beg for donations, bruh. I don't beg for donations. It's not even begging. It's literally somebody compensating you for your time, dude.
I'm not saying me. Not only me. What I'm saying is South Africans in general. If you look at South African podcasters, they don't cry for donations. Let's be honest. Even podcasting chill with the South African.
That's why they're poor.
People just
hang
donate.
on. Wait. That's why they're poor. I've seen the South African podcast, right? These niggas
Oh
are making
my
less money
God,
than
bro.
me.
Poor my
Hang on, no, it's true.
Make G's poor. Are you fucking kidding me, bro? Make G actually make a living out of this thing. You have another job. What are you talking about, bro?
I've seen these guys. Yeah, they got 2,000 people listening live. 2,000 people. These guys are making less than $5 a day on a Dusty podcast. That is insane.
Damn, they don't have a donate button like for 5 pennies.
Wait, hang on.
No, they make way more than that.
No, they don't.
Look at the. You know what I think they make? I think they make about 50,000 rand or above per month. Definitely. Mainly not because of the equipment, but also the traveling they do. Because remember, Mac G is a DJ. You forget that he's a DJ, and Podcast Chill is also another way of advertising himself. I'm saying on average, from his shows, YouTube, and everything, he definitely makes more than that, bro. I'm saying he lives this thing. Right? It actually helps him on his real life. I was talking about Israel, Somalia, and whatever, helping you on your scientific discoveries. That's what my point. Like, it does not align with your actual real life job. Let's be honest. You know what I mean? The thing is, you're comparing yourself with somebody who actually does this, and it does help him get more clients, generate more money. Maybe not directly through YouTube, but indirectly through advertisement. Because people know, oh shit, it's my G, right? That's why,
okay, fair enough.
Multiple people booking it, you know? If from Botswana to England to, come on, bro, that guy makes a lot of bank, man. You just lie to yourself when you do that.
I probably make more money than him overall, right? All my businesses put together, to be honest, right? The whole $300 a month on YouTube, that's more of a meme, right? I definitely make a lot more than that, right? But that's no. Hang on, no. I lie. No, I make $300 a month on YouTube.
You can't even buy yourself a proper camera, mic, and view so that people even seeing your face. You can just cover your face. You can't even do that, bro. You're talking for a nigga with a whole studio a whole fucking studio. He has multiple employees, cameraman, Saul, that ghost lady, multiple employees, and you're gonna go pay yourself to that. Talking about how broke he is.
So I don't have employees. Understand that? So I don't have
jealousy. Ting, 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 ting.
The last thing I'll be is jealous of South Africans, man. You guys are the dustiest.
Well, I'm just saying, Masenda every time comes to show himself to be the biggest hater. Why do you always come out as the biggest hater, Masenda?
No. He's the hater. Look. Go on YouTube and say podcast and chill. He's saying just go on YouTube right now saying podcast and chill. He's saying he makes more money than a guy who has an entire studio, similar to Joe Rogan, has multiple 3 or 4 employees, right? I think 4 employees. Yes, dude. Come on, and makes more money than somebody.
Masenda. Hold on, guys. Masenda, there's literally podcasters or people with 3,000 subscribers that are literally raking in $1,000 per stream.
Wait, this guy has 1 million subscribers. Is it Mac G?
Yeah. No. Let me show. Yeah, Mac G. Let me show you his videos. Yeah, you see a whole stream. Niggas are only donating $10.
Dude, but at least ads. This guy's.
But he doesn't make money out of $10. The donations. He makes money from DJing and the fact that he has sponsorship behind him. Who's sponsoring your show? Who's sponsoring you? That's my point, bro. You keep making it sound like he lives off donations. That's why you don't beg for it. His money generating thing is you watching it. You watch it and be like, oh, he's not getting donations. He's not living off donations. He's getting constant revenue so that he can pay his employees, can take his daughter to fucking school. I mean, look at the event he just had. Look at podcast and chill.
That guy is Dusty Musanda, man.
He's defending South Africa.
Well, also,
I'm not
there's a whole bunch
anybody.
Have you ever heard of subscriber rich and cash poor? Subscriber rich and cash poor.
How you poor with employees, Mara? AFR, come on, man. This guy is no employees. Nice blog and all these Jantola guys.
Can you
These
see
are
that
not
money
employees, man.
Can you see that money over there to Musanda? Okay, yeah, that's it. Okay, now
Kaiser flexing.
Yeah.
Oh shit!
Of course, man. This nigga's out here. Musanda, I've seen this nigga's channel. He makes $10 a day on you dusty South Africans who don't support him. Niggas like me with 2,000 subscribers is definitely making more money than him. That's a fact, right?
When it comes to the Mr. Kaiser, when it comes to YouTube, donation is more important than what
Musanda,
is it?
you know how much you make from AdSense, right? AdSense, you make one, especially if you're African, right?
Exactly. The guy's right. You can't call your channel a podcast. This is not a podcast, bruh. Like, come on, man. Like, you didn't play the video of people making banks, man. Yo, you keep talking like somebody got money, bro. Come on, guys. Stop the jealous, my man. This is what Wangers do when they're desperate. They tell a nigga with a big podcast.
This is typical Wanga behavior. That's a good point, though.
It is typical Wanga behavior.
Masanda's being a freaking hater.
Yeah, hang on. Shout out, man, for Uncle Duale the Somali with another £2 super chat 545 for AFR. Wait, is this for AFR? No, never mind. It's not for AFR. It's for AFR being dusty.
Yeah, where's my Cash App, Negro?
Yeah, you'll send it later on, man. But yeah, shout out to you.
This guy just donated. He donated $2 just after you talked about hitting Somalis with a brick.
Musanda, you can understand. Okay, you know what, Musanda? Let me do this, right? I didn't want to do this, right? Because I'm going to expose myself. Let me show you my other businesses, right? Out here, how much money I really have in my account, right?
No, don't expose nothing to this South African. Don't tell him anything.
Oh, no. Pull up the receipt, nigga. We want to see the receipt.
Don't do it.
Kaizo, don't flex. Don't let this South African trick you.
No, flex. Let me go get my $100 bills in my.
Nah, don't show these dusty niggas nothing.
Caesar, don't donate on this. Don't donate on the stream. Don't donate on the Igbo streams. I'm gonna do one on the Igbo revolution. So don't donate.
Let's go. Kaiser. Expose all your businesses with South African. Let all the Nigerian businesses we have, let that be in the dark. We don't need South African.
No, most of my businesses are Nigerian businesses, to be honest. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
You know. Let's be honest here, man. The reason you want to expose this is because you're scared that one of these Nigerians will take those contracts and scam you. They know South Africa is gonna take your details, bro. That's why you're scared,
South
bro.
African would even. No. Lozi scammed me. Remember, Lozi. Listen, when AFR says I'm gonna donate, yeah, AFR does it. Lozi scammed me. He's like, oh yeah, Kezo, I've been here for over 2 years. I've never really donated to you or African Millennial or Afridamas. Next week, Kezo, I get paid next week, brother. I'm going to donate. This nigga never.
Yeah, but then you call him a K word. Okay, he calls this guy a K word, insults him, saying all this shit, and then body clans for bull, saying and then here's the funny thing, dog. The white South African was laughing at him, saying, "Oh, look at this guy's dancing his ass off just for 6 rand donation."
Hey, shut up. Yeah. While you're out there,
equivalent of like less than $1, man.
This is for AFR Kaiser and send it to him. Yeah, so I'll send it to him. I'll take 30% off because YouTube takes 30%. I'll send the equivalent on Cash App. No, YouTube takes 30%. You know this.
Damn.
So yeah,
nigga, you got money. Give me my money.
Bro, man, I'll be losing 30%.
Yo, this Kaizo tax is crazy.
I know. I had to convince this Negro not to flex, and now he's like, I can't do it. I need my 30%.
I'm still wondering how much money YouTube stole from you. It's between 3,000 and 80,000. What is it?
Yo, Kaizo, this is.
How much money did YouTube steal from you, Kaizo?
30%.
Bruh, this guy is broke from YouTube.
He said how much money, not the percentage.
That's not help your regular business. YouTube is not helping you on your regular business. That's my point. I'm not saying you don't have another business. I'm saying it doesn't help you on your actual business.
Who cares if it's helping me, man? I enjoy YouTube because
exactly. So you're gonna compare that to somebody who dies. and
You
working
know,
as employees.
guys, you don't
Come
understand
on,
why
man.
Nigerians are so hated in South Africa. Think about it. If it's that personality of Musanda, if you go around and say, "Hey, I have money. Hey, my life is good. Hey, I love living," and then some dusty South African comes, "Well, you make no money. You make no money. Your life is shit. Look at you. You're dusty."
Yep.
You know that look up, there's a building that got burnt out that was owned by a Nigerian drug lord. 73 people died. Look that up. That's what Nigerians do. You coming here with your cap. Your people just killed 73 of other immigrants too in South Africa. Look it up. 73 South
Hold
Africans
on.
died in a
Did
building that
South
was owned by
African did South
Nigerian
African
drug
burn
dealers.
the house down? They sound like something like South Africans would do. Burn house
And
down full of
you know
Africans.
what?
No, look
Wait,
it
hang on,
up. You think I'm lying? Look it up.
Well, I
Yeah,
mean,
Wow.
Snake Man. I mean, Masunda, Snake Man isn't saying bullshit. I mean, that sounds like some shit South Africans would do. Y'all can't even keep control over your damn minds. Illegal minors.
My point is, IFR, go look up 73 South African died in a fire in South Africa. Look that up.
Okay, but what
If that
about
building
those?
was owned,
Okay,
listen,
what
the
about
building
those
was
woo woo?
stolen.
What about
Wait,
those woo
wait.
woo
The
minor
building
people that
was
raped all
stolen.
those girls?
Wait,
What about all
wait.
those
The
girls that
building.
got raped? Those were South
shit.
Africans, wasn't it?
Oh
Rape.
my God.
Rape. Talking about
73
rape.
people died, my
Great.
man. Do you
I'm
understand
sorry,
that?
but what about those
73.
SA crimes in SA?
Wait, hang on, guys.
73 of,
Wait,
of other immigrants. Come on, bro.
let's let the
Like
superior Somali
you're
speak.
really heartless, bro. No, what I'm
Wait, hang
saying
on,
is,
Musanda.
bro, there's a Nigerian drug lord who was owning an entire building. He did not maintain it. It literally burnt and killed 73. I think 4 of them were babies inside of people. Look it up. You think I'm joking? This happened like last week. Was a big thing.
I'm not. Nobody's
And
saying
most
it
of
didn't
them went
happen.
to
I
the South
believe you.
Africans. That's
I
the good
believe
thing.
you. Listen. I believe you, but I guarantee you, South Africans are doing the same thing in bigger scale.
My problem
Where's the
is
South African building
why
that's being
are
burnt out?
South
Come on,
Africans
bro.
stealing?
What about the Indians?
No. Seriously, Musanda, that's something I don't understand. Why you say the majority of them are South African? Why is South African dealing with dusty Nigerians? Like seriously, as you know, as there any rich Nigerians you have contact with? Why are you really dealing with a Nigerian drug lord?
Wait, say man, hang on, say man. I don't believe South Africans anymore. After this whole like now that I know their spirit, the spirit of greed, the spirit of non-giving. But anyways,
But
shout
you're
out
the
to
one
go
saying
after
one on podcast Nigerians. You're the
That's
one
the
hating on
question
podcast Nigerians, Maracaibo. But here's the thing, right?
Guys,
We
you know
don't
how
trust.
easy.
Let me say
You know
this.
how
We
easy
don't
it would
trust
be for
even
them
the
to
good.
get rid of Nigerians out of South Africa, but they don't want to. Like they like dealing with dusty Nigerians. That's why they keep letting them in.
No. Let me prove this point. There's that guy, Aliko Dangote. He was complaining that he went to South Africa and, he had a passport and that people were saying, no, go back. Why are you coming here? The truth is, I'll be honest with you, yes, we do have a problem with the Nigerians because your reputation, just go to Johannesburg, my brother. Almost 50% of all those drug dealers are Nigerians.
South Africans made Johannesburg a shithole, not immigrants.
I think it's really weird.
My problem is why are you always dealing only with dusties? Why is South Africa such a magnet for all the dusty ones?
It's
because
not.
Nigerians don't have a drug problem in Nigeria.
No,
You must
bro, why you
understand.
asking me?
Nigerians
go
in
to
Nigeria
Johannesburg and
don't
see
have a drug
yourself.
problem.
No,
Nigerians
guys,
in
I'm
Nigeria
lying, man. I'm lying, guys.
No, and you're
Get a
not
plane,
lying. I'm just
go to
Nobody's saying you're
Johannesburg
lying,
and
Masenda.
see yourself. I'm the guy lying here.
But it seems that all the Nigerian drug lords like going to your country and not mine.
Even if you read this article, like it's
you're right. Because in America, it's not as easy. They get the whip like they did on the Asians. They'll get a whip on them,
In America, there's a Mexican drug cartel. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? In America, it's a Mexican. That is what I mean. In Nigeria, there is no drug problem. But when Nigeria travels from Nigeria to South Africa, he becomes a drug dealer. What is wrong with your country? Why is it promoting drug dealers?
Okay. Let's even forget South Africa. Why is the Nigerian passport banned from all those Arabic countries? Why? Why is it banned? Like, kind of play the
Arabs, because those Arabs like to.
Don't make men and people don't even have a Nigerian passport.
Masenda, let him answer. Let him answer, Masenda.
They don't. Wait. I just want to say this. Both of these two don't even have a Nigerian passport, bro. They have a German and American passport because they want to have the ease of traveling. That's a fact.
First of all, Nigerians are still in those Arab countries. They are still on our passport. The point is, Arab rich people like to do weird stuff with women. And our women, you know how they are. They're loud, and they don't shut the fuck up. And what happened is that some Nigerian woman who was forced or paid, I don't know, to breastfeed a dog was on the internet telling also African, look what the Arab men are doing to me. Look. And then the Arab men said, no, we cannot let those Nigerians in. They're exposing us. They never shut the fuck up when we do businesses with them. They're always too loud.
We have to get Kenyan, man. Don't lie. She was Kenyan, man. Don't come here and cap. We know we made a story about that. The lady was Kenyan. Why is she Kenyan? She was Kenyan.
Or let immigrants die in mass in their working camps. They are not moral people. Those Arabs are not moral people. So when you get banned from those means, at some point you have to shame them. You did something to shame them.
Okay, what about prostitution in Italy? What about the prostitutes in Italy?
Oh God.
Well, what about Italians?
What? In Italy, the Nigerian women that are being pimped by their men, they're pimping Nigerian women there in Italy. Is it a lie?
Musonda, I got an answer for that. Nigerians in South Africa kill each other. They don't kill South African. I have a source for that if you want to see. Nigerians do crime against a Nigerian. They don't hate crime. Nigerians don't go after South Africans. Everywhere you see in the world, they can be in Italy. Nigerians are going after Nigerians.
Man, let's even get out of the topic, man. My main point is you can't sit down and say, yes, what you can say. You can't say South Africans don't have at least validity on the problems on Nigeria.
No, you guys don't. You can't say that. Because if
you cannot say that, bro. That's what I'm saying. My problem, you know what my problem is, Caesar?
Forget about
let's say I'm lying, bro. Let's say I'm the liar here. I'm saying you Kenyans, you Ghanaians, all of you, go to South Africa and go to Johannesburg and start. See abandoned buildings with Nigerians everywhere.
If you look at the data, this is a correctional service minister in South Africa. She said only 7% of people in South African prisons were foreign nationals.
He knows that.
So the vast majority of people committing these crimes are South African. It's the media, and it's your own little bias where you want it to be all Nigerians. I've looked at other statistics that say most of the crimes are committed by Zimbabweans, even when you break down through immigrant. So it's just your little propaganda. It's fine, but it's
exactly. Caesar, he just want to associate Nigerians with his country when it comes to crime, and it's actually so wrong. His country is fucked when it comes to crime, and his people are doing the most crime in his country.
That's what I'm saying. If only 5% are immigrants, so what percent? I mean, come on, bro. You just, I mean, if that's fine if you don't want immigrants, but the data doesn't.
Caesar, you know, Caesar, this is their media propaganda. Have you seen that media from South Africa?
The data doesn't back what you're saying at all. At all. You can't find any data. It's just, I heard my friend said this happened by a Nigerian. Oh, blah, 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 blah. I mean, whatever.
All Nigerians are the drug dealers of Johannesburg.
Oh, I heard about a Nigerian selling drugs to kids. Oh, my God. I mean, bro, where's the data, bro? Find data.
I'll send you the data on Telegram. I'll post the data on Telegram.
And I want the data to be like, 50% of crimes related to drugs are by Nigerians. Like, that's what I need to hear, bro.
You must understand. Most Nigerians do businesses. You must understand, nearly 90% of the business is owned by white people. So most Nigerians don't actually interact with the local people. If they really want to do money.
All the crimes in the month of November, 89% were by Nigerians. Oh my! There you go. That's what we want to hear.
Nigerian economy is owned by white people, man. What are you talking about, bro? That's why you can't even speak your own mind in your government, bro. Like, what? This is what I don't get, bro. This guys live in a predominantly country with black billionaires, yet run to a country with whites. They run to countries with whites and run away.
I never ran. I'm sorry. I don't fit.
What is to brag about that? Your black billionaires don't take you out of poverty. Your black billionaires brag at you. Your black, like, what is the brag about having people work here? Like, here's the thing I realized, though. Kaiser, do you understand that all these Nigerians that donate on your app, right? Instead of putting that money in their community, they rather give it to a nigga on the internet.
Musanda, don't be low IQ. At least don't care about poor people. What the fuck, Musanda? At least care about their interest.
I said the billionaires in Nigeria don't give a bro. Nigeria is a polluted shithole, bro. I don't know why you guys are trying to hide from this shit. It is. Have you seen those slums? Like kids going by river. You think that shit is normal? Why do you Africans normalize this shit level of poverty because they have black billionaires there? Oh, we have black. We have a nigga that water. White billionaires. Our living standards are above subpar from Nigerians, man.
So, Musanda, you just don't like.
My point is this. Here's my point. Here's my point. Segment. Let's be honest here. Why did your parents take you to Germany? Why did your parents take you to Germany?
To get education.
Caesar, why did your parents send you to America or all the other nations?
Resources.
I think you know where I'm going with this, right? Why is it that so many of you parents, because one, I can tell one thing about you is that you are part of the upper class. Nigeria does not have a middle class. Let's be honest here. It has the top and then there's the dead bottom. That's what it has.
How many African
You guys are the upper class. And when I say upper class, I don't mean you're millionaires. I'm saying
upper class, bro.
You're the small sub-top.
Musanda, you
because
don't
of
know
that.
Class. You don't know.
Man.
You are not upper class. You are not upper class.
No, I'm not upper class, bro.
You are not upper class.
I wish I was. I'm not upper class.
So you're telling me a poor Nigerian who grew up from the slum can actually get a chance to go to Germany and America? I'm talking about those kids we see in those river slums.
Yeah, bro. When you talk about upper class, I think people.
Yo, man, you niggas, bro.
Hold on. That's what I mean with outsiders. Caesar, that's what I mean. They have no idea what Nigerian society is.
Bro,
he thinks we are upper class. He thinks we are upper class.
Yo, governors, senators. I know one in my family is a governor, a senator, a diplomat. Come on, bro. Give me a break. You mean upper class? Like,
when I say upper class, I mean because there are so many poor people in Nigeria. You just do the so-called middle class now falls under the upper class because there's so many poor people. That's my point. So even let's just say your average salaries are like let's just say your average salary is 200k per month. You are upper class. That's my point.
Hold on, Musanda. Do you think
whatever?
No, for a South African, because he thinks Africans are stupid. Do you really think just because we have money to get a plane ticket makes us upper class in Nigeria?
Yes. Only rich Nigerians are the ones that can get out of Nigeria.
Upper class. Wait. If the definition, I did the definition. If the definition of the word upper class is upper, like let's say 33%. Okay, I'll give you that.
Ike is from the Benin Kingdom. His literally grandparents were little slave owners. They sold Nakmizi and all these Asian niggas, and they used that money to run to America. That's what you niggas know. I'm just saying, you niggas.
Hold on. Ike's upper class is not the same level as us. I'm sorry. Ike is a whole different level.
You are telling me a lower class and you live in Germany. You live in Germany and America, you're lower class? Come on, bro.
Musanda, I'm sorry that in your retarded worldview, you think having enough money to travel is upper class. I'm sorry.
He's probably okay. If upper class is upper 50%, okay, fine. If that's what you mean by is that the definition? Sure. Fair. Okay, fair.
Upper class is above middle class. And middle class, majority of people are middle class.
Let's deal with numbers so we don't debate like fools.
I agree. You guys have more money than the average Nigerian.
Yes, that's
true.
That's true.
Your parents have more money than more than 50% of Nigerians. That's all I'm saying, man.
Musanda, show us the stats. Show us the stats.
No, I don't have time for stats right now, bro. We know what it is.
You don't know shit about Nigeria.
I think every single person here is above the upper 50%.
You're just talking, man.
Yeah.
Man, you internet Africans piss me off, man. Now let's end this topic, man. We're not
I'm
African
internet
Africans,
too.
but
What
we
the
can
fuck
go
you
to
talking
Germany and
about,
America.
Musanda?
Come on,
That's the whitest
come
boy
on.
here.
That's why these niggas are tearing up the Nigerian passport, man. Like they're just full of cap and lies and man, you know what I
Once
mean?
again, I
But
don't know
hey,
what
bro.
happens
Okay, here's
when
another
Nigerians
thing.
go
With
to
all
South
these
Africa.
black billionaires, why are Nigerians always begging black Americans to invest in Nigeria? You have all this black billionaire, your black-owned
You
economy is
sure you're
always
not
begging
talking
white
about
men,
Ghanaian?
black Americans, citizens to donate to Nigeria. Why?
That's the bullshit. Musanda, are you not talking about the Ghanaians?
Yeah,
No,
it's doing that,
but
actually.
Nigerians too. Yes, but Nigerians too. Nigerians too do it too. What?
Hold on, Musanda. Show us the receipt.
Yes, Nigerians do it, but Nigerians too.
Show us the receipts. Don't be a
So you're
boy.
telling me Nigerians don't ask Americans to come visit Nigeria?
Look, man, here's the thing. I don't even understand. What's the problem with getting people to invest in your country? What's the big deal?
Upper class means you're a millionaire in Europe. I'm just telling you that. No one is the upper class here.
No, Ike is upper class because he's actually a millionaire. He's
Ike
actually
is a
Nigerian
millionaire.
upper class.
I'm not a
But he's
millionaire.
a whole different level.
So my point is this. My point is this. At the end of the day, man.
You see what
your
happens,
neighbors
Musanda,
are
when Andre
you
comes
guys
as a
are
fact?
always asking for
PEI right now.
leave their wood and invest in Nigeria, invest in Ghana. You always asking for that. But you have black billionaires. You're a black-owned economy that's still begging white people for money.
Like, show us the receipts. Show some receipts. Show us the receipts.
Yeah, Musanda. Where's your facts? Where's your facts?
We want to get up. I don't have time for this shit, bro. Like, you know what I mean. But at the end of the day,
where's the logic, Musanda? Show us the receipts. Use your South African brain. Stop being a boa. Stop doing coping shit and shit.
Hey, look, at the end of the day, bro. Oh, my point is this, man. At the end of the day, it's not that I have hate, but all I'm saying is I constantly see you niggas, especially from West Africa.
You're just taking on for 1 hour. What you talking about?
Always asking FBAs and black Americans, yo, come give us your money, come here, come whatever. You guys are scam artists.
Musanda, why does it matter if you want to come to our country? Why is it matter?
I gotta speak up for the black Americans. You guys are scam artists.
Yeah. Musanda, don't you feel like you talk about too much about Nigeria? Like, have a Nigerian fucked your wife?
No. He must understand. He is a South African who is too white. That is white boy shit. What he's starting, always hating, always talking shit without facts. He literally is like a boy. He's like a white boy. Literally,
we want black Americans to come to our country. Why is it paying you? Why is it paying you?
The problems that I have about the Nigerians is the Nigerians are always coming here. They bring these drugs on drugs, and all they do is feed the community and destroy the community.
Musanda, if you can find data that proves Nigerians are bringing the majority of your drugs to your country, bro, like we're gonna do something about it.
The problem is the Nigerians. The problem is the Nigerians.
Musanda, stop being a boy. Show us facts.
Why are you talking about the boer, my brother?
Because
it's about the Nigerians. The boers are farming. The Nigerians are selling the drugs.
Man, this brother's lost. This brother's lost right here.
I don't get it. Is there?
Wait, Musanda, are you actually trolling us, Musanda? Are you actually trolling?
It's a mixture, bro.
I'm not trolling. I'm telling you about the Nigerians. The Nigerians will destroy everything we have. We must eliminate the Nigerians by all means necessary.
There's not even that many Nigerians in South Africa, so the small amount that's there, a couple thousand, is running this guy crazy, bro. That's the crazy part.
Can you say that, bro? Can you just say eliminate the Nigerians by all means necessary?
You must understand. You are in Sweden, Andrew. You know how white boys are having to cope. So that is what Musanda does.
Yeah. Musanda is a white boy. Musanda is a white boy.
How about a white boy, man? Because I'm against Nigerian drug dealers. Come on. Okay. How many South Africans are going to Somalia, Kenya, and all your shit, all countries to go sell drugs? Come on.
Still stay coping. Show us the facts.
You have to show the evidence that Nigerians are even selling drugs in large amounts. That hasn't even been proven.
I showed the evidence on Telegram, bro.
Yeah, show the evidence. You can't just come here and say you know a guy who probably is Nigerian who sold kid to a baby.
Hey, man,
like
fine,
that's
man.
kind of shit y'all do,
bro. Look, man.
You even did that whole
Nigerians
baby thing earlier with the fire. Why do you guys don't keep bringing up babies?
everywhere
Is it
in the
like an
world,
emotional appeal or something?
So why are you guys making this up? There was even a video in Kenya for the guys being angry with Nigerians, bro.
Is that part of the emotional appeal you guys do? Oh, they're selling it to babies. Even the fire. The fire burned down, and there were babies in there. There were at least 12 babies. Like, why do they keep doing that? What's up with the babies?
Yeah, but the building was owned by a Nigerian.
You must understand, if you don't have
the building was controlled by a Nigerian. That's true.
Wait, guys, he believes the building burned down because of Nigerians. Hear this.
And then you never see added there's babies in the building.
Yes. It's a Nigerian because it was owned by one. Look it up.
And Mosander, the crazy thing is the article I found said it was owned by the government. So you need to find proof it was owned by Nigeria.
No, it wasn't owned by the government. That is a lie. That's another lie that's been spread out there. So what happened with the building? Yes, no. It was supposed to be government. If it was owned by the government, why were the people there paying rent, bro? It wasn't a state-owned refugee shelter.
Your government is corrupt. Musanda, your government is corrupt.
What happened?
That's why.
Why is the news saying it was owned by the government? Musanda, why is the news saying it was owned by the government?
It wasn't owned by the government. Those people were paying taxes. They were paying taxes to Nigerian drug lords.
So even... It was even owned by a Nigerian.
Go look at an interview by the residents of that building.
Yes, you must understand
the news.
Those people died. Don't lie. There are facts there. Don't lie. Okay, those people died. You can't lie about their story.
That's what I'm saying. The news is saying it was owned by the government. So now you want to say it was owned by a Nigerian?
It wasn't owned by the government. It wasn't. It is registered. It's registered. Let me tell you what I mean by that. It's registered as a shelter, right, for NGO. But the people that were residents there, just look at an interview by the people living there. They were paying rent. I'll even share you a video on Telegram about this shit. That building, right, was registered as a shelter for refugees. But a Nigerian drug lord take advantage of that.
Musanda, once again, why is the government allowing that? Why is your government allowing that? Why is it allowing that?
How can a Nigerian drug dealer own an apartment? I don't even know what you mean about that.
A government owns the apartment.
And they said it was owned by the city of Johannesburg. So there's not even proof that it was owned by Nigerian. It's just an emotional kind of, there were babies inside the building and the fire burned.
He's coping. Once again, his government is corrupt. It's possible that a criminal Nigerians, that's why I say, did business with his corrupt government and owns that house to make money off of it, of the people. But the problem is, and that's where the white man cope come in. Instead of going to the problem, what is this shit corrupt government? He goes, that owner, that criminal who does business with our government, he is a problem. Not the government who sold him the building.
There you go. Okay, even if it was owned by a Nigerian, and the news is wrong, like everyone's saying it was owned by a Nigerian. Okay, if there's a fire that burned down, why is it a Nigerian's fault? If my house is
very easy because he's a drug dealer and a Nigerian. He owns a bit. He never said Nigerian. To Nigerian makes no sense. Why should a Nigerian burn his own money making?
Exactly. Why would a Nigerian burn their own bill? So it doesn't even make any sense. Like, where's the connect? You just throw the word Nigerian in there. Fire.
You're trying to burn down your business. That makes no sense.
So he just throws the word Nigerian, fire, babies, and all of a sudden we're supposed to hate Nigerians. Like, I don't get it.
He's coping. Once again, you try to do logic. He's white man coping. White man coping is I don't like something, but my life is too shit, so I try to cope. Because once again, I told it multiple times, Musanda. Why is it once again Nigeria doesn't have a drug problem? Why is it when Nigeria leave Nigeria? Once again, in his mind, Nigeria is a shithole. Go to South Africa to become drug dealers. Why? What is the difference between the Nigerian state and the South African state? When people move from one landmass to another landmass, they become drug dealers. What happens in South Africa that there's just a migrant? And like you said, Caesar, crimes committed by immigrants is only 7%. So think about it.
Have you heard about this song? When Musanda is broke, he blames it on the Nigerians. When Musanda is broke, he blames on the Nigerians. This guy he just copes, man. Everything is Nigerians' fault.
I don't get it. Like,
understand when Nigerians already eat so good, when they are less than 7%, what are the South Africans eating for? What You must understand what South Africans, the criminal systems of Africa must be huge. If he complains about less than 7%.
I don't know, and the thing is, the Nigerians aren't even the 7% because there's gonna be other groups too. So let's say Nigerians are 1%. You know, I mean, come on, bro, what's the big deal? I mean, no evidence.
Yeah, there are only 30,000 Nigerians in South Africa. 30,000.
No, what Musanda told me, my country has a big corruption and criminal problem, and Nigerians, in his mind, Nigerians are exploiting it. Musanda, that is a state problem. Once again, if your state has problem with drugs and corruption, go to your South African chief, tell him the problem, and if he's not one of the corrupt chiefs, he may be fixing it. Because Nigerians are not fixing your broken society. Why should we fix your broken society?
So I think the problem is, I think Nigerians not. I think it's due to the whole woman thing. There's a massive. They feel inferior, so now they're trying to come up with a reason, but they can't come up with one. And you know, there you go. Because honestly,
the women thing is something.
It has to be the women. I can't think of anything.
I know it's the women thing that bothers my mind, because I understand when the men are hating. It's a natural thing. But what I don't understand is the man's logic, and that is something that
Yes. Imagine South African women is not looking at Musanda, but they're all looking at the Nigerian man. I feel like I would hate Nigerian men, bro. I would hate all Nigerians.
That's not it. But my problem is always
maybe that's the thing.
If the women have such a great problem with Nigerian men, they wouldn't come to us, because once again, the men are coping with it, because it's like stealing to women. Once again, Nigerians and women, like, we are raised not like you can hear it out of the haters. You see women as property, because you cannot steal a person that makes choice.
I mean, the thing is, like, if you Nigerians aren't even polygamous when they go to South Africa. That's a funny thing. It's not like we're owning five. We have 5 wives or 6. It's just one woman, bro. Why are you so pressed? It's one lady. Like, she probably wouldn't have liked you if it wasn't for, like, oh god, inferiority complex. I don't feel that way about any group of men. You want to date my women? Fine, I'll date a hotter woman. I mean, what's the big deal?
Yeah, but hang on. You guys are missing one thing. Like I said, right? The South Africa is the biggest copium. That's podcast and chill they keep talking about. I've seen those shows. 2,000 people live stream. $10 is what they donate. Yeah, South Africans are just dusty. That's it. I'm not. Look, let me share my screen, because you guys might not even believe me, right? But
man, Kaiser's triggered. Kaiser's triggered.
I'm not triggered, man. I'm just saying the truth. These people are losers, and that's why obviously when Nigerians come to their country, they're scared about it, because they simply just can't compete. It's as simple as that. They can't compete. They're dusties. When you're dusty, you can't compete with someone that comes in that just has things better than you.
Now, the problem is we are not even the ones in South Africa that are dominating. That's the white people.
That's
white
the
people.
Thing.
The white people are dominating them like oh god damn. But the problem is white people are not really loud about it. That's the problem. Nigerian, and that is what I mean. We are very loud about it. We are loud. That's why I say, if you do what I said, a white person can take from the South African $100. He sits in his mansion and says nothing. Nigerian takes $20 from the South African. And he is a Nigerian, you know how Nigerians are, they make a cookout, they invite everyone, they make a big side. I took $20 from this South African dusties.
Yep. No, that's the problem. A Nigerian man will go to the club and pop, because it's our culture. We'll go to the club, buy the most expensive bottles, enjoy life. And the South African men are looking at us like, fuck these Nigerians. The white man's going to go to his own club. He's not even going to go to the South African club and mingle with them. You see what I'm saying? So maybe we need our own clubs. If the club is what's starting all these issues in South Africa, they need to make their own clubs. Hello?
Yeah, now your mic is okay. You can talk.
Okay, sweet. I was going to say, South Africa has a lot of xenophobia. You know, they hate other Africans. For me, personally, I know a few Somalis that had got their shops burnt down because they were making, you know, more money than the locals. And I've seen, you know, I've heard from other people as well. They've had relatives that were killed because they were, you know, doing business in South Africa. So, you know, I believe it's a inferiority complex they have, that when they see another black man come in and do better than them, they must kill him, or they must, you know, come to their shop, say to them, I demand this much from me every week, or we're going to burn their shop down.
Wow.
So, mate, it's the Somalis over there have been, you know, we've left there now. Majority of them have left now because, you know, we've been pushed out, basically, you know. We thought it's a fellow African country. You know what? We're gonna open shops up in Zululand. We're gonna open up shops in the deprived areas so we can provide for the people. But they ended up kicking us out, forcing us out because we started doing business more than them. So in my opinion, it's a sad reality, but something definitely has to be done about that because that xenophobia over there is actually physical. Like I can't really open up a shop there. I'm gonna get told to pay tax to the actually locals, or I'm gonna get my shop burnt down, or they're going to kill me. You know what I mean? So it's a sad
I just
situation, man.
wanted to say, also rich South African, because one thing I noticed, it's a non-dusty South Africans who actually have logic in their brain. He owns the businesses, and also there's a few businesses they own, and these are sane people like you can do with them. But a huge majority, I'm very sorry, but when the majority are like Musanda, it's no wonder that to this day, white people can live in your land and still own 90%. Where's all that heat for the white people? Think about it, expansion. It's never as brutal.
Judith Dube is mourning the death of her husband.
It would
Evans
already be gone.
Chauke was one of the 2 men killed when a Somali shop owner opened fire. His family says he was caught in the crossfire. He was a breadwinner here.
There were a number of people who were telling me that, no, we saw another guy was shot. This guy was just passing by. Then this Indian guy just shot him. I don't know, maybe it's any Ethiopian or an Indian, I don't even know. But they say this guy just shot him straight on the head.
The Ethiopians are rising up against these dusty South Africans, man. Wow. Because they went there and they did it first to them.
But where's that heat for the white people?
I support that. If they want to come to my shop, I must shoot them back.
I support it. Where's that heat for the white people who actually own most of the things here? I don't get it. It's like fighting for scrap.
Snake man, that's an amazing point. Wow, that's a great point. Where is that? Where's the smoke for them?
A good education in terms of health, security. I thought if South Africa is more savior than Somalia. But I see Somalia and South Africa is same.
Oh, come on. He's doing the most right now.
There is a regime called Al-Shabaab where, they will force you to do something, to follow their rules. If you don't do it, they will easily kill you. They like always to recruit the young boys. That's why first I left Somalia. The situation hasn't improved. The Al-Shabaabs now, they need more people. They don't participate anything or activity or what. We don't have friends.
You see people, why they are against for foreigners? It's just because I'm doing my main business. If the foreigners, they go there, they charge the people for less price. So
I told you, it's about competition. The dusty South Africans just don't want to compete with the superior foreigners from Somalia or Nigeria. That's it. You had it from the South Africans' mouth. Hang on, let me take it back.
No.
As they go there, they charge the people for less price. So I can't find a job because I'm a citizen. When the foreigner they get money here in South Africa, they go into their country, they change that money. It's gonna be double.
Even before it was better because we don't have this running waters, because we are not too much. We are not too much. You did a few shacks like. Now it's full of people. Sometimes they're making the strikes, crying for all those things, the houses, the water, electricity. When they make the strike, they kill some peoples, It's that problem.
They'll fight other black populations, but they will never fight against people who really rule their countries.
Things to be an ugly way. They attacked us. They burned 2 shops around. and they looted the other about 11 shops, including mine. Then the police, they tried to intervene, but the demonstration was larger than the police. They stopped me here. They shoot one of my workmates. You can't predict, when the xenophobia will happen or anytime xenophobia it can happen. So life is very complicated and hectic.
Yep. That's why
No, but
they're worried about foreigners being better than them.
No, there's not Kaiser. Because of the chat, I googled the highest crime rate in the world. South Africa is in the third place. Before that is first place Venezuela, what is predictable. Second place is Papua New Guinea, and third place is South Africa. Fourth place is Afghanistan. How the fuck do you have more crimes in Afghanistan?
Yeah, and the thing is, right, if you look at the numbers, there's no way a few thousand Nigerians are the ones causing these crime rates. The crime rates have been there as high as that since 20 years ago, before a single Nigerian stepped foot on the ground. What they like to do is to put the problems onto foreigners. The reality is this: South Africans are dusty. The men don't want to work. They can't compete with the Somalis or Nigerians. That's why they're just out here talking nonsense. These are just dusties. We've seen it on this YouTube stream already. I can tell a dusty from a mile off.
No, but you must understand, like I said, I'm not comparing to Losi. Losi is one of the educated ones. But Musanda, one thing I don't understand, even with all the dust between Somalis and West Africans, Nigerians, and who is the one who always hates? Like no positive, always negative. Only hates.
They're all like that, man. That was a mistake, man. There's no difference, man. Have you seen a South African come here? They're not hating on other African countries. Lozi's always saying how the reason why those stats about crime is there is because other black countries don't even have a way of like telling if facts are real. They're like that. They're all like that, bro.
But Kaiser, the real question is, why don't they have the same smoke, like Snake Man is saying, for the white man that owns 90% of the country?
Yep, of course, because like I said, all they do, they can fight other black populations, but they can't fight against the real problem.
Hold on, I must Google. How big is the white population of South Africa?
10% or so.
Wait, benefit I will give South Africa though is I've noticed that all of their tribal people, many of them speak multiple. You don't see that in Nigeria. Nigeria will speak Igbo and English. In South Africa, they'll easily speak 4 languages. Like they all speak each other's languages. Which, I mean, I'll give them that credit. It's very interesting.
Yeah, but they don't have money. What's the point of speaking languages when you don't have money?
True, but I kind of do like that though. That's one thing I do like about them.
So South Africans have smoked for 7% immigrant population, but not 10% of the white population.
No, of course not. Well, on the bright side, another thing is the white South Africans want to leave, so obviously they're giving them some kind of smoke, but in a not aggressive. I mean, they have a song called "Kill the Boys."
But did you know what happens when white people leave? So
I have a Snake Man. I know a British one of my English friends. His family, they're South Africans. Like they're South African white people, and the way they live. It's a bit crazy over there because the blacks. They at the same time they want them out, but they don't want them out. They don't want them out as well because the money's gonna go. So it's like it's in a big. Even till today they keep going back. Like even their new family who's born here, they keep going back there because they still have like power over there. It's not like they lost their power or nothing. It's more that it's more hidden their power now, and they're just like they know the black people. They complain over there, but at the end of the day, they'll never want them out anyway. So that's the main thing they say to me.
No, but sure. The difference is we are not coping. We are not trying to lie about it.
It's very
we had now nearly 2 streams about this topic, and every time it's another reason. It's never that we just don't like you. Just actually no reason.
And there's no data. The data is the opposite of what they're saying. I mean, it's not like I don't get it. Like there's no proof of what it's just. You see how Musana just came here and said, "Oh, a Nigerian drug lord owned a building and there was a fire and it killed babies." Even that story doesn't even make sense because I don't know how the fire is the cause of a Nigerian. But then we found evidence. No
You
Nigerian.
sold the building to the Nigerian, and that Nigerian
The thing is,
went to a government official, and
according
that
to the
government
news,
official gave.
there you go. But according to the news, the government doesn't even a government owns it. It's not even Nigerian that owns it. So there's nothing about Nigerian in any of the news articles. So where is this social media thing coming along where a Nigerian's at fault for everything? It's just rumors, and he buys it. And he says a story about a baby so he can get your sympathy. Everyone just buys it. Nigerians are killing babies. The other day,
my problem is that is a very un-African version. Like this, how he talks, the tactic how he talks is white. Literally, it's white. It's always. It's literally right. When Africans are angry about another African, they say the reason why they're angry. They don't lie about it. That's actually what angers me. Why are you so white with your lying?
Yeah. See, one thing about America is when we accept immigrants, we brag about how, immigrants are the most successful. Immigrants are the most successful. They're most successful, right? Then you culturally colonize them so that they believe that they're one in the country. If I'm South Africa, all these immigrants that come to my country, I colonize them so they become South African. So they don't go back to their dusty country and they start speaking Zulu or whatever. It's a win. I don't see what the big deal is. I mean, to me, it's an easy alley-oop. Like, I don't see the problem.
I think the big deal is, I apologize, gentlemen, for just jumping in. This is Shaw, by the way. And the big deal is because the majority of the Black population in South Africa is they're living in poverty. The majority of the Black population in South Africa have been oppressed, economically depressed for a very long time. So you can see their grievance. Of course, they will have to blame someone. We see this even happening here in the United States, whereby we have certain people in the United States and all over the West. Brexit was another one, where white grievance blame foreigners for whatever their woes are. But in South Africa, yes, I agree with you guys. South African Blacks have very difficult whatever dealing with other Black Africans. I can take that. But if you look at that, compared what South Africans are doing to North Africans, what North Africans are doing to Black is day and night.
That's a
very good point. Sure. The difference is North Africans don't lie about it. They just don't like us. They tell it us to our face. South African always try to find an excuse. So that is the difference. That's why I say it's not that they don't like us. That I don't care about. It's the way how they try to lie about it. And it's white. That's what pisses me off. Why are you trying to lie about something that is obvious a lie?
Well, I can agree with that, brother. I understand that completely. But again, we should always put the history behind this. And it is sad to see the example that you guys showed, that brother from all the way from Somalia, all the way down to South Africa. It is sad that it has to go that far, for better life. That is a sad part. And another sad part about this is, I just want to add this to, I don't know if you guys a couple days ago know about this, was out in the news about Ethiopians being killed in the Saudi Arabian borders. Ethiopians that are trying to move, cross over to Saudi Arabia. I mean, and this has been going on for years, but it's been, no one knows about it, hidden. Our people, and it's very, very sad. The underlying part to somewhat you guys are saying, we Black people don't care for ourselves. How do we expect other people to care for we? It's very unfortunate and very, very sad. It's very, very sad. We're seeing this even to our governing. We see, like, for example, in Sierra Leone, in our country, we see political parties, two major political parties that are based mostly on traditional and ethnic lines. So no governing gets done. When one party come in, they bring all their brothers and sisters into governing. people that are not even qualified, bloated the government that we cannot even afford to have to sustain our own government, but just bloated because they bring their whole region in, based on that hate. And it's very unfortunate. And until Africa start looking at other Africans as a brother and sisters, my brother, we have a problem. Yeah, that's all my contribution so far. I will shut up. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, this is true. This is generally true. Uncle Dwale, are you there, brother? Or are you still working for the white man?
No, I'm listening. I'm enjoying to listen to this program. Yeah.
Yeah, for
Yeah,
me, my
the last
go ahead.
brother has put some good points. This is it's not only South Africa problem. It's all over the continent, man. We're fucking dusty all everywhere, from north to east, south. Yeah, but I found Musanda. Maybe he is on drugs. He's not real. The guy is like out of touch. Yeah.
Yeah, but let me
Guy
ask you,
is.
because now the brother show said, this is what happens in most countries. But brother show, in Kenya, zero people blame foreigners for anything. We zero. You won't even find one person blaming a foreigner. Now there might be some people who don't like foreigners, but they'll never blame them. South Africa seems to be like a unique black African country where every problem they have, they want to push it on the foreigner. And I think that's what makes them,
No, that's what I like about Kenya. Kenya had problem with the Al-Shabaab groups and the terrorists, but the Kenyan people they don't blame the Somalis, so who live there they don't punish them because of that. Maybe the police do, but this corrupt police. But the majority of Kenyans are okay. They are not like South Africans. They don't blame anybody.
I mean, I'm not trying to paint this whatever big brush on all over Africa. You have some countries that plays this well, and your example that you said about Kenya, which is great. I mean, you see the humanitarian, you see all the refugees that Kenya have taken for the last decade or so. I mean, Kenya have been a forefront, yes. They've had their issues, but Kenya strive. They are striving to that perfect democracy. They're striving. It's not there yet, but they're striving. But with South Africa, you can understand where the whole hate will come from. They have to blame someone. Their whole life, their whole entity, it's been foreigners that have been over them, on top of them. Right? You go back to their history, even the Indians were better than them. The Indians that were brought in up to today. Indians have more lands, have more wealth than black South Africans.
Yeah.
So you can understand where that hate. I mean, I'm not condoning it. I completely disagree with it, but I can see where that comes from. But I don't condone violence at all. And it's very unfortunate, but this goes all the way up in South African leadership, in ANC leadership. This is a structural societal problem in South Africa. I agree with you on that 100%. And the rest of Africa need to talk to South Africa about stuff like this.
The Somali problem in South Africa is not something new. It was like the last 20 years. You know what those young Somalis do when they go there in South Africa? They go buy little money they have. They go and buy like food, let us say 50 kilo sugar, and they divided this into small pieces, and they sell this with cheap money in the low income areas. I was told that the Indians are also behind this xenophobia. They are making the locals, giving them money just to disturb this kind of business because it is not in their favor. While the majority of the low-income people in South Africa cannot afford to buy the whole thing. They need fewer or the 1 kilo or the 500 grams of let us say sugar. And the Indians don't like this. The way we do business in South Africa is like we are selling something to the lower people who cannot, who don't have even $1 to survive for a day. That is the Somali and Ethiopians business in Africa. It's not a big business. It's a small business. The customers are the poorest people. And people in the middle, they don't like it. So it is something was going on the last 20 years. Now we left South Africa. There are not so many Somalis over there. They left.
Duale, I like what you're saying because I was just thinking like the what group benefits the most with less black immigrants? Because notice they never talk about Indian immigrants, Asian immigrants, white immigrants. It's only black African immigrants, right? And I think the white South Africans have always had this fear that look, if South Africa accepts more black immigrants, which is only natural due to the proximity, because it's in Africa, I don't have to explain anymore. It's game over for them, right? It's a democracy, one man, one vote. The more black people, the worse. So I think they're probably investing all of their money into this media campaign of black immigrants are your issue because they don't want black immigrants to come in because once they do, it's over for them.
Yes, it is true. That was from 2005 until now. It is there. And they started with the people who cannot defend themselves, who cannot have government who defend them, like Somalia, for instance. They were killing them in the daylight, shooting them, and the police were just watching, like doing nothing, because these people don't have an embassy there, they don't have any strong organizations there. Now they get rid of the Somalis and Ethiopians. They are now facing. Now is the Nigeria time, How can 30,000 people? You just said the Nigerians are not even 50,000 in South Africa. How can they be like 95th? How can? And most of them are doctors and businessmen. Maybe few are bad apples. But if you go to South Africa, there are so many Nigerian doctors in Nigeria, man.
No, my family is in South Africa. They're professors. I have 3 of them. They're all professors. Exactly. So it's crazy. Yeah,
it's crazy. So this is a propaganda which is pushed by some people who are behind the curtain, and they are using these low IQ, dusty black people in YouTube to make this propaganda, and it's not true. Everybody knows that, and majority of South Africans are against it, actually.
And my brothers, and this goes to even a larger point. This is the mental psychology, the colonial and slave psychology that they've been able to do with every foreigner that comes to Africa or anywhere there's black people. What I mean by this is they have been able to convince other groups that come to Africa or they brought to Africa to look down upon us, to hate us, to look for them to believe that they are better than us. And we see that same thing applied to the United States. We see African Americans that have been here for over 400 years. You have all kind of different groups that have come to America, from Italian Americans to Polish Americans to whatever hell Americans that have come to America have always looked down on the African Americans as if they don't belong. So we see this pattern. You go to like my country. If I go to my country at the airport, a white man that is in front of me, that white man gets special treatment more than me.
Yes, true.
right? We all see that. We all. This is that complex. Hence, we have every people, every race. I mean, we talk about the white oppression on black people and Africans, but we don't talk about more about the Arab oppression on black people. I'm a Muslim. I don't want all the people that are out there thinking this is anti-Muslim. No, 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 no. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the Arab oppression on black people, the way they treat our people up to today, the way they will kill us for no reason.
Yes.
Our life means absolutely nothing to them. And there's no consequences to whatever they do to us and our people. And
look at Libya, look at Tunisia, look at Egypt, look at Saudi Arabia.
You go everywhere.
I used to live in Saudi Arabia, and I speak Arabic very good, and I am Muslim, but I never belong into that country, because they will tell you that you are a foreigner. We don't care your language and your religion. They will treat you like, oh my God, I can't even go in there, because they will pray with you in the mosque 5 times a day, but they will never accept you as a human being. You know, it's craziness. Look, even Sudan now have a conflict, right?
Wait, so did they just shoot them?
Yeah.
Yes, Saudi Arabia.
Yes.
What? Wow, that has to be against international law. Come on.
It's not just a pistol. It's a machine gun.
And this has been going on for years, brother.
Jesus.
This is not a one-day thing. This has been going on for years.
Wow, that has to be against international law. You can't shoot people because they're coming to your country. Wow.
They shoot them, they arrest them, they lock them up for years. You have human rights organizations that have documented this, that have reported this, but you never ever hear African Union ever discuss this with Saudi Arabia.
Wow.
Or this will never come to the mainstream media too. Only YouTube can provide this.
You know, so you have this going on. We see the same thing that happened in Tunisia. What they did to our African brothers, migrants there. You see some people that they dump in the desert for days, my brother, without even a bottle of water.
That's crazy.
At this moment, the border between Sudan and Egypt, Sudan people are fleeing from the war. Egypt closed the border at all. Look. And these are two Arab Muslim nations who are doing this. And they are part of Africa.
I mean, at the very minimum.
Nobody's speaking about it.
What happened to, okay, we're all Muslim. We're all follow the same God. I have to treat you like a human being. What happened to that?
Well, my brother, that was never part of the game. Hence, you have to separate the two, because if you look at slavery, the people that mastered slavery, the people that started and taking our people out of our land in thousands upon millions are the Arabs.
No, wow.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, that is well documented. If you go to the history, the horrible aspect of what they did to our people, the white man is a play. And the sad part is they still continue to do it today.
With impunity. With impunity, they do it.
With impunity, exactly.
Yes.
They at least need to put it in the media so Ethiopians stop going there or other Africans stop traveling there.
Well, I mean, you look at the sad.
They don't have a problem with refugees. These people are going there to work in the fields.
Right.
They need people who work for them. But if they were white, they wouldn't be doing this.
Oh, of course, it was white. Yeah.
It is something to do with the hatred. How can you just shoot people, innocent people?
Well, the thing about white people is this, because I even remember reading this in my history books for my own tribe. When the white man comes, they used to sometimes just kill them, the missionaries, right? But then if you do that, the government that sent them is gonna give you retribution. They're not okay with you just killing their people. So I think that's why in Africa we have this fear of, oh, don't kill white people, because way back when our ancestors used to do it, there was always a consequence. So if the African Union can say, look, if you kill Africans, we're gonna do something to you, then they would stop doing it. But no one's saying anything. So yeah, that's the issue.
Brother, because we have corrupt leaders, you know, they cannot open their mouth because the United Arab Emirates will punish them and give them no dollars at all. Only look, our leaders have been already compromised by the Arab rich nations.
Yeah.
These guys got money annually or monthly just to.
Because I'm thinking the first Christian missionary who came to our village, they killed him. They killed him. But then they found out, oh, you killed our missionary? Okay. And they retribution. There you go.
I am still waiting because when this news come out about these Ethiopian immigrants at the border about a week ago, I'm still waiting for the Ethiopian embassy in Ethiopia to call the Saudi ambassador and go on.
Bingo.
Well, I haven't seen that.
Forget about AU. What happened to Ethiopian government?
Why not Ethiopia? Yeah, why not Ethiopia? Why not Ethiopia demanding? Why not Ethiopia, number one, demanding investigation? Number two, demanding compensation. Number three, put whatever in place. But they don't care about these people that are coming in because within Ethiopia itself is having its own war.
Yeah, they're having their own issues. So yeah.
When this situation occurred, the president of Ethiopia was in South Africa with the Saudi delegation, with BRIC. Look at this. These people are dying over there, and he's doing their here. Now they can't speak, man. Remember, the Ethiopians are killing Ethiopians in Ethiopia itself right now.
Indeed, a genocide. A genocide has been going on in Ethiopia in the last 8 months, in the last year, that the world is not talking about, and Africa is not talking about, and the Ethiopian government is not talking about.
Okay, so let me guess. It's basically the people who are crossing the border are from a tribe that is the enemy tribe, I guess.
They are mixed. They are not only Ethiopians. The Somalis are in there. I watch it. There are some Somalis.
Eritreans, all over East Africa.
People are fleeing. It's not just one tribe. It could be.
Wow.
Many of them are Oromo, and the president is also Oromo. It's his tribe. Many of them are Oromo.
Multiple nations can say something. Eritrea, Somalia.
The whole African Union, should step up right now and be every capital in Africa should be going off on the Arab world each time shit like this. Excuse my Chinese, I apologize, everyone. But each time stuff like this come up, we need to make noise about it. But you don't even see one protest anywhere in Africa.
Because the people have wow.
I see, because the responsibility is the head is on the leaders of Africa. Yeah. When they talk about it and they ask, why are you killing our people? The question is, why don't you take care of them? Why
exactly.
Are they fleeing? Why are they angry? That's why they cannot talk. And besides that, they're corrupt. This is our cares, man.
What is the Ethiopian government going to go say to Saudi Arabia? The Saudi Arabia is going to look at him and laugh, say, you got 600,000 people that you have killed in the last year. What are you talking about?
Or say, what the hell are they doing here? Yeah. Why don't you come here and take them? Yeah?
You see? So this, my brothers, our challenges are huge, and we need to decolonize our mental, this slave mentality about anything that is brighter than us makes it better.
We should stop undermining each other, support each other. We should stop support each other. Even if you can support them financially, you can support the writing or even pray, and respect.
Yeah, and respect ourselves. And part of this respecting ourselves, I will give you guys examples. Sierra Leone, a small country, about 7.5 million, that depends on foreign donors for his budget. Sierra Leone, the reason we so much depends on foreigners is because our government is so bloated. The pool of corruption is so big, right? You have so many ministries that is not needed. You have people that work for government that we call ghost workers that don't even exist.
Wow.
You know what I'm saying? So you have this corruption and nothing is happening for 50, 60 years. Up to today, we're still in darkness. Half of the country is still in darkness. Up to today, I mean, I grew up in the 80s in Sierra Leone. I have to wake up every morning and to go get water. Drinking water before I go to school. After I come from school, I have to go again and go get water. I mean, we're talking about this sometimes about 2 miles. The drinking water and the water that we use for wash and cleaning is different because we don't have water. And that nonsense still exists today.
And Sierra Leone is not even a dry land. It's always raining.
No, it's raining. We cannot even feed it ourselves, my brother. We import rice.
So I have a question for you about Sierra Leone. Do Sierra Leone, they have states, obviously. Do their states, why is it the federal government? Why don't you blame the state government? Are the state governments, how does the state government have power in, why not blame your state? That's my question for you.
Non-existent. Our government, the way our constitution is set up, we have so-called democratic whatever, where we have judicial, the legislative, and of course the executive. But all the power is concentrated towards the executive. So the local. So we have 17 districts, but it means nothing. Those people have no power. Wow. They have no power. Even in our major city, the mayor in that major city have no power.
Wow.
Have no power to bring in money in.
All the stuff.
You know, so there's no power. So all the power is concentrated to the presidency. So hence for 60 years we have not seen anything, my brother. Absolutely, a country that is very, very wealthy. We have over 23 different minerals.
Wow. Diamonds. Ooh.
I mean, diamond is just part of it. We got tons of gold, copper.
Yes.
I mean, tons of tons of different things.
How's the my brother? How is the tribal structure in
our tribal
two tribes who are competing each other all the time?
Yes, we have 2 big tribes that compete against each other, but they only compete against each other when it's political season. Okay. So our tribal is more of a political.
Wow.
You see what I'm saying?
It's funny. You literally just described Nigeria, everything. The central government stuff, the tribal stuff. That's exactly like Nigeria verbatim. So that's fun.
Yeah, the tribal thing is used during political season. After political season, it does not exist.
So one thing we were talking about earlier is we need to have more state control in Nigeria so that the power is closer to the people. Because the reason why the road isn't built is because the person who is in charge doesn't even see the road. They don't even drive on the road. They're in France.
There you go.
He's not even in office. You can't even find him in the office.
Exactly. So I feel like more state control, and that's the solution for Nigeria. And it's funny, that also seems to be the solution for Sierra Leone. Let the states have more power so the people who are in the area can control their own area, and they know what problems they have. I think
my brother, not to cut you off, and you're absolutely right. This is for all of Africa. It needs to be more localized. The executive, the presidency got too much power. Again, my example is Sierra Leone because that's the only one I know I grew up. Even the police is under the presidency. The vice president is in control of the whole police all over the country.
Wow.
What kind of nonsense is that?
Wow.
And the whole security personnel is under the the executive. So the whole security personnel don't account to anyone but the executive.
Same thing in Nigeria. We don't have state police. They're fighting for it. They don't have it. That's crazy. It's the same issue.
Crazy. You know, it's crazy. So until we localize, because when you localize it, people are on the ground. People can be held accountable. You know, you will know. Okay, it's the mayor here that is in charge of this road. For
Yeah.
this road is not clean. We know where to go find the mayor.
Yeah, he's right there. We know where he is. Yeah.
We know where he is, right? I don't have to travel another 500 miles to go talk to someone that is probably not even in the office. How many times you go to the ministry in Sierra Leone and meet, have a complaint and actually talk to someone? They will tell you the manager is not there. I've gone for paperwork sometimes to get a stamp. They will tell me that manager is not there today. Come tomorrow. It's like, dude, you take the stamp with him. you know,
one guy in control, and he's not even there. Wow.
Yeah.
That problem is all of Africa from west to east. I was in Djibouti and I wanted some papers for my niece who was coming here. Man, I have to go back 1 week, just go to the office. They don't even respect their working hours from 7 o'clock to 12 o'clock. They're not even there in the office.
Yeah, it's crazy to even add. Yeah, to even add to that, we have a so-called chief minister, a minister that is in charge of all the ministers. Guess what he has been doing the last couple of days? He's been going to different ministries at 7 o'clock in the morning, 8 o'clock in the morning to see how many people are actually at work. Sometimes he will go to some offices, like for example, our Ministry of Agriculture and Fishery. He went there, 150 people did not show up for work in one day.
Wow.
150 people. So who knows how many of these people actually work there?
Wow. So you know what I like about this? We see that we have the same issues, actually. You know, so it helps us get rid of tribalism too sometimes. It's not a personal thing. It's the same issue all across Africa. We have this centralization issue where the people who are supposed to be governing things are not able to govern things. I mean, even Nigeria, now one of the governors is begging the federal government because he wants to fix a road, but he's not able to fix that road because technically the road is a federal road. So, you know, he's begging the please give me permission to fix the road. I'll pay for it. Give me permission to fix it. And it's like, it's just strange. It's very strange.
Caesar, one thing that I realize is when a business is a private, it's just say someone in Africa has a shop. He will be there in that shop like 24 hours and he will work there. Yeah. But when it comes to a public owned thing like a government office,
you go.
They think they don't even it's not their work. Look, we are not lazy. The private sector is doing great if you have your own private thing, but what is happening, the general and the public public work, the people who are receiving salary from the government, they think they don't have to work, and that is a problem. Yeah. That's why you will wait for an stamp for like 2 weeks, 3 weeks.
Yep.
Just one stamp, yeah. But the same man, if he has a hotel or he has a bar, he will be there 24 hours working. Like, yeah. So it's not that we don't want to work, or it's not that we are lazy, but it's something that we have not understand yet, that these public places, these government offices, these labels of government officials are also very, very important to do for the society. And it is what it is, man. Why does man work when your uncle is a minister and he just appointed 3-4 dusties cousins or his tribe and give them positions? they don't even know what to do. So
Yeah, well, I mean, it's just it's the insanity. To add to the craziness, I mean, I will always bring my country, Sierra Leone, as an example, and you, majority of you guys will agree it's the same thing with you guys. We
it
have
is it is just the same, man. Sierra Leone. I don't.
yeah.
If anybody tells you that in my country is better, it's lying. You know, most of the most. I go to Kenya now. I realize it is better if I just shall pay to the man, and just he will do everything quickly. 15 minutes and everything is done. But if you go to the proper channels like the locals do, that will take ages.
Yeah, well, hence we need to start this revolution in Africa where people look at the institutions and from the workers there and to the public to respect those institutions. As you guys perfectly said, majority of those people, if it's on the business sector aspect of it, they will be there on time, right? They don't have excuses for not to be there. They will be there and work, right? But if you look at government employees, especially in my country, their productivity level, my brother, it's not worth it. And since we cannot afford anything, so some of us have been saying, why not shrink the government? We have 24 ministries. Why do we need 24 ministries? Why not bring it down to 10, 12 that can save up to $100 million? Why not look at the embassies that we have around the world? Some of them would really don't need. Some of them really don't need because I mean, some of our embassies there don't do anything. They just process visa. You can do that. You can do that online.
Yes.
Yep.
You can do that online. I mean, my embassy here in the United States, which I live 2 blocks away from the embassy of Sierra Leone in the United States, my brother. I've lived here for over 32 years. I've never been in there.
The Sierra Leone embassy.
Yeah, because number one, they don't do anything to get me in there. And majority of their work that I know of is just to process visa because they haven't done anything that benefit our land. And you have staff there. Now, this is a building that is right in Dupont Circle that worth over $10-15 million. Why not make that an apartment and get revenue out of that? And rent an office space somewhere, because our country cannot afford it. So we need sacrifices like this in from our government. So that
you have to realize, the thing is when in Sierra Leone, why do you have 24 ministers? Is also a solution because a lot of if you just say like let us have 12 ministers, you are because we are tribals, you must leave some tribes not to have a minister, and that will create a chaos. That's why like in Sierra Leone you have 24. Somalia, which doesn't exist, let me tell you one thing, they have 84 ministers.
Wow.
Wow. What the hell is this?
I mean,
why? Because every clan wants to have a minister. This is my minister. It's crazy.
And that's what we need to end. We need to pick the best qualified people, not so much because of tribals and this, that. We need to stop that nonsense in our land. We need to bring in the most moral, ethical, qualified person.
The reason why they want to have it is because because, for example, in Nigeria, if you want to build an airport, you need permission from the federal government. Funny enough, in the UK, there are Nigerians that own airports, but you can't own an airport in Nigeria. It has to be the government that owns the airport. You need permission. So they want to get their tribe in because they want an airport to be approved in their state. But if you just let it go and allow individuals to be able to own airports, then you don't need to beg for a minister position because anyone can do it if you have the money. But if you make it such that you need to have friends with the president. The president's wife is married to my daughter's son. Blah 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 blah. That's why you want to get your tribe in. So they have to reduce the power of the government so that people are not obsessed. It's not do or die. Why does election have to be do or die every 4 years? It shouldn't be do or die.
Caesar, I want to ask you a legal question. In the constitution of Nigeria, who owns the land? Is it the government or is it are the chiefs?
I actually don't know. Let me look that up.
Yeah. But why I asked that,
I think the
because
people own the land, though. To be honest with you, but let me look it up.
I think it's the chief, but in the big cities, there's a lot of government-owned land.
No, in the constitution, who owns the land?
So in the constitution, yeah.
Oh, I think
it must be
the states
article or something. Yeah.
Maybe I think the states might own the land. Actually, I think the state owns the land.
No, it couldn't be. It should be the chiefs, no, the tribes, whatever.
I'm looking into this.
Because the constitution is being written, and the tribes and the chiefs were there like since dinosaurs. So definitely, that's why you cannot own an airport in Nigeria, but you can own in UK because this land belongs to some people.
I think it's owned by. I need to look more into that. But either way, they need to get rid of it.
Yeah, you have to get the chiefs and the tribes and everything. The same thing also in Somalia. Every inch in Somalia is being owned by one clan. So if you want to deal, the government is nothing. If you want to deal some part of that land, you have to speak with the chief of that land, and if it's okay with you.
Okay, so here's how it works in Nigeria. All urban land within a state is owned by the state governor. All non-urban land all urban land within a state is owned by the state governor, and all non-urban land is owned by the local government in which they're found in. So it's state and local governments that seem to own land. That's what.
That's because that's always Nigeria. Because I never heard problems when Nigerians or as a state tried to build something in cities. There's not a big problem. But when they try to build on the land, like in the countryside, all the chief must come together, and there's a hot debate and all that. So for me, it was always so on the countryside, the chiefs own the land. In the cities, it's state owned.
Yeah, I think that's where it goes.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
In our land, in our land, Sierra Leone is about the same. We have privately owned and government owned, but in our country, the corruption, even the private lands are taken away by government, by different people that would challenge it, because after the war, we have such a huge problem with land in our country up to today, right? Up to today, even the ministers of land is involved in the corruption. The lawyers, the legal community is all involved in these corruptions, because some of this land, some people will pay legal fee through by giving land to a lawyer through corrupt ways. So it is also mixed up and messed up in Sierra Leone. When you buy land, just be ready. And you will fight for that land sometimes for 10, 15, 20 years. You'll fight it.
See, that's why I only buy unless it's my own village. I don't buy land in anybody's village. I'm not interested, because if I buy land from you, I don't know if I'm buying. You might be the brother that owns the land. It might be a family. It's just too much drama. Family land. It's the brother's land. You'd be involving yourself in drama. If it's not my village land or a city, I'm not interested.
Yeah.
But that's the thing, is I should be able to build. So that whole airport thing is important to me, because I feel like that's just one example of, if I own the land, I shouldn't have to go to the capital and start begging ministers, begging people. You must pay bribe. And that's the real reason why they have all these rules. So you have to pay anything you want to do, you must pay somebody a bribe. They want to have their cut. And it slows things down. That's the issue.
Exactly. It's just in Western countries also, corruption is. Do you believe there is no corruption in the United States and Western? They have.
There's corruption, yeah.
They have bribes. They have all kinds of lobbies.
Of course.
But the thing is, they do the job. I mean, get the bribes, but at least do the services, do your job. And this is what I have always problem with my African government officials. Man, just come to the office from 8 o'clock until 5 o'clock. Be there, do whatever that you do, but you must give the services that you've been asked to do. Let us say you are an educational or the health minister or whatever minister or whatever mayor that you are. There must be an access to your office. The people must have an access to your office. And
no, but here's the thing: in the U.S.,
lives.
even though there's corruption, I'll be honest with you, I think the corruption's at a higher level. Meaning, if I want to start a business, I just go online and do it. I don't have to pay a bribe to anyone. Yes, I have to pay fees, but there's not that slowness. While if I want to do a military weapons company, maybe hey, I'll probably have to start lobbying governors and all this other stuff, right? So there has to be a level where the bribery comes in. If it's a big thing, okay, that leave it for the rich people. But the smaller stuff, I shouldn't have to bribe anybody.
Yes, but the corruption is everywhere. Look
at this guy. No, it's corrupt, of course.
He said you live in the United States, and you know this Chief Justice guy called Thomas. Yeah, look at that. I mean, come on.
Yeah, no, if I was a billionaire, I would know everything about the corruption, but I'm too poor to even. Nobody will ask me for a bribe. I'm too poor for all that shit.
So we don't need to complain a lot. Of course, we have to complain a lot in corruption in Africa, but we should concentrate. These officials,
of course,
must do their job, man.
Or leave it to the private sector so we can handle it. If you can't do it, leave it to us.
Leave it to us, because the system is already in place. It could work when the qualified person come to the office and work. But as long as we are appointing our tribes, our cousins, our clan members into a place and an office, and it's not qualified, there's nothing is going to occur, man.
Yeah, because I know someone who's trying to build a water power plant, some kind of water processing plant, and they couldn't afford the bribe, basically, because they look you up and down before you pay bribe. Everyone paying different bribe, you know that. So they looked this person up and down and gave him a bribe number, and the person couldn't afford it. I was just thinking in my head, like, come on, is it really like this is what we're doing here? You won't let someone build something that'll bring development because they won't pay you the bribe. Oh, wow.
And hence me, one of those people that believe that. I mean, for Sierra Leone, we abolish the death penalty, but I truly believe that all African countries should institute death penalty when it comes to corruption, especially
like
government.
China executes officials.
Because we need to go that route, my brother, because if we go that route, it might probably bring results with better governing, because if you knock out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people, it will send out a message to the country.
Yes, it will send. And the last 30 years why China developed a lot is because they minimize their official corruption, because they're killing them, they're killing them like drug dealers.
Singapore is another one. Vietnam is another one, so all these countries, because you have to, it still exists, but you have to tamper it down. You have to have control over it, because if you don't have control over it, it means nothing. It helps nothing. It helps absolutely nothing. And we in our land, I'm going to continue to use a reference in Sierra Leone. We have it for 60 years. 60 years we have went through a civil war for diamonds that a majority of Sierra Leoneans have never seen a diamond.
They don't even know what it is.
They don't even know what it is. They don't even know what it is. And I am from Sierra Leone, from Kono, where the diamond capital is. And I remember back in the 80s, with us, sometimes when it rains, you go certain places, you pick diamond. You pick it up without it doing much. But majority of those diamonds back then, the person that will buy these diamonds is couple Lebanese man, 1 or 2 Lebanese men that is in the town that will buy all the diamonds.
The IQ Arabs.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, and this Lebanese man, and to make it even worse, that Lebanese man, my whole time that I grew up there, and he was there before I was even born. That Lebanese man, even the home that he was living in, he does not own. He was renting it.
Yeah, because he knows he's going to go somewhere. Sometimes.
Yeah, and it's the same thing. The town that I grew up, this is the Kono district. It's a huge district. The town that I grew up, majority of the stores, the big ones, are owned by either Lebanese or Indians.
Oh yeah. You guys must be careful about those Asians, man. The white man is better than those, man.
Oh well, now they're there. Now they're there. We even have them. Some of them even in the market selling oranges and stuff like that. This is that craziness that it has come to. This is that craziness. We have a Chinese company that mining in our country that built its own railroad. The railroad goes from the mining company, from the mining area to the sea. Whatever the mine, they just put it in the rail and take it to the sea and ship it out. We don't even know what the hell is leaving our land, not alone what you're going to tax on it. But these people come in. These people come in.
Let me tell you, those Middle Easterns, they milk you like a cow, man, and they
hell
you. Yeah. They don't develop the country. They don't build anything. They don't do charities. They bribe, and they take like 99% of your resources, and they will insult you at your face and tell you are a Negro. So you have to be very careful.
I will bet you if someone look at the stats, you will see that back in the 70s and 60s is Sierra Leone, Liberia, and Guinea that built Beirut, that made Beirut to what it is because of the diamonds that were leaving our land from the Lebanese.
Now they are in Ivory Coast, Cote d'Ivoire, like
You know, and we in our country have so much diamond. Why not use those diamonds to develop our land? Why not use that diamond to put in our reserve, foreign currency reserve? Why not use that diamond, that blood diamond, for this land to benefit Sierra Leonean, to give them clean drinking water? Up to today, 2023, we don't have clean drinking water in majority of the homes.
It should be localized, because I guarantee you that if the community that produces those diamonds got more of the resources of that diamond profit, that area would at least be nice. That's what I think personally.
Well, Caesar, you're absolutely right. But let me tell you this: the same school that was built back in the 50s is the same school that's still standing there today. Not one diamond company have changed the school that we have. Not one diamond company have built a new hospital. It's the same colonial hospital that the British left for us.
Yeah.
It's the same stadium, that so-called stadium that was built in the 70s.
So the diamond company, I'm sure, are they foreign companies or foreign companies?
Yes, of course.
Majority
British.
Yeah, British. Well, no. Actually, no. To us, it was not even British. It was Jews and Lebanese.
Okay.
Oh.
It was
Jewish middlemen. The Jews and Lebanese are the middlemen here, but the majority, we know who they are. Look, in our, I suggest we should have an education system now, and which we created and put it value of our resources, so our children will know what diamond is, what gold is. Because here in Germany and France, they don't have diamonds. They don't, but they learn these things in the primary schools. And the African children, they are playing with diamonds and golds, and they don't know their value. So maybe if we just educate the next generation, this stone is valuable. Maybe it will change now. Yeah.
Well, I mean, yeah, my brother, the only way it changes is the resources that come out of our land. We need to be able to use them in our land. Resources come out of our land and leave our land and go somewhere else, and then make them and bring it back to us and sell it to us.
But if you don't know that resources at all, how to use it or what it is, how can you expect them to own it? Let us say,
No, I mean, you make a
Niger.
law
So
that says, look, no one's allowed to extract anything from this country. If you're foreigners aren't allowed to extract anything. It has to be locally owned. It has to be owned by a national. At least 51%. Boom.
Yep. Yep.
That's the first thing they should
So
have done.
basically, what Thailand's are doing.
Yeah, the first thing, you don't own a foreigner. It has to be 51% owned by a citizen of the country. You can't just be letting foreigners extract oil, diamond, all this bullshit. I mean, come on.
that is the style of Southeast Asia. Look like Malaysia, for instance. Any company which comes to invest the country, they ask them 51%. The partners must be the locals, the Malaysians, and that's why they developed from 1980 until now. Because okay, you are coming here to invest, but there are these conditions. You own 49 and we own 51. It's a fair deal.
Of course, it's a fair deal.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
It's
Or you
fair
want to
deal.
take all the diamonds and bring it back to your country and leave it?
What we do now in Africa is like we're giving them like 100% ownership, and the ministers or the presidents are taking kickbacks.
So here's what I think.
That is the thing.
My analysis is this, and I think that's why it should be 51%, at least the people of that state. The reason why I think these leaders sell out too, I don't want to blame tribalism, is that many times they look at it from the perspective of, okay, this diamond is not even inside my own state. So if I had let it become local, I wouldn't be benefiting from it. So it's better for me to let foreigners extract and they give me a chunk of the cash because it's not even in my home state. Because I don't believe anyone would let someone extract diamond from their own town and their town will still be poor and they'll be happy. I don't think it's possible. There's an element of, well, this is the best deal I can get because, hey, it's not even in my city.
And the worst part is the most chunk is not even cash. Sometimes it's a weapon and military aid just to kill a lot of other Africans who are coming to these sites.
Exactly.
Just like Sierra Leone, diamond with guns. I met an Israeli military guy somewhere, and he said, I came from Sierra Leone. I said, what are you doing there? He said, we were selling guns. So I'm there. To what? We were selling guns here and here and here, and people don't have cash, but they gave us diamonds. So this is it.
Yeah.
It's not even money, man. It is also weapons. Just to kill another African.
That's what happened in Liberia and Sierra Leone. Liberia and Sierra Leone didn't have any guns. Liberia and Sierra Leone cannot produce any guns. Liberia and Sierra Leone don't have the means to produce any bullets.
And suddenly it was like everywhere.
Yeah, and we have guns came from all over the place, from Israel and other places around the world, and just destroy the country.
Well, look, the foreigners know what they're doing because they tried to come to Nigeria. They said that we want lithium. And the Nigerian government said, look, if you want to take lithium from the country, you have to build the lithium processing plant here. You can't just take the raw resource to your own country and process it there. No, you have to process it here. And they said no. I want you to think about that. So all these diamonds that are taken out of Sierra Leone, why aren't they processing the diamonds there, also helping industrialize the place? Everything they need to do to process the diamonds should be done in Sierra Leone. And then the final product is the one that should be leaving. Not, I don't know.
We should not sell our raw materials to anyone because who is using them where?
I mean, it's not really.
To lose, man.
Because all those guns, the metals they use for the guns, where do they come from nowadays? It's probably coming from Africa too. So why are they taking the raw resource? Who's signing these deals? I mean, I don't know.
I know, and what you're saying is absolutely correct, because if you look at the diamond capital in the world, it's not even in Africa; it's in Belgium.
There you go.
I don't remember Belgium having produced one diamond ever. But Belgium is the diamond capital of the world. It's not even South Africa or Angola or Sierra Leone.
Because they built a plant in Belgium and they hire Belgians to work there. So there you go.
Yep. So all the diamonds go, diamonds that come from Congo. This go back from the Belgian king. I mean, you know how many billions of billions came out of the Republic of Congo through Belgium with diamonds and gold, with diamonds and gold. You know, so that's what makes them the capital. Up to today, all our diamonds that are extracted out of Africa go there. They go there and they sell it there. What kind of nonsense is that? Why shouldn't that be in Africa? Why not? Why shouldn't that be in Angola? Why shouldn't that be in South Africa? Why shouldn't that be in the Republic Democratic of Congo or Sierra Leone? I mean, it's this insanity, my brother.
I truly believe in my heart, if it's more localized, I don't think all those deals would be signed, because you have some areas where they only have one resource. They're not going to just let you hoodwink them. They're going to negotiate a good deal because they know, okay, like the UAE, Saudi Arabia, they know the only thing they have is oil. That's the only thing they have. That's why they invested so much other stuff, because they know once that oil run out, it's done.
It's done.
You're going to go back to eat the puppies.
They'll go back to being a desert. That's why they invested in so many things. So all these regions
we Somalis used to feed the Saudis. Do you know that? We used to give them camels and cows back in the days before the oil was okay. And now they're shooting us at the border, man.
Can you imagine now? Wow. Life no balance, but it's okay though.
Yeah.
It's good that we the
but I don't blame the white man or the Arab man. I don't blame them. This is what I will do if I'm going to do the same thing.
Of course.
I don't blame them. I don't blame them, and I don't cry that. But the thing is, our problem is not just us; is our corrupt, unqualified leaders. Who have no interest, the people's interest in their heart. They are greedy, selfish, and they are only thinking about today, or maybe their families and their tribes.
I would just say it's too much responsibility for one man. Why don't you break it down? Why do you have 84 ministers? So does that mean 84 people are going to be advising him? Come on. You're supposed to have a couple of advisors that advise with you and meet you, not 84, because I doubt he's meeting all 84 every month.
No, he's not meeting even 4 of them.
So
this is just appointed ministers just to make some clans to think, because they are dusty, they have one minister over there, and they are not going to. Yeah, it is. It is a game, man. It's a political game.
One man can't do everything, so we need to break it down so it's not one man that's holding the earth. A president is not Jesus Christ. He's not Muhammad. He's not the savior. So I mean, it's just one man can't do everything. I don't know why one man wants to do everything.
And you have.
I can.
I was just saying you're absolutely correct. Hence, majority of us Africans in the African country, especially African diaspora, we need to push for localized government. We need to try to push for that, and I don't know how we push for that in each country. But I for one, is one of those people that want to make that kind of noise in Sierra Leone. We need to localize. We need to take away some of the power of the presidency and bring it down to the people, so there could be accountability. And with this process also, I believe in Sierra Leone, for example, our parliament members only go on election every 5 years. I think that is too long. I think they should be going for election every 2.5 years so they can be accountable to the people. If you're in there for 5 years, you're not accountable. You're like, oh, to hell with that. 5 years, let me get what I can get. Let me get what I can get and get out of here. But
and what do you think if we just elected only well-do people, rich people? No, not rich people, but people who don't need to be corrupted because their life is okay. They don't have to worry about financial.
So a wealth requirement and maybe an education requirement. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Just like someone like Donald Trump, for instance.
Well, no. I mean, What about maybe trying to get a president and cabinet members that will come in that do not get paid? Have that kind of leadership where a president can sacrifice, say, you know what, I will not get paid. Don't pay me. Let the cabinet members, like especially the top ones, say, we do not get paid. We're here to work for the people.
Yeah,
I mean, I
that's
don't.
also saying it's a good idea. Huh?
You know what I'm saying? If we can get that kind of leadership in Africa, in because majority of these politicians,
No,
I don't know
no,
about.
no, 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 it's not. No, it's not. It's not a good idea.
Mhm.
The average African leader, he has direct, unfettered access to the sovereign wealth of that country. So whether it takes a salary or not, that's just for the cameras. That's for the optics. You know,
But what?
it just takes what it likes from the federal coffers. He awards contracts. He takes kickbacks. You know, he awards licenses to himself and his cronies, all diamond, etc. So his salary has no meaning, and that's just for the gullibles. Because I remember one of these coupes that I think maybe the Gabon one or the Niger one telling us he's not going to take a salary, and that has no meaning. You know, you control all the mineral resources of the country, and you are harvesting that into your own bank account, and you are telling the gullible populace that you are not taking a salary.
Well, I mean, I'm talking about a real reform. Number one, where part of this reform, where you institute the death penalty for corruption. You know,
I agree. I agree.
you know, this is part of this reform where you institute public corruption for death penalty.
No, that's not going to work in Africa either, because they will just use it for political vendetta and point scoring and settling scores and whatnot. If they introduce death penalties for corruption, if they apply that to 10 people, only one will be guilty of corruption. One will be political. A lot of them will be political executions, point scoring, political leverage, settling scores. You know the space now, so I'm not telling you anything you don't know.
One man, I do understand that, but again, this is a serious reform I'm talking about, and part of this reform also is to reform the judicial, where you know the judicial is independent and fair, because this is with all kind of whatever we want to do in Africa. If we don't have the rule of law, nothing. All these things that we're talking about will not help. So the rule of law have to be forefront of this. And part of the way you do the rule of law is to having a strong, independent judicial.
Honestly, for me, I don't even put faith in having a strong. I just decentralize it. You know, for me, it's like I don't believe there'll ever be a day where they're truly independent. They're all in cahoots. Just decentralize it so I don't care. I don't want to have to care about what the judiciary thinks or what the president thinks. Let me live my life. If I have money, let me do the business I want. Let me go to my local mayor. I don't want to have to think about the president because I don't think it'll ever be solved personally.
I agree with
so you're more like a capitalist separatist.
Huh? Maybe. I do like capitalism.
But Caesar, this is like it's not the meat of the it's not the topic in Africa now. This is like 100 years, 150 years later. I mean,
no, I think that's the big issue, this decentralization thing, because you want to fix the independent judiciary. It's never truly going to be independent. The reason why you want it to be independent is because you don't think they're making fair decisions. Imagine if they had less of a power over your life. You wouldn't even care. And I think that's the way forward, personally.
It is at the end, but now we should have identity to begin with. I mean, this is.
I mean, I still have identity. I'm still Nigerian, right? I'm not going to.
You are Nigerian.
You don't sound like a Nigerian.
The federal government should be in charge of military, of course. Keep the weapons, keep everything. But other stuff.
Which part of Nigeria is California? You don't sound like a Nigerian.
Too bad. I'm a Nigerian, whether I like it or not.
Who told you that? Why are you spreading that rumor?
What do you mean? If I have a Nigerian citizenship, am I not a Nigerian?
Yeah, look, he's not trying to change his accent.
I can do an accent very well, by the way.
I can do it, actually, Caesar.
I can do
No,
it.
I just wanted to say before one man gets on Caesar's ass, I like when we have civilized discussion, and you can see what happens when Africans come together who are not coping and seething like I don't know that also so. Musanda.
There is one problem and one problem with Africa only, and if they solve that problem, then it's Eureka for Africa. It's divide and conquer. That's the only problem that Africa has. There's no uniformity in a philosophical thrust towards the rest of the world. And what usually happens with these Africans is so they form into these subsects of colonial masters, and even within that colonial mastership, there's this narrative that it's a plantation narrative that the closer to the manor house you are, the lighter your skin is. So even within that subsect of colonial mastership, there are still internal fightings to see who is closer to the colonial master. So it is that divide and conquer. I've always advocated on my platform that if Africa comes together and they put in a policy that no resource must be taken out of the African shores, either sand, gold, oil, anything, no resource must be taken out of the African shores without going through two processes of processing. So they go through two processes of processing. So it's either washing and then polishing or whatever those processes are. The two processes of ending at the end product must be done on the African shores before resources can be taken out. So they can't take it out in its raw state. So if there's a universality, if there's a uniformity within the African space, with that as a policy thrust, then within 5 years, Africa will be the go-to destination of the whole world, because it will just glisten and shine. But then, of course, when you want to do that, the Francophones will go to Paris and drop their trousers for Macron to be inserted, and then the Anglophones will go to England and drop their trousers to the Indian man.
Sorry to interrupt, but one man, forget about 2 years, in 3 weeks, it will be a World War III, brother. The world will not accept Africa not to sell their. It's not going to happen, man. It's not going to happen.
Yes.
Why would it not happen? Why would it not happen if the Africans deem it and will it so? What will stop that?
That is a declaration of a war to the global family, man.
They will go and come and blow up the whole of Africa.
Maybe. Who knows?
Man, he sounds like Kaiser.
I don't know.
One man, he sounds like Kaiser when we had that Russian debate.
What one man is saying is the most rational thing, obviously, right? Obviously,
It is.
Definitely.
I agree with
but
you.
I don't
100%.
think it's possible if you do it
100%.
slowly and steadily.
Slowly. That's my word that I was looking for.
You don't have to do it so slowly. You have to do it as one uniform entity. So from Ethiopia to Ghana, and then from Ghana to Botswana, everybody gathers and say, this is the African position. You cannot take anything out of the shores without going through two processes of processing. They will flap their feathers and make threats and whatnot, but ultimately, if we stand firm, they will yield.
One man, just 1 minute. One man, I give you an example. Forget about my Big Mama Africa. Just let us talk about Niger. If the coup of Niger is successful and go like this, France will suffer. When France suffers, Europe also suffers. Do you think these white guys are just letting you go and have your own uranium alone?
Why is so scared?
But one man is correct in this sense. Now imagine what Niger is demanding. If all Africa as unity demanding the same, they have no freaking choice, because it's been done before. Other countries have done that to them. They have no choice. India did that to them. China did that to them. Other countries have done that to them.
No,
You know,
King Faisal of Saudi Arabia did that. He said, "I'm not going to sell oil to America until
you
this
know,
war." Yeah, he did, and the war stopped.
yeah. So we have, as Africa, have to demand this. But as one man is saying, it cannot be just one country, because if you go just one country, it does not work.
So it goes back to the point I made. The one problem that Africa has is divide and conquer, because we don't have one uniformity, universality in our engagement with the rest of the world. And the more, as long as they're able to divide us, then they will continue to conquer us.
Agree.
But one man, that is something. That is something I might ask, because I always bring up what happened when that African uniformity is achieved through not so peaceful means.
Are you saying that an African space should conquer what the rest of Africa and then
No,
have that?
no, no, not conquer, but more like economic hegemony.
No. I'm talking about enlightened self-interest. Enlightened self-interest. So it is in the enlightened self-interest of all of these spaces for what I've just described to be the case, because every single African country will benefit from that. Their space will improve by in the hundreds of percentiles. If they do adopt that position. But I don't get what you're meaning though. So what expand
Let
more on
us
what you
say,
said. Yeah.
let us say, because I only think about, because we have capitalism in so many African countries. Let us say our economy improves, our standards of living improves. New industries are coming into African countries, and new infrastructure is built. Naturally, not every African country has the same growth. That means there are some who have bigger growth or some who have smaller growth. Now we start interacting between those African countries, and trade lanes and economic pacts and all the other things were done. What I think, that is only my opinion, what happened is that at some point, some two or three African countries in a region will be the hegemon, the economic hegemon of that region. Basically, they say something, and the other African countries, just because they don't want to have don't want to suffer economically, say yes, or are compromised to say yes. But those African countries who lead are not anti-African, don't try to exploit it. They're just to have just the biggest economy in that region. Would that be okay with you?
Yeah, but that already obtains anyway. You're talking about the positions that Germany, France occupies within the European space. You're
Yes,
talking
something like
about
that.
the position that the United States occupies in the Americas and the rest of the world. So yes, of course, there will be always poorer than, but a poorer than can still be richer than how they were previously. Is just a thing. There will always be an advantage. Like countries like Nigeria, for instance, they'll have dominion over the West African sub-state. But that's not to say that they would then. It's benevolence, isn't it? If that dominance is benevolent, then it is to the overall advantage. But if it is hawkish and conquering, then of course, it presents a different set of problems.
Okay, because you must understand, I have this discussion of this tonight, and Kifaru. And you know how those posts are always very communistic, socialistic. The people must rise up. You know how they are. And in their worldview, when I ask them, okay, what about the economy, or what about the regional economy, or the a continental economy, the answer is always all must be equal. And I don't see that.
Yeah, no, there will always be the poor amongst us. Even the Bible said that there will always be the poor amongst us. But no. That structure, if there was a dominant, if there was a dominant Nigeria, for instance, in the West African sub-region, I don't know who the foremost North African space is. Let's say Egypt, and Egypt was the dominant space in North Africa. And I don't know who is in East Africa, probably Kenya, just to be kind to Kaizo. And then if you had all of these structures and then they pull together, the one thing that I've always considered with the African space is that they've never really coalesced behind a single African narrative. They talk a beautiful game, but they play like amateurs.
Yeah, that is, but because it is maybe because they're not very often in those discussion. One man, maybe now that you are actually a leading Kaiser show, like a host should not always disappear. You can give your opinion to it when we have those discussion again. Because sometimes I feel lost, like because there are not many people who accept the reality of there are some who do better and there are some who don't do better, but we all can benefit from it because it's always like when the hoteps, when Hammer and Arkham Fire and all the other ones come in, all must be all everyone gets the same paycheck, all must be equal.
And by the way, that conversation starts from here. All you may think we're just a little space, only one man and his dog is just listening to us. But really, what we're actually shaping is an ideological thrust for the African continent. So you may think it's not a silly thing we're doing here. By the way, I'm sure you agree with that, Snake Man. It's not a silly thing because what we're trying to do is to find a balanced view. And when Kaizo disappears, Kaizo is in his 20s, and you know what they're like. He has to take a tub of Vaseline to the toilet every so often to go and make to go and make himself feel
Girlfriend,
good.
man.
Yes.
He got a beautiful girl, man.
Yeah, I don't know, man. That never stops that behavior. You know what?
No. He has a girlfriend. It's called his right hand.
He's a girlfriend, man. Oh, Snake Man, stop it. That's haram, bro. That's haram. No, Kaiser has a beautiful girlfriend, man. I saw her.
How do you know that? How do you know that? He's always putting up some.
No, he showed it once.
He showed us. He showed us.
In real life, or just
video.
He went through, I don't know, to some town, and he showed his girlfriend.
Mombasa. Well, he got a lot of money from the Nigerians.
And you did not see money changing hands when he was saying this is his girlfriend.
No.
He
has a girl. He has a beautiful, skinny, beautiful African girlfriend, very sexy, and he got a lot of money from the Nigerians.
Is skinny the standard of beauty for Africa now? Because usually voluptuous was the standard with the big what's it and the big what's it. So are we not going for skinny in Africa now?
Different, my friend. In West Africa, you guys like booties, but in East, we like skinny. So.
Well, that's because that's the only choice you have, isn't it? Really, androgynous looking women. Eh?
Okay.
Nah, but Kaiser to this day I still don't understand how Kaiser has a girlfriend. Maybe in real life he's not as autistic as he is here. Because I think to myself, every time he has an argument or try to explain something and the girlfriend says the opposite, he goes into a 2-hour rant how he's right and she's wrong.
That's simp behavior, isn't it? Kaiser is a simp, isn't it? We all know that.
It's big, man. You must know. Dr. Kaisorian is a Kenyan, and he's a stingy. He doesn't give his girlfriend.
Pause. The South African was
to Mombasa to
Kaiser, there's a clip. I'm about to go. Sorry. I'm about to go. I want to say this quick. I posted a clip of that Somali lady. The other guys explaining on that clip what actually happened, man. I could tell you, but you can always play the video for everyone to see. So I just want to say that I
Before,
gotta do
before,
something.
before, before I play the video, tell us what the backdrop is. Is this something that is going to get us struck? What's going on?
No, he's another
No, you
South
can watch the
African.
video.
See,
You can
no,
watch
no,
the
no.
video before you
One
can
man.
watch
You
the
must know,
video
man.
before you
Zuluta
play
is
it.
another South
No,
African. Is enjoying
it's about the Somali
like
lady that got hit by brick
problem of
by a
Africans.
guy
Yeah,
in the US. Yeah.
he must be. He could be black, but his mind is white, man. He's not one of us.
Who's not one of us?
This guy called Mazunda, he's crazy, man.
No. He's on a special diet, isn't he? You can tell if he's lapsing on his medication. You can always tell just from how he comes on the streams.
This is what's wrong with all black men, man. Divide and rule. This is one of them, yeah.
Oh, he left. All right. So you were saying just the standard of beauty, and you were saying that the West Africans like the big booty and the what's not up front and all of that. But there seem to be some sort of consensus that the best looking Africans are the Ethiopian types. So all Africans seem to like that Ethiopian type. Do you consider that?
Oh yes, Ethiopians are very beautiful, man. Very beautiful women. Yeah, of course, yeah. And they are skinny too.
Are they the best looking Africans? The women, though, it's actually funny, the polar opposite of the spectrums. The Ethiopian people, the Ethiopian women seem to somewhat have the consensus as the best looking African women, and I'm sure even Sin, Sin, even Sin is not as ugly as the Ethiopian man. So how is that possible? One of the ugliest people God has created, the Ethiopian man, and the most beautiful, the Ethiopian woman.
Because you must understand. You must understand. I don't trust those polls. Like once Africa is 100% developed, we must make those universal polls so the question can be answered. Because for me, those polls are too Western. So it's too Western for me. Like there should be an intercontinental poll between all Africans.
Can I just say something, brother?
You mean we're using a Western standard to define what an African beauty is?
No. That most of those polls are done by Westerners. So basically, an outsider coming in asking people, and not an insider asking their own people. What's this thing?
Okay, so what would you have as a standard of beauty for Africa? Because
can I just say something?
Let me just say this, and then I'll yield to you, Akuku. I have to say that as a Nigerian Yoruba man, my standard of beauty is not the androgynous sort of European straight line shape, but then it's also not the excessive over abundance of back and front that seems to be the black diet. So somewhat of a shapely sort of a person that is not really overtly over accentuated and just like a clean cut. And the Ethiopians seem to have that. So Akuku, you can go.
Oh, thank you very much. I'm gonna just address your point, and that point, but I'm trying to go into another point, and one thing I do want to say about what you said earlier, like when it comes to the Ethiopian people, they have a lot of different groups, When you look at the Tigray people, you have somebody in Ethiopia looks fully like a Bantu, and then you have like somebody who looks like Arab or almost mixed race, for example. You know what I'm saying? So and even us Somali people do have these type of features as well. But I want to go back to this topic of the day. I think it's a very special topic of the day since it's about Ethiopian people getting beaten down in the middle of Jewish Israeli settlers, right? By Israeli settlers, right? So my point is, we have got so many sellout on these channels, especially one special one that's Ethiopian, right? They always choose to side with the oppressor. When I call the oppressor, because everything I'm saying, even the word me saying oppressor, and I'm very happy for the way you brothers were speaking earlier regarding African minerals and African development, this and that. That's just the proof, the understanding, right? That just proves that we African are coming together, right? But today we have this, where's this Ethiopian salad, this River Nile crocodile? That's always, anti-African. anti-African settlement, always disrespect Somalis and Nigerian, anybody that wants unity for Africa. I don't understand what this is because this guy today should be the
Are you
one, you know.
talking about
All that here, that River Nile, Nilotic, River Nile crocodile, a crocodile from River Nile, Nilotic.
Ah, Nilotic, the Gregor guy.
Nile
Come on,
crocodile.
brother. That guy is Langab. Is Gregor, man. Give him.
Brother Wuna Ebia, in that Kaswa, hey, you know that guy
I
don't
know,
support
I know,
African
I know.
unity.
He's a Gregor, bro. Let him
He's
say what he says.
no, but I'm trying to understand, bruv. You know, since you guys have the understanding how we Africa could come together and what it takes for us to be better for the future, right? We need to understand as well why is the reason why this stuff is happening to us in the first place, and why Africa get oppressed. It's because of River Nile crocodile people like him, you know, these sellouts, you know, that's just, you know, that have no honor or respect or any honor from their lineage or their family, yeah. So they just want to sell them completely their soul to the oppressor. And oppressor will come in different type of races, right? But they don't give a damn. They care about as long as the black man is at the bottom, they happy. You know, the secretary of the state. That's what I call him, Kofi Annan. You know, we have got many Kofi Annan, and I understand, bro. We all understand that until we highlight this problem as African, we will never get over our problem. You know, until we find out we have got right now. Even imagine, bro, you will show somebody, yeah, you will show them, look, a starving child in Africa that come from Sierra Leone. And while I'm mentioning Sierra Leone, we have to understand Sierra Leone is one of the richest country in Africa. It's probably the second richest country in Africa, and it comes after Congo. Because Sierra Leone, it's not just diamonds; they have got all type of different minerals, right? But reason why Sierra Leone is in the level they're in is because they have got so much wealth. You know, we all know this, right? The most wealthiest country in Africa, the one that suffers the most when it comes to oppression, right? So the point is, Prof, yeah, these people don't like us. They're one of us. The thing they have, they're agents, you know, agent of confusion, and we have to be very careful. And I wanted to reason I'm trying to come in and bring this point forward today because today is regarding his people. Where does he stand for his people? He's gonna come on today with that voice, there. Like you know, when he does this, yeah, he won't let you talk. He will just keep talking over you to make himself feel superior. Thinking like, you know, somebody like him who's only had like a Ethiopian education thinks he's superior to anybody, you know? It's a problem, right? And I'm not even trying to go against him personally. There's a lot of people like him on this channel. They come here, they kiki, laughing. But reality is, they're the biggest enemies of Africa, and we will never move forward as long as we have dialogue and conversation, of friendship, of brotherhood, and open up ourselves up to people like this, you know? We have to understand, right? This comes to the point right now. We have to address the situation, right? You see people right now in Africa, we people say we so different from each other. He will tell you himself, somebody from Congo or somebody from a different country in Africa, they're so much different from me. But right now, me from East Africa support everything that's going on in Niger because I know this at least is bringing some freedom to his people, the people of Niger, right? So why are we different? We're not different. We all have the same goals. We all have the same suffering, and that's the point. You know, these agent of confusement have to be addressed and caught. You know what I'm saying? I believe excommunicated. You know, that would be the best option, bro. You know, and it's not just because of Pan African and this and that. These people trying to use this, and
No,
these
no,
guys
you
are.
can't. Oh, hold on. You can't excommunicate anybody just because you disagree with their views. You
That's
know,
to be my friend.
the logic always
Trust
has
in
to win
Africa.
through. The logic always has to win through.
Mm. But I understand, bro. But what do you believe? Do you believe somebody that's tell you, you know, we should support the and the full coup? You know, we should support the full attack against Niger. Like we should ECOWAS. You know, if somebody tell you, I believe ECOWAS should go and invade Niger. You think that's a good thing? As even though somebody from Uganda, you think that person should accept that, or somebody from Rwanda should they side with Rwanda LGBTQ bill for Africa? They should, right? Because it's something that affects us, right? If we don't do it, our pressure is going to come from a different angle and do it to ourselves. So that's why you have to anything that's benefiting any country that's going towards some type of liberation, we should be full on that, right? So yeah, man. All I'm saying, yeah, that was my point, mate. I just hope that River Nile crocodile comes on today and address why his people are getting whipped by Israeli settlers, while your people are supposed to be the original Jews of Israel, right? So go and address that, mate. I would like to wait for that anyway.
You know, Kuku, often I wonder if we spend too much time obsessing about the oppressors and not really spending enough time concentrating on ourselves. We don't actually often enough times talk about how we actually want to develop as a people, as a race, as an ideology, as a space within the human sphere. We don't often talk about that enough. All we talk about is really how to counterweight against the oppressors. I think we actually we start to initiate that conversation about who we are, both individually in our subsects, racial hubs, ethnic hubs, and then as a greater mass continentally, and then how we want to present that to the rest of the world. But let me play this clip that this character, Musandu or Mogambo or whatever it's called, that he's sent in the private chat. He's not here to talk us through it, but let's see what this is about.
He is called Musankun.
Musanku. All right. Oh God!
I think I've seen. Go ahead. I think I've seen.
Here comes Abe for a fight. But before you kick off that fight, Abe, let me play this clip.
Who was there that did not help her when she was getting hit with the brick, right? I feel like people need to know the whole story before they start commenting and say things they don't understand or they don't know. You guys don't even remember who you guys are trying to defend, who you guys are trying to speak up for. This is the same woman that was going around smacking white people in the streets. She's not innocent. She was actually taunting the guy to hit her. Why would I go defend somebody that's actually looking for trouble? This woman, she is literally a troublemaker. Everybody that knows her in our community knows she's a troublemaker. I'm not going to risk my life over somebody that's actually out there looking for trouble. If you go on social media, online, you're going to see some of her antic videos, taunting people, looking for a reaction. Well, she got what she been looking for, and you guys are giving her the attention that she was actually seeking for. I don't regret not standing up for her. If you look at some of the videos, I was there. I don't regret nothing whatsoever. I don't regret standing up for her. I'm not saying she deserved it. I'm not saying that any men have a right to hit a woman, especially with a brick. Nobody deserves that. But at the end of the day, there's more to the story. She's not as innocent as she's trying to portray herself to be. She wants attention. She's an attention seeker woman. She's trying to go viral, and you guys have given her what she wanted. Yes, she did get hit by a brick. Yes, I saw it. Yes, I was standing by doing nothing. And if that shit happened again in the same circumstances, I will watch, because she's not as innocent as she portrays herself to be. She was taunting the guy. She was calling him all type of names. She was degrading him to a point where he resulted in picking up a brick and hitting him. I don't condone that type of behavior, but once again, she's not as innocent as she portrays herself to be. I literally, I remember a while back, she was posting videos going around in public, literally smack.
Yeah, Prof.
All right.
I really want to. I think we fully understand because I've heard it. But since the River Nile crocodile is here, can you not address the topic of the day? Why these people are being oppressed by so-called settlers of Israel? You know, the so-called.
Isn't it funny?
Go ahead, mate.
Isn't it
Go
funny?
ahead.
Keep quiet. That's monkey. Yes, monkey. Go get a banana and keep quiet. Isn't it funny? This guy will preach unity.
Watch this, my friend. All he's gonna go back to children, tactics, baby tactics, like baby class. You cannot address nothing. I'm saying, right? Back to what I'm saying. You are well-known sellouts. Can you address?
Okay, can you let me speak? This is not a Somali market, bro. Sit down.
You see, you and your sister, bruv. I swear down, bruv. Yeah, if I ever catch any of you, especially someone like you, yeah, your mouth,
bro,
my friend,
you won't do anything, man.
You're a bitch ass nigga. I can even hear you on your mouth. You're a
bitch ass nigga. How could you even hear you now? You're a bitch ass nigga. You're a bitch ass nigga. You're a bitch ass nigga.
Fucking illegal immigrant, man. How do you even come
bro,
to this country?
We know you run a street gang in the UK. Just calm down.
You and your whole
One
family.
man, can you mute him a bit, man?
Bitch ass nigga, man.
One man, isn't it funny? This guy will preach unity on one end, and then he will insult Bantus the next day, insult Habashas the next day. So where's the unity?
Situation fires
Bro,
back.
out of all the
He
people,
said,
you
"Why
are
are
the
people
dustest here.
asking
You're
him for
literally a
proof
dust
about?"
monkey. Calm down and sit down. I know I hurt your feelings last time when I took you and your brother from another mother, your fellow inbred brother, and cooked you both and had you guys running. But calm down, bro.
Now, look at this video. Look at this video. It's crazy.
What's this?
Same girl.
Where's she from?
This is what she's been doing to other guys. She's Somali. Look at this. This is what she's been doing to other men. Look at this.
Wait, what's she? Where's this?
Yo, this man just hit me in my face with a brick, and all these black men just what?
Look at the beginning of the video. Look what she does to people. Bam! Look at that. Look at that Somali hit straight to the face. Look at that. This is what you black men are trying to.
She don't keep
Hold on. Why is the man so small? Look how short the man is.
Yo, this man just hit me in my face with a brick, and all these black men just what? And they don't give a fuck. Yeah, this man hit me, fucking grabbed a rock, and it hit me in my fucking face because I would have given him my number.
No, she's definitely Somali. She's Somali. It's proven. She's talked in Somali as well. She's Somali.
Watch. Y'all see that shit? Y'all see that shit?
You see what happened, right? That's what you guys are missing the context.
Stop it. She's not a Somali. She's American, man.
Okay, American Somali, but still Somali.
With Somali DNA.
No, she's not. No Somali woman dresses like this and go to a bar and get drunk. Stop it. You know how the Somalis dress up in Nairobi. Come on, man. Stop capping.
What do you mean?
Yo, this man just hit me in my face with a brick, and all these black men just what? And they don't give a fuck. Yeah, this man hit me, fucking grabbed a rock, and it hit me in my fucking face because I would have given him my number. And all y'all just fucking watch. Y'all see that shit? Y'all see that shit?
That's personally.
I want y'all to be a man.
He's the definition of lost. Being lost.
Y'all gonna let a man hit me in my face? Man, fuck all y'all niggas.
What have I ever done to anybody in my life to deserve this?
Wait, what the fuck?
I
There's
never
literally a
did
video of her
anything
slapping
in my
someone.
life to hurt anybody.
I'm still surprised that such a white man is so small.
Dr. Kai,
I mean, he should. What do you?
You are degenerate, man. Stop it. Stop it.
Did you just say she's a Halima, bro, and call it a day?
She is Halima, of course, we know that. But, you know, the
But
culture
Keizo,
that she has...
getting back to the topic.
No, Nilotic. Stop it. The culture that she has, the education that she had, has nothing to do with Somali culture. She is a Western woman. That's what she is. Who cares about her father or her great father? This woman is an American woman, man. That's what she is. I am a Somali man. I'm telling you this. Why, Dr. Kaiso? Ah, Kaiso, you degenerate, bro. F you, my friend.
So, you know, do you guys
F
think
you.
that...
Keizo, there's someone saying she doesn't look like a Somali.
She looks like Kukuyo.
She's ethnically she's Somali. I agree with Uncle Dwale. She's not culturally Somali, but ethnically she is 100% Somali.
Technically, you're not culturally Kenyan then.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, when if she doesn't, hold on. If she doesn't look like a Somali, what does it look like?
No, listen. Somalis like to cope, man. The next thing she says she's Oromo. Next she's Habesha. There's always gonna be someone else.
Anytime they see a dark-skinned Somali, they'll claim that person is not Somali, bro.
No, we all agree. We all agree this woman is black. She's from,
okay.
Yeah, her ancestors are from Africa. We don't care her
why are you giving us?
nothing. But we know she is a Western woman for sure. She doesn't represent a Somali girl from Garissa, Jigjiga, Djibouti, Hargeisa. No, this is typical a Western woman, man. A black Western woman. That's what they are. Fucking halimos, man. And slapping men off the street and twerking after that. This is what BLM gave us, gave you. This is not a Somali woman. It's not a Kikuyu woman. It's not a Wanga woman. It's not a Oromo woman. She is an American woman. That's what she is. She's a black American woman, man. Why are you taking her identity and give her a dust
Why
African
did you put
tribe
on mic up, man?
Somalia? A Somali woman will never dress up like this. Will never go to a bar. Will never get drunk, and will never hit a man at all. Completely. I have 2 daughters, and they will never act like this because they know they are Somalis and they have a code, they have a culture, they have a religion, they have identity. They know who they are. She will never do like this.
Blame. You don't want to blame yourself. Let's be honest, my friend. A lot of Somali parents came here from shooting other Somalis. You have to understand this. A lot of Somali parents are known serial killer, right? They come here, give birth to kids that's been born here. Don't blame yourself, my friend. You have to understand it. There's a lot of Hawiya, Abga, these tribes. They're known for killing their own people. They come here, give birth, they want to act all killers. None of them see that jail cell. You know what I'm saying? Probably you cannot say that it's not Somali, it's not Western culture. So what happened to you guys when you're killing yourself and killing people in Somalia? And you come here, now you're saying, so you guys have the real African culture for killing people, right? Your own people. It don't make sense, bro. We as Somali have to take our responsibility. You came here.
She is not a Somali woman, my friend.
That is wrong, mate. That is
what I'm saying.
I mean, Kaiser said she speaks. We read this out where she speaks Somali, some dialect.
The whole of TikTok, Somali accepted as Somali. The whole of TikTok accepted as a Somali, bro. We cannot say this just because she's acting different. You have to understand it, mate. It's not her fault she's born here. It's you as a parent, who destroy your own country. If you didn't destroy your own country, your kid would be born there with a different culture, right? Now because she's acting like American, and because she's in work, well, who's that to be blamed? Let's be honest.
Nah, but not even Americans are not going around slapping people and then crying, bro. Come on. This is even the most extreme. This is even extreme, even for Americans, bro. It's not like she's just working with something. She's literally slapping man.
She had basically crackhead energy. To give 100, she had crackhead energy. Because if someone hits me with a brick, I would be out.
Yeah, how is she still awake?
Oh God.
Yeah, but Keizo, did you going back to the main topic? Did you show why these Eritreans are being kicked out?
What's Eritrea? Yeah.
I can't hear you. What did you say? Yeah.
Look.
Yeah, a little bit.
Kaisorian, one thing you must understand. When people from East Africa, especially people from Ethiopia and Eritrea, come to Europe and Israel, they all claim to be Eritrean, but mostly they are not.
No, but these ones are DG. These ones are real Eritreans. You know why? Because yesterday, I think it was like a week ago, the pro-Isaias guys and the anti-Isaias guys, I think there was like an event for Eritrean government event. And the pro-Isaias guys show up, right? Because they support the event. And then the anti-Isaias guys showed up. And they were having a full-out street fight.
Oh, yeah, okay.
And I think like 100 people got injured, even police got injured, and so on and so forth. So they need to be kicked out. You can't be having a political fight in another man's country, man.
Oh, that's crazy. But Nilotic, you must understand, there are a lot of Ethiopians who are coming to Europe and claiming...
Yeah, mostly Tigray stuff.
Tigray, Uraga. Oh, my God. I got a girl...
No, DG, they ask you questions about Eritrea, man. You can't just fake to be Tigray. You can't just fake to be Eritrean.
But she is Amhara from Addis Ababa, man. Come on.
Yeah, but she has to be like from Gondar or something. You have to learn the language first. You have to learn to speak Tigrinya. You have to know the places in Eritrea and stuff.
That could be learned from Google, bro. It's not a big thing.
Yeah, but if it was an Ethiopian, why would they be fighting for a pro-Isaias party or an anti-Isaias party?
No,
These are full
that
Eritreans.
Israel is that they do. Those are full Eritreans. Yes, of course, I agree with you because that is why they were fighting. But majority, when the people in Africa and Europe ask why a small country called Eritrea, and many of them are asylum seekers. Many of them are not even from Eritrea. From Ethiopia. Many of them are from Ethiopia, and they want to take their the asylum opportunities to claim Eritrea, so they will be given them. They cannot say we are from Ethiopia because they will be sent back. You know that.
But brother, sorry, I just want to stress the point I had earlier. Don't you understand? We have to.
Yo, fix his mic. Hazel, fix his mic, man.
Should I just leave your channel, mate? It's that simple as that, man.
Bro, just fix your mic, man. It's like you're fighting with your mic.
This mic is hijacked by Abigail or the Hawi or whatever that he doesn't like it. Kaizo.
Yeah, but even still, my whole point is we need to stop acting like when these guys get chased out, they didn't do anything wrong. Or if you are the Israel government, what are you going to do with these Eritreans? You're just going to leave them and say, oh, it's okay. You can have a fight on the streets about your government issues and you can injure 100 people, even injure my police. It's fine. You can do whatever you want. I'm not racist. I don't want to be. I don't want to come off as racist. So please do what you want. No, bro, you need to chase them out. They're doing the right thing.
No, they are not doing it. The right thing. You know, the African immigrations in Israel are facing a lot of problems, my friend.
Then they shouldn't go there, DG. Let's be honest, man.
They shouldn't go there. But the blame is not on Israel. It's not on the refugee. Also, it is the leadership of Eritrea. It's the leadership of Ethiopia. That's it. We know these people are going to look for a better life. It will not stop. Migration of human beings, of living beings, will not stop. It will always go on. The birds immigrate, the hyenas immigrate, fish immigrate. Every life immigrates. You can't just say stop it because it is the circle of life, man. But the blame is not Israel, not these refugees, it's the leadership of Eritrea. That's it.
Kezo, can you highlight a Rude Boy's comment? Even, you see, he's Eritrean, so he knows this. He said those protests happen everywhere, even including Toronto, where I'm from. What happens is the Eritrean festival and those protesters come and break shit up and the police get involved and break it up. So basically, these guys have been having street brawls everywhere across the world where Eritreans live.
Yeah, but Nilotic, you must remember, the Eritreans were immigrating since like what? Since 1990, and there was no protest.
Since the 90s, it's relatively new.
In any capital city, but recently it just came. Why? Do you think it has something to do with Asas Avarok and Putin meeting and having this speech? Some people are pushing it up, man. You go read.
No, this has been happening for a while, man. I'm gonna be honest with you.
And it has been happening for a while, and it's very sad. It's very unfortunate, the whole thing with Ethiopian and Eritreans. And
bro, say Eritrean, man. We're not involved in this one.
Yeah, but I mean, but what happened in Israel speak volume. But Israel also should give these people rights. I mean, not the violence part, the part, prosecute the people that were part of the violence, but also since Israel claimed to be a democratic state, they also have to protect the people's rights to freedom of speech. You know, and Israel should have.
It's not democratic, though.
Yeah.
It's only democratic if you're a Jew. It's not democratic if you're something else.
This is
Look at
correct.
the Palestinians. You think they live in a democratic state?
100%. 100%.
100% correct.
100%. We all agree with that. So and this is also another problem. As I was speaking about earlier too, you should see how the Jews in Israel treat our brothers and sisters. Anyway, let me not start that.
Yeah, then they should leave, bro. Like, you see, I don't understand this complaining. Oh, I'm being oppressed in as a refugee in a country I risk my life to immigrate to. Then leave. Who's keeping you there? Of course they're going to treat you badly. You're a refugee. You don't bring anything to the country. You're a burden on the country. You're going to obviously be treated badly. Duh. Well, do you know of any refugees in Africa that get treated well? If a refugee from X country comes to your African country, are they going to be treated like kings? Are they going to be treated well, or also are they going to be treated badly? If we're being honest.
Yeah, but the blame is not on the refugees. Yeah, this is what I disagree with you. When a bad leadership comes to any place, then there will be some refugees. Look at Syria, man.
Yeah, but okay. Let me ask you this, DG.
The crossing of a red line. At the Special Ministerial Committee I established today, we asked for a few swift measures, including expelling 1,000 regime supporters who took part in these riots. They cannot, of course, claim to be refugees. They support this regime. If they support it so much, they can return to the country of their origin. The massive illegal infiltration of illegal workers from Africa into Israel constitute a tangible threat to the future of Israel as a Jewish and democratic state.
That is the same thing the Tunisian president said.
Yeah.
People are fed up of African refugees everywhere. And it is not their problem. It's not the refugees' problem. It is the African leadership problem.
DG, it is the refugees' problem, though.
Well, brother,
the refugee who's risking his life to go to these countries should instead risk his life.
Why do someone risk his life to go all that?
Okay, then DG. Okay, then instead of risking his life to run to another country, he should risk his life to. Let me finish. He should risk his life to dethrone the government in his country. Why doesn't he risk his life?
Can I make a point about the refugees?
Yes, Snakeman, can I just ask him this? If he's risking his life to leave to another country, why doesn't he risk his same life to change the government to his own country?
Most of these
okay, when it comes to the refugees, I have an issue if you leave to make a better life, I have nothing against it. Like, I'm not for you must stay in your country. Not everyone in Ireland is a fighter. Like not everyone's a fighter in Ireland. Not all humans throughout all of human history are fighters. So it's just not true. But where I give Ireland a point is, why are you risking your life going to a quote unquote? I'm not talking about Israel. I'm talking about my
sorry, one thing, man. Give me a second, please, brother. We'll come back to your channel. Okay, Abby, these retards in the channel, Mrs. H, Jeanette, and even Andre and all these other retards are like, oh, Kaizo's jealous of Evans. Oh, his channel is growing. The nigga said his channel is gonna get removed because he's out here committing copyright strikes. The white man got him, man. Yeah, that's what you get for calling me jealous, man.
Hey, look at this. Look at this fellow Kenyan. He's right. He's laughing at the downfall of another Kenyan. You see what I mean?
Anything, man. Listen, bro, listen. This guy out here creating false information, telling Black Americans, oh, in Ghana, you can only own land for 99 years. In Kenya, you can own for forever. I'm like, bro, no, you can't. Foreigners cannot own land more than 99 years in Kenya either. And then the guy, I corrected him. I sent the links.
Have you seen Akadamas's recent tweet?
No, I didn't see it.
Where he was doing a live stream on some debate between that FBA guy who goes around, the passport bro guy, and some Ghanaian, and they were debating on which is better, Ghana or America to live in.
Okay, what happened?
No, I just thought it would be a good live stream for Kaiser, since he always likes to copy
No,
Afrikaans
no,
streams
I
anyway.
already saw the next live stream, Kaizo.
Actually, no. Stop it,
You
stop it.
dirty
Usually,
Kenyan.
sorry, 1 second. Afridamans copies my streams. I usually do the streams first.
Kaiser, that's
Let's not
literally
have this.
impossible, bro. You literally see
Nah.
Afrikaans live, and Kaiser will go live with the same topic, bro.
No. That okay, really? Okay, this whole coup. Who started the coup conversations? It was obviously me. Now let's not do
Kaiser,
this.
stop, bro.
I'm always
No, but-
right. I've proven it 1,000 times. So let's not the misinformation, right? Kaiser
Okay,
superior.
let's ignore it. Let's ignore the long list of L's he took and just focus on the 2 to 3 W's he took.
Exactly.
I just wanted to say, first of all, Kaiser's next topic is about the dusty Indian tribes in Kenya, why they cannot work together. And to answer your refugee question is, you can be a refugee, but what I don't understand, why you're risking your life going to a proto-fascist state that wants an ethno state and treats its minorities like World War II, World War II Yahoo boys. Why are you risking your life going into such state and then be surprised as a non-ethnical?
No, but
that
Abby,
get
you have to
treated
know, man. Listen, these whole African countries are shitholes, right? Like they don't even have food or water. So it's easy for them to risk their lives to go to Saudi or to Israel and stuff, right? That's the reality. You never see a Kenyan, not even one Kenyan, that will leave his country to run to another country. Kenyan will go take a plane.
Who are the slave workers building the UAE right now, bro?
Those people.
It's
First of all,
Kenyans and Pakis, bro.
Abby, that's fake news. Those are women. Kenyan women are known for exaggeration. It's not real. It's fake news. There's more Kenyan men in Saudi, but you've never seen a single video of Kenyan men talking about being mistreated because they work. We know how. Look, I know Kenyan women, Abby. They have so much rights. They're kind of these strong, independent Halima women, man. So, it's fake news. Kenyan women are not
No,
being
but
abused.
Kaiser, doesn't the logic work? If you claim to be oppressed and you're fleeing, you are risking your life to flee to another country. Fuck you and what you think about the situation in that country, bro. Like, just take whatever you take, and
of course.
Or if you're willing to risk your life to go to another country, why aren't you willing to risk your life to change the leadership in your own country?
Yep. Look, like I said,
Isn't it the same risk? Isn't it like the same level of risk? You go out and protest in your country, there's a chance you might get killed or shot. You go and be a refugee in another man's country, there's a risk you might get shot or killed. So either way.
You're talking about people who are willingly going to. No. Don't forget, you're talking to people who willingly go to a proto-fascist, ethnocentristic state to be treated nearly as slaves. Why do you think those people will do something in their own country? That's why I said it's okay. You can be a refugee. Not everyone is a fighter. Not everyone is a fighter, Nylot. But what I don't understand is if you're already running, use your brain and run to a country with a history of treating outsiders.
It's difficult. Snake man. It's difficult to, like, I remember, like, I even got pictures with these Eritrean refugees that came to the UK. It's difficult to get into Europe. Then you have to go so far to get into the UK, right? That's like a country they love to go into. Going to Saudi is literally right next door. So they can just go through Sudan, Egypt, or you just cross over the sea into Yemen, and then a lawless country.
Catch you, so we shoot you dead. What you talking about?
Yeah, they will shoot you dead. But you see, Africans are liars, man. They like to be optimistic. Oh yeah, you can. Have you ever tried asking an African about their business? Can you do this for me? Yes, we can. No, they can't. Right? Africans are not going to tell the other people, oh yeah, Benyan got killed last week by 2 Saudis. They won't tell them that.
Oh, Kaiser, you think? Oh, so you're saying it's like the survivor syndrome, where 100 of them could die.
This is called survivor.
Thousands make it, right? A couple hundred dying, it's worth it.
Hopefully, there are so many people who are dying in the Red Sea. Kaiser Eritreans don't go to South Sudan. When they are going to Saudi Arabia, they come to Djibouti. There is a place called Oboh, and there were smugglers. They will take them to Yemen. From there, they go to Saudi Arabia. It's not something new. It is like thousands of years. But the thing is, why are they going there? Because it's a survivor mode, my friend. These people want
to
No, but
support
to be
themselves
honest,
and
Wale,
support their
yeah,
families.
Wale,
They are not fleeing from their
yeah.
countries because they hate their countries. It's because they cannot do nothing about it. And when you put that blame on
What's
them,
the difference?
it's like you're victim blaming them. It's not right.
Yeah,
No, but
DG, look,
By the
you
way,
haven't answered our
Kaisarian,
question. Wait, Kezo. DG, but you haven't answered my question. If they're going to risk their life anyway, and half of them are not even going to make it, why don't they just pick up a stick and cause change within their own country? Why don't they rebel within their own country?
uh, and do you think there is not half of them who are doing the same thing? Of
No,
course,
there
there
isn't.
are.
No, there
No,
isn't.
there are,
What
and
country do you see
they are faced.
sustained mass protest in any country? A mass rebellion in any
Why?
country? Which African country has a sustained mass rebellion?
Why do you think there is a coup in Africa all the time? Because someone is
Oh
fed
my
up.
God, DG, we're asking about Eritrea, man. Why aren't they risking their lives to overthrow Isaias?
Most of the times, the coups are done by military men. And military men are not running
Yes,
away.
Yeah, it's not done by the peasant who's risking his life to cross the sea or whatever.
Yeah, but they may have a personal interest or a greed or whatever, but I would not blame them at all. No. I'm a Kaisorian and you are the devil, 101. Now I just look at my computer and it found out that AFR, you gave him an idea from his topic today, which is like do not support the black woman or do not protect black women. And he put the face of that so-called Somali woman on. Oh my gosh.
Of course, he's learning fast.
Guy,
He's
dude,
learning about YouTube.
man, what are you doing? My brother. Giving the Americans some
Okay,
ideas.
look,
I think we
Duane,
miss it,
let me
man.
give you this example. Duane, let me give you this example. Errol Boy, he says most Eritreans do not support the military enlistment in Eritrea. Wait. There's another one where uh, he says my mom is pro Isaias, but my dad is kind of neutral. They both do not think the government needs to be as authoritarian as it is right now. You see, this is the thing. A lot of these people support Isaias, bro. They may be fleeing the country, but they still support him. So who are they to complain?
Yep. No,
Brother,
look, Abby.
in East
I think
Africa,
the
if there is a coup
Eritreans.
in East Africa, it is going to be in Eritrea. We're tired of that.
Bro, there'll never be a coup there, man. Let's just be honest, man.
That's different.
Are you supporting him? Are you
Well,
supporting
hang
him
on.
because of your
Eritrea
mother come
already
from
has
that
like
side? Come
200.
on, stop it.
Dwele, Eritrea already has 200 sanctions on them. He's not. It's not going to be a coup there. This guy has strong leadership on the military. Do you not think he pays the
Bro,
general more than he pays himself?
Duale, this guy has been under sanctions since I was born. Like before I was even born, this guy was under sanctions. His government is still going till this day, man. There's like zero chance this guy is about to leave.
Oh,
He's literally, apart from North Korea, Eritrea is probably the most sanctioned country on earth. And this guy has survived for over 25 years now. How? He's not leaving anywhere, man.
But he survived, but his country doesn't. People are leaving.
Yeah, but he doesn't care. That's what I'm saying. Duale, this is the contradiction. A lot of these Eritrean refugees, they still support Isaias.
Because of tribe. That's it. Tribal.
No, but Isaiah, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you, Duale. I've noticed from Africa.
Sometimes religion also. The Eritrean Muslims are against Asias, but the Christian Eritreans will support them because
the Muslims are like two
very
people.
complicated
the Tigres, the Tigers, a few small minority.
No, they're 35 people. They're 35%, bro. Stop disrespecting my.
Stop it, man. We got Afars over there, man. You can take that country just like that. You want to.
But whatever it is, Isaias, for whatever reason, still has majority support. If we're to split Eritrea 50-50, Isaias will still probably get like 60% of the vote still. So how can these refugees have no one else but to blame themselves? Because they still support the guy who's making their country a shithole and having them to flee the country. And that's true of every African country. You could, instead of risking your life to go across the sea, you could just risk your life to overthrow your government and get a better leadership. But none of these niggas will do that shit.
Abby, they don't want to overthrow any government.
I'm not talking about those people who support ISIS. I'm talking about those people who are against or protesting against it.
Those who are supporting them should not be even in Israel. They should be in Eritrea. I agree with you. Those should be deported. But people who are against them, of course, they must protest against him. Yeah, because he made them refugee in another country. He is the one who is responsible.
No, man said a lot of Eritreans support the regime because they are scared Ethiopians will invade. We'll still invade you someday. When Isaiah says, don't worry, it's coming.
Oh gosh. You guys, Ethiopia cannot invade anything. You can.
Nah, we'll just send the
You
Tigrayans
have
down.
every weekend civil war, bro. Every weekend you have a civil war. How can you invade any other country?
No,
Hey,
tonight just stop.
DG,
Wait, hang on. Wait,
DG,
one second. Wait,
what's the best way to bring a divided nation together? To invade
Wait,
another
Abby.
nation?
Yeah, Abby. Let's correct Niger. Niger keeps saying the wrong things. It says coup in Eritrea is unlikely because the military is too large. No, that is that's not the issue.
That
You
is
can say
actually that is actually the
that's
opposite.
right.
What are you on about?
It's the military is too regionalized, it's organized, and the guy has control over the generals. It's about control and specialties in the army, not the size. Come on, Tunisia. No,
Yeah, but
the
you
army is
know,
just too
Kaiser,
organized.
you know what we have learned these like 3 months. The new coup are not coming from rebel groups who are marching streets on towns. Yes.
He just has control over the army and military. It's not about size to Niger. That's the most relevant part of this whole thing. Isaiah just has control. He knows who's in power. It's like
the
the whole
way,
Putin
Chigo,
situation.
it's the way the army is structured. There's not really like a group of generals that are close to one another. Like the top generals are all like antagonistic towards one another. So you'll never see a situation whereby, like in Gabon, where like 4 or 5 military generals come together to overthrow the guy because the military generals don't even trust each other. It's like remember in Sudan, who was the guy, the leader in Sudan for a while? He had the RSF on one side and the Sudan military on the other side, and he kept them antagonistic towards one another for so long, so they couldn't coup him. That's why he stayed in power for like 30 something years.
Yeah, exactly. And also, yeah,
I think. Okay, sorry. And the broader thing to me here also is that part of the problem that we've had since independence is each time we have a sub-region in the continent within a country want some kind of semi want their own land, whatever, it creates a war. And part of that war comes out a divided country. You know what I'm saying? And because all this problem to see Djibouti, Ethiopia, and Eritrea, I mean, I'm sorry, but these are the same people. They're one people, from tradition,
Not really,
religion.
bro.
Oh, well, majority
No,
of
we're
it.
not, bro.
Well, my brother, if you look at their similarities, if you look at
Bro,
the
stop, man. We're
similarities,
not the same, man.
well,
Okay, are you the same as a South African?
huh?
Are you the same as a Togolese person in Nigeria?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Are you in Nigeria the same as a Togolese person?
A Nigerian and a Togolese are not the same per se.
So how are we the same?
But I mean, come on, go back to let's look at Eritrea and Ethiopia history. When did Eritrea become a state on its own? Before that, for centuries,
Bro, you didn't just say Eritrea. Okay, look, Ethiopia is full of other tribes as well. Ethiopia has Somalis, it has Oromos. The people, the Eritreans are close to other northern Ethiopians. That's it.
Yeah,
they're not the same as other Ethiopians.
Yeah, I'm not talking so much about tribes. I'm talking about regions that we create an independent state. We see this all over Africa.
Okay, so you even say the Somalis, the Eritreans, the Ethiopians. How is a Somali the same as an Eritrean? Can you explain that?
how a Somalian as an Eritrean, but I don't call Somalian. I say Eritrean and Ethiopians and Djibouti. You know, those are the people I
Djibouti is
claim.
full of Somalis. What the hell, man? Djibouti is mostly Somalis, man. What are you on about?
Well, my brother, if you look at your similarity and your history, you got a much more closer together
Oh my God! Now
than your
you know my
difference.
history better than myself now.
No,
Okay,
I do
please
not.
teach us.
I do not. It's just my
Okay,
observation.
when you look at Nigerian history and Togolese history, it's almost the same. You guys are the same.
I'm sorry?
When I look at Nigerian history and Togolese history, it looks the same to me. So you guys are the
Yeah,
same as
yeah,
well.
it is. It's the same people. I'm not Togolese, by the way. I'm Sierra Leonean. If you look at Nigerian and Sierra Leonean, the people are the same people. If you look at the history of it, are the same people. That's my point. We are the same people. We're not different. And it's
We're
this
not, bro.
difference. No. It's this difference that's creating problem in our land. We're not different. We are not different. Before colonial and give us different borders, we all live together. We live together in the same community. We pretty much have the same religion. We pretty much have the same food. It's because of colonialism, divisions, putting minority over majority. That's what create majority of our problem. Well, not so much
My
far away
brother,
from each other.
we were fighting. Stop, bro. We were fighting wars amongst each other even before colonization, bro. Let's not act like we were holding hands
Yeah.
and singing kumbaya before.
I mean, but that is part of history. Throughout the history of humanity, I mean, there's always a different war for power and conquer. That's been happening. But at the
So how
same
are we the
time,
same if we're fighting wars before? What are you on about?
my brother. Again, let's not make this. I'm not trying to make this personal. I know you are one side and you are vividly talking about this from a national aspect of it, but I'm trying to look at it from a historical aspect of it.
Brother, we are not the same. Keizo, let me ask you this. If you're fighting one another for thousands of years, you're enslaving one another, you're killing and raiding one another, how can you turn around and say we're the same?
Well, I mean, you have lived together with one another with peace from what we know in history more than you've been killing each other.
No, we haven't, bro. What are you on about? There's literally been war throughout history. What are you on about? There's never been a time of peace. What time of peace are you talking about?
Ethiopia existed for how many centuries?
Oh my God! Yes, tell me the period where there was peace between the other neighboring tribes.
You would tell me within centuries, you guys have just been
There
in war
isn't.
killing each other.
Yes, every time they've been in war, bro. That's how people have always lived. You're always fighting, and you're conquering or you're getting conquered. That's it.
Okay, well let's put away Ethiopia and leave them with that issue, since that's a century type issue.
Yeah,
But
because you're talking about history you don't even know. You're just pulling history out of your backside.
my brother, you're making this personal again. This is where you guys make this
Bro,
personal.
the history has been the same. The history has been the same in every African continent. Every African region you can go to, it's been the same. Even in South Africa, everywhere, bro. These tribes have been constantly fighting each other. One tribe starts winning over the other and it conquers the other, or the other tribe loses. That's always been the history. When has there ever been peace amongst bordering tribes? What are you talking about, man?
But I mean, that sounds like nonsense to me. Ethiopia, for the last 100 years, you have all these different types. You have not been killing each other, have you? Beyond this recent war.
Bro, there's always been war in Ethiopia. What are you on about? This is what I mean. You don't know. You haven't read anything about any of these regions. I can tell you about the southern tribes in Southern Africa. I can tell you about the East African tribes. All of them have been constantly fighting each other, bro.
I will leave that topic like that because we're not going anywhere.
Okay, Nilotic. You know, you are not giving any solutions here. You always talk about history and problems, but you never put one point to go forward. This brother is telling you, okay, we know our problems and we have to solve it. So this is the topic of the day, man.
Okay, DG, you are under
Give
the
me
harsh
some
truth.
solution.
The only solution is for either one or two tribes to come together and rise above the rest and conquer everyone else. The same way Ethiopia was formed. Ethiopia was formed because Menelik conquered everyone else, right? So one tribe will have to do that in the Horn, or two tribes. Maybe the Oromos can do that. They will have to rise above everyone else and conquer everyone, and then you'll see peace.
But we don't live in that time or century anymore. That will be an endless war. I mean, we don't live like that anymore. One tribe
Okay,
getting up and dominating. It does not work anywhere. It will never work it will never work anymore. You know?
Okay, so you
So the only way it will work is having an integrated system. It's having an integrated system and bringing everyone in the table and look at each and everyone as a brother, as a sister, as the most qualified. We forget this tribal and regional aspect of it.
okay? We'll hold hands and sing Kumbaya. You're right.
I'm not trying to be right here. We're just trying to exchange ideas, my brother. I'm learning from you. You're Ethiopian. You know
Bro,
much more.
this idea of let's all come together, this has existed for God knows how long. It has never worked. You're not even coming up with new ideas. You're coming up with old, failed ideas and acting like they're going to work this time.
You believe an integrated system where you bring everyone into on the table, where everyone have a voice. You don't think that will
What
work?
does that system look like? What does that system look like?
What an integrated
Why would the
system?
tribes with power? Why would the people with power right now integrate more people that are beneath them? Are you crazy? That's not how the world works. The world works based on hierarchy.
Well, no. Well, that is to us in Africa. We need to flip that around because part of the problem in Ethiopia. Listen to me. Let me. You say how would that work? Part of the problem in Ethiopia, for example, region where you have a majority of a certain group. Why not give them power to rule themselves? Give them a lot of the decentralized.
Okay, let me ask you about Sierra Leone. Sierra Leone has multiple ethnic groups. Is the dominant ethnic group just going to give power to the weaker groups just for the sake of coming together, uniting?
Well, yeah, we don't have a tribal problem without, as I say again, if it's not politics.
Oh, okay. Aren't you the same country that has had multiple civil wars? What are you on about?
We don't have, by the way, brother, we have not multiple civil war. We have one civil war, and our civil war was not based. But hold on, let me finish.
Two civil wars.
Hold on. Let me finish. One civil war, and that civil war was not based on tribes or religion. It has nothing to do with that. We didn't kill each other because of tribe or religion. We kill each other just because we want to kill each other. Because the diamond part of it was not even, the diamond part of it was not even benefiting anyone. So that's not even the excuse. We kill each other because we wanted to maim each other and kill each other. It had nothing to do with tribal or religion or or foreign interference. No, the foreign interference that we had, the war started in Liberia and entered into Sierra Leone for the diamonds, so the diamonds can get the war going. But we didn't kill each other because of war or tribe, right? And our system up to today is based. The only time we have tribal issue or regional issue is when when it's time for election, because political parties use tribes to divide us.
Because they want. Okay, I'm gonna leave it here, man. This guy said we don't have tribal problems until it's time for elections, when power is supposed to be fought for. Okay, so you do have tribal problems then.
No, I don't say we have a tribal problem, because the next day after election is over, these people are the same neighbors. These are the same people that married each other. They have the same kids. They all go to the same school. They go to the same market. So nothing is different. It's only during elections because we have politicians that have used this for over 60 years. It's a playbook from the British, from the Europeans, where they divide us by groups. For example of this, we see in Sierra Leone when the colonial power was in Sierra Leone and leading Sierra Leone, they put the majority groups, some of them, in different position, and put minority groups in different position. Sometimes they put minority groups in the areas where there's more majority, just to create division. You know, so that playbook has been worked since back then from the European colonial, and our politicians use that same playbook up to today. Majority of African tribal issue comes usually, majority of the time, election for power. That's when we use it. We don't use it anything anywhere else. Yeah, in Ethiopia, you know your country more than I will ever dream of. Different groups have so much similarities. Cultures that have been based together for over centuries. They have so much similarities. Yeah, there are some differences, maybe regional, but there's so much similarities. And this is all over Africa. We see the sentiment of tribal or nationalistic happen in Africa, usually majority of the time during election time. And it's been proven to work for 60 years and continue to work. And that hamper our growth because they use that, they bring in their own people in, they bring in their own regional people in, they bring their own tribes in, they bloated the government, it just become corruption, the nepotism is just everywhere. People are running departments where they should not be, don't have the qualifications for. So it just go affect every aspect of society. And hopefully we need to look at each other as brothers. Anyway, sorry, I've talked too much.
Are we done?
Hello?
Yes, brother.
Oh, okay. So we're still everyone just quiet.
Yeah, but listen, brother, you must be careful. These Ethiopians, they, what they do to the West Africans when they try to cross the border. They prevent them from coming into the country. You must choose who to align with. The Ethiopians are not good for you, brother. You must give up on them. They're not your brother. Just focus on the Sierra Leoneans and the Nigerians. That is my advice.
I agree with you with that, and I think part of this, the way we need to do it, yes, we need to start in our own country, individual country, and then slowly go regional. But it's a long way to do it. It will take generations, but we need to start that work, my brother, because if we don't start that work, we will forever have this issue. It will continue to affect generations to come. You know, and that's why I think we Africans need to start this conversation at some point. Yes, we have to start in our own individual countries, communities, and regional. You know, and this is where I believe Nigeria have a huge role to play. They could lead this region to be prosper. They can open up this region to be prosper, you know, but they need to set the example based on democracy and governing and all of that.
Mm-hmm. So I have a question. Do you believe in democracy? You
Yes.
think it's the best system we have?
Not really. I don't believe it's the best system we have. I don't believe so. And I think Africa need to come up with our own system.
Hey, Shaw. So what you were saying earlier, that's why I really I really do believe in this decentralized approach, because I do believe that the reason why everyone says it, politics is the only time tribalism comes out, and the reason why is because every 4 years, one man makes all the decisions. One or two men are making all the decisions. Presidents are just doing whatever they want. And people feel like, look, my life is on the line because this one man has all of this power. You know, I can't even build a road or do this in my little state without permission from this guy. So that's when the tribalism comes. Other than that, people aren't even that tribal. So when I think about like a regionalist approach, what I don't want to see is like a president of West Africa that rules by decree, basically, or basically just because that's going to be more of the same issue. You're going to see a religious war in West Africa. See, right now it's tribal. It will become a religious war, Christian versus Muslim, when they decide. So when they make it more regional, right, you won't have this major. I won't have to go to war with you because you're a Hausa man or because you're a Khan or because you're Muslim. Because guess what? My own region is doing its own thing. That's what I think. You can't put too much stress on the system. That's what I believe.
No, Caesar, I completely agree with you. I think part of this reform needs to be exactly what you said: regional, localize it, give more power to the people on the ground. You know, we don't have that. Sierra Leone is a prime example of that. And if we give more power to the ground, then we can hold people accountable. They know what's best for their own community.
I really don't want to see a solution where like you have Pan-Africanism, but now you have a president of West Africa that runs the same way. Because what's going to happen every election is they're just going to break it down into you're a Christian, you're a Muslim, you're a traditionalist. And do you really want that? I mean, is that the path we want to go for Africa?
No, Caesar. My regional aspect that I am advocating for is more of a regional aspect in opening up the market, in opening up borders. You see what I'm saying? It's not so much. It's not so much political. It's more economic and security.
But even the whole economic, again, we have to stay away from this whole one man mentality that we love so much. A lot of Africans want a savior. They want one king. It's like in the Bible where they told Moses, like, look, we need a king. The Israelites are like, we need a king. You know, that's what Africans want. They want a king. That's not the solution, though, because every 4 years, we're going to go to war. We're going to reduce to our the slowest denominator. And I mean, that's not progress. But if it's more, so I think this is something people need to start thinking about, because a lot of people are anti-decentralization because they think, look, we're not going to have national unity. No, the federal government should be in charge of the military, right? I'm not saying we should have state militaries. Let the federal government, if you want to make a nuclear weapon, you have to be the federal government. I'm cool with that. But a lot of these small economic things, I don't really know why. It wasn't until this year, where you could build a railroad in Nigeria for a state. You have to have federal government permission. So why are we doing this? Why do you need permission from the federal government to build a railroad? And that's why they go to war in election time. It doesn't really make any sense. So we need to start looking at these things. That, to me, that's a policy change that I think will fix a lot of these issues.
100%. That localized, I am there with you, and we are one of those people that have been advocating that for a very, very long time. That local chiefs, local mayors, villages, you know, should be part of the table. It should not just be a president 500 miles away telling a village what they can and cannot do. It should not be the president, like, for example, in Sierra Leone, that is in charge of a village police.
Right.
You know, that is insane.
And I would
You
love
know?
people to articulate, does it make sense in your head? Why should you need permission of the federal government to build a railroad in your own state? And then you'll be begging, you'll be doing political stuff. Oh, this guy's married to this guy's daughter. Oh, blah, 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 tribal. I mean, come on. And then people will be fighting. Oh, I want light in my town. I need my own guy to be president. You have two candidates, one that has a PhD, another one didn't even go to elementary school. And they'll vote for the elementary school one because it's from their tribe, because they believe there'll be development in their own region if their own tribesman gets there. Come on, guys. This isn't about, there's no tribal, this argument has nothing to do with tribe or religion. Let's pick a solution that works for everyone. That's the only answer. And I would love if someone disagrees to come up here and articulate why you think we need a king that makes decrees, that controls everything. Come on, guys. I know Kafaru, if he was here, he would come up and start debating.
No, that will not work in Africa. It might work in some places in Africa to have a strong leadership that is very ethical and not morally corrupt. Maybe if you have that kind of strong leadership, it will help. Because for me, in Sierra Leone, one can argue that democracy have not worked for us in 60 years because nothing have changed.
Wow.
So why not kinship if he can bring me prosperity and security?
But then you're gonna have the same issue. The issue is decentralization. If it's a kingship that's local is better than a democracy of 50 billion people where one man has all the power, because they're not even seeing the issues. The reason why there's no road in your village is because the leader has never been to your village before, guys. Hello, wake up. You don't have light because the leader has never been to your town before. He doesn't even know there's no light. So there you go.
Yeah, Cesar, you at the point with that. I cannot agree more. Localized leadership, empowering local leaders and community heads will help Africa. That's one thing also we haven't tried, really. We have talked about it and talked about it, but we really don't try it or do it much, because all power is concentrated towards the federal aspect of it, and which is just hasn't the results so far speak for itself throughout Africa.
I mean, maybe the capital is being improved. That's probably what's going on, I'm guessing. I hope, at least.
Yeah, and it's and it's sad, and yeah, it's very sad. But I don't know, what other solutions do you guys have? Do you guys think African Union should do more?
Kaiser, do you think the African Union should do more? What about you, one man? What do you guys think?
African Union doesn't exist. It's a poster child, it's funded by European Union, so they were going to, they're not here for Africa to move forward. Maybe make it easier trade with European countries. I guess I get that, but in this situation, no, African Union is not the one. Because if they were, they would have already created a peace in Congo, in Somalia, etc. There would be something that they've done that you could say, okay, you know what, African Union can be relied on. They're not reliable. And when something is not reliable, it doesn't mean how good they can be in one instance, which I guess there isn't even evidence of that in this case. But it doesn't matter how good something can be in instantaneous moments. You want something reliable, and African Union is not reliable. We don't have case studies of its involvement where it's actually caused change, at least in terms of security in African continent. So yeah, I think no African Union. I think personally, look, time is great, right? Because what time will do is it will make the average African middle class. And when the average African is middle class, they might now know what tribalism is, how tribalism isn't really their friend, and how they can benefit by actually voting for competent people. All of that stuff comes with nationhood. These concepts for us Africans, we inherited the concept of nation state. We didn't grow into it. We didn't fight for it. We just inherited it from the previous colonizers. So if that's the case, we just simply need to grow and become nation states. That's the main thing. The moment we become nation states, then I think these problems will be no longer the main issues that we're suffering from.
Yeah. Yeah. So how do we reform African Union?
We have to fund it, but we don't want to fund it. So if you notice yesterday, the South Africans don't even want to send a R1 to any of the shows they watch on YouTube. So knowing that, we have to fund the union ourselves, but we don't do it. So ultimately, I don't know. Because issue is, who's going to fund it?
Man, you got what, 54 countries?
Yeah. Okay, we got.
You have 54 countries. You think they cannot? Wow.
Yeah. Okay, let me give an example here. We were supposed to have an Africa free trade area. Where is it?
Yeah.
That's the issue.
And this is a problem in Africa. Majority of government, they will write stuff on papers and sign papers, but nothing is implemented. I mean, ECOWAS is a prime example of it. How many states today we have within ECOWAS that have open free border? I think what, 2, 3? I think 2, 3. This is what, since 1970 some? Since 1970 some? Why are we still not implementing this? Look at the EU in the 1970s and where they are today.
Yeah, 100%. Ultimately, people don't like holding us responsible. There are things where the Europeans are the ones controlling, us from moving forward. But an Africa free trade agreement isn't. All we have to do is sign the agreement and then enforce it at the borders. Make sure everyone working at the borders are people that understand the law and actually allow it to process forward. You have cameras or you have checkers to make sure corruption is not happening so much at the borders. Issue is we're not proactive, right? I can keep saying, look, let me give you an example, right? Caesar, are you excited about BRICS?
Excited? No, I mean, I'm excited. I want to see what South Africa does with it.
Exactly. See, black men are rather more excited about BRICS than fixing their own ECOWAS.
But wait, let me pause. I'm more excited about what I'm doing with my own life and my own group of people.
Come on,
I'm not waiting on BRICS, if that's answering your question.
You see, that's the problem with the black man. The black man wants to wait for another man to go build.
I'm not waiting for
something.
BRICS. I literally said I'm not.
Where do you live, Caesar? Which country do you live?
Give me a break. I'm a businessman.
You live in the States. You go and join the white man who built a great nation in United America, but you don't want to go build Nigeria. This is the issue with the black man. Now the Russians and the Chinese are building BRICS, and you're like, yeah, great BRICS. Where's ECOWAS?
Okay, I have a question for you. If I want to build an airport, can I do it in Nigeria? Leave me alone. No, I'm a capitalist. I need to go where my money can do something for me.
Well, sure. Ken, I'm Doc. I completely agree with you. I'm one of those people that were, when South Africa hosted this BRICS, was completely against it and thought that all that effort that South Africa is making with BRICS, why not use that effort in their own region? Why not use that effort for African Union? You know what I'm saying? We're always looking for an outside, as you say, some kind of white or whatever kind of Jesus to come save Africa, instead of looking at what inside African can come up with, what solution African can come up with. Why not come up with our own? Why not come up with our own?
Kaizo made a joke, but honestly, this is the truth. He said, there's no solution, just be rich. Honestly, right now, the only thing you can do is, as a Pan-African, is to become rich, build networks, build businesses, and maybe one day we can use it to strong arm the government, right? But that's really the only solution. I know he made that a joke, but it was actually not a joke, because that is the only solution. increase your market share in all these African economies. And when the time turns, like Dangote, if Dangote is able to manipulate the Nigerian economy to fit him, so if you're a Pan-African, there you go.
Here's the thing, right? Because 100%, I believe capitalism is one path forward that works. I'll give you an example, right? There's a brother on the chat. His name is Ike. Ogiamien. He's a slave trader from Nigeria. Now, he used all the slave trading money and he's actually put it into Ghana, building a factory. He's industrializing Ghana. That's an example of how capital works. Now, what happens is when his company and his factories get large enough, he can now leverage the Ghanaian governors and government in certain levels to get other businesses through. Right? Or at the end of the day, African governments listen to money. And also think of it this way, right? Bonds and all these bonds and stuff like that, right? If you're rich enough, if you can lend your government money in dollars, right? So think about foreign exchange. If you can give them money in dollars, do you know how much money you'll get back in those dusty Naira or other African? A lot more. And guess what? They will treat you special because they know that they can rely on you as being one of the main financiers of the government, especially when they're going through tough times. They don't have to rely on IMF, get some crazy interest rates, etc. So yeah, I believe that one of the solutions that we can do, especially people listening to this chat, since most of us aren't connected to the government in any meaningful level, we need to get rich, successful, and powerful so that we can leverage, use it as leverage for our governments to give us contracts, allow us to invest the way that we need to change things.
See, Kai, so this is like a small flex. I'm still building, man. Give me a break. But I have 1.5 employees in Nigeria. To me, that's a big flex. You see what I'm saying?
So you have a pygmy as well, like a Nigerian and a pygmy?
I know I use
what's half an employee?
I have 1.5. Let me say like I have one employee that's full time, and then I have some other people that so I say 1.5. But that's a flex for me. That's Pan-Africanism. That's one thing I can do. You know, there you go.
No, that's a step forward in the right direction. Well done, brother.
Yeah. We all have to do what we can.
In the right what? In the right what?
He's erecting up this young men, so that's good.
Right erection. Yeah. Oh, I thought I misheard you.
No, he's erecting them upwards. He's building these men. They are men, Caesar, right? Caesar, they are men, right?
What'd you say? No.
The employees are men, right?
The full-time one is a woman.
You see, that's now the problem.
No.
Now you're gonna have only me. You're going to be having what's they call it? Hashtag something. What do they call it again?
No, I'm professional.
Yeah, you see, Caesar. Caesar, your concubine does not work as your employee.
What?
You get it? Your concubine does not work as your employee. No. You need to get a man.
I've never done anything with this person. So
okay, is she beautiful or is she very happy?
What she does for him is not a job.
That's what I'm trying to say. He's actually financing one of his concubines.
No. Sales. They do sales for me. So look, there you go.
Okay. You got exposed, Caesar.
I'm not exposed. I'm honest. They do sales for me. Everything's small now. Small.
That's all. Hey, that's all. That's it, my brother. One step at a time. You know.
One step at a time.
Yeah, and that should be encouraging. And I wish African government would engage the diaspora. You know, engage them, bring them in. You know, bring them into different sectors of the economy. Work with them. You know, for example, in Sierra Leone with us, we have a lot of we import rice in Sierra Leone, a country that should not import rice at all. We live right on the equator. 6 months of the year we got rain, so we have enough land to plant our own food. But we don't do that anymore. So we import a couple $100 million a year on food. Even onions we import. You know, but anyway. So this is going on. Instead of the government engaging the diaspora, some of us are trying, have started doing some work there, but a lot of people have so much problem getting paperwork. I mean, as I make an example earlier, you go do your paperwork, you take off your time, and then you have just this day to go do your paperwork. They tell you the guy did not come today. The guy that's supposed to stamp the paper.
There you go.
You have to sit down and wait. Tomorrow you come, they turn you around. So you have all this red tape and hamperment that is in front of you that they make it difficult.
Yeah, but sure. What I've noticed with Africans, I've lived in Africa now for at least 1 year and a half. They don't like to work. This is one thing. They are lazy. And I know why. It's because they don't get paid well. I know the two are connected, right? If you don't pay someone worth their time, they're not going to make work like, they're not going to work like a slave. Africans are human beings, right? So I get it. The pay is low, so people just have fun while they're working. I get that. But one of the issues is, even if you take that into account, people don't like to do things in time because I don't think we understand time. Like yesterday, I went to go collect my trousers from the the person that's fixing it. Now they told me, I told them, "Are you sure you can do it?"
Africans are human beings. Why are you spreading ugly rumors here? When did Africans become human beings?
No. There's a point I'm making here, one man, right? The problem is people usually say, "Oh, you have to come back to Africa. You have to invest." No, let me tell you something. Most Africans are not like crazy entrepreneurs. Africans are just like everybody else. Africans will come back to Africa when there's a system that works for them and they can benefit from it. If I have a degree in brain surgery, or not a degree, sorry, I have a degree in medicine and I got specialization in brain surgery, I'm not going to come to a country that's paying me $1,000 a month.
There you go.
When I can be making $10,000 to $15,000 a month in America. So we have to create the system as the entrepreneurs, right? Us who are on these sort of platforms. We have to create the businesses, the infrastructure, and the industry so that the other Africans abroad will say, you know what? I know if I reach this guy up, I can get a job. I am qualified. I am skilled. I can add value. But this whole idea of everybody going back to build businesses, no. This is why Black Americans go back to Africa and buy a little farm and they do nothing. It's because they're just human beings. There's nothing special about us, right? So we, the ones who are special, aka me, Caesar, one man, one day, sure, inshallah, we need to go back and build these. We have to be the
special or special needs.
Well, it's difficult to know these days. Right, we have to be the ones to go back and set the system straight. So, Caesar, you are a pioneer, but be careful with your female employee. Do not do anything that she'll say "me too" over there. In Nigeria. What tribe is she from, Caesar?
Yoruba.
Oh, you see what I mean? Now you're trying to take your genes away from the Igbo side and start doubling at the other side.
Well, actually, no, my mom's Yoruba, actually. So
exactly, you see what I mean? Now you think the Yorubas have a? Is it because you like Chimamanda and Ngozi?
No, she's my Igbo sister.
She's Igbo, really.
I don't even care about tribe when I hire, as long as you're not a fanatic. Wink, wink. If you know what I mean.
Okay, I get that. Shout out to you, African Fang Tribe. A long time since we haven't seen you since the police arrested you, sister. I'm glad you're well. It's good to see you on the chat, sis. America, this guy's FBA Nigel says, okay, I'm not gonna read that.
There's rumors that Kenya is exploring visa free, no visas, basically visa free something. Like not. Have you heard anything about that?
For which groups?
I didn't say. Give me a second. Let me look it up.
I know Ruto, that guy, man. He wants it to be for Black Americans. Probably wants the foreign exchange money coming in from the blacks, which is fine. Like I'm okay with that. But what I'm against is when people lie. Like Caesar, remember that video I made about that young Kenyan brother Evans from Kenya, right? And I talked about it from a logical point of view. I said this channel is gonna get taken down. He'll lose his monetization. You guys said, "Oh no, Kaiser's just jealous." This guy is out here doing things the wrong way, and he didn't listen to me. Now he's demonetized. Now he's back to being a poverty guy. Not just that, he's out here trying to sell land to Black Americans, telling them that you can buy outright land in Kenya and you can't as a foreigner. You can get 99 years leasehold. And what you do is you marry a Kenyan woman, then that land you put it in your Kenyan woman's child, which is your child, and then you can buy outright. But you cannot, as a foreigner in Kenya, buy land. This is how Kenyans changed the constitution in 2010 to prevent Wazungus who had 999-year leasehold. You get what I'm saying? So it's actually It was actually to stop the Wazungus owning the land, so that after 50 years, all the land they stole from the Kikuyus will be returned to them. Right? It's a whole system that they're doing here. But you see, this young brothers out here lying to people, getting them into issues, and I have to correct these young bucks.
Oh, guys, I was going to say there's a video floating around on Twitter where basically the President Ruto was saying they're considering abolishing any visa requirements to travel to Kenya.
But for anyone?
Yeah. Do you know why this high IQ? Any country that does that, their GDP, I could see it multiplying by 50%,
Well,
50% easily.
Caesar, you're 100% right. What people don't seem to know, and this is what the issue is with us kind of in basic economics. If you remove the visa requirements, what happens is that the guy's going to come with at least $2,000. They'll spend that $2,000 in your country. It's like I just don't get it. It's like maybe they want easy money, right? But they don't get it. It's all about foreign exchange. They'll be spending that money as a tourist in your country. Make it easy for them. They'll come even more. 100%.
That's good. Yeah, I think it's a brilliant. Kenya might be that high IQ. These are high IQ moves. Nigeria should be doing this. Ghana, see what they're doing with the diaspora African Americans. It's also working with the diaspora. There's a lot of diasporans I know who have lost connection with that immediate, like, oh, let's say my parents are from Kenya or Rwanda. It's mostly small countries I've noticed and small tribes, right? Mm-hmm. Now they want to go to Ghana because their family, they've lost that connection to that small tribe they're from. They want to go to Ghana. So if Ghana can capitalize off that and actually start getting diasporans, not just African Americans, but diasporans, they could. That's a serious cash cow. Serious cash cow.
Yeah, 100%. But here's the thing though. Like I keep saying, the reason I brought up the young Kenyan brother is because of short-termism that I've noticed in the African population. The brother was out here uploading videos, and I told him, I was like, bro, don't do this. Your channel's going to get taken down, right? Uploading videos without making any comment on them, literally just stealing videos, right? All over the place. Now he got a lot of subscribers. He got 35,000 from 2,000, but now he had to delete all. YouTube deleted all those videos, demonetized them. So right now it's back to square one. And knowing Africans, we like to spend money.
Let me push back on that. Someone argue I am at 0.0. Now I have. Let's say he made, I don't know, $20,000, right? Now he's demonetized. He could probably fight back to get remonetized, but now he has this large subscriber base. That's my argument.
A large subscriber base of mostly 50-year-old men when he doesn't understand how to.
Which means they have money to spend. Next.
Yes, but he doesn't know this system because he doesn't listen to people like me who actually know how the system works. You get the point, Caesar. He's not an entrepreneur. He's a subsistence entrepreneur like a typical African. He got lucky. He made his money. And the issue with Africans, he spent all that money. I don't think he put it in a bank.
How do you know he spent all his money? How do you know he spent all his money?
I know Africans, Caesar. You know Africans, right? They spend everything they get. Now, that's the reality, right? They spend all this money.
He still has the fan base. He could probably get a new channel. Look, if he's smart, he can make this into a dub. There's nothing wrong. That's like having a hit single as a musician.
He's not
saying, I have a hit single. My fans don't care anymore. Like, bro,
remember, hang on, Caesar. He didn't get the subscribers because of his talking. It's because of the videos he was re-uploading of Museveni and all these other African presidents. Those subscribers don't even know who he is. He didn't. That's what I'm trying to say. He didn't earn them legitimately. You get the issue here, right?
So he has no name recognition, basically.
Like, he's got no name, no real thing. Say again?
Do they even know what he looks like?
No, they know how he looks like, but probably some of them, yeah. Now the issue is, the reason I'm bringing this guy up is he's a simple short-termism, right? That's the issue with Africa. It's short-termism. We don't think about things across time. We want to get as much as possible in a short term. Like Kenya, when I used to do business with Kenyans, right? I don't anymore. What they'll tell me is, I want to make as much money as possible. I'm like, bro, that's not how business works. You go and you put in the work, and then you get a pipeline, something that produces something, right? Even if I'm making, let's say, $2 a day on YouTube, that doesn't matter, right? That's a pipeline. It brings in money, and it will bring in more money at some other point. The issue with the African is they want to make as much as possible that one day, and then they forget about their future. That's the problem.
Yeah, I mean, let me defend the African. You know why that is. When you come from nothing.
Yeah,
right?
no, Mrs. H. Actually, people don't get remonetized all the time. That guy is lucky to have kept his channel, man. Because they really went hard on him, man. The guy got so many copyright strikes, and it was not because I reported him.
And start doing reactions.
Well, that's the thing. He's not talented, Caesar. Right? Like the videos he's not talented, right? Not everybody is talented. Not everybody's one man went to Mo.
All he has to do is, if he has any brains, show the video and show his face, and then talk for like 30 seconds.
Okay. In before he used to do this whole Black American. What do Kenyans think of Black Americans? What do Ghanaians think of Black Americans? And he was doing okay. He was getting the same views I get, which is okay for a small channel. But he started doing this thing when he's just re-uploading a video of Museveni speaking from some random African channel, and he started doing that and re-uploaded like 300 videos. So at some point, I think YouTube sends off these copyright domains, and then the people realize, oh shit, this guy is just re-uploading all my videos, zero commentary on it, and he got taken down. I'm just saying, like, I can see the future quite well. The Africans just don't like listening to me. One man, for example, you know this, right? You're part of the system. You would not do something like that crazy, right? You think it's insane that someone refused to listen to good advice from an older brother, right? I tried to advise a young brother. He refused. Then now he's trying to sell fake land to Black Americans, and he's still not listening to me.
That's bad, though. He's going to ruin Kenya's reputation. Kenya actually has a good reputation of being an honest country.
Mr. H, who cares what he said? Nobody reported him. You're missing the point. Mr. H, do you want me to show you how YouTube works? Right now, YouTube sends me a notification of all the people using my videos so that I can copyright strike them. It sends you automatically. You don't need to be reported or anything. It's an AI. So he did not get reported by his rival. YouTube sent those people notification. Right now, I don't claim copyright on people. I don't believe it's right to do that. To do so, if I was really scared, I would just ask them to take it down, right? Because I believe in fairness and equality, right? But YouTube automatically sends it. It was not me, Mrs. Oh my goodness, it's automatic. That's what I'm trying to explain.
He probably just said that to increase his fans, make his fans more loyal to him. Oh, my rival did this to me because I'm telling the truth about.
Of course, now he's gonna claim it was me because I came for him with the chat as well, telling him don't sell Black Americans fake land.
Why are you jealous of this guy, Kaizo?
You see the African mind, Caesar. That is the response that I was waiting for. The African will just say, "Oh, Kaizo is jealous." Okay. You know what? I will work the right way, slowly and slowly. I'll build myself up slowly, doing the right
guys,
thing.
I'll be honest with you. I do. Let me be honest. I do sense a bit of maybe you're angry, like I can't believe he did it the wrong way and made it.
He didn't make it though. Either. That's the point. Like that's the part you're missing. He didn't make it. This nigga has been taken down.
But yeah, you should, but dude, I don't think it's a bad idea. Post the video, right? But then do 30-second commentary. If he does that, he can still get the same views. And no copyright strike, right? Is that how YouTube works?
No. You need, realistically speaking, every 20 seconds you share a video, you should be commenting on it. That's the legal
But how
way.
long do you have to comment on it?
That doesn't matter, but you have to at least comment on a video. You have to stop a video every 20 seconds, legally speaking, for you not to be abusing copyright laws.
Maybe he should stop.
I don't do that. Nobody does that. Nobody does that.
Stop the video and then make a facial expression, be like disapproving since he's not talented. Just let the video do its thing, but follow the laws. You still get your money.
No. That won't work. Legally, if you legally speaking, meaning like if you want to be on the right side of the law, you comment 20 seconds, you make a commentary, then you play another 20 seconds. That's if you want to be. Nobody does that, right? But normal people realize even if you play 1 minute and you make a commentary, you're now obviously still playing the right way. But legally speaking, if you want to make sure you're on the right side of the law on copyright, 20 seconds. That's what you're allowed. Yeah. So for me, I usually do about 50 seconds. Then I make commentary on the video. But depending on the video and who it is, sometimes these days I email the person saying, "Hey, I'm going to use your video. I hope it's okay." Or there's certain companies like, for example, Wodemaya, you can make as long as video you want on him. All his videos he's put up and shared them without copyright laws on it. Wow. So it just depends on the person as well. Yeah.
I cannot stand that guy, that Ghanaian guy.
Yeah, I don't like him either. But
are you serious? Why?
Yeah, the guy looks like he got hit on
the only face. Guy I detest even more is your brother from Kenya, that one with the dreadlocks.
Yeah, Caesar. That guy looks like he got hit by a cocoa bean on his foot.
No, y'all just YouTube hating now. I'm not gonna lie. I'm about to join the comment section. You guys don't like what am I?
Don't Caesar. No,
You guys
come
don't
on,
like
man.
Word of Maya? Come on, y'all just hating now.
No. We don't actually dislike. Oh, you're gonna say we're jealous now? That's the African way. Oh,
Come
we're
on, how
just
you not
jealous.
like Word of Maya? All he does is be
Wode Maya,
positive.
Wode Maya is a liar. Okay, he's dangerous. I don't like people who are dangerous. Right?
What is he
People lying
lying
to me.
about? That Africa's
He says,
not what
come
they
to
tell you?
Somalia. I can't believe they lied to you about Somalia. Somalia is peace and safety. They tell you have to walk around with the Coast Guard. Oh, look at us. We're walking no Coast Guard. Then guess what? The next video, this nigga's in the beach. I see a Coast Guard right next to him. I can show you the video right now if you don't believe me, Caesar. But you just call me a hater. You call me. I can pull up the video right now.
I can't
Right
believe
now.
lied to you about Somalia.
This nigga is out here saying, "Yeah, come to Somalia. It's peaceful. It's safe. Oh, no Coast Guard with me." Okay. Then I
Okay,
watch the
but
next
here's
video.
devil's argument
There's
about
a
Wode
Coast
Maya.
Guard literally with a gun behind him.
There are two things that damn him as far as I'm concerned. He's short and he's Ghanaian.
Ouch.
Now, to be honest, my sister's wife, I mean husband, is Ghanaian, so I have to defend the Ghanaians. But I like that. I made TDX. What is exactly? Thank you. Exactly. Oh yeah. No. Caesar is a killer. You're right.
Y'all hating. Y'all YouTube hating
Caesar,
right now.
listen,
Y'all
listen,
YouTube hating.
One man was short. Yeah. One second.
And the joke.
Yeah.
And the joke.
What? Yeah.
Wait,
Go ahead.
so name somebody in the space you do like. If y'all aren't haters, name someone that you do like.
Okay. I don't. Okay, I don't like O'Shea, but I respect his hard work ethic. He's kind of low IQ, but I respect how hard he works. I respect that he's created like 4 channels and they're all successful. He's moved to Africa. He couldn't get into medical school in the United States. He went to Poland, finished it, became a doctor, realized medicine doesn't pay, went back to Uganda, set up a studio, worked hard. Now he's also thinking of setting up a studio in Kenya. He's already got Kenyan employees. He's got employees in Uganda. I respect that guy for being a man. What's his name? O'Shea Duke Jackson. I don't like it. I think he's a bit low IQ. He misses a lot. He keeps bringing in Black American issues into Africa. But I respect the fact that he's a man. He's actually worked hard and got successful the right way, Caesar. Yeah, that's a perfect example of someone I respect.
Is YouTube like rap music where every single rapper doesn't really fuck with each other, kind of, because they're competitive?
No, people work together. People collaborate. I'm just saying, I respect O'Shea Duke Jackson.
I said, who do you like? You told me who you respect.
I don't like anyone, but I respect him.
Okay, whatever. It's kind of competitive. What about you, man? I don't take one man serious because he's just like short and Ghanaian, so I don't think it's a big deal.
Okay, now I like one man. Okay, that's one YouTuber. I like one man.
Oh, break the one you're collabing with.
Exactly. Yeah, that's why I'm collaborating with him because I like. Okay. Can you hear us?
Yeah.
But respect. It's always about respect, Caesar. Right? Men respect other men. No, I think you're.
Do you think his marriage to your Kenyan sister is just for the money?
No, it's because no. Let me explain. Right, Wodemaya is very short, and he looks like an acorn. Here, his head, right, from the cocoa beans.
Ouch.
But here's the thing: the brother went to Rwanda and tried to find a Rwandese wife. Rwandese people are tall; it did not work. He went to Ethiopia. He tried to find a wife in Ethiopia. Ethiopians are not tall, but Ethiopians do not speak English. So it did not work. So he met his half Luo, half Kikuyu wife in Ethiopia. And guess what? She speaks English. That's really how it happened. And she was shorter than him. So he had to find someone shorter than him who could speak English. Ethiopians can't speak English. They will speak like
her preference, of course, is for white men. So why did she go for Wadamaya? She's always preferred white men.
Yeah, because Wadamaya is rich and she saw the potential. She's smart. Like her father, I believe, was a professor, a Luo Kenyan professor. So it's one of these high IQ people that had money and stuff. So I think her father definitely helped her make that decision. The guy is a successful man. He's at least worth $800,000. He's making at least $200,000 a year. The guy is a successful man. So I think the brother made the right decision to the woman made the right decision to go with him. He is a successful guy. Like, I respect that he's successful. I just don't like him because he's a liar, he's weird and stuff like that. But I respect that he's successful. Any man that's successful and doesn't do it through nefarious means, I respect them.
Kaizo,
I think
can you hear me?
I
Can
can
you
hear
hear
you.
me? I just want to, yeah, I just want to point out a topic which is not in the conversation. If you just look at now on AFR, you gave him an opinion, and he's using it like, man, he just make that Somali woman an African, a black woman, and guess who?
White people are
Who
calling into
gave
the
her
show.
the brick? It's an African man. And everybody on the panel says Africa is shit. They beat their women with brick, even though we know the hitter is an Haitian. And the last time I checked, Haiti is not in Africa. You know what? You don't, you will never trust these people, man. They will just change anything. They will just change for their narrative, man. Oh, shit. Go ahead, my friend. That's your fault, Kenyan. You sold us now to the international level. Yeah, you make all of us like we are dirty, and we hit our women not with our hands but with bricks by giving an idea to some dusty American.
Yeah, sorry about that, brother. But as long as he can make money from the video, I'm happy. You know,
Yeah, okay, yeah. At that point, I don't care about it, but you know, to I don't like when people twist the truth and make it for their own benefit. They're just coons, man. And we have so coons.
no, but you know, the guy is literally called America's first rifle coon. Why do you think? Listen,
I am going now to his panel and expose him. I hope you join us and tell him to stop this.
bro, half of his panel is white people. No. 70% of his panel is white people. So
No,
what
they
else
are
do you
not
expect?
just white. They're racist, man.
No,
No.
look at this.
I like to go there and just make
These
them
are all
weak, man.
white. Even though they're black, the other two, but they're white. So I think it's you should expect that. You know,
Yeah.
you should expect
Sometimes I
this.
just pop in and just make them to. Oh, don't do that, man. Anyway, it's okay. Go ahead. I don't like them. I'm staying here, my dusty African channel. I don't.
Well, yeah. Look, if you give white people the chance, but yeah, Uncle Dwale, I have a question for you, right? And then we'll go to show. Have you seen
Okay, go
Shawshank
ahead.
Redemption? Great movie, very good movie, man.
Indeed,
What is it
it's
called?
a classic.
Shawshank Redemption. You must watch this movie, Dwale. Very good writing.
Very good one. It's a classic for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Is it an African movie or what?
No, but it's a good movie.
Okay. Is it on
For
Netflix? Where is it?
Probably Netflix. But I can send you a link where you can watch free movies.
Okay. Send it, brother. I will watch it.
Yeah. So, Uncle Dwale, do you think there's any?
Mostly, I watch South African and Nigerian movies. Yeah.
Oh, there's a Somali movie that first TV show came out recently.
Duale, what's your top 3 movies? What's your top 3 movies? Mine is
Captain Phillips. Mine is Captain Phillips.
I don't like Captain Phillips. Captain Phillips, I'm Somali, and of course, you know why I don't like Captain Phillips, because it's only one story from one side. It is not covering the other side, the other people's story. But my best movie could be Eddie Murphy's Coming to America, Part 1 and Part 2. And Independence Day, Will Smith. I like science fiction also.
Man, Will Smith used to be a good actor. What happened, man? Now he's just, I don't know, man, just playing some dusty roles. Independence Day was great.
It got slapped. That's what happened.
It started slapping people around. That's why.
Yeah, it's slapping people. Yeah, and I like the series, the drama series, like Grace of Anatomy, Station 9, anything to do with medical, because I'm the medical field also.
Yeah, but I think let's be honest, right? Your favorite series is actually Afrosphere podcast channels.
My top 3 is Edward Scissorhands, that's Johnny Depp, and Tombstone, I think that's Val Kilmer, and then Play Misty for Me, I think that was Clint Eastwood. So I can't say that there's 3 better movies done. Edward Scissorhands, Tombstone, play Misty for me.
Interesting,
Let's ask the comment section as well. Can you listen? Can the listeners list their top 3 movies of all
Yeah,
time?
you dust it in the chat. Do it right now. Go and type in your top 3 movies. Not TV shows, movies. In the chat. Do it now.
I think
I am at this moment. I'm watching a Netflix series from South Africa called The Fatal Selection. I just
Oh
like those
no,
movies of
Dwale,
the year.
you are a bad Muslim. You want to see all the good moments,
Yeah,
huh?
I am bad guy. I just like those Zulus how they undermine each other.
Hey, you just like you want to see
Crazy.
bad things. Huh? I knew it, brother. I knew it.
Fatal Selection. It's a nice movie. It's a nice series. I like it. It's an African series, so I like it.
Yeah, if the only issue I have with
Yeah.
Nollywood, Nigerian wood, is simple. They don't know how to do the sound engineering. The videography is great these days. The story is okay, but the sound engineering, like somehow, whenever they speak and start shouting, it starts to go and distort. One man, why can't
They
you guys
do
fix
too
the
much.
sound engineering?
Nollywood,
Yeah, I've
they
seen that.
they do too much comedics until you find it doesn't make even sense, man. Yeah, too much comics, and you find out this is not real. And I mean, even Bollywood is even better, man. You find it; these people are at least trying. But Nollywood is like you when you watch it, you find out it is something is missing. It's like it's too much exaggeration. When it comes to comics, when it comes to actions, it's too much, man. It's not real. It's not entertaining.
My top three will be Drunken Master, Forrest Gump, and Malcolm X.
Interesting, yeah. Forrest, I love the Drunken Master.
You like white movies a lot. Huh?
What? No.
Forrest Gump is a fucking white movie, man.
Yeah, but Forrest Gump is a classic, man. It's a good one. It's cool.
Yeah.
It's good riding. It's good riding. Forrest Gump is a good riding. But the other two,
it's me like 1998, like Pretty Woman or Titanic or whatever. That was too long, man. That's shit. I mean, look at Pretty Woman. It's also classic, but it's what? It promotes degeneracy. Yeah.
Yeah, no, but Forrest Gump and Pretty Woman. Anyway, but not just Forrest Gump. I like it, but Malcolm X is a great one. That's a black movie by a black director. You know.
Malcolm X is good because it is based on a biography.
Yeah, and of course, Drunken Master, Jackie Chan. Jackie Chan is very entertaining.
True.
I like also The Last King of Scotland of Forrest Whitaker.
Forrest Whitaker.
That was so nice. That was nice.
But did you know that nigga's got a brother that looks just like him, man, who also is an actor? Not all the movies that have the guy that looks like him is actually him. Yeah, he has a brother who looks just like him.
Who is the greatest actor of all time? I'm still insisting is Val Kilmer.
Val Kilmer. Okay, all time. Okay, I don't know about all time. I have to reduce it to the last 20 years because I wasn't born before 20 years ago. So let's see. 20 years. Probably. I don't know, man. I don't know.
The British actors are dominating now Hollywood, man.
Black British actors.
Hollywood likes British actors. British actors.
No, I know why, Dwale. Because they're
black and white. They fucking dominating, man.
But I tell you why. If you go to
something to do with the accent or what?
No, because they actually play American roles as well. That's the thing. With American accent.
To me, I would say Tom Hanks. You know,
okay.
Tom Hanks and Denzel Washington.
Okay.
Tom Hanks and Denzel Washington. I think I will put up there because those guys have played different kind of roles and have I mean, you look at Denzel Washington in Malcolm X. He literally became Malcolm X. You know, he
Right.
literally he convinced you that it was Malcolm X in front of you. You know, and Tom Hanks also have played some great roles that that you'll be convinced. You know, play them effortless.
Those are those are level A of a Hollywood actors. That's Washington and Tom Hanks.
Yeah.
But
level A, they are super.
Who's the coon from Django? I like him. Samuel L. Jackson. He's one of my favorite characters.
Oh yes.
Oh
yes.
yeah, Samuel
He
Jackson.
should be up there.
Oh, he was nice. He was very nice to act Uncle Tom in that movie. He was great, man.
And I bet you if you watch Samuel L. Jackson grows for all the movies that he's been a part of that have become blockbuster, I think it's more than anyone in the history of Hollywood.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he's. So
You know,
what is it called? The Broken Bones. That was also a very nice movie. Negotiator, Shaft, whatever. Yeah.
He's been everywhere and been incredible.
But I don't like Morgan Freeman. I don't like Morgan Freeman. That guy is a white man. He's ass kisser. That old man.
Well, he's there to make his money.
I don't respect it.
He's there to make his money.
The Morgan Freeman
like a black man. He acts.
Well, the Morgan Freeman and Cynthia Portier, all those guys, you got to remember now, it's part of the generation that they came from. You know, their role in Hollywood and how they were accepted. You know, so they have to play the way that they played. You know.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
Yeah, but they're also
great you are
actors.
black and stop it. Don't think.
Yeah.
Act.
You know.
Don't think because you are black. That's what they're told.
Yeah, you know, but they were great actors also. You know, they were great actors.
They're great actors on their fields. Yeah.
Yeah, but the role that they were given to them, you know, it was that. you know what I'm saying? But later on, generations, of course, have the opportunity to be in different places and different roles where they can show their talent. But we hope that we will have more African actors in the international stage too, because I think we have tons of talent. Africans.
What do you? Shao, what do you think about this girl called Katie Washington? Do you think she's a BLM motivator or what?
No, I mean, I didn't care for the show that she had that made her a star. No, I don't. Acting, I'm not. I mean, she's a good actress. I don't want to.
She is. That is not.
Yeah, she is. But there are much
she's
more.
One of the best,
but they're much more qualified.
She promotes this a strong, independent, whatever woman, black woman. Even though she's married and have children, I don't understand why she does that.
Well, and also, and that's part of the problem. So that independent black women thing that is given to our sisters by primarily a white movement, right?
Yeah, that's all to demonize the black man. That is it, you know.
Yeah, you know that
making
also.
The black man irrelevant.
Yeah,
irrelevant.
Yeah.
The black man is completely irrelevant. Yeah, that's a problem.
Yeah, and we see that effect of that in our society, especially is very telling in Western societies. You see the problem of black family. You know, you come to the Western and you see the problem of the black family. It's a huge problem. It's a huge problem. You know, it's a serious problem. And
while all the other communities are behind their men, Latinos, Chinese, whites, they are telling us the black women not to respect your men. And oh my God,
yeah,
that's the problem, man. Yeah. We have even the Africans who went there like from 1990s, they come back to Africa and they demonize their Somali men or Kenyan. gosh, what the hell is this? But you cannot find these Polish American, Italian American, Mexican. The Latinos are behind their men. They are completely behind their men, respecting them, giving them children 9 to 10. Only the blacks who are exploited to be independent, strong, whatever.
Yeah.
You know, there's no such thing as an independent woman, right? Because even men are not independent, right? We all work, right? I answer to someone. The issue is women think
I
that men
do
don't answer to
also.
other people, right? That's the problem. Like, Duale, don't you booty clap for the white man to get your money so you can send me donations? Of course, you have to, right?
Dude,
Or am I wrong?
I do my work
Exactly.
as I'm required, and I am not booty clapping. This is my job. But when I come back to my house, I expect my food to be ready, my children are okay, and my wife is clean and happy because I was there like 10 hours, 12 hours providing them. So, and when I come back, I don't like a woman tells me, hey, I have not cooked yet. Oh, maybe nah. Even though she is like me, she also works, I help her a lot. But this is it. It's a man and a woman, man. That's the family. You can't be equal. You must be, everybody must have a role to play. And that is the
And
growth, that's the
you,
family thing. You respect your
and,
woman, you respect your wife, and she respects you back.
and brother, you just spoke the truth there. It's a role, and I think that's where we have the problem is. There is a role. It's both equal. You know, we're equal, but we have different
But
roles
equal.
to play.
And if, yes,
You know, we're
different
both
roles, yes.
equal,
I
but
am
we have
provider, I
different
am
roles.
protected. I don't, I don't sleep until all my children sleep and my wife is sleep. I lock all the doors and put all the lights off and look at the oven if everything's safe. Yeah, because it's my responsibility. But I can't cook. If I cook, there is a little bit salt, more salt, whatever. But she cook is so nice, so great. So everybody has a role to play here. No one is disqualified. So that is how the family goes.
Yeah, no, it's true. It's true. But Duale, let me ask you a question, brother. Like, you are still married?
Oh yes, I am still married. I hope.
Okay.
Yeah, I married. I want to stay married. I can't live without my woman.
Okay.
I love
So,
her so much.
that's very sweet,
Dude,
man.
and I'm going to have the fourth child next week.
Really?
Congratulate me, my friend.
Okay.
Congratulations, brother.
Yes, it's gonna be a
Congratulations.
boy.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
May Allah
Thank
guide
you
your
very much.
family well and increase you guys in economic
Oh, thank you
stance.
very much.
Amen.
It's a
Amen.
boy. I have two precious girls and a boy.
And
He
another
just
boy now.
started yesterday. He was in the school. He bought all of his materials, and the girl is coming, and it's great.
Okay, nice.
We are living good.
No, this is very
Living
good,
good.
man.
She
Do you teach
works.
them
My
about
wife
the
works. I work. We all go to work and come back and live life and send money to
Oh,
Africa and send to you your Dusty channel. Just helping
no, no, shut up, man.
black
Dwele.
business. What's wrong with that?
Of all the people I am, Dwele, people are like, oh, Kazo got some nice fat donations. He doesn't care about the $2. Even if you send me 50 cents, I will be happy. One thing I say, God gave me Allah, shout out to Allah wa ta'ala, subhanallah, right? That guy gave me the ability to really appreciate
My
all
brother,
the.
two euros in Kenyan
That can pay for
shilling
my
is a
food.
lot.
Yeah, that can pay for my food for the whole day.
Can buy you
Exactly.
pasta and sukar and ugali.
Exactly. And hilib.
You don't need,
Yeah,
man.
exactly.
No,
And
no, no,
hilib.
no. It's not the money. It's just a support ideas. Yeah, I don't care
Exactly.
about the money. I care about you and your ideas and how do you.
Thank you very
And
much.
you are so
Dwele.
patient, man. So patient. You don't care. You don't downgrade people. You accept everybody, but still you maneuver those to put your great ideas. That's a lot. I respect.
Okay, thank you
Yeah.
very much.
Even though sometimes you pisses me off, but it's okay.
Hey, listen, if
It's
everybody,
okay.
if every tribe and country thinks I'm against them, I'm doing the right thing, because
No,
I can't be against
you
everybody.
are. No, 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 no.
Right.
You are
Well,
because there
well,
are there
so
are there there are two critics: negative critics and conservative. What is it called? Constructive
Constructive.
critics. What you do is constructive critics, and everybody must accept. I don't like the negative critic, like Mazoon, the guy who talk about Nigeria and how that is a negative critic. But what you do is constructive critics, and it's been appreciated by your audience, like me. Yeah, it's great. Even when you criticize Somalis, I agree with you because this is the same thing that I have, same idea. But you
Mhm.
don't do negative critics. That's why I
Yeah.
respect you, my brother.
Okay. No. Shout out to you, Uncle Dwale. I respect a man that. But I think that one of the reasons why I would say, if these Somali young guys can reach the same level as you in maturity, I think this will be good for them. Because some of them are young, they're
Uh,
abrasive, all those things.
no, 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 I don't. I believe many Somalis are okay, but the thing is, um, they are chasing life, man. They don't have a time to be on YouTube, talk to someone, or they struggle in their lives. The Somalis are the experts of struggle. We are, what is it called? We are experts of struggle. Our country has been like 50 years out of the map on the earth, and we are still there kicking asses. Kicking asses. It's great. Look at that crazy degenerate woman in Texas. What she is doing, hitting a white man, a short one. Why does anyone hit a short white man? It doesn't even make sense. But look, the struggle is our thing. Environmentally, if you look Somalia, look, the country is dry all the time. The rain is scarce. Um, People are going after water. Look, even there are wells, you go down like 10 feet or 15 feet just to have water. My brother from Sierra Leone, this country is all the time is rain, but we don't even have a rain. But we're still there and fighting for to benefit and to better our life. Huh?
and
So
and
yes,
and brother, you just make a serious point that our leadership are not even thinking about this water issue, the source of clean water, the source of the access of drinking water. This is going to become a big problem for Africa. We're seeing places that are drying up, just like what you just said. Somalia. We're seeing the
yeah.
desert encroaching into sub-Saharan Africa. It's coming every day. It's moving in, and we are doing nothing about it. This is going to be a serious problem for sub-Saharan Africa and Africa as a whole. We see the same problem in Southern Africa that is drying up.
Yeah, and
You
that's
know,
why we have tribal problems. The Fulanese people are coming south because of the climate change. I asked Kaisorian so many times, can we address the climate change? Can we address why people are immigrating from the sub-Sahara to the south with
yeah,
their cattle, with their livestock? Because of so many things, and the climate change is one of them. And we
yeah,
just the Africans, we never talk about the climate change. We should talk.
yeah.
Kaisorian, you have to do your research and ask why the sub-Saharas in Africa is coming south.
Big time. Big time.
Yeah,
I mean,
why? Yeah,
it's in the border of Nigeria. I mean, you guys are seeing it. You go into Niger today, it's all the desert. The desert is all over Mali. The desert is all over Senegal. You know, this is the desert in Gambia. You know, so
and
this
the question is, are we the one who is making this climate change? Are we responsible, or the other worlds are responsible for this? You know, our this drought, this famine. No, no, we are not.
Well, yes, we are not, but we are also right now currently not helping. If you look at the logs that are coming out of Africa, that is shipping out to the West and to China, we're cutting down a lot of trees, especially in the ECOWAS region. There's a lot of logs that are living, that's living our land. Yeah, you know, that's living our land.
Ethiopia is almost half desert now. Somalia is already gone. Why? Because people need energy. They're cutting the trees and they making them fuel, fire to cook for food. Because there is, because they need energy. And we, those guys who call themselves high IQs, are not going to address the problem of climate change is doing to our countries and our children's future. We just talk about here and here, but no. I hope sometimes Kaisorian will think and sit down and do his research and talk about the climate change of Africa and its effect.
But Duale, here's the issue. When we're talking about some topics like climate change, I need a sponsor, because the problem is, right, when I do the shows, the issue takes a lot
I'm
of...
going to be your sponsor. I'm going to be your sponsor. Don't ask me to make a video because I cannot go all that. Make your own videos. Tell me the time and tell me I'm going to sponsor it, because it's very, very important. All this problem is Bahel now. Look, the Fulani are coming down with their cattle, with the farmers, and there is a fight here in Nigeria. There are 300 people here dead. There are 300 people. Why are they coming? Do we know why are they coming?
Yeah,
Because they're
of
looking
course,
for
it is
grass
climate
and they
change.
look for a drop of water. Yeah.
No,
It's
you're
true.
making a good point.
And we are not addressing that issue.
No, you're correct. So, for example, when I'm making a topic, it takes me at least 3 hours research. Sometimes I repeat certain topics because I already done the research. But yeah, for a fresh topic,
My
it takes
friend,
at least 3 hours.
Just name your price and make a stream of climate change in Sahara, Africa, and how it affects all these tribes to go south, because they will definitely go south. It's like Ethiopians are going to Saudi Arabia and they don't care if they were murdered because they are looking for a better life. It's just the same thing. We have to think what is the roots of the problem. You can't just solve problems unless you know where the problem is.
Yeah, wait,
After
Nigerian
that,
Prince, can you
may have an
you
idea.
come up? Yeah, hit the link, Nigerian Prince, if you're over there in the chat. Yeah, you know, Duale, I remember. No, you were not here. 2 years ago when we started this channel. Before I was in the white space, then I decided to become black. When I decided to become black and started this channel, I remember we did some videos on the northern Kenya. We're saying, why does the Kenyan government not care about the people in the north? Is it because they're Muslim? Is it because they're Kushite? What are the reason? It turned out that after doing hardcore research, that is actually the people, the governors of those areas who live in Nairobi, and some governors actually live in America as doctors and refusing to develop the area. They're taking the money that the central government gave them, and they're refusing to create wells in those regions, and that's part of the problem. So I've already done a little bit of research on this, as well as arable farming, and which is the best way to make sure that the plants can be regrown. Because the issue is Africans are practicing an ancient way of pastoralism, which is just go and eat all the grass around you. The problem with that is population has grown so much. Now you also have people owning land. It means that you can't just encroach on someone else's land anymore like you used to back in the days. So now you have to be very specific. You need to know turnover. Okay, we've eaten this land this month. Next month, you have to go to another land, let this land grow back, etc. So you're 100% right. That's a good topic.
Yeah, yeah. No, it's a it's a critical
Very,
topic.
very.
It's a critical topic, and it's a topic I would like to collaborate with you guys. Because I live in the United States now. I plan to go to Sierra Leone myself in the next couple of months, and I want to go document this. Especially, we are seeing problems where our water streams are being contaminated by the mining aspect of it, and it's a problem environmentally, because our clean water stream, drinking water, is being contaminated, and we're seeing the problems with the tree deforestation because of the logging, the legal and illegal logging that's going on in our country. you
Yep.
know and this is it's an issue. I'm glad Kenya had currently have leaders all over Africa talking about it, but it should not just be talk. We are getting to a danger zone on this, and especially with the desert, the encroaching, what's happening. We're getting to a danger zone. We need to come up with a strategy how to turn this trend. We must try,
Yeah,
because if we don't
100%.
try, if we
But you
don't try,
know,
yeah.
yeah, but sure. One thing I've noticed as well, like I really pray to God one of these days I become the president of this country, right? Because there's so many hanging fruits that we're missing from here. If you look at Saudi, and Dubai, let's use Dubai. These countries are deserts, but they've actually irrigated the land to the point whereby they've reinstated fresh growth of plants.
Yes.
That's one of the issues that we're just not caring enough. 'Cause in
Yes.
Africa, if you look at it, right, we have different cultures. We've got the pastoralists, we've got the farmers, and then we have the agro pastoralists, aka, right. So, for example, people from my tribe, they're agro pastoralists. They do both, right. That is the ideal. You must know the future ways of things, evolve our African culture a little bit to meet the new demands that we're getting from climate change. Otherwise, what will happen is we'll have desertification, and if you're not careful, this will encroach onto our arable lands. It's like we're not thinking about the future. This is what I kept saying. But every time, if you notice, show, right? Even our brother Caesar, he came here and said, "Oh, Kaiser, I can see you're jealous. Jealous of what? Someone that didn't listen to the YouTube rules and got removed." But this is the problem, show. They keep bringing emotions when it's just about logic and planning forward. That's the issue with our people.
Indeed, I completely agree with you, my brother. I completely agree with you. Hence, your platform, places like this, is doing good, my brother. It's incremental. It's incremental, but this is good. Look, we are talking about this right now. All the people that are listening are talking about this, and this will spread a little bit. By the time a week done, you probably have over 50, 100,000 people that would have listened to this that we're talking about. We need to talk about this. We need to do our own part. Everyone need to do our own part, because this is an issue for generations that's coming up. For our future generations, and some of us are going to see the effect of this during our lifetime. But especially our kids and grandkids and great grandkids are going to face this problem big time. Right now, we can do it because there's examples, just like the example you just given. Saudi Arabia, China too have done this in their desert. They have turned the trend.
100%.
Yeah, and we need to do it, because not only that, our population is growing. We need place to farm. We need food, so we'll be able to feed our continent. Our population is going to grow. For the next 50 years, we're going to be bigger than any other continent.
Yep.
Actually,
yeah. No, you're making great points, actually. Yeah.
So we need to rethink all of this, our water supplies, our land. We need to rethink all of this, because our population is not going to shrink. Oh, hell no. It's the opposite.
Yeah, no, this is 100% right, 100%. And like there are some things that says feelings may be right or wrong, they may be good or bad, but they're always irrational. Yeah, I think. Okay, so for example, sure. How long have you been subscribed to One Man?
Oh man, I came across one man over a month and a half ago.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I come across it, and I got into your chat, and when I come across this, it was during when the Niger coup just happened, and
Mm-hmm.
and I was one of those people that were looking at this from a security aspect, for the whole region, the Sahel region,
Mm-hmm.
and especially Niger, and was strongly in favor of what your president Tinubu advocate for and stand for. Because we were looking at this from a security aspect of it, and also from a rule of law standpoint out of from it. I know there was a colonial aspect of it, but the colonial thing, we need to put that aside for 1 second and look at the real issue with the whole Niger thing,
Mm-hmm.
and
Yeah.
that catch the world attention. We have all the so-called Pan-Africanists, and everyone have their own whatever opinion, French this, French that, but they were not looking at the bigger picture, the security aspect of it, or the constitutional law aspect of it. There's no accountability in Africa. You do whatever
Mm.
you want to do, and there's no accountability.
Yeah.
The,
No, no.
the rule of the rule of law is there for certain people at certain time.
Yeah, that's a actually really great point. Unfortunately, that's how it works. Um, we definitely don't prioritize consistency. But I look, all I, as earlier you asked about some of the solutions. I believe the solutions are in the people that have traveled the world. The people that have not traveled, unfortunately, their mindset is still thinking in the tribal ways. Remember the Ethiopian brother that you were speaking to earlier? His name is Abi. He calls himself Nilotic, but his
Okay.
actual real name is Abi, right? Now,
Uh,
the interesting thing here about brothers like Abi is they are so focused on the issues and problems, and every time you select a solution, they will shit on your solution, but they won't provide you a problem. And this is what's happening so much all the
No,
time
no,
with Africa.
Kaiser. Maybe you don't know, but I know Abi, and what's wrong with him? He is a tribalist. He is
Mhm.
a small minority group in Ethiopia, and it is his own best interest and his minority group Ethiopia to be like this, always fighting, because
Mhm.
they are literally minority, and they are very very smart people. So I'm gonna give him that a point because they are making a lot of money out of it. He's not. He doesn't care about the welfare of Ethiopia or Africa. This is his own personal interest and his personal tribe interest, and that is the core of the problem of Africa, my friend.
indeed,
And
indeed,
we need some sacrifices.
and Doc, part of that solution that you were talking about, frankly, I look at it also that the diaspora, especially the African diaspora in the West, are also a problem to African issues and African governance. Majority of us just criticize. We don't come up with solutions. Majority of us are in our corner, look at stuff, just like what, excuse me, just like what you were saying, looking at it from a small aspect, tribal aspect, or regional aspect. If your region is good and the next region is not good, you are not safe.
Exactly.
If your house is, you got everything and your next door neighbor don't, you are not safe. You are fooling yourself if you think you are.
Yeah, this is true.
Yeah,
You
true.
know, so why not get everyone in? Our problems,
That is the
our
problem. We've been divided our rules to the core, and I think this is the start, this is the beginning of us thinking. Hey, come on. Division is killing us, but unity is our strength.
Yeah. Yeah.
I hope
Like,
Kenya does
Keju,
well, Ethiopia does well, Djibouti does
Keju,
well, Eritrea does
Keju,
well. Because I
Keju.
know
The
when
thing
they
is
do
that
well, I'm in Somalia, I'm doing well.
Keju.
indeed, if the whole region is doing well, we are all safe. It becomes security for all
Okay.
of us. It becomes prosperity for
But
all
if
of us.
one of us is burning, brother.
Yeah, it's gonna come
Yeah,
to our
if there
door.
is a fire, fire will spread,
It will spread.
and
It's
anything
good.
who thinks that fire will be only that is food. No,
I mean,
it's a food. It's a
it's
completely food.
yeah, it's gonna spread. I mean, it's gonna affect you in different way. It can be in a refugee aspect. It can be in a
Yes,
security aspect. It can be in different kind of aspect.
exactly
So
that. Look at the Italian prime minister. That woman, who is a conservative, who doesn't like black people, telling Macron to stop exploiting Africa. Why? She doesn't like Africans, but she is afraid if Niger now go to come like a Libya, there will be a flow of refugees coming to Europe and Italian shores. And that was she doesn't like it. She's telling him,
absolutely.
stop it, Macron. Yeah, stop it.
Yep.
Get
Absolutely.
your uranium somewhere else. Yeah. Be
Absolutely. Absolutely. Why you think the
yeah.
European Union paid Tunisia over $1 billion or so for restrict migration? Hence, the Tunisians are putting our brothers and sisters in a desert.
Yep. Yep. Exactly. Shout out. We got two new
Yep.
panelists. We
Exactly.
got UFC super fan over here, a rich Nigerian over there buying Starlink. Even I can't afford Starlink, right? So shout out to you. And also we got Abby, the Ethiopian. No, the Gurage over here that is really an Amhara in disguise. Yeah. So what's good? What's good, Dusties, man? What are you guys thinking of the conversation so far? Go ahead, brother. Oh, you Dusty Gurage? We can't hear you.
Oh, I thought you were asking UFC first.
No, UFC is hard of hearing, so you can go
Look
ahead
here,
first.
you Dusty Wanga, bro. Who the fuck are you? Who are you, bro?
Go ahead.
Before the white man came, you were running like the zebra in your safari, bro. Don't ever forget your place. Don't speak to me like I'm beneath. Speak to your master with some respect. No, but I'm joking. On a serious note, though, I was just listening to you guys talking about the deforestation thing, and yeah, you guys are right, man. Like that is really like the number one problem in Africa. And the thing I don't get with this climate summit these guys are doing is, bro,
they don't talk about this shit in the
there's
real way.
something inherently wrong with these African leaders, bro. They're going there to beg for money from Europeans. Who gives a fuck, bro? Like tackling desertification is something that you can do for cheap. It's not that expensive. Just do it yourself. Like it takes like just crop yielding and planting the type of trees and grass that you need in order to keep the roots together. Those are the things that you need to do. And like, bro, China has already done this in most of their regions. Just copy that, bro. Like copy the cheaper version. And to be honest with you, like this is going to lead to more tribal conflict and so on in the near future, because as more and more of the regions become desertified, obviously people are going to start migrating, and migration from one tribe into another tribe's region, you already know what's going to happen in that situation.
Yeah.
So, bro, these guys are so stupid. Like, okay, so this, I swear, like, I think when you become elected in Africa, your IQ point drops by like 50 or something.
No, you're right, 100%. I can't actually imagine. The problem is so simple right now, right? The reason why these Fulanis and these other tribes that are more, whatever, pastoralists, right? Reason why they keep moving down southwards is because they're looking for pastures. But the issue is the way that they're actually, the animals are eaten up. It's not based on a new model of higher population, higher ownage of land rights and all that stuff, right? Land laws in Africa is preventing them, right? Sorry, post-colonialist land laws is preventing them from feeding. And I'm not against that, right? Yeah, sure enough, go own your land. I'm just saying it's a big issue. And guess what, Abby? One thing I noticed is this, right? I don't see a single African country apart from Egypt trying, right? And they're not really African. There's no real African country
I mean,
that is
to be
actually.
fair, to be fair, Abiy Ahmed is trying, bro. He has that billion tree
No.
plantation project and so on and so forth.
Yeah, he's trying.
He's trying.
But
He's not trying that hard, but he's trying. Like if we just say trying, he's trying. Is he succeeding? No, but he is trying.
Fair enough.
I don't bully clap for him, Kezo, but I have to give him credit on that thing. He's like the only thing he has ever done, bro.
Yeah, and we need a collective effort in this, and we need to bring this to the local level. You know, you need to bring this to the people, to the local level. But we need
to be regional wide.
Exactly.
It has to be something you do across the Sahel. Like every country that is across the Sahel needs to be invested in this project. And to be honest with you, it's not even that expensive. Like the funny thing is, trying to protect your territory from desertification in 2023, it's not something you need billions of dollars to do. It's like if you have a local organization, you can do this for cheap, bro.
Yeah.
Just take unemployed youth. Just take the unemployed youth all over your country. Tell them, look, this is a good learning job experience, and you can teach them about agriculture and so on while they are doing this desertification stuff. And you can also give, Kezo, you know what I'll do? I'll give territories. I'll say, look, anyone who's willing to reforest these regions, you will be given a 50-year lease on the land as well for you to use it for farming and so on and so forth.
Amen.
100%. 1 second, brother. Let me shout out to today's sponsor, Uncle Dwale over there for €2 saying, Dusty Nilotic Gurage. Donate to Kazorin. You are rich.
Okay, so I'm dragging the name of Nilotics down, bro. Every time niggas refer to me, they refer to me as Nilotic first.
Hey, bro, you are here. You are here, really good. The good Lord's name. Yeah, but no. Shout out to the Gurages, man. Like, you guys are rich, man. You're one of the richest tribes in Africa, which is kind of crazy,
but
man.
DG is right, bro.
Yeah.
A lot of us we use the fact that
I just want
No, I was going to say you're right.
I just want like 10 rants for this poor Wanga guy. Come on, man, do something, bro.
Exactly, man.
Do something, my friend.
DG, but you are right. The fact that we are rich is pretty much dependent on the fact that the bigger tribes in Ethiopia hate each other. So we become the interlocutors of these bigger tribes.
Man,
yeah, we are the only ones that can go into any.
You guys are the Yahoo boys in Ethiopia. Come on, stop it, man. We know that.
No, but Duale, think about it. Do you know any tribe in Ethiopia that doesn't like us or that hates us? None of them. Or it's either they like us or they think we're irrelevant.
No. I like you, but I am going to sacrifice me and my tribe for the greatest Africa, man. You are not. You're the goddamn Yahoo guys.
DG, I'm going to be honest with you.
Yeah, you are, man. Stop it.
DG, DG, let me be honest with you. 90% of the time when I'm here, I'm just trolling. I don't even say what I believe. If you say you're Pan-African, I'm going to be anti-Pan-African. If you are anti-Pan-African, I'll be Pan-African. I'm just trying to, play devil's advocate to keep the conversation going.
That's good. I like that.
Yeah, but it was nice if you just say I'm Oromos, that I will understand. But when you told me that you Greg, I know where you are. I know what you are doing here. You are part of the divisions and the rule of Africa, my friend. You're dividing us.
How can we be part of the division? We're only 2.5%.
My brother from Nigeria, from Sierra Leone. You know what? If I become a president of East Africa, I'm gonna put you in a bunker, brother. Call me Hitler, but this is the thing, because you just dividing us, man. Come on,
DG,
stop it.
Bro.
You're African.
This place,
stop it.
DG, come on. These people have been divided long before I was born. What have I ever done to divide people?
It was divided before you and were born. It was divided before my father was born. But
okay,
we
but DG,
are here.
Have you ever seen me, DG? Have you ever seen me when the
common goals?
DG, have you ever seen me? Have you ever seen me when it's only like anti-Pan-African people on the panel. Me, I come on, I defend Pan-Africanism. And when it's anti-Somalis all on the panel, I come on, I defend Somalis. Wherever the majority is, DG, you have to understand, me, I'm a contrarian. I'm a contrarian. Wherever the majority is, I'm going to go the opposite way.
Kaisorian, can you do you know that? What is he saying? It's a goddamn Yahoo boy, bro.
Hey, you know, Miss H said I do have a Yahoo boy nose, so maybe there's a bit of it in me.
Ah, gosh, and that's what's wrong with us in Africa, my friend. And we are not going to
but
be
DG,
united
be honest,
unless.
man. DG, be honest, man. On the ground, not in this stream, but on the ground, Gurages are pro-Ethiopianism, bro. They are for Ethiopian unity.
No,
what are you on about?
I know. Oh, my friend, Nilotic. Maybe you don't know, but I know Guragas. Pure African, pure Eastern African. Lot of respect.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. On the ground. No, DG, I'm saying on the ground.
No,
yes, that's what I'm saying.
I'm not talking about
on the
Guragas.
ground.
I'm talking about you, Nilotic. When you come to this panel, you just like to troll and play here
wait,
and
yesterday,
make all
DG,
Africans.
Yesterday, DG, let me ask you this. Yesterday, when all the Nigerians came here and they were insulting South Africans, didn't I come on and support South Africans? My half brothers. I come and support whoever's getting bullied. DG, me personally, I don't like.
If all the Nigerians and West Africans are insulting Somalia, you are going to defend the Somali. I've seen you defending the
yes,
Somalis.
Exactly, bro.
And tell them.
You see, when the Nigerians come here,
I
DG,
saw that.
Exactly. You see, when the Nigerians come here, whenever majority groups come and insult one group, I will come and support that group that is being bullied. If the Somalis are being bullied, I will come and support you guys. When you Somalis are bullying the Bantus, I will come and support the Bantus. When South Africans are getting bullied, I will come and support
them. That's your game. That's your game. I understand it, but sometimes we like to discuss things in a good way, in a great way.
Now,
so
am I not
please be part of this. Yes, you are. So I'm going to ask you a question. I'm going to ask you a question. No, the frustrations. Look, when we talk about the frustration of Sahel, we will find some guy called Judah Almighty, who is always here insulting and genociding the Fulanis because they are coming. Have we asked ourselves why the Fulanis are going to south with their cattle? And has the climate change has something to do with it? Can we just talk about this? That was our topic. That was our thing, man. So as long as we are not addressing the climate change, we are too far behind, my friend.
Yeah, true. But I was just going to say, when it comes to this fighting desertification projects that we have in Africa, Kezo, and this is to you guys, you know how the railroads in America were built, right?
Yeah, hang on, guys. You just is yeah. Let me share something, right? Because we talk about personality theory, right? 1 second, Uncle Duale, right? What Abby is this personality type. I'm the same personality type as well, right? It's called the devil's advocate, right? This is it. It's ENTP, right? And that's who they are. These people go there and they will take on the sides relative to, again, they like to analyze the diplomat, you see what I mean? These are the devil's advocates. So that's literally what they do. The advocate for the devil.
He's a devil's advocate. Respect to that, but sometimes he must also give his own opinion for the.
No, he can't. That's how they are. They don't have their own complex ideas. Hang on, they think.
No. At this time, he has an opinion to better Africa.
Yeah. Kezo, let me give you my opinion now, DG. Okay. You see how the railroads were developed in America is at the time America was not the rich American country that you know today. They were still a new country. They didn't have the funds government-wise to build the railroads across the whole of America that you know today. So what they did is they gathered the rich people across America and they said, look, if you guys are willing to build railroads that will develop the country, I think they said 20 miles of each side of the railroad. So you put the railroad and 20 miles on each side. So on the east and west of the railroad, you will have access to that land for 99 years. So you'll get a lease for that land for 99 years. And what the railroaders would do is, yes, they'll lose money building the railroads, but by building the railroads, that would mean they would get farming land on each side. They over time became the richest, the biggest landowners in America. Because if imagine getting 20 miles on each side of the railroad, that means you pretty much are now creating the biggest farms in America. And luckily for them, they were building railroads across that farming area. So that means they could transport those farming equipment, the farming produce, to whatever part of the American continent they could as well. So I think when it comes to deforestation, the African governments across the Sahel should just come and do the same thing. They should let people like rich people, Dangote and his type, from every African country and say, look, if you guys are willing to plant trees and reforest these regions that are being affected by desertification, we will give you 20 or 30 miles of this place that every inch of the area that you save from the desertification, you will be given a 150-year lease of that land. So not only, so these businessmen will be motivated to save the desertification area, because that will mean every inch of area that they save will also become their farm for the next 150 years. So the government wouldn't even have to spend a penny.
Nilotic, I'm gonna just ask you a question. Why Ethiopians and Somalis are cutting trees and making them coals?
They're low IQ, brother. That's why. That's not a question.
Do you know? No, guys, you don't understand this. You must go and read behind the lines. Do you know the biggest income of Al-Shabaab group in Somalia is importing or exporting? Exporting is coals.
I know.
Yeah.
Duale, I told
the
this.
Arabian nation, so they can have their own bukhur.
Yeah. Wait, 1 second, Duale. I know.
Wait,
I'm
Kezo, didn't I tell Mo this last time when I told them Al Shabaab makes money by selling coal for shisha to the Arabian Peninsula?
100%.
For shisha to Arabs. See. It's not only they are extremists, but they also are against environment.
Duale, a digger was Arab. You know that, right?
Aniga Arab me, aniga Somali I get the fuck out of here. I'm Somali, I'm not Arab, okay? I'm a Somali tribe. I'm a proud African tribe of Somalia. I am the real Kushik. I'm not Arab. Come on, stop it. Stop that.
Okay.
Let's have an intelligent conversation. This is the thing. This is the thing. We've been used for both sides, West and East. We are selling our environment, our trees, and to get weapons to kill each other. And it must stop. It has to stop, man. It has to stop. And it cannot stop unless we discuss, as you guys here discussing it, and know the meanings, what to be divided between two East and West. That's our problem. That's our problem. You and Nilotic will have no problem to stabilize Somalia because you think the shitholes. Yeah.
No, but Somalis
you don't know.
Like
as long as you stabilize Somalia, you are stabilizing Kenya and Ethiopia at the same time.
No. Kenya, Ethiopia have a deal.
But you are stabilizing both of them.
Yeah.
Why did you bring up this website?
Abby. Let
me show you this. Deal with, but at the same time, my friend, you can choose your friend. You can choose your friend, but you can't. But you can't choose your neighbor.
Yeah. No, but Duale, I'm helping you. This is Abi's personality, just so you're careful. He's what you call an ENTP, the devil's advocate. How and when ENTPs play the devil's advocate, it's analogous to Heisenberg's uncertainty principle, right? These guys play quantum mechanical game. Basically, it's a variant dependent, right? And the variables are often independent of the situation. For instance, if we could frame a situation or argument with known constants, right? and introduce or remove variables repeatedly, each argument would be different coming from the ENTP, even though all the constants remain the same. Essentially, there's no singular answer to this question. But here are some ENTP related principles. You see, this is exactly how Abi acts, right? The challenger principle. It's the opposing side of the argument challenging in an analytical or theoretical way. That's what Abi does all the way. Basically, does the opposing side of the argument have plausible merit? If yes, devil's advocate. If you could find even one straw of the other argument being correct, Abi will take that argument. The humor principle, another one. Will the opposing view have possible humorous effect? If yes, Abi will do it. He does that all the time. The virtue principle. Does the opposing
That's Abby. That's
when you go
Abby.
through this list, you
That's
realize
Abby.
this is how
He
Abi
doesn't.
acts.
That's Abby. That's Abby. That's Abby. And so many people, they don't have an ideology. They don't have solutions. They don't
Wait,
even have
DG,
worries,
didn't
man.
wait,
They
DG,
just
just
trolling.
wait, hold up,
You are just
DG,
trolling, and you took. Let me finish. Let me finish. Let me finish. Let me finish. You are just taking this channel as an entertainment. I am not. I'm not taking this channel as entertainment. I'm taking this channel as an education. So
DG,
maybe
you know what the problem is,
2-3 years
DG.
later, you come like me and you find out what are the solutions. Stop playing, my friend. You're almost
DG,
30
but you know
years
what
of
the
age,
problem is?
man. You
DG.
cannot do that
Okay,
anymore.
DG, but you know what the problem is? I just came up with a solution now, but you guys ignore it. You see, you guys don't even like to talk about Kezo. Didn't I just come up with a solution now to tackle?
Yeah, here's what it says. Yeah, well, hang on. Let me read this part here.
No,
Right?
I gave you a time. I gave you a time to clear your solutions, but Kaizo is going to clear your what is it called? Sifi. Stop it. Kaizo Nilotic can have solutions. He may be trolling before, but when we are here, I want to hear his solutions. Please.
It says many people think ENTPs just like to argue for fun of it. As you can see, that's merely just one of the reasons we do it. And if we get older, it becomes less fun, so less reasons for it. In fact, ENTPs like to argue for the Socratic dialectics, meaning they like to add all these different perspectives so that new ideas can actually come out of it. So that's realistically what's really going on.
Kezo, but let me ask you this: didn't I just come up with a solution now to tackle desertification?
Sure, but it was too high IQ.
You see, Kezo, you know what the problem is? You come up with a solution, Kezo. You come up with a solution. Niggas will not even discuss your solution; they'll just jump over it and go to another thing. So the only way to start a conversation that will last is to troll, bro.
Yeah, trolling them, man.
Nilotic. Can we stop trolling and just talk about solutions when we come here?
DG, I just gave a solution, bro. Talk about the solution. DG, I just gave a solution right now. Talk about that solution, bro. You keep bringing it back to me.
Let us give a time UFC and let him tell us what to do with the frustrations. Why the Fulanese are coming south? Please let him.
DG, didn't I? Hold on, Kezo, can you please repeat what I said?
And be another.
Okay, DG, I just said you as the government don't even have to waste money tackling desertification. All you have to do is do what the Americans did when they were trying to build a nationwide railroad back when they didn't have any money. Bring in the richest people in your country and tell them, look, if you are willing to.
What do you think about French?
About what?
I met a Somali woman in Jijiga, in Ethiopia. She has like 1,000 camels, and she doesn't need to go anywhere. She put it in a cage, and she feed them, and all Jijiga people are buying their her milk. When we are talking about solutions, we are talking about solutions 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That is also one solution. Why the pastoral people are leaving the desert and going to south and killing other people and to be killed because they are after rain and grass. What about if we just bring the water into them and the grass into them? Do they have to also move? I mean, look at it. That's also one solution. I need solutions. I don't need blames.
Okay, DG, but
Are
you
you
won't
there,
even let me
guys?
finish my sentence, man.
Go ahead.
DG, I just said desertification is a problem across the Sahel. So it's not anything one government can do to solve it. You have to have a conglomeration of all of the countries across the Sahel coming together to solve it. But the problem is none of these countries have enough money to solve the big problem. So what you can do is the same thing the Americans did with the railroad back in the day when they were trying to develop a nationwide railroad system, but they were still too poor to do it before they became the superpower they are today. You just bring the capitalists and the people with money in all of these regions, and you tell them, look, if you can reforest these regions, and if you can make them arable again, we will lease you these lands.
What's wrong with your connection?
Oh my God, DG. Is there something wrong with my connection?
Was it just being whipped by his missus?
I don't know, but okay, let me just say my solution now, and then I will leave. One man, what do you think about this? To fight desertification, all we have to do is the same way. Okay, I'm going to say it again because you see how the railroads were built in America. America did not have, at the time, the government did not have the money because they were just a newly formed country and so on and so forth. So what they did is they brought the industrialists and the rich people in America at the time, and they told them, look, if you can build the railroads for us, we will give you 20 miles on either side of the railroad to be your private. We'll lease you that land for 100 years, and they used that to build hotels, to create farms and so on and so forth. And that helped grow the American economy, and it also built the railroads. If you want to fight desertification, all you have to do is tell the capitalists across the Sahel, look, we will be willing to lease you this land for 100 years, 150 years, if you are willing to reforest this land for us. And by reforesting the land, now they become the owners or the lease owners of that land for another 150 years. They are now forced to make their money back for reforesting that land by turning it into an agricultural field or whatever they want to do with it, maybe build infrastructure there or whatever. So in that way, you are not only fighting desertification, but you're also encouraging economic growth by encouraging farming and so on and so forth. You're encouraging economic activity and also fighting desertification and also reforesting the lands. And the government doesn't have to spend one penny. It's just by a stroke of a pen, you can make these things happen.
Why don't they just reforest the deserts themselves?
Bro, because it's expensive, man. It's expensive.
Yeah, it won't work. It won't
Nigga,
work.
it's expensive. Your country doesn't have money, bro. It doesn't even have enough money for infrastructure projects in Nigeria. You think it's going to reforest? That's why I'm saying it has to be private sector money.
It was dirt cheap. You just said it was dirt cheap to do it.
I mean, dirt cheap relative to other projects that your country has to do. It's not dirt cheap to the way like. Oh my God, Kezo, can you please explain this, man? This is becoming
no. It's okay. So the thing is, right?
It's relatively dirt cheap, but on the other hand, okay, your government is going to reforest the area. If someone doesn't take care of it constantly, it's going to become desertified again, bro. So you need someone there to keep maintaining the land and to keep producing on that. So only a private sector person can do that job.
No, hang on, Abby. I'm coming for this so-called high IQ. Flexed up, then. Click the link, join the discussion, because these high IQ people always not flexed up. He never calls us Dusty, but they always call him, oh, Dusty, right? We're trying to have a high IQ conversation with 3 high IQ people. So flexed up, click the link, and come and add to this, right? Over here. But
look, the thing is, the value cost of that concession, it doesn't make the economic sense. It is no real spend to reforest any desert. All you need to find is the right sort of vegetation to reforest it. It's a matter of planting, that's all. And then to then concede for endless ad infinitum land the size of a small country to some big shot, that doesn't make economic sense to me.
Okay, Kezo, can you ask him who's going to maintain the plants that are being planted there? Because 90% of reforestation projects, they fail because they go and plant the trees and the plants there, and the plants die within 5 years because no one's looking after them.
Yeah. Yeah, it has to be privatized, man, because otherwise the plants won't
No,
succeed.
it doesn't have to be privatized. In fact, there's no reason for it to be privatized. We're talking about planting trees. That's all, and some vegetations that are
Okay,
that
okay.
can
So
survive
one
in
man,
that
let me ask you a question. If you're
environment.
not
And what are
privatizing
we
it
looking
and having
for here?
fencing, these Fulanis and Somali herdsmen are gonna go and eat all the trees. That's saplings. They'll eat everything. They will eat the new tree saplings. How are you gonna prevent that? It has to be privatized. There has to be someone controlling it who benefits from it. Otherwise, they'll eat everything. These guys don't think they don't think about the future. One man, we've just proven it on this channel right now. I talked about a brother that I advised about his channel. Every African here was against me. Or Kaiser's jealous. You see what I mean, one man? No, Africans can't think about the future, right? It is our eternal problem. We cannot do
No,
transtemporal
that's a
raising.
different narrative. I'm not sure you want to open that up. There's this thing in maybe in Nairobi, might remember it. There used to be this kid in the UK. I'm the only gay in the village. You want to be the only gay in the village, the only Kenyan
I am the
on
only gay in the village, though. That's a fact. I am the only gay in the village, right? Who else is as high IQ as me in Kenya, one man? You won't see them. They don't
But
exist.
the guy has 10 times your sub. I just went to check him.
Ah, yeah, but check his channel. He's been demonetized and he's lost all the money that he was making. You see what I mean, one man?
You say that with glee. Yeah, you say that with glee.
Oh my goodness. You Africans, man. One man. And I thought you were a high IQ Yoruba brother from who was also a black UK. But
Here you go,
you're
stop,
just
bro.
African. I
One man
knew
is a
he's just
Nigerian
African.
supremacist, bro.
He's just African, man. I thought he was a high IQ black UK
One
guy.
man is the most tribalist person here, bro. Have you noticed some of the
No,
stuff he
no,
says? If you and I said it,
you are actually Abby. In fact, when I first came in here, I was shocked by just what you got away with.
no, but one man, bro. I'm just being honest. This is why I don't come up with solutions here. Because as soon as I come up with a solution, you guys want this ideal form of African unity to exist where the poor man and the rich man, they're all equal, or nothing needs to be privatized, everything has to be public. Come on, bro. Obviously, only the wealthy are going to be in a position where not only can they reforest the area, they can maintain it, and not only can they maintain the forested area, they can turn it into an economic benefit for the country. They can create jobs for it by turning it into farms and developmental projects and all of that stuff. But your government can't do that. No, African governments are broke as fuck, bro. It has to be some sort of private-public partnership.
Okay, one man. Since you're high IQ,
now you see
Niger.
Kezo. Now you see why I joke, because I come up with I come up with a solution. Niggas, they don't want to listen to the solution. So what's the point of coming up with solutions?
No, I get it, right?
Your ideas have to be interrogated. You are not here to just say something and then people just accede to it. No, we have to.
I just gave you the answers, though.
Yeah,
okay, what is your rebuttal?
It doesn't
I just gave you the answer. Okay, I gave you the one man. I gave you the answer. And it has to be privately owned.
It's extreme
one man.
capitalism.
I just gave you the answer. It has to be privately owned.
Hang on. Abby, let me ask you a question though. Of all the spaces you've been on YouTube, right? Name me a black space that's more intellectual than this. I don't mean those fake intellectuals. I mean actually getting deep down.
None, to be honest.
Have you seen them?
I think none.
No, they don't exist, right? Obviously, like this version of the Afrosphere is the highest IQ. Abby, I'll tell you the reality, right? I remember when African Millennium, shout out to her, and that Ugandan guy, Mr. Uganda, right? When those guys put me up, those guys put me up, right? And also Ike, obviously, he also put me up. When those niggas put me up on YouTube, one thing I realized is this, right? Because I used to call in their shows. They thought I was some high class, upper class African who was like, oh, thinks he's better than everybody else, right? And the reality is this, right? I had to become low IQ for them to actually like me. Because they thought I was insufferable. Not because I said something wrong, but because I thought I was correct. You know, the issue with Africans, Abby, is they want this mysticism, right? They want this mystery of, oh, everyone has a point, everyone's got opinion. When clearly some things are right or wrong. They don't want answers, man. They want to be living in some mysticism. That's why I realized
everyone is right. It's okay. Bro, these guys are postmodernists, bro. Africans are the original postmodernists.
Yeah, exactly. They're intrinsically postmodernists. Exactly. They don't want a solution to simple problems. They want to be like, great point. How can we think more about that point instead of finding solutions? Yeah, they're
Look at one man.
postmodernists.
Look at the problem one man is coming up with. Oh no, it can't be done that way because he can't even come up with a problem. He came up with, why do we have to give lands to the private sector? I told them so that they can maintain it and also turn it into an economic plus. He would still deny. He will still say he has a problem with my thing, even though he can't come up with a reason why. Just because he internally doesn't want to acknowledge that my solution is right, or he doesn't have a solution.
No. I do have a solution. What you just said is not they are not uniquely placed for whatever it is that you said. That's one, and it doesn't serve the greater good. That's two. So
Okay,
those
one
are the
man, what's
two
your
spaces
solution?
that government have to guarantee. Government has to, at its core essence, serve the greater good. So ceding land to money bags is not the best and the most obvious solution, and more to it, it doesn't serve the greater good.
You know what the
I just
problem is
told you
here?
how it serves the
Yo,
greater good.
Abby,
It creates
I got you,
jobs.
bro.
It
I
creates
got you.
agricultural infra. Oh my God, bro, this is crazy.
Yeah, I got you. Hey, you know
Yeah,
what the
but
problem
government
is?
can do that
One
anyway
man, give me a
without
moment.
ceding the land.
One man, give me a moment, real quick, please. You know what the problem is here? People are divorcing. They're divorcing their arguments from the realities on the ground. People don't know about climate. They don't bring in any other contextual information to truly understand the factors that make, certain things like this happen, like these problems happen, like, the climate issue. So, like, Abby has the right idea when he talks about incentives because that's just how humans work. Systems are based on incentives. That's how every nation has been able to actually create, create real, states or, real, just real functioning systems, just in general. So, like, when he says, we need to do something with the private sector, I'd agree. And also with one man, I'd agree that, yeah, there's a greater good, but people don't view the a greater good as idealized, and the greater good is viewed differently by different people based off their circumstances. There's physical realities on the ground, like simply just planting trees isn't enough. Like Abby said, we can plant trees, but you need to maintain them. You need to have a system in place to maintain them. And you're talking about um, you're just talking about countries that aren't really taking the initiative and realizing, hey, what kind of incentives can I create? How can I do it at a low enough cost so that people can, overall, people can benefit, but the people that are the stakeholders in these projects can see the value in actually putting their money somewhere. Like, we don't want to put our money in certain places because there's no trust, and there's no trust because trust is built within systems. Trust isn't just necessarily inherent. We have a fight or flight response oftentimes as humans, and we need to understand our nature to truly build systems that make sense and incentive structures that make sense. So I see Abby's attempt as, what we should be doing. That conversation should be talked about. One man, you can't just say greater good. What is the greater good? Define greater good. What are the parameters of greater good? That's all I got to say.
No, shout out to you. Obviously, you're young,
Flexed
you're
up.
high IQ, brother.
Kaiser, you flexed up. You know what the funny thing is? One man on other conversation, he'll complain about the Nigerian government being corrupt, they can't do anything, blah blah blah. And then you come up with a private solution. You'll say, "Oh no, the government has to do it." The same government you're complaining about being corrupt and being.
Exactly. Exactly. The government needs to empower people, private individuals, to get shit done. Whoever could get the shit done, that's who we need to give the reins to.
Interesting. Let's
And
ask one
and
man. One man. Are you against Dang Hote? Dang Hotep? Are you against Dang Hotep? That's a good question. Yeah, is he against Dang Hotep or not? Because I think Dang Hotep was needed right? He's a plant created by the government, but he's very successful, right? The government just basically helped him with his businesses.
I mean, he's
It's
not the only one. There's plenty others. So there's a lot
Oh,
of
shout out
people.
to my Indian brothers over there, Ashish, Sinha. Shout out. We got a lot of Indians in the space actually. Africans are pussy. Yeah, 100%.
Okay, but you know what the problem is? On the other hand, what do you think is going to fail? We've already seen the attempts by the Nigerian government to build nationally owned refineries that have failed. Who's the man stepping up to build a refinery for Nigeria right now? And
It's Dang
is it
Hotep.
more likely, exactly, and is it more likely to succeed than the government-owned refinery?
Because he understands how
if it
business
doesn't
works.
succeed,
Yeah.
he will lose money. So he's not
Bro,
going to
you
lose his
know,
own money.
you know, I remember one time we were speaking to some Nigerians and they kept coming for me and they said something. They didn't come for me, but they said something like, Kaiser, you're thinking like a private business. I'm like, I'm thinking of what works. There's no, whatever works is what works. There's no such thing as private business or government. It's what works. That's all that matters. 100%.
Yeah,
it says,
true.
Kaiser,
And
give me a break. If the government have me a monopoly, if the government gave me a monopoly, this guy can't write, but Kaiser, give me a break. If the government gave me a monopoly, I'd be successful business. Well, you can't even type, right? But so I doubt it. How are you gonna make like 5 mistakes in the same sentence? Right? Come on, man. No, you cannot be successful in anything, bro. You'd just be an African dictator that stole all the
let
money.
me ask him this thing. If that's the case, the government already has a monopoly as it is. Why aren't the government sectors being successful then?
Exactly.
Yo, I'm not gonna lie.
Refineries succeed.
I'm not gonna lie. Senegal has been kind of tackling this issue to a degree because they have a decertification issue
Oh
in
yes.
their
Do
north, and
you
they've
have a
been.
link? Do you have a link for this video?
I need to. I would have to leave. I would have to leave and look for it real quick.
Oh,
yeah.
By the way,
Look,
are you from
Keizo,
Senegal?
I think we just have. Oh, yeah.
Wait, flex up. Are you Black
American.
American or African? Are you Sahelian? What's your tribe?
I'm a Fulani from Guinea and Senegal as well.
Oh,
How have you been able to keep quiet when Fulani?
No, but Flex, let me ask you a question, Flex. How come you're anti-Kaisorian from the beginning when we used to be on the AM days?
Oh, I was never. I don't think I was ever anti-Kaisorian. I just knew that you was a troll.
Oh, okay, I get it.
Yeah, I see the. I feel like people can't read. Like people can't read you guys, and I feel like it's kind of easy after a while.
Flexed up, but at least give us credit, man. When we are being serious, we do come up with better solutions than any of these other Pan-African Negroes here.
I agree. I don't really see any media spaces talking about solutions. It's just complaining. Like we might need to ban like Africans from posting on YouTube or some shit because all they do is complain. Like it's just trauma porn. Like I view it as African trauma porn, and I think it's a way to like disarm us. Like it's a way to make us stupider and more ignorant, or should I say more stupid? Whatever it is. Who cares?
But I do think these guys prefer the trauma porn over coming up with real solutions. Because you see, like this is a case study. I purposely, when they started complaining that I don't come up with solutions, I just gave them one solution, and look at how they all act. They always come against.
It's brainstem level thinking. It's brainstem level thinking. It's what people naturally revert to. Unfortunately, you need to like. There's no patience. There's no like looking for more context, viewing it from different sides. I try to put myself in different people's position. I don't think anybody on any side is perfect of anything. All we need to be talking about is incentives. That's how I feel.
Yeah, so Abby, now the difference between me and you and Flexed Up, and also Ike, hopefully you're listening. I think Ike, Flexed Up is one of your people. He's TE. He's all the whole extroverted thinking. Me and Abby are more logic-oriented systems for the sake of the system. Flexed Up is more on solutions for the sake of solutions. That's the only place where we diverge. Right? That's why me and Abby, we can talk to these idiots on logic for like hours and hours. You Flexed Up and Ike would just get pissed off and be like, where's the solutions? Why are you listening to all this stuff? Yeah. So me and Abby are more logic for the sake of logic. Abby's more for the sake of power. I'm for the sake of the truth. And you and Ike Flexed Up, you guys are more on the getting shit done. Like, what is the path forward, and which steps do we actually need to take?
Yeah, and I see why. I see why you guys troll. I'm not gonna lie, because you will bring solutions to people, and they don't even expand on it. They don't bring any real logic to the arguments against it.
No.
It's okay to have pushback on ideas or solutions, but it needs to go in a direction. Like facts need to be more context needs to be given. You know, that's all it is. Like, I'm just tired of people arguing just off emotion only. There's physical realities. I think people are forgetting the physics of our world when we talk
real
about
shit. Yeah,
problems.
you are a TE
You
user,
know?
They don't live in the
extroverted
real
thinking.
world.
Yeah, it's
They,
kind of
they,
like I
you
don't I
know,
don't get that.
they argue based on an ideal world.
Yes, but guess what though? The West is doing that too. I feel like the West is promoting this mindset right now. It's kind of like the mental retardation of the West. Like that's what's happening right now. Like
Bro, it's not just
it's
mental
brainstem
retardation.
level thinking on everything.
Yeah, next up, it's not just mental retardation, it's mental redactation. They've redacted all the shit that they learned. Now they've lost everything. Hey, that's an advantage, man. We got to leverage that shit, man. I bet shout out, we got a new panelist. What's good, show? Are you from Sierra Leone or which one? Or Senegal?
Onjara Masha.
Onjaram Tanala, Sierra Leone.
Jamtu, kombi pullo mo Guinea, Senegal.
Ne.
Oh,
Alhamdulillah. Well, let me not make this personal.
Wait,
No. We don't want to go too far.
Flex up. Which side of the family is from Senegal?
Oh, wow.
I have some on my dad's side, but it's on my dad's mother's side.
Okay, just letting you niggas know, I speak different African languages to a little bit degree. But anyways, yeah, show B, what's good, my brother, man? What's your thoughts so far on the conversation?
Well, I just joined in. I'll let you guys go on for a little bit, and I know you guys were talking about solutions, and I agree with you guys. And this has been part of the problem since independence. You know, you look at our founding fathers, like people from Kwame in Ghana. You know, they were coming up with solution. They come up with solution, and then it just stopped. And Africans become a much more of just cynical about government and about institutions, right? Very cynical and complain, and we believe that a government can change everything for us. You know, and part of that is because, again, we have never been included in the process, and that's why I agree exactly with you earlier, Doc, what you were saying. We need to decentralize power. We need to decentralize power and bring power to local level so people can be accountable.
I agree. The accountability mechanism is like, it's just it's too vague in Africa right now. So we don't know what the real signals are.
You know,
go ahead.
Can I disagree for a second?
Go ahead.
Power will never disintegrate itself. The best you can do is you can privatize power. So if power gets removed, or not even removed, but if there's equal power sharing between the private sector, by you encouraging private businesses to grow, like the business I just told you, giving lands to the deforested areas so that they can build farms and so on. If Africa develops in that through that process, power will automatically be diluted between the private sector and the public sector. So therefore, power becomes more accountable, because the private sector, you still have to make a profit. So you're still accountable to at least investors.
Yeah, I think. No, go ahead.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I completely agree. It should not just be just one solution. You see what I'm saying? It should not just be one solution. Our problems are so many that would need different solutions. You know, but we need to be a consistent and sustainable with those solutions.
right? I mean, an example again, go to my country where we have talked about from the first prime minister. Now we're in presidential. We only have prime minister right after colonial, right? Since then, they've been talking about electricity. Up to today, we're still talking about electricity. We've been talking about clean water, the basics. Up to today, we're still talking about clean water, basic water. You see what I'm saying? And anything that the government starts in, especially in my side of the region, any good thing that they start, they do not follow. They will start it today. You will see them with press. For example, we have one of our ministers today. Our chief ministers is going to every ministries to make sure that people show up for job. Can you imagine that? The chief minister is going around different departments, different ministry, making sure to make sure that people show up for work.
Yeah,
This is
I think our environment, just Africa's environment, doesn't provide the natural incentives for us to not be so like so lax with like time and getting shit done in a certain time window. Whereas like look at Europe, they only have a limited planting season, relative to us. So there's an incentive to get ready to do shit. So we need to work against kind of nature. We need to provide systems to even work against nature in the first place.
Okay, but let me ask you this. Do you think that problem would ever arise in the private sector? Imagine you are working in a business and you tell your boss, you know what, I might show up, I might not show up. You're going to be fired the next day because your boss needs to make a profit. That's what I'm saying.
Exactly.
There is no competition in African countries
Yeah,
between the
I
public
agree.
sector and the private sector for anything.
Yeah,
The public
that's
sector
true, but
dominates
also
everything, so they don't have to be efficient.
no, Abby, you're 100% right, and I think that's why privatization is great for Africa. Because first of all, when you're working for government, African mindset just thinks, okay, government means all these free stuff and also pension. That's all they're thinking about. I'm being serious. I've heard them what they say and stuff. So ultimately, yeah, 100%. And Africa government will not work at all.
Kato, here's the trick. You have to privatize with local industries. So it has to be local businessmen that you privatize.
Yeah, yes.
Because if you privatize, let's say you sell your industry to an international multi-corporation, they're going to treat you like a whole. So the way Dangote did it is better way. They gave him the cement factory. They privatized the cement factory to him. And he's Nigerian himself, so he has an interest in selling to Nigerians and developing his own region. So he developed.
Bro,
so that's
40%.
You privatize
even 40
for private sector workers from within, not.
No, it's true. Even 40% of Ethiopian cement comes from Dangote. I mean, that guy is expanded all across Africa. So I respect that guy. So Ike, shout out to you, brother. Brother. Oh, just before you go on, man, let's let Ike go through. Shout out to you, Ike. What have you had
I'm
so
just
far?
passing through to say something. It's tangential to the topic, but it's about. And you can hear me correctly, right? Or am I delayed or anything like that?
No, you don't sound retarded. Go ahead.
Excellent. So, you know how you were talking about the African mindset where people are just, where they get emotional, they all sound like bitches. They're talking about somebody being jealous or some nonsense like that. These people should be fucking. Men should not be allowed to speak like this. You can't talk like that in my presence, for example. But this is not really about me. I'm just I'm venting some emotional stuff here. Make people understand that your head will be chopped off and left in a pile, with the rubbish if you still sound like a bitch as there. But anyways, it is relevant to the topic in the sense of people look at Dangote, for example, and this is not necessarily about Dangote, but it's about the mindset that looks at a person.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, it's a mindset that looks at that, and the thing that they think about is some kind of vindictive, somebody else could or whatever. It's like, no, Dangote is just a cog in the wheel. Okay, now that's one point. I'll tie it all together. I'll go back and I'll use myself as an example. When I was in college,
that's binary logic, though. But carry on. That's binary logic. But carry.
Yeah, sometimes you do binary for placeholders and such like that, right? Let's not get carried away. My point is this: the mindset of somebody who looks at someone else, like looking at me in college and my friends saying, "Oh, Ike, the reason you're able to have a music band and do this and do that and study philosophy and all this other stuff is because of X." it's because you don't have a child. It's because this, because that, right? And then when I have a family and when I have this, there's always some excuse of why somehow I'm able to do something, right? People look at you and they always want to ascribe some kind of outside force that is enabling you to. So this is not about me. It's about the fact that why does it come into your head? There's some guy called Bill Buckley, for example, and I know I'm jumping all over the place, but I hope that the point is clear. There's a guy called Bill Buckley. He had a magazine. He's dead now. Like, he had a magazine. He had a thriving business. He was a rich man. He was a political commentator. He was doing all kinds of things, right? One of those types of Renaissance men, as they call them, right? And people would say things like, "Oh, it's because he has a secretary. That's why he's able to write. And because he has this chauffeur and he has this." They forget that these people have always been that way. Bill Buckley wrote his first book while he was graduating in college. While where were all the books being written by all his colleagues, right? So somehow people just think that because, let's say you're a Dangote and you're a cog in the wheel, you just got put into a particular situation, that is all that was necessary for this particular outcome to happen. It's like, no, you have to be the right person. You have to be the right cog. Okay? It's not like he's a god, but why go poking at him as though, oh, anybody off the street could do it? It's a complete non sequitur. And I hope my point is clear that it's not about defending Dangote. It's about saying this mentality where you start looking at people and you have this emotional response. It's a total non sequitur. It's feminine as fuck. And you're just being a bitch ass nigga, whomever you are.
No.
And
With
that, I'm out.
Can I come in? Yeah. So I was saying that's somewhat of a binary logic. That's either or sort of thinking. It's not really, it's not a choice between black or white. The nuance is always in the gray area. And when you are critical somewhat of that extreme capitalism, that is not to say then that you're some sort of a feminine socialist being. No, that is to interrogate what best serves.
Yeah, for you, maybe.
What's that?
For you, but do you really think people like Caesar, Mrs. H, and all these other people are thinking the same way you are?
No, I think they are broadly, maybe not to the same level of sophistication, but then of course, I doubt if there's any other than, because I come from Oyualafe, so unless you come from there, you're not really able to think properly. But no, it's it's always in the nuance, isn't it? And if we're still going with the Dangote example and really piggybacking off that thing that Abby was saying, that if you don't seed, because I was saying not to seed completely to enterprise land, and then he's then saying that I'm some sort of a neophyte that doesn't get it. No, I do get it. But what I'm saying is that those sort of seedings, they have to be interrogated. He was citing the example of how the railway system was built in America. That was a sweetheart deal. That was corruption. That wasn't best served. So ultimately the government.
One man, didn't that railway deal, didn't that benefit America in the long run? They had it.
Well, in the long run, but is it in the
created
best
a system?
one?
Okay, but it also created a system where it connected the whole of America, and now America was able to become a superpower nation because of that railway.
Well,
What are you
America's
talking about?
the most powerful country in the world. That's why we say it worked, right? Because it's the most powerful country in the world. That's why we say it worked.
Okay, but that's one of the reasons it worked.
Well, it really
America
worked
didn't just
because of
become a
World War
powerful
II.
nation
It worked
by
because of
a
World
drop
War
of a
II.
dime.
They were fighting each other.
Okay, but even before,
that's the real
even
reason
before World War
why
II,
America's a
oh my God,
superpower.
bro,
It's not because of the
can you
railroads.
shut the fuck up, bro?
I'm just
Even
making
before
clear.
World
That's
War
the
II.
real reason why
Oh my God.
America's
Can
a
you
superpower.
let me speak then? Even before World War II, America was one of the great powers. Even before World War II happened, why didn't Nigeria become a powerhouse or a superpower after World War II? Because you weren't in a position to take that position. You didn't have an industry and so on and so forth. Why was America able to become a superpower? Because outside of the European powers, they were the greatest power in the world outside of that. So when the European powers fell, they took their helm at the power stage. Why were they able to become the second great powers outside of the European powers? Because they did all these things that helped them to get to that stage. One of it being the railway deals.
I mean, maybe.
Bro,
I mean,
stop
you're
being a
just,
retard.
that's kind of after the fact. But okay.
Wait, well, 1 second, 1 second. One man, are you able to share the link in the private chat? Don't worry, it's on flexed up, so I don't think it's dusty. Yeah. Okay, Caesar. Let me ask you guys a question, right? Because yeah, go ahead, one man.
No, I was just asking, is it the last one? The last one he drops? That
Yeah,
you
it's the
missed?
same link, so it doesn't matter. Yeah, the last two links. Man, you're very fast, man. I respect that you're good in real time. That's very
Keizo,
rare
let
for
me say
Africa.
this. Keizo, let me ask you
The arid land to create a flourishing oasis.
Do we need the sound, or do we just leave it
No,
in
we
the
need a
back?
sound. We need a sound, yeah.
In the middle of the desert. Working the arid land to create a flourishing oasis in the middle of the desert. These circular gardens mimic natural ecosystems by letting different species grow next to each other, a concept known as permaculture, which agro-engineer Ali Ndiaye helped bring to the border town of Boki Diawe in northeastern Senegal.
Donc ici, vous avez les plantes médicinales sur le premier plan. Les trois plants là sont dédiés aux légumes, une variété de légumes. Les papayes, les limons, les citronniers et les citruses, les anacardiers, les natifs, les fertilitaires et au fond, le baobab et les caïcédras qui sont plus grands.
Over the past 7 months, dozens of circular gardens have sprouted throughout the Senegalese desert.
Yeah, so it looks like Senegal is doing something about the desertification.
Keizo,
So,
but look at the
shut up.
size. Look at the size.
Yeah,
of
it's
that
tiny,
garden.
it's small. Yeah, it's so
Exactly.
it's smaller than
Keizo, that
Wanga's
shit is smaller
kingdom.
than my garden, bro. That shit is smaller than my garden. What are we on about? It's smaller than my backyard. If you need to do this across the Sahel, you're going to need major investments. Where are the major investments going to come from?
Yo, if you played it to the end, it said that they were only going to be able to meet based off their current rate of investment and rate of the project. They're only going to be able to meet 25% of the goal to basically like reforest a good enough part of the Sahel by 2030. They're only going to be able to meet 25% of that goal of reforesting that region. And this is an AU effort. So there does need to be public-private partnership, in my opinion. I think Abby was headed in a good direction. And also what people aren't realizing is I think they're not realizing how big Africa is. Do you know how big that land mass is? Like to try to like basically make that a forest again? Like that's like trying to reforest America almost. Like
No,
it's a
Americas.
ridiculous
That's a
concept.
really good point.
Like
That's
why
a really
doesn't
good point.
America
You can
like
fix
there's no incentive, for example, for America to reforest the Mojave Desert. That shit is a fucking desert. It's dry as hell. Nobody lives there. You know what I'm saying? And like so it's kind of like even as a rich or poor country, incentives matter. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, flexed up. Just to give them an idea of how big the region we're talking about is. You can fit 2 Americas from Senegal all the way to Eritrea. You can fit 2 Americas in the region we're talking about. And these guys think the AU and their dusty governments can come up with enough money to reforest these regions. Are you crazy?
Yeah, but you're gonna have to this whole money issue. This is not why I even called in, but this whole money issue, I don't think there are solutions that don't require money. I think they need to be investigated. That's a serious. I don't think there's enough money.
You know what, Caesar?
Unless you want outside.
Yeah, Caesar, you're right. We're going to pay niggas with candy. You're right, Caesar.
Well, no, there's also something. There's cultural technology. There's some kind of cultural practices that maybe the government can push it. There needs to be
Caesar,
a cultural approach.
Let me add some context. So they are using cultural practices. Like there's Fulani cultural practices, like for create like for growing crops. And they were using that technique. But the problem is we need to do it at an industrial level. So we do need industrialists.
Look,
I agree with Abby on that part. And also, real quick, the other part that people have to realize is like, basically like, give me 1 sec. I forgot what I was gonna say, but it's cool. I'll probably remember it later.
I mean, the main thing is like whenever people start complaining about money in Africa, my main thing is this.
That you could wait, Caesar. Tell me a cultural practice that you can expand across the whole Sahel and you don't need money. Tell me anything in this world that you don't need money.
Well, I remember what it was. So Caesar, in a weird way, I actually agree with you, but here's why. So you said you don't need money. That's correct, but you need to bring value. You need to bring a value for people to feel like it's worth investing their money in these efforts. So I do agree with both of you here.
Because
Like
the thing
both
is,
things
there's
can
not
be
enough
true.
money. There's not enough money. Let's just be honest. There's not enough money, especially when Indocha, the Oyibo, they're the ones printing it, right? For me, look at South Africa, look at China. South Africa, those South Africans, those white South Africans didn't pay people to work. They didn't. They didn't pay them in Angola. China, they didn't pay them. Just think about that. They didn't pay them to do all the things they did.
What do you mean they didn't pay them? Are you retarded? Yes, they
They
did
didn't pay them. Yeah, it's true. They would work for
Oh
months and
my
they didn't get
God.
paid. Yes, that's true. Google it.
Who didn't they pay?
The
When?
workers. I know this happened all across Southern Africa.
When?
They would claim they would pay them,
When?
but they wouldn't pay them.
When? Bro, tell us the year.
Man, just
When?
Google. I don't got time for this bullshit, bro. You want to debate all day?
When?
Just Google it. Not be
When?
worker Africans not being
When?
paid. Colonial Africa. Just look it up.
When they have not been paid,
okay, so
they
he's
would
talking
they would
about
say they would pay them,
okay,
and just
okay,
didn't
now
pay
I
them.
get it. Okay,
Yeah.
so he's talking about we should have a slave class in Africa that we make.
But look,
we
in
make them do
China,
whatever
they
we
got
want.
those people to work, right? Did they pay them? There's not enough
Yeah,
money.
they got paid in the factories. Are you retarded, dumbass?
There's not enough payment. Who's printing the money? We're using USD to do this, right? How much money do you need?
They did pay them. Okay, bro. You can't conflate two things. In Africa, in apartheid, those guys were slaves. They were just slaves. So if you're saying we should bring slavery back, okay, let me find your sister and make her a slave class and not pay her. Second, in China, yes, they didn't get paid that much, but they got paid. The only reason the American factories went to China was not because they didn't pay them. Is that if they made the same stuff in America, they would.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking
$7 an
about
hour.
like the president of China, Xi Jinping, when he was in when he was in college, he was working in factories, he was working in mines, this is it's just like in Nigeria, they have youth service. They do pay them, but they pay them such low amounts of money to go teach around the country, right? These kind of things need to be explored. Maybe a very low payment, maybe just paying them in shelter and food.
Okay, so this is the
It's
problem with these dumbasses.
so
They
imagine
talk about
some
shit
kind
they
of
don't
youth.
understand.
No, just let me finish. Damn. Imagine some kind of youth program, right? Where maybe it's a 1-year thing. You have to do it. And the only thing they pay you is food and shelter, right? So they're not actually giving you cash to,
So
go
he
buy
wants us all
things.
to become Eritrea. He's saying we should do what Eritrea is doing.
Yo, I'm not.
You don't
I'm
have
not,
enough. Sorry,
to
if
be honest.
you want to use
to
USD
be
to do this, right? Okay, good luck, Nyla. You want to use USD to do this? Okay, fine.
Bro, I just gave
To
you a
be-
solution that works for everyone. Give it to the private sector. And let them do
There's
it.
no African companies. There's not enough private. You're gonna have to get foreigners to do it. Again, who's printing the money? Just think about that. Who's
Bro,
printing?
oh my God, this guy. What printing of money? You're getting paid in whatever national currency you're working for. If you're working in Nigeria, you're going to get paid in Naira. What are you on about?
Or I'll let someone speak on this because I don't know if what I'm
But
saying. is clear.
I mean, what Caesar is trying to say, if I can jump in, you also need the solution that Caesar is talking about. We need all Africans to pay attention to this because it's a security risk for all of us. But hence we need everyone, every country to play their role. You can make this a national service, part of a national service. For where you're signing up people to go up there as long as we provide the basic necessity for them, because as you correctly pointed, it's a huge area to do. So all hands have to be on deck. It's not just one or the other.
That sounds to me infinitely more sensible
No,
than
complex.
handing it over to Dangote. Yeah, hand everything over to Dangote. And what's going on?
They sell everything to Dangote. They think that's the solution.
So one second, Caesar. Let me come in quickly here.
I didn't even say.
Yeah, let me come in quickly here, right?
Okay, so this is
They've
the problem
turned
with these idiots.
Dangote into a magic man, the magic man.
Oh, wait 1 second, guys. Okay, so Elon Musk, Elon Musk,
businessman, ex-Nigerian businessman. If
Abby, the
anything,
same thing happens.
okay,
with
so this is the
Elon
problem.
Musk.
You guys
The
want
US
to turn these. Wait, you guys want to turn these desertified regions back to their way in the past. I'm sorry, but even in the past, before they became desertified, they were still dusty. They still provide fuck all to the national economy. I'm telling you, not only do we need to reforest them, but we need to make them a viable economic center so that they can provide
100%.
economic growth.
You know what's funny? They used to be viable economic centers, but the poles shifted to the ports because of the slave trade and colonization and just basically the resource extraction
Let me ask you
mechanisms
this.
that
In
were put in
today's day and
place.
age,
And we
in,
never,
in today's day and
basically,
age,
Africans have basically sat around and never kind of created systems to replace these extractive systems. Because basically, like basically like we're not, the reason why I talk about regionalization is because regionalization is the real way anybody's ever industrialized. Like that's just the facts. Even Asia, Korea, Japan and Korea, Japanese businessmen went over to Korea, even though they don't even really fuck with each other like that. They went over there to do business because they saw an opportunity in their region nearby, So it's kind of like, even if people, hate each other, even if people, whatever that is, money talks, incentives talk, value talks. That's what
I mean,
matters.
let,
And
let
we
me
need to
let me
build
just add
systems
this.
around that.
okay, let me
No.
say this.
Let me add
Wait,
this, Abby,
one man, let me
and
just
then
say
I'll
this.
leave you guys
One
to
man,
it.
can I just say this and I'll leave? The
Okay,
reason
Karen.
Caesar's idea will never work is if you have and this is the problem China is coming to right now when they're trying to turn their economy into a consumption economy and not an export economy anymore. When you completely devalue the buying potential of your population, who's going to buy the goods that you are creating within your own country? Okay, let's say you turn these people into slave laborers. They work in the farms, they work in the fields for free and not getting paid anything. Okay, then let's say you start creating farms in those regions. Who's going to buy the produce of the farm if none of the people that are working in those farms have money to buy that food? So at the end of the day, you're cutting your own dick, bro. This is why I say you talk about shit you don't understand. For you to even have a consumptive economy, you need high enough, or at least comparatively high enough wages to be paid to the workers. So if you're going to take out the wage of the worker, who's going to buy the goods that you're producing within your own country?
Sorry, let me just come in the space
That's
that Caesar was speaking to, and then I'll let you guys carry on. He was talking about the National Youth Service in Nigeria, which is a compulsory post-tertiary education national service. And then they have a system in Israel as well, some coming of age national service where you serve the country for a year. So that seems to me a more sensible model as a form of coming of age national service, which is wrapped around that reforestation narrative, that if you come of age, or if you come through some sort of a schooling system, that 1 year national service, you go and serve it in that reforestation space. So that sounds to me infinitely more sensible and more to it, to the greater good, than handing over everything, as Abe will have it, handing over everything to some magic man called Dangote.
I thought Dangote was just a placeholder for just
The
private
capitalist, I
entities,
know.
or just like
Thank you.
industrialists that exist within the region. That's what I viewed it as.
Thank
But
you.
maybe
Thank you, one
I
man.
don't know. Maybe
Even
it's
this
No, I
man
was
is
just prodding at her. Yeah, I understand. I was just prodding at
yeah.
her.
all I'm saying is you, as the Dusty in Africa, you're not going to be the driver of African development, whether you like it or not. African development is going to be driven by the select few. And it's going to be the capitalist, whether you like it or not. Industrialist happens by the people that already have wealth. So you can cry and bitch all you want. Oh, we need to be inclusive this, inclusive that. Fuck your inclusivity, bro. Africa needs to grow. If it has to grow on a purely capitalist model, because that's the fastest way to grow, let us go through that. Let us go through that. Jesus Christ.
Well,
You guys
Nyla,
just
see,
want
there's
to
a
sit
war.
around,
There's a
dance
war
in
on the
front of the
continent.
fire.
Nyla, there's a war on the continent because despite what people may believe about me, I'm a full-blown capitalist. Full-blown. I believe in capitalism. It's my bread and butter. Merit wins. The thing is, in Africa, you have a lot of closed economies, and there's a war between the government and the private sector. Because even when you giving stuff to a handful of billionaires, not saying anyone was saying that, that's not a free market. That's not an open. That's not what I'm talking about
Who
when I
gives
say
a
I
shit?
love capitalism. That's
Bro,
like an
the free
oligarchy,
market
bro.
has never existed, Caesar. The free market doesn't exist. It's just a figment of your imagination.
Okay, well,
Name me
guess
a
what?
country where the free market exists.
There are more. Okay, we know there's no such thing as a perfect free market. We get it. Some markets
Not
are
even
better
close.
than
It's
others.
not even close. Okay, name me a country. Name me a developed country where the economy is not being run by a select few capitalists.
No. I'm
In your
saying
country in America,
I'm saying
a
it's
few.
it's a spectrum. I do know for a fact there
Okay,
are
name
some
me the
countries
spectrum.
that
Okay,
are less
give me
free
the
than
opposite.
others.
Okay, give
Okay,
me the spectrum on the other end.
easy. We can look at the UK versus Nigeria.
He said the UK. The UK is still being held by a few investment groups.
Well, what's more of a free market? If you have like what country can you do more things legally without getting a license or asking for permission or blah 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 blah.
Wait, Caesar, let me ask you a question. So if you're against monopolies, hang on, Abby, wait. Caesar, why didn't you just project and say you just make it a competitive private sector economy?
Did I not say that very well? Sorry, that's what
you didn't say that.
Yes,
you
I want to competitive. That's not clear what I want.
It's not. It wasn't clear. You could have just said that, right? You could have said, okay, create a competitive private sector economy.
Wait, what do you guys think I'm advocating for? Like a socialism or something?
No, because you didn't make that clear.
Keizo, let me ask you this. When Bitcoin first became a thing and cryptocurrency first became a thing, there were thousands of companies that were giving you wallets and so on and so forth, weren't they?
Yep.
As the cryptocurrency economy developed over time, these companies started monopolizing until there's only like 2 or 3
Coinbase,
cryptocurrency companies right now, right?
Coinbase.
That's what happens in any industry. As any industry develops,
okay,
they're going to merge and so on and so forth.
There's
until
nothing
only
wrong
like 2
with
or
that,
3.
right? That's natural.
That's what
right?
I'm saying, bro. They'll never be.
What I have an issue with, I just want to make it very clear what I have an issue with, because I don't hate Dangote. I love capitalists. Seriously, I really do. I have an issue with the government coming in. I hate government enforced monopolies. That's the word I want to use. Boom.
Yo, check this out.
Okay, so this guy's a fucking moron, bro. I can't do this. I think I'm going to pass out because of the stupidity. What are you on about? Every company, what do you think happens in America when they subsidize these corporations? Every government will subsidize a corporation at one point or another, because most corporations cannot just survive by their own. Every partnership, every industry, for it to grow.
Yeah, that doesn't happen in every industry, though. Yes, that happens in every country, but not every industry.
Yo, check this out. So what I think we can do is I see both of your points. So I think that, of course, like what Abby said, that just in modern economics, that just happens to be what will happen. Like monopolies will happen. Like, the market, there'll always be some level of market consolidation, right? But there's ways to kind of balance that out and counteract that. And that's why we live in mixed economies for the most part, across even like the Western world and even the East as well. So what I think is look at an example. Look at Bill Gates and Steve Jobs. Microsoft had a monopoly in the market, and basically Bill Gates was like, well, Apple's not doing too hot right now. What can I do to make myself look better so that this mechanism doesn't come after me? This government force doesn't come after me because I'm basically a monopoly. So he basically, gave, I don't even remember what the amount was, but he gave a significant investment to Apple to make sure that there was some sort of competition in the market. You see, so at the end of the day, you got to put systems in place. I'm going to keep saying the same shit over and over again because Africans don't get it unless you repeat it.
Elijah, here's my problem though. Africa is not at a level where you need to be worrying about monopolies and creating sustainable growth. Right now, bro, you're at the bottom, bro. You just need to grow no matter what. Africa's economic policy for the next 20 years should be growth no matter what, bro. You don't need to be worrying about. Those are things that semi-developed or developed economies have to worry about. Maintaining competition, so on and so forth. For the next 20 years in Africa, bro, you need to say, fuck it, we're growing no matter what. Whatever industries are going to arise, we need growth no matter what. Whatever is good for growth is good for the country. And then once you reach a level of development, then you can start saying, okay, now we can talk about sustainable development. Okay, China early on, it just wanted its tech sector to grow no matter what. So it allowed monopolies. Alibaba and Tencent were the only two. They were monopolizing everything on site. But eventually now China has reached a level where they realized, okay, the growth no matter what model is, we're past that stage now. We are a semi-developed nation. We need sustainable growth. So now what have they started to do? They've started to break up their tech monopolies. They're breaking up Alibaba, they're breaking up Tencent, and they're introducing more competition. You are not at that stage yet, bro. You just need growth no matter what.
Yeah, so like I agree with you there 100%. And basically like you can't even, what people don't realize, like you said, you have to develop to a point and educate your population up to a point where different interest groups can develop into think tanks as we get more money flowing in the economy. You see, so that we can have an Overton window for African economics, like our own independent one from, you know, pretty much what everybody else has going on. It's tailored to us because we have different physical realities that will affect us economically, you know. So I agree with you there.
Yeah,
that
so
makes a lot
Nyla,
of sense.
basically
Yeah.
the way I was trying to steer it, right, is like because I'm not against what you're saying. What you're saying makes perfect sense. Growth at all costs. I guess I'm trying to guide the type of solutions I'd like to see. So for example, Nigeria, you cannot build an airport. You need permission of the government. The government has to approve it for you to build it, right? While in the UK,
Yeah.
private individuals can buy and build it. So that's more free, right? Now, what I want as a solution isn't okay, this company has permission to build airports, nobody else does. That to me is not a solution. Oh, we need to build up our airport building industry or whatever. A real solution is anyone's able to build one. To me, that's so I want it as free as possible. That's just an example of what I mean when I
Okay.
say I want a real free market, not just this guy can do it, because that doesn't make any rational sense to me.
Sure. But Caesar, we gotta be efficient. You're right, I agree with you, but we gotta be efficient. Have you noticed, like, if you look at China, China was destroying hundreds of high, 50 to 100-story buildings because they built it the wrong way. A lot of people are just getting government contracts, doing bad jobs, and then the buildings had to be destroyed. Even the same thing with like Chinese cars. Manufacturers and all that stuff, right? They'll just get building, but they're just stealing. So we do have to have checks and balances whereby we make sure that we're not just giving money and power to dusties to go build and compete when they just don't have the power. I'll show
But
you
let
right now.
me
Like, I
be
do a
very
video on
clear.
this.
There's no difference between a government being inefficient and one company having a sole license. There's no difference.
No, you are right. Caesar, we agree, right? I think all of us agree. The issue is we're too low IQ to pass out the differences where we disagree, right? That's a reality, right? And we don't have the time for that.
Okay, Keizo,
But yeah.
coming back to the desertification thing. You see that thing we just watched on France 24. What they're doing there is cute, but it will never change anything because it's too small scale. Imagine if a government said, okay, the rich people that have enough money, we will let you lease this land for another 100 or 150 years. Do it exactly the way these people are doing it. And we'll even tell you what fruits and vegetables to grow for national consumption. And if you can grow it, if you can if you can reforest the area and build these farms in the way that the local people are doing it, and build and plant the type of crops that we want for our own national consumption, what's wrong with that? It's basically a public-private partnership because the government is telling them what type of crops to grow, how to do it, and so forth. The private sector is just coming with the money in order to do that stuff. Not only is it that will create jobs, it will create growth in the economy, it will create more food security, it will create a lot of things, bro. It will solve a lot of problems that region has, not even the region, the whole country. But these guys, they don't want, oh, we can't be giving money to the rich, blah, blah, blah. Shut up, bro.
Yeah, I agree. Sure, we got a new panelist. What's good, Kifaru? Kifaru, there's a fake coup that happened in Cameroon. But anyways, go ahead. I don't know if you listened to the conversation. Yeah, I don't know where you want to.
I was not around. There's no coup is going to happen in Cameroon, man. Cameroonians are not ready for no coup. Paul Biya is just going to die as Mugabe. It's after his death that we might start thinking about a coup. But now we can just forget about the coup in Cameroon.
Okay, mashallah.
Who is
Go
the
ahead.
potential successor?
Well, there is no. I don't think there's anyone. Nobody knows. I'm not gonna lie. People think the Frank Biya, but he's not prepared. He does not want to. He's not that kind of a person that wants to be in the public. You understand? He's a shy guy doing his own business. He does timber business. He's not that kind of like show guy. You understand? It's complete. I don't see him. He does not love politics. So we don't. No one knows. No one knows. It's still a dilemma because it's really it's a point that when they miss up, the country is going to fall, like it's going to crumble, because people are carrying so many grudges. But now the power that just overshadows everyone. So you're just waiting for that power to be broken, then people will come up. So it's a really delicate situation. Let's see, So yeah. So what we're talking about, Kaizo?
Yeah, we're just talking about monopolies versus
Yeah,
privatization.
I think I heard Caesar talking about like government should allow people to do things. What was your argument? That what that listing? I think he was trying to say the government should just allow people to do things the way they want to do it, just because they need some growth and development. Was that the point?
Caesar is saying that he doesn't want strong monopolies, like people like, only having niggas like Dangote. He wants more diversified economy where other highly skilled individuals can also break free into the market.
I think this is the thing. The way I see it, right? The countries should each countries they should have criterias, okay, a list of I don't know, requirements that you need to be able to operate in a certain sector. If you meet those requirements, there's no reason why you should not be given the license to operate. But if you don't, why should they give you? That's the point. You understand what I mean?
Good
We
point.
can't we can't just say, okay, we don't have an option, let's just make things anyhow. No, let's have requirements and say this is what I want. Do you meet those requirements? Okay, yes, your license, move ahead. I think that's the best way to do it, so that we have professionals doing the right stuff. Like for example, if let's say we're talking about let's talk about
What?
What just happened?
Is that Kaizo's kid or something?
No, I don't have kids, man. What's going on? What would you think that Caesar? I don't have kids, man.
Kaizo's son
Kaizo,
is like so screaming.
are you okay? Do you have some? I don't know. Are you okay? Are you okay, man?
Nah, I'm good. I'm good. Go ahead, brother.
Are you sure? I'm
Uh,
worried. I'm worried now about you,
Yeah,
man. Not
Kaizo,
gonna
if you're
lie.
not good, you can talk about it, bro. This is your
Yeah,
stream.
man. Yeah, if you got some mental things going on, we
oh
can.
yeah, I've not paid rent for the last 2 months. Are you guys are gonna send me money? Of course not. So don't ask me silly questions.
Is that what? Is that what makes you go like really paranoid and what's that flashback?
Exactly.
What?
Money, man. Guys only cares about money.
Oh my god, that is weird, man. That is
Nah,
weird.
Mrs. Rich is crazy, man. She's reading my mind. She says that's Kaiser's mating call. I don't know, Miss H, man. Do you have cameras in my house? Like, how the hell do you know this shit, man? Like, I don't know, man. We have to be worried about Mrs. H. Brian, man, a long time Kaiser busting a nut in Kikuyu. Nah, not in Kikuyu, in Oromo. Don't worry, man. Brian, but yeah, you're close.
No, I think he's the one being busted. I know he's not busting no one. You know, that's when the bust you. That's how you scream, man.
Yeah, long time, Brian. Yeah, I haven't seen you over here in a while. Yeah, Brian is one of these pookies, Nigerian pookies that can be high IQ.
No, Bran is not. He's not Pookie. He's just. He's just. I don't know. It's
Ola
not
DJ?
Pookie. Oh
Is he Ola DJ?
no, he does not see anything wrong with the West maltreating Africans. You know, to him, he loves it. You know.
Shout out to Mrs. H. She says, "Lol, he's doing the bending for sure." Okay.
Yeah, that scream, that noise is a sussy noise, man. You know, so
Yeah.
anyway, man. Seems you guys you had all the conversation and that's it.
No,
So
no, wait, I'll add another thing. It's actually damn you're saying, but people deal with it. I love America. I love how it works. Like in the U.S., can say, look, we don't want immigrants. I say, look, illegal immigrants, and the government doesn't.
But I feel like that centralization, and I would love to see that in Africa. So West.
Is it my internet or is it Caesar's? I don't have. Can you guys hear Caesar without an issue?
Hello?
Okay. They can't hear me either.
No, we can hear. Yeah, Caesar, I think your connection was definitely acting sus. And yeah, shout out to to Black Heart Man for I think it's probably $10, right? But it's coming here at £7.55. So shout out to you, brother, for supporting this show and being a sponsor. We do appreciate it, man. Even though you gotta pay out of pocket, no more can your company pay for it. So mad appreciation to you, brother. All right. Yeah, so shout out to you, brother, over there. Thank you very much. The rest of you Dusties can like the show, whatever it is, subscribe or hit the cash up, whatever it is. So shout out to you, Black Out Man, for sponsoring the show. My appreciations to you, brother. But yeah, Caesar, can you speak now? I think we lost you a little bit earlier.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Anyway, I was going to say, Miss H
guys
actually
keep coming for Kenya, bro. Kenya is superior. You guys never have issues where you can't hear me.
Yeah, America's dusty, right? But I was just gonna say, Miss H banned me for saying this, by the way, but or timed out. I love America. Like I want to.
Are you not a mod though, Caesar?
Huh?
Are you not a mod?
No, I was on my other account.
Oh, okay, you're on a troll account. Makes sense.
No, but it still says Caesar. You know, both my accounts say Caesar, so people know it's me. You know.
Yeah, no. Mrs. H will block anyone she doesn't like. So you know, if you got the power, you should fight her back in your main account.
But my main thing was like in the U.S., it's so decentralized. Like the federal government will say, "Look, we don't want illegal immigrants here," and then a state, even a city, like the city of San Francisco, was like, "No, we're not going to deport people." It's like we don't want the federal government in our state, in our city, deporting people, and nothing happens. That decentralization, I feel like that's key. But in Africa, you'll never see that level of decentralization. People, governments, local governments, allowed to make solutions that work for that specific local government. In Africa, people say it's heresy. How can a city go against what a national government said? But I feel like that's why America works. I want that decentralization in Africa. Call me a Western black. It is what it is.
Yeah, no, 100%, 100%. You know, look. So let me ask you a question, right? Tell us, what decentralization do you need in Nigeria to make it better?
I would, for a perfect state, let me tell you my dream for Nigeria. This is the most Nigerian thing I'll ever say. I want every single like geopolitical zone, or you could even say state, I don't know. I think they can have freedoms to do whatever they want, except anything related to like the military, for example. Let the government have the military, and maybe they collect 30%, 40% of taxes, I guess, that the states come up with, something like that. But like, I want states to be able to build airports, build ports, do all kinds of things without needing to beg the federal government for permission, build roads, oil refineries. Every state should be able to build an oil refinery if they have the funding to do it. The federal government shouldn't be allowed to say no. Basically, I want every single state to have this free market thing. I would also like Nigeria to change the constitution to allow other countries to join the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Boom. And when they join, same thing. They get all the freedoms they want, except they can't have a military. Things like that. I think that Nigeria could do that. You see economic growth like crazy. There you go.
Yeah, I think I accept. You know, privatization is the way to go. You know, the confederacy, or was it federal form of government, is good if people are really high IQ and understand how nation state work. I'll give you an example. Like, let's say Nigeria, you want to do a federation. So I don't know. I assume how federation works. Each federation or each section has to send an amount of money to the general or the federal government, right?
Yeah.
This percentage. But let's take some African countries, like one region is rich and the other region is not rich. It's always a problem. Like if they say, okay, you Igbo guys, you are rich, you've got all the oil, you need to send 50%, more let's say 50% of your income, what's it called, revenue to the government. They're not going to take that income, they're not going to multiply the income. They're going to see how much you're sending. And it's going to be a problem. You understand? I think for that thing to work, people should understand how nation state works. If they understand the concept of building a nation state, then it will be good. But just because people can do that, the government has to intervene. I think when we get to the time where people can understand, then I think the government needs to give people the power to build their own local government completely.
See, the thing is, the only role of the government should be military. And any other role you want to add, I want to debate it. It shouldn't be the opposite, which is what we do. We give the federal government every power, and then we try to devolve back to the state. No, only the state government, the federal government should have no power except military, and maybe to deal with anything related to the borders. That's it. National security. Everything else is a state thing. And if you want to give the federal government more rights, then we're going to debate it as a nation, not the way we're doing it now. Because when you have state governors begging the federal government, I want to build a road. Oh, why do you need permission to build a road or repair a road? It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. And it's hard to blame the federal government because there's only one man. How can one man do all this? It's not fair to him.
Yeah, I had that argument. Even it's the same thing in Cameroon. You as an individual, you cannot build a public road. You understand? I spoke with one guy that is a member of the local council. He told me this is how it works. Okay, roads have got so many projects. Maybe that it's not done. They have some pipes that need to pass under those things, phone line, telephone lines, and all kind of stuff has to go for that road to be complete. Most people don't even realize that. They just want to build the road.
I mean, that's fair, but you need to establish a mechanism. So I know in Nigeria, I think you could actually build a local road and you do one half and the federal government will do the other half, right? There has to be some kind of mechanism to allow people who have money to do what they want. Otherwise, it's like, I'm waiting for the federal government to do everything. And then I'm just, sitting on my hands with my butt. It makes no sense. I'm just going to be cursing the federal government all day. No, give me the power to live my life. Except military. Give the government the military. So we don't have any coups, right? Here you go. Problem solved.
Yeah, okay. And shout out to you.
Some regions will be more richer than other regions. Too bad. If I have oil, if you have lithium, then guess what? You're going to have more money than everyone else. It is what it is. You're still going to give some money back to the central. But some regions are richer than others. Some regions are more productive than other regions. Sorry, I shouldn't have to suffer because of that. But we're still one country. And that's the problem people have. They're like, wait a minute, this region has lithium. We don't have lithium. Okay, I want a national government. But now nothing's working. So, I don't get it.
Yeah, Caesar, let me ask you, Caesar. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, would you vote for me if I was the president of Nigeria?
What do you want to decide? What are your policies?
No, from what you know of me, you don't know the policies, just in general.
So I will interrogate you slightly, only because even though I do think you're high IQ, Kaiser, I'll be honest with you, no more high IQ dictators. Oh God, what if you die? So we're just back to square one.
If I'm sufficiently high IQ, I would have thought about that.
Oh God, no, you wouldn't have. You would have used all your IQ points in staying the emperor.
No, you see what I mean? I would have sufficiently created a system where new young breds are being taught on leadership. I've mentioned this before.
No, see, here's the problem with high IQs. They use all their IQ points in staying in power. So you'll probably be elected, and now you use all your IQ points. I don't think you do this, but this is what people do. Spend your IQ points in living forever. So, Kaizo, one question. Do you want to decentralize the country? That's my main question. Because I think you...
Federalism and states ruling more than the government.
Huh?
Yes, 100%.
Okay, fair. You get my vote. You can, yeah, sure. Kaizo for friends.
Okay. Well done. Listen, here's the thing, right? Here's the thing, right? You are obviously a high IQ brother, but you're a little bit emotional. That's the only downfall, man. Because if you could get rid of your emotions, you could rule a lot and go really far in life.
No. The emotion. I'm emotional and I'm logical when I have to be. My default state, I'm a bit emotional. I admit that, but I'm logical when I need to be. That's how
That's
I
what I
am.
mean. Like, look, you're obviously high IQ, right? But your modus operandi is to involve your emotions more than, let's say, I don't know, flexed up. Do you see the same thing, or do you see something different?
That's just how I am. But look, I did study STEM in college. I am still a STEM person, right? I work in STEM, so I am logical. But
What is the STEM? Is it like a brain STEM? Wait, what's the STEM?
no. I did computer science. I'm actually, I'm doing my master's in artificial intelligence. So there you go.
Oh, you see, you don't have real intelligence, so you gotta create one. Makes sense.
What'd you say?
So artificial intelligence, you can't, you don't have one realistically, so you gotta create one.
No, we have to know what the foreigners are building, right? If I stay in Africa and I'm thinking like the Africans, I'll be thinking about my tribe. I need to be worried about AI and all this other shit.
Interesting. No, it makes sense, right? Like one of my cousins, he's studying artificial intelligence. He's working for some random dusty Western government. Here's the thing: if he was in Kenya, he wouldn't even have a PhD in artificial intelligence. The stuff and drone technology that he's working on. It's the fact that he's working for a specific Western government that he got that job to begin with. That's the issue. You guys are not forward thinking, Caesar. Earlier, and then here's the Caesar. Why reason I asked you about the whole emotion question, right? Personally, I actually like you. I don't know why I'm saying that, right? But I actually like you personally. But remember when we talked about that brother, the Kenyan brother that messed himself up, right, by not thinking forwardly? You were thinking, oh, Kaiser might be a little bit jealous. I don't know why. I don't know. I'm not jealous of people that fail. But anyways, one thing I did notice is this, right? Like, Africans are not forward thinking at all. That's the issue. That's our biggest problem. We can't see the future. Ike, and I bless get flexed up. Even you, Caesar, we're exceptional to the African. Most Africans look at real time. Have you not noticed the business that they do, right? Look, an African will think, oh yeah, I don't want to get paid only $5 for this job. Tomorrow, guess what? Their daughter is sick. They need medicine. If that dusty African went and worked for that $5, guess what? They would not have to beg money for that medicine. They can't think of the future. They're too low vibration, man. That's the problem, man. That's what I've seen.
But do you think so? They refuse this $5 job, right? They rather go beg and do other stuff, right?
They rather go wait until tomorrow comes. Tomorrow comes with this new. It's like, okay, I know that every day has challenges. Some days has worse challenges than other days. I know that most challenges are based on money. Okay, that's all the fundamentals. Me, I'll be thinking, oh yeah, let me go work hard, let me save, let me create some deficit of excess money so that I can deal with these problems. The African won't think that. They're thinking, $5 is too small. I don't want that. And it's a job that's not causing them any extra resources, just their time. I would do that job for that $5 if I was that person. And I do that. That's why I run. For example, today, I've only made what, $15 in today's stream, even though it's 8 hours. Because I understand about the future. The African will be like, it's too small. Tomorrow, the daughter is in need of medicine. Now they beg everybody in the family group chat.
So Kaiser, devil's advocate, right? Because I've realized that too. Devil's advocate. Look, you're saying you want to pay me a salary, right? But here's my rebuttal: with the way inflation is and the way the economy is, right? What if the inflation rises? This money is worthless. If you're paying me in naira, for example, right? It's worthless tomorrow, right? This is why Africans don't save, because of inflation, right? Or if you tell me, look, I'll pay you a salary. What if something happens to, this salary? You don't pay me tomorrow. There's many Africans that work for 6 months. They don't get paid. So instead of me working for you and putting my destiny in your hands, I'm going to go outside and hustle. If I don't make money, if I make money, it's my own problem. At least I know I'm the one that caused it. Instead of me putting my destiny in your hand, and you don't even give a fuck about me, and then I can only blame myself. You see? So what do you think about that?
Okay, just before I answer that question, now we got a new guy, man. Brian, man, have you been having too much good time with the white women in the UK that you forgot about the Afrosphere. What's going on, bro?
Yo, you hear me clearly?
Yeah, we can hear you, brother, man. What happened, man? We ain't seen you here for some time. Are you having too much good time in the in the UK island area?
Bro, I ain't gonna lie, bro. This snow bunny's got me going dummy, bro. Do you know what I mean?
Nah, I'm not gonna lie, yeah. I used to be into snow bunnies too, man, when I was in the UK, man. These black women, man, were a bunch of witches, man. So shout out to you, bro.
Look, first and foremost, that was only a joke. Even you know me, I'm a hotep, bro. I'm a hotep. I don't step outside the hotep zone and that. But you know, just fucking hella work going on. But I'm gonna address the question you asked about the Nigerian and the Nigerian question you asked, right? The way forward from a political constructed perspective. I just feel as if I know Caesar was saying something about I don't think I'm wrong. I think it was Caesar who was making a point about the decentralization of military power in the nation, which is something that I individually I wouldn't trust us at this point in time. Because I feel like a lot of times us Africans we try escaping past the tribalistic particular of our social culture of our society on the continent. Do you know what I mean? I just feel although going forward from the perspective of a developing nation where there's concerted effort from every region or state to develop, I do believe that military power must have to be centralized. But the problem is, if that's not the case, if there's as at this point in time, there will definitely be setbacks from the people, the ordinary citizens itself, in regard to that case. Like if you're going to, or else you're going to do it from a state to state level, if you're going to decentralize economic and political influence and then economic power, if you're going to decentralize it state to state, then it's fair enough. Okay, we have a focused military up at the federal level that everyone, whether it be via taxes or money, money being sent, that's pretty much being located, yeah, money allocations to that military setup or whatever federal setup where they be need. I do feel that would be the best case anyway. That would be the best case moving forward. And these things are so simple. We don't even have to make it complex, but when we are addressing them, it's like this conversation used by having earlier on about subsidizing companies and pretty much government subsidizing companies in the private sector to run the economy, different economic sectors. Like it's simple. That is what we need to do. Like we can't keep African nations are massive, and even if we look at the socio-cultural perspective of things, like the different tribes, the different types of different languages, like people from region to region, from state to state, like you need people, and you just clinically make decisions that you understand that your judgments and decisions will fight against whatever potential upset will come from the people. You know what I mean? Privatize companies, create these companies. We need to politically improvise as well. Like it's not political development, it's not a flat line. Do you get what I'm saying? It doesn't have to be the same everywhere. Improvise and make sure that these things happen. You need at the basis, you need capital to fund these businesses. Fund them. You get what I'm saying? But like there has to be competition within the private sector as well, which is one of the problems that we're having in Nigeria, in on the continent rather. If you look at the case of Nigeria, like you usually making an example with Dangote. Okay, Dangote is doing well for himself, but what part of Nigeria can you actually point out to us and say, you know what, Dangote has had it's had an a significant infrastructural impact in this part of the country? There is none. One of the greatest problems that the country is facing is transportation of oil produces and crude oil produces throughout the country. We've all heard stories, like we follow Nigerian news and all that stuff, that we've all heard stories of like tankers broken inside portholes and stuff like that. The amount of accidents that happen to be this the oil tank transportation vehicles. Like these are the main issues that we're having. Even in the case where Dangote has been given permission, a subsidiary permission to build a refinery, still he has not made any other investment within that sector that would enhance and facilitate his refinery production, oil refinery production business. Do you get what I'm saying? It just things like that. There has to be competition. The lack of competition is the reason why these private companies, they are not willing to do any better. They're so in cahoots with the government, which we can already establish by general consensus that them are corrupt as hell. They're very corrupt. They are in no way, shape, or form interested in the socio-political or economic progression in regards to the people, how it trickles down to the people. They don't care about the people. Do you know what I mean? They don't care about the progression of the standard of living or any social infrastructure that facilitates or enhance good standard of living or high standard of living within the people. So if Dangote is being given subsidiary permissions to open business, is being privatized by the government and stuff like that, but the government themselves, they don't care for, they really don't care for any progression in the standard of living of the people. Who is there to compete against the Dangote for him to do any better and not just cahoot with the government? So what I'm saying is that, or do it politicians, should I say? But what I'm saying is we still need, if the governments are going to privatize companies and hand them control of private sectors, there has to be competition. There has to be a vast amount of companies. There has to be a vast amount of companies, not just one or two people.
Well said, brother. Well said.
Yeah, what matters. But even in regards to flipping, what did I say? Like, yeah, in regards to what I was just saying just now, like, let's put, you see the government perspective of the government subsidizing certain sector of the company of the country, economic sectors and that. Let's just take that out of the picture because they will never, that will never yield any economic fruits. Just never yield any economic fruits. And even flipping, let's say, and as for Nigeria as well, I'm just gonna say this, right? I feel like for me, if you ask me, I just after this fight, I just want the country to just separate, like just separate, like each and every other nation. We can form a, what do they call it, like a UK, so form like a federal union. Do you know what I mean? Form like a federal union where we have like a common travel area, like the UK and Ireland. So you get what they do have. Not necessarily saying that we have to copy everything of their book, but yeah, do something like that and let every nation deal with let them deal with their political and economic issues just by themselves. Do you know what I'm saying? Or if that's not going to work out, let's just do the state thing. Like every state, it doesn't even boil down to oil or whatsoever natural resources every state has. Like the Niger Delta is the oil-rich region in the south. In the southeast, you have the Igbo people. They got their own. Every state over there got their own particular natural resource that can make them successful. It's not just oil. There are different things. There's zinc, there's copper, there's lithium, there's stuff like that. Throughout the north, every state has theirs. Throughout the west, every state has theirs. There's tourism potential as well, which in the country as it stands, tourism in the country is an absolute shambles. You know what I'm saying? But these are like things. This is tourism in Africa overall for most of the countries, other than the few countries which we can name in one hand. It's so bad. It's so poor. Like you got shit like Afrobeats music and all that entertainment as well. Like, but the power has to be decentralized so much. Whether it be regionally for all geopolitical zones, we should make it more of a federal system. We can't necessarily be one nation.
Yeah, so shout out to Ike. What's your thoughts on the conversation?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, because I'm in the car. I'm driving. I got the phone hooked up. It's the first time I'm doing that. But I 100% agree with what was just mentioned. regarding the need for competition, right? So things, yeah, sure, things will have to be privatized, but there needs to be competition. Sure. However, it is, and this is more of a question, it's difficult to see where competition is going to come from when you don't have one, let's say, competent party. Let's say, for example, it was the planting of the trees, right? What company in Nigeria is set up to do that kind of thing? Do we have these? Is it a large agribusiness concern? And if so, are there more than one? You're going to probably find out, and again, it's a question, that there are not many. And we should not let that be a hindrance to taking the step, anyways, because typically in the beginning, it's typically one guy. It's Standard Oil or the Vanderbilts with the railroads, right, and stuff like that. The so-called robber barons, right? It tends to be that way when you're starting up. It tends to be more winner takes all and winner takes the sport. So the general question there is, within these areas that need to be privatized because development needs to happen, because problems need to be solved, such as the desertification and such, right? We don't have a multiplicity of parties, private parties that can compete amongst each other, but that should not discourage us, because we have historical examples of how that has happened before. And then I just wanted to say something about a monopoly, right? Which is that every business person tries to be a monopoly, right? And this is nothing other than just stating the point of view of a business, and also why monopoly is not necessarily a bad thing. Okay, so Google being a monopoly is not necessarily a bad thing. Yeah, in the sense that you can go to Yahoo or Bing or whatever, but people don't go there. They go to Google. Google gets all the money. Google can do all kinds of research with that money. You see, basically, monopoly gives you surplus. Surplus can allow you to create innovation. Surplus can also be wasted and all that kind of stuff. But you might find out that you're going to be outcompeted if you do not put your surplus into appropriate research, development, and so on and so on and so on, right? So monopoly, from the point of view of the business, is what every business wants, right? And also it creates a lot of good, in the sense that if you have a lot of excess, then you can use that capital towards because you've already demonstrated that you're a good steward of capital. You're a good steward of capital. You've got to the point where now you're a monopoly. And one of the good things that come out of a monopoly is this excess that you can then use to, research Google cars, or try to put all kind of balloons in space, whatever the crazy things that they do to try with all their billions and billions of dollars, using Google as an example. That's just to say that, look, from monopoly is not always bad. It is good for, competition is good for prices for the consumer, right? But in terms of innovation, if you want to innovate, you don't want to be in a space where you're competing against, somebody undercutting your price every day. You're not going to be able to innovate. You're going to need to be slashing those prices down. You're going to need to be trying to fight for survival. And in that space, innovation tends not to happen. Now, that's why government is also good for certain types of endeavors. Long-term scientific research, let's say fusion and such, cannot be in the private sector. There's no monopoly that will have enough money to pump into like a 30-year-long project, right? So basically, just laying out some things, if I may summarize. First of all, we don't have a multiplicity to be able to create the competition that will be desired, but that should not discourage us from at least taking certain steps. Number two, competition is not always bad. It gives you the excess such that you can then innovate within the sector, but you cannot innovate in the private sector in all phases, because there's just some areas that require too much money and too long term. Just wanted to contribute those things. I don't know what the thoughts are about it.
Yeah, I mean, those are really good points. I'm not against. I'm trying to think. So I think in general, I think what I was saying applies, but this specific, we're talking about desertification and the solution for that. And if we don't want to do a youth service approach, because we're like, hey, I actually prefer that youth service approach. But if we want to we don't want the federal government to do it. I mean, I'm not opposed to, okay, if there's a couple people that, they're leading in attacking desertification, and we partner with them, blah, blah, blah. I guess one or two situations isn't the worst thing, right? Because growth at all costs. I'm just like very weary of solution. I just don't want too many solutions. I think like when on these paid panels, a lot of Africans are really into this idea of one man, one savior. This guy's our God. There is no God. Oh, sorry guys, there's religious people, but there's no God in this sense, right? If there's only one person that's capable of doing this, I guess you can partner with him. I'm not sure if there's ways to make other companies. I don't know if there's a way, you say, 30% of this needs to be given to 30% of this contract needs to be given to small businesses. I'm not sure if there's other ways to encourage some kind of competition there. In one example, I'm okay with that. It's just like if every solution involves giving it to one or two wealthy dudes, I mean, I don't really think that makes any rational sense. It is what it is. And then I also Google, I'm okay with Google being a monopoly. You know why? They earned it because that's called first movers advantage. They were they were one of the first. They beat everybody. If I make the first chair, I'm gonna have a freaking monopoly. I was the first guy to make a chair. I just have an issue with the government coming in saying, hey, look, guys, Caesar has only Caesar's allowed to sell chairs in this state. These kind of weird policies because we want to make a company come out of nowhere. So if you want to do this desertification thing, maybe instead of saying, okay, only this company is going to be the sole company to help us do this. I'm trying to think, what are some ways that we can kind of make it more than one? I mean, I'm trying to think. What do you guys think? There may be a set of rules you make for the kind of company that can apply for maybe participating in this desertification for each zone. Maybe every zone is separated. So each contract's given to a certain company, each zone. If you meet the rules, maybe they can even teach you how to do it. I'm not sure. What do you think?
Do you want it to be an African company?
I don't actually care, but I guess this is a big deal. This sounds like a life or death desertification. So maybe it doesn't have to be African. But let's just say it has to be African for the argument. Let's just say it has to be African for this argument. Sure.
Okay, cool. Yeah, because so if we do life or death, yeah, sure. Let the Martians do it. Doesn't matter, right? But if we want to talk about African development, generally speaking, and you want to keep it in-house, then you can say, and I'm just using a model now, like starting with what you said about, let's say you have a government contract and you're going to have people bid for it. You're going to find out that maybe only one person really qualifies or is able to, right? Let's say, right? And if you restrict it to African companies or within the borders of your country or the countries involved. And then you can definitely add the small business subcontract stipulations, which are also done all over the place in the United States as well. I'm one of those small businesses that, gets subcontracted from larger contracts on federal projects, right?
Mhm.
So that is something that definitely does work as well, right? Now it's not. Now that's good. Just so we know, just so we're clear, it's mainly going to be window dressing in the sense that this is just going to be for optics, right? The small businesses are not going to be as many or as impactful, right? But it's just going to be so, okay, well, I guess, we need to buy the uniforms, right? The uniforms need to be locally sourced from this particular textile people here, that kind of a thing, right? And those types of things. But it's not going to be the majority of the billions of billions that, that is being
Ike, you still there? Your audio kind of glitched.
sector in all places because it's just there that require too much money and too long term.
Yeah, I think Ike is going through some dusty place. Okay, yeah, it's kind of interesting. BT, I don't know if you've heard the conversation so far.
No, I mean, I think I was just saying something about is it business? Yeah, I caught the back end of Caesar's contribution and that of EK's before.
Okay.
Yeah, so just give me a few seconds or if you want to represent the topic, I don't, I'm kind of lost in the shuffle a little bit.
No, that's mostly it. It's basically it's to do with what's the best systems for the government to run. Is it more decentralized, having multiple private tiers who are looking to add value? For example, let's say Nigerian electricity problem. Do we need to have it more state level? Do we need to be federal? Or do we even need to kind of go down less than state level and be saying, okay, look, we can allow multiple companies to be producing power, or rather, if the power is not the issue, it's the distribution, we can have multiple companies that will willingly take on specific areas, and it will basically allow them to operate. So yeah, what do you think about the operations of business in Nigeria? Should it be decentralized? Should it be centralized? Just give us your opinion.
Oh, thank you for that. Yeah. In our own case, you have three sectors. Like, for instance, now would be the power sector, which is generation, transmission, and distribution. So government, they liberalized the generation, power generation, and also distribution, but they still held on to transmission. So even if you could generate 200,000 megawatts, the max the government could transmit as of right now is about 6,000. And even the distribution part of it, the Gencos and Ciscos, whatever they refer to them as, were not really sold to genuine business men or women. They were sold to their friends. So that's the issue we had. They're resolving that part, but for us as Nigerians, the main issue is transmission. And before Buhari left office, they changed the law in which states can partner with other states, and they can generate, I believe, transmit as well, and also distribute. So I do agree that there's no government shouldn't be in business. I mean, they should be involved in terms of policies, consumer protection. Of course, those things should be in there. But in terms of operation, because if you notice, like, government by default itself is designed to be inefficient, because you have to cater to so many you have so many interests in government. You have those tribal interests, religious interests, regional interests. So the plethora of interests would, by default, it makes government by itself inefficient. So if you then encourage private investors, I believe that's the way to go. But one thing that I also want to add, if you don't mind, just a few minutes, is logistics and the bottlenecks on the African continent. So I can be doing well in Nigeria, but I want to expand to Kenya. I want to expand to other countries. We've yet to resolve those issues, those bottlenecks that frustrate business dealings between the African within the African space. So, and second of all, we also don't. I think one thing that I noticed with the Dangote refinery is that I mean, I was excited for it, only for me to hear that most of the employees are not even Nigerians. They're mostly, is it Indians or Lebanese? So it's not enough for me to say government should stay out of business. Those government, I want them to be Nigerian owned, or the partners have to be Nigerians, and whoever they're employing has to be, I mean, Nigerians. Now, I know they have to be trained, they have to be skilled. So that's where government comes in. If I'm bringing a power plant or train network, how can I partner these companies with my universities or teaching colleges or technical schools where they will be viable enough to get those jobs, as opposed to those companies bringing their own people from their own country. So it begs the question: what kind of deal my government is signing with these foreign organizations or foreign companies for deals? I think job programs should be attached to contracts signed in new markets, in new spaces, and electricity generation, train systems and stuff like that. You should have an education component to that as well. Might not be from the company directly, but it's something that you can contribute as a government to that project. That way, your people actually benefit from that. I don't want us being the cleaners and the gardeners of a company. That's not the kind of jobs we should be creating. We should be in operations. We should be in the boardrooms as well, but operations, because the goal is eventually, when you learn, just the same way the Chinese did, eventually they learn from the company and they start to build their own. That is the whole point. That way, for instance, now you have your red line, you have your blue line in Lagos. There are still about 5 to 7 more lines in Lagos. I'm thinking by the time it gets to the green line, to the yellow line, to the brown line, Nigerians should be able to handle that. You see my point? So the initial investment, they make their money, you get your technical know-how, but down the road, you take over from there. That should be the way government sees investment from other countries into your own economy. But within the African space as well, I think we've not really done a good job with removing the bottlenecks to encourage business deals within the African space. So I think that also has to be looked into, because I think we are losing a lot of money and a lot of investment within the African space in terms of partnerships, in fact, of new markets. I've talked about Dangote's frustration that he cannot even sell cement to Benin Republic, even though there are a few miles down the road to him in Songo and Ota area. So
wait, so who can he not sell to?
He has a plant in my area, close to the border in Ojore in Sangota. It's very close to the border of Benin Republic.
Okay.
But Benin will not buy his own cement from him, but they will ship from China.
Wait,
even though he said he can match the price. It's not a price issue. It's just the kind of deals those countries have signed with other countries.
Oh, wow.
So imagine you having that business just few miles from your neighbor, and they won't buy from you, but they will go and buy from China. So that's what I'm saying, that we've not really. I think I was saying last time I put a link about the AFTAC, what's it called? That organization that was trying to unlock those kind of deals where before you sign any deal with a foreign body, country, whatever, they have to put into you must first go to that network to see if there are any opportunities on the African continent where you can do the same business. And you just look at the cost effective, you look at the cost of doing that business. If it's cheaper, then you go the African route. But even when it's cheaper, Caesar, even when doing that business is cheaper on the African continent, in terms of just trade, not forget logistics now, just in terms of the actual price, unit point of fit good that you're selling, they've yet to resolve those. I keep calling it bottlenecks, but the logistics in terms of transportation, like in terms of trade agreements, in terms of taxation. Like if I take my goods from Nigeria to Kenya, what is the tax rate I'm paying? Am I still paying the state tax? Is that like a business tax?
Wait, Baba, is it Baba Tunde, or what name should I use?
BT, just say BT.
Yeah, so so shout out, and I also want Ike to come in here and everybody else, right? Flex time has been quiet for a while. BT, what you're talking about is I've mentioned this before on my channel. Africa doesn't have good bilateral agreements on taxations. That's a huge problem. This is why people ask, okay, Kaiser, why is it so expensive to travel in Africa? If I go from Madrid, right, into Paris, right, I can go from Spain to Paris, I can pay less than $30 on a plane, right? Average, I can pay $50. I can show it right now if guys don't believe me. I'm legit serious. If I go from Kenya, right, Mombasa, not Mombasa, Kilifi, Kenya, into Nairobi, I'm paying $150 on average. That's a cheap ticket. From $30 cheapest to an average of, all right, let's just use average, $50 average to $150. That's insane. Why? Because Africans don't have bilateral agreements with each other, right? Right now, if I want to go to Ethiopia, I'm paying the same amount as how much I'll pay to go to UK. £400 on a round trip. If I'm lucky.
But Kaizo, even the access they have, those European countries even have visa-free access to African countries that even I don't enjoy as a Nigerian. But I have to go get visas.
Oh, that's facts. My U.S. passport allows me to. I make the joke that I'm Pan-African because I'm an American citizen.
It allows me to travel within Africa. If I was only Nigerian, I wouldn't be able to go to South Africa or Kenya.
That is crazy to me. That's crazy. That's insane.
Yep, 100%. So Flexed Up, are you there, brother? Oh, he's probably out there looking after his cows. He's a Fulani after all, right? Makes sense.
Wow. All right. No comment in that. You're
Well,
on your
BT,
own.
the response that Bennett, we Nigerians, we also do it too, because when Buhari did that whole rice thing, we're celebrating, we're producing our own rice, but weren't we importing it from other West African countries? So what's the point of ECOWAS if we're going to ban rice from other West African countries?
Let me see that. Let me explain something to you. How many people live in Benin Republic? 11, 12 million people, right?
Yeah, if it's up to that, okay.
Right. How many people live in Nigeria? Over 200 million people. So if I'm from Benin, it is smart for me to do business with Nigeria because I have a bigger market to sell to.
You didn't get what I'm saying. You didn't want to buy rice from them. Now you want them to buy your cement.
No, let me tell you what happened. Caesar, hold on. That's not what happened. They are not the rice that they're giving to us. It's not from them. It's the rice that Nigerians are shipping through Benin because it's cheaper. That's what the problem was. If the rice they were making was grown in Benin, we buy from them. But the rice that you are seeing coming from Benin to Nigeria are the one that were imported through Benin ports. That's the reason they banned those rice from coming in. It wasn't because Benin made rice or it was growing rice and we didn't want the Benin rice. It's not the Benin rice. It's a foreign imported rice through Benin Republic. So they have to stop that thing from coming in.
Maybe, but we should have in the law say, look, if the rice is grown from West Africa, we will still accept it. But if it's imported, we don't want it.
Right? I'm sure they have. But I'm telling you that for a fact that the reason they banned rice coming in from Benin was because they were those rice they couldn't let them come in through the Lagos port. They were taxing them at a higher rate to keep the local rice in Nigeria competitive. So those guys, they're also Nigerians, were not shipping to the Benin ports and bringing it through the borders. That's the reason they banned it. Yeah.
I see what you're saying. Well, I still think there's the way they should have made the law so it doesn't, because whether that's the reason why they banned it or not, which I think that you're right. The side effect is also that rice from Benin cannot come in, right?
Yeah, that's true. So, hang on, BT, you're Yoruba, obviously, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you see, I'm beginning to know the Nigerian terminologies. I don't know if you're good now or you're still driving. Are you there, my Benin brother?
I'm here. I don't know what happened. Last time a phone call came in and screwed up the whole system, I guess.
Yeah, so it more or less it's a Nigerian panel minus me and Flexed Up, the Dusty Fulani over there, right? So
Flexed Up is from where?
I think he's from. Is it Guinea or okay? I think it's Sierra Leone.
Some desert somewhere, doesn't matter.
Yeah, some desert.
Wow, Fulani, Flex. Let me defend my brother, man, against these two guys. Man. I'm with you, Flex, man. Don't mind these two guys. Wow, really? Some desert somewhere.
But what the issues that were last raised regarding agreements amongst African countries. Okay, so one can envision many reasons why those agreements are not there, but from a simple operations level or just operations and coordination, I'm sure there is a big aspect that has to do with just a pure inability to coordinate, a pure inability. And this is not a uniquely African problem. This is a governmental problem stemming from the inefficiencies that are inherent in government that BT mentioned earlier. But the solutions have to be systems solutions, technology solutions, right? Because if you even go within the borders, or let's even leave Africa and let's talk about the United States and its medical system. The medical system is still not digitized, right? In terms of medical records and whatnot. You still go to doctor's offices and fill out forms with paper and things get scanned and you can't read stuff and blah, 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 right? So these areas are ripe for innovation. In Africa, it's the whole governmental system, right? we know that Kaiser might be working on something to help with decentralization and self-regulation, right? Within the blockchain, right? To help the governments, but from a local government perspective, within the countries, I think that we can leapfrog technology-wise the way we did with telephony and many other things, right? And go to the next level of administration, record keeping, use the blockchain, and all these other kinds of things, where things are decentralized and you don't have to, now you're talking about smart contracts, right? Smart contracts between Kenya and Ethiopia, where it's trustless, it's in the blockchain, and we don't have to go through
Wait,
the
hang on,
intermediary step.
1 second. I think you're saying a little bit too high IQ shit. And yes, don't worry, Ike, I'll get the stuff done in due time. But let me add something here, right?
Brilliant, Ike. Brilliant. Too high IQ.
Yeah. One second. No, he's saying something which we can't talk about over here on this public, but I can give a slightly deviant perspective to that, right? Ike, you talked there about like the blockchain, the smart contracts. You do realize you've answered the question what we're talking about when it comes to trade and the currency problem. You can actually just use legitimate currency and use smart contracts, and I didn't even think about that, right? Like in that specific solution there.
Yeah, 100%. So perhaps you might expound on that, as you said. You said you're gonna say something ancillary, tangential, or whatever. You don't have to talk about the specifics of what we're working on, but the blockchain decentralization and regulation solves many problems, right? And I don't think that the African people or the African governments will be inherently opposed to it. Not as a whole. If you go to some particular government ministry or something like that, or parastatal, whatever as they call it in Africa, and tell them, look, you guys are inefficient right now with regards to your record keeping and your regulation. How do you keep these records? How do you check this? And then you show them these are the ways in which you can be more efficient, and this is the way you can steal more efficiently. Yes, you're still gonna, you can still collect the money the way you're collecting it now, but you guys can actually work better and you can get the kinds of results. I don't see any of these technology-driven type solutions. I don't think Africans are high IQ enough to block it. Now, the high IQ block will be because inherently it's going to reduce corruption, right? And if they're high IQ enough to see that it's going to reduce corruption, then some people might want to block it. But perhaps
rather,
those
right,
people will not catch you, right?
Or rather, it will reduce it in the nefarious aspects of corruption, because you can still be corrupt as long as things get done.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like they can still steal. It's like, hey, if I'm in some government ministry, right, and I have to do this work still, right, regardless of whether I'm stealing money or not, I still have to fill in this stupid paperwork, file it over here, take phone calls over there, talk to this data entry person, take 10 months to file a 10 naira freaking filing fee, all that crap, right? And somebody comes to me and says, look, here's a way I can have you achieve all these ends, meet all your parameters, and make yourself look good to the bosses, right? In the ways in which you're incentivized, make you look as the shining star who brought in this new technology into Africa. Yep. They will do it, right? Yeah. So those are my thoughts for now.
No, 100%. So obviously, I agree. We can't speak about specifics and all that stuff, but yeah, look, guys, I didn't even think about this in terms of this specific solution. Blockchain is solution for everything, like smart contracts, right? Smart contracts actually resolve most of the issues that we're talking about. If we as Africans can't get on board with that, we're gonna be behind. And it's not even maybe. No, it really is that simple, as Ike stated. Now, the thing, Ike, though, I would say is this, right? The naysayers will say, look, Ike, you got connections with people in Ghana, you got connections with people in Kenya, you got connection with people in Ethiopia. You are obviously riding the coattails of all those connections. The average African can't have all those connections. You're a prince. So how are you going to, put yourself out here as a prince and say that the average African can somehow make the same connections? That's the question to you.
Well, yeah, sure. And you're obviously trolling. And because obviously no one said anything about what the average African should or should not be doing. We're talking about solutions to problems, right? Solutions. And people who are incentivized to solve problems know why they're incentivized that way, because there's typically money to be made, there's leverage to be had, and all these other types of things, right? Or some of us just like building stuff, right? and the money and the leverage, that's just part of building. It's not, it's like, it's just part of the game. So this is not about all these other people, but if I were to bring back my initial point, or not initial, a previous point about people pointing to others whom have means and saying that the only reason that you can do stuff is because of your means, the reason why I balk against that is not because I care, from some kind of a emotional standpoint, like, oh, you don't say that, I work hard or some nonsense like that. It's because these people have a block that I'm trying to remove from their eye. It's like, dude, these people created their means, right? They created their means. The reason why they have these means is because they created it. It's like, oh, okay, cool, but his father did something. It's like, yeah, but many people's fathers did stuff, but many people didn't leverage it, right? Oh,
Yeah.
Donald Trump got $1 million from his dad. Many people got millions from their dads. Didn't make billions out of it. So people need to stop with this really crab in a barrel mindset that if your father had a garage and you were able to create a company in it, then because we don't have garages in the hood, that's why Mark Zuckerberg succeeded, because his father had a garage, right? And that kind of thinking is ridiculously backwards, and it doesn't lead to any progress.
So, I do you know the part that actually annoys me is when people say, "Well, you were lucky." I'm like, luck, like in terms of like leveraging on the doors that your parents open for you in terms of business opportunities. You still have to take advantage of those opportunities. It's just not there. It's not free. It's not really free. You have to.
Yeah, these people don't understand luck because on one level that they're correct. Anybody who has done anything in this world knows that luck is part of it. What the hell are you, God? If you're not God, then there's luck involved. There's some opportunity that arose and you were prepared. Blah blah blah. We all know that there's chaos and randomness involved, right?
There's also effort.
Yeah.
No, there's also effort. That's the part that they're very dismissive of. Like you didn't even put any work into it. It was just because you had your parents help you out, so therefore you were lucky. So they dismiss the effort and the work you put into it.
Well, just let the haters hate,
So,
who cares? Yeah, my dad had a garage and I built a garage company. It is what it is.
Yeah, but see that. Let me ask you a question. What about me, right? I grew up as an upper class African. My parents were mayors of certain cities in Kenya, but when we went to the UK, we became poor. We were living on pot noodles, and I somehow managed to make out of it. What about someone like me? I was a prince that became a pauper.
Man,
how am I supposed to respond to that seriously, bro?
No, legit.
But
that's like there was a time when I was eating pot noodles to survive for like 5 years before we got our papers, right?
Weren't you eating paint off the wall at some point?
Oh, even what exactly? There was a time when there was a time when I was actually eating the wall because I was so malnourished that I had to eat the actual walls to get some nutrition.
Was it in a psych hospital or was it just regular?
No, this was in Kenya, right? My dad became dusty. My dad became dusty. He lost his job. At this time, my mom was a housewife, and I had to eat the actual wall in order to survive because I was missing certain nutrients. People will look at my life right now. Oh yeah, you're one of these rich kids. At some point I was, but most of the time I wasn't. Right? The reality is we worked hard. There's a time when I was paying my rent for my family in the UK. I used to work as a cleaner in the children's nursery. I used to work as a car valet. I used to work and earn at least $500 since I was 12 in order to pay the rent for the family, at least half of the rent. So people will look at my life and say, oh yeah, you had these advantages. Well, yeah, I did have some, right? But the reality is I'm kind of going with what you said, BT. You have to put in the effort. Otherwise, I would not have been where I am right now. That's the reality.
Africa's so dusty. I don't even feel I've never felt the need to hate on rich Africans. Like, I know my comments about Dakate ruffled some feathers. Whoa. But, we're so dusty. We need all the elites we can get. So I'm not mad. The more elites, the
merrier. The reason that where I get some is like, I don't usually share personal stuff online. The reason why, if you listen to me on the show, I will talk about West African business and the border is because that's what my family, we've been doing that since this early 80s. So the West African coast, we've always done business. So when I come into that space, I'm not into that family business per se, but I leverage on the access they've had for years for what I'm doing. You see my point? it opens doors for me to do my own thing because I know where to go for. I've been shown that those ropes, but I still have to take the opportunity. But I have friends that we grew up together that are in prisons right now or they're dead that were also, I won't use the word rich, but blessed. That we came to America as young kids to learn and to grow up, but they went the other route. They were influential. They had the same opportunity, but they didn't take the advantage.
Of course.
So that's why I'm like, man, I put in work here. You're dismissing my own effort. I had sleepless nights too.
Well, the good thing about African culture is Africa's not like the West where we hate rich people. In Africa, they love rich people.
Okay, so two, I'm glad that you mentioned that, Caesar, because if we were to bring it back to this issue of problem solving and the systems to solve these problems and so on and so forth. One issue with the African love of rich people is that it's too low IQ. Africa doesn't love producers; they just love you because you're rich. The African quote unquote big man is just a big man. No one actually knows why, right?
Ah man,
I'm not saying that the big man is not deserving. I'm saying that the African admiration. Pardon me?
Thank you, Ike, for that point. Like, I know you're into. I can tell you're into business. How do you feel when you go to your country and you want to talk to somebody about business? They're like, just give me money. I'm like, seriously, but you can make more with the business. No, just give me money. They don't see that long-term viewpoint of how to actually make money long-term.
BT. Me and Ike made a show, and I think you should watch it later on. It's called I forgot what the name of the show is, Ike, but it was based on Africans lack transtemporal reasoning. We cannot reason across time. It is what it is. All right, BT. I talked about this earlier on the stream, and people are gonna say people like Caesar, Kaizo's just jealous of this other Kenyan brother who was succeeding. And I said, no, short-termism, right? But these Africans, BT, just love to project their bullshit onto other people. That's how it is, BT. We Africans cannot think across time. That's the reality. Go ahead, brother.
Well, if I may land the plane here regarding the African admiration, it's not an admiration for skill or an admiration for productivity. It's an admiration for just money and status, if you will. It's not money, it's just like status, right? It's just pure status, right? They don't respect what got the status or whatever, right? Then the other aspect too that is relevant to this is that those people who aspire a little bit, right? You know, you have some Pan-Africanists out here or whatever, they're aspiring to do something. They are discouraged from taking action because they only see big action as worth it. They don't see the doing little things and getting lucky and the hard work aspect plus the luck aspect, which comes with trial, error, rinse, repeat, reiterate. They don't see that. They want to start at the top. Like you say, okay, cool. The West has G7. How about we create our own union? They're like, oh no, but it's not the G7. It's not going to be the G7 now. It's not going to be the G7 in your lifetime. But if you don't do something, you'll never get, and you never know. You might create something right now, and due to a confluence of issues, somebody creates some new technology. Blah blah blah. Caesar becomes high IQ. Who knows? And all of a sudden, you are the G7. Right.
Yep.
But if you never do anything because you want to go from 0 to G7, then what the hell? Anyways,
bro, I know 100%. Look, the best example is BRICS. All these dusty Africans are talking about how great BRICS is. I'm like, bro, listen. Why don't you have an ECHO, a currency for that region? Why don't you have an East African shilling? Why don't you have a South African rand? So South Africa would rather go spend $10 billion, put it in some random bank of BRICS. Nothing against them. Instead of just establishing their own rand as the official supremacy currency in that region so that they can trade as a whole block. 100%. I think, but this makes sense. I think as Black people in general, we would rather ride the coattails of other men rather than build ourselves. And I think that's kind of evident. The whole BRICS is perfect, right? It's like you can be for BRICS in terms of it destabilizes the current American hegemony. But that's all it should be.
And Kaizo, when that happens, we will then try to fight for equality within that space. Think about it there, Caesar. You didn't create anything, but you're there arguing about how you should get equal share of what you did not even innovate.
No, if South Africa opens their mouth and cry about equality, man, or any African country, just give up. Oh wow.
Oh yeah, and also shout out to FBA Nigel, man. Africans like to regurgitate geopolitical language. Yeah, I've had Africans over here saying something about multipolar. What the hell is a multipolar world, man? Stop using white man's language to describe the situation. I know what you mean, right? But still, come on, be original a little bit, man. Just say it's a more complex world with different actors, right? Like they're literally they're just repeating what CNN said.
When they use the word
Multipolar.
multipolar, I just wonder, like, are we part of the poles, bro? Like, I don't know.
Exactly.
When India and China say it, I believe they're one of the poles, but when we say it, I mean, I don't
Bro,
know.
listen, Africa, we only have 1 billion black people in Africa. You know that, right? It's not 1.4, it's 1 billion. The rest are North Africans. They don't count as black.
Yep.
So, yep, there's only 1 billion black Africans, and the black Africans are still mixed, right? Including Sudan, Ethiopia. But no, when you look at above Egypt, North Africa, we're only 1 billion black people in Africa. That's it, right now. I know it's insane, but yeah, only 1 billion black people in Africa right now. Yep, that's it. So we got to do something about that. Yeah, BT, I got to ask a question. Obviously, you're from the one man side. How do you find these new conversations that you've been getting into? Are they a little bit too irreverent, or what's going on from your perspective?
No, it's not. It's just like I said earlier. In terms of business, I grew up with that. If some go back in the late '80s, was regarded as the next big thing. There was this German article that was supposed to bring about the industrial revolution in West Africa, because it was already getting big. It was already getting so. I pretty much. I was into, like, as a very young age, I got the concept, the belief in Africa, West Africa as a business hub for Africa in terms of manufacturing. So I've always been into that. And like, if you then go, it's crazy part is, if you go back to the same location now, all those companies are gone. Those warehouses are guess what? They are now churches now. So imagine having a whole block of warehouses, business opportunities, whatever, back in the 80s and 90s. Now you show up in the same location. Those same businesses are now churches now. So we replaced those opportunities with worshiping whatever our spiritual being, whatever. Don't let me get into that. But in terms of having this discussion, it's been, it's really good to see the bigger picture. Just beyond that.
Right now, what's happening in the whole black manosphere? And Caesar, I would like you to come back for us a little bit. Right? Oh yeah, he's there. What's happening in the whole black manosphere? Do you know the conversation they're having? There's some dusty Somali woman who was out here slapping men, and they have all of black manosphere is having that.
Why? No, sorry, I'm sorry to cut you short, but why? Is it okay? So go ahead.
That's what I'm trying to say.
Why? How does that even become like a subject?
No, it's not just a topic. Okay, we've had the topic here for like 5 minutes, literally 5 minutes. You can go. I can show you right now if you guys don't believe me. Right, the whole manosphere right now. If you go to Bernard Riley, you go to Mr. Fantastic, all of them. Right, they're having a conversation right now about why that Somali woman got hit by a brick. Yet she's the one who's been slapping other men to go viral. That's what they're talking about. BT, this is about the issue.
We live in America.
That's what black men want to talk about. They want to talk about useless things that don't even matter in the long term, right? For me, I think I've learned a little bit from Mike,
right? So imagine online men coming in their hundreds discussing females, gender wars, and that is so...
bro. Let me share one of these channels right now, because people really don't believe me. They think Kaiser is crazy. Yeah. Let me say she speaks Somali. I can show you a proof if you want, but
let's see the. Oh wait, are they denying she's Somali? Why do they always do that? Let's see the. I've never seen this manosphere video, so let's see it.
No, she's definitely Somali. No, she's Somali, Mr. She's not Sudanese. She's Somali. Anyway, that's not really the issue here, right? Let me play one of these manosphere videos. All of them. I'm talking about Illuminati. They're having that conversation. I'm talking about Bernard Riley. This is part of the problem, BT. Most of our people right now are more interested, and I'm talking about my own friends, right? Interested in talking about this useless topic than anything that actually matters. If I click on Try Illuminati, they're talking about her. That's how they're over there on that panel. If I go here and type in Bernard Riley, 1 second, Bernard Riley, and shout out to Bernard, right? That's one of Ike's business people. Shout out to him. Oh, guess that 400 people, all right, 363 talking about that Somali girl. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, this is part of the issue, Caesar. Again, that's a conversation you have for 5 minutes and you move on. You don't spend a whole 3 hours discussing about that conversation.
Guys,
You
you
know
know
what
what
I
I
mean?
think it is? I think those in those societies, like the way, like in my society, like growing up, what my father says happens. That's it. And the women, the women do their role, and the men have their own role. Men are in charge of the house, and my father can say whatever he wants to say. I can say, every men can speak freely. I think in their households, they can't speak freely. Women kind of lead the household. That's obvious. So that's why they come on these places and they have so much to say about women, because they can't say it in society and they can't say it in their home. While we can say things in our home. Woman, sit down. I remember my father saying that growing up. Woman, sit down. That's it. I don't even think you can say that in these households. So they can't speak freely unless it's the internet. And obviously you can't do that outside. So yeah, maybe that's why. I don't know.
No,
But-
it makes sense. Yeah, go ahead, BT.
But Kaiser, as men, maybe just me, maybe the way I was raised is, of course, you can have fun with these issues, but as men, if it's not business or politics, in terms of like you trying to invest in yourself and build your own empire, I don't think this kind of topic should even come up on your YouTube feed for you to even click on in the first place. I don't pay attention to this kind of
Interesting,
topics. I don't. If it's not business, I mean, I can have fun with religion once in a while, but if it's not politics or business, I know I'm like, if you see my clubhouse, I'm on stock markets, psychotherapy, medicine. I'm into medicine. So anything that helps me grow mentally, financially is what I'm into. But all this, somebody beat somebody up, gender wars, well, I'm not into it. I'm sorry, it's just not my thing.
Yeah, I see. No, but that means you're obviously high IQ. And also shout out to Mrs. H, man. She's a Dusty, right? She listens to Dusty women like Cynthia G, but she supports this platform. She's always out here, listen to high IQ stuff. So she's an enigma, right? So I respect that. Now, Caesar, are you there, brother?
Yeah, what's up?
Yeah, Caesar, man, I gotta respect you, man. I think today is the longest running show you've done, or you've been here like 95% of the time. Well done, bro. You definitely beat a new record.
Yeah, I'm killing it, huh? But yeah, I think that's I don't think it's about IQ. I really think these men can't speak in their house, which is why they come online. And because sometimes I listen to it, and I'm like, you guys are complaining. Like I don't know, like the girls I date, I can tell them things. I don't know if they can really tell these women these things. So now they can finally talk freely. Man, she needs to relax, man. She tweaking. I would have done this,
Right.
household, you can tell your woman, look, you need to go cook and clean. You talk too much. Woman, you talk too much. You can just say these things freely. It's not a big deal. I don't think they're allowed to tell their woman that they speak too much. I don't know. Or maybe I'm misogynistic. I don't know. Let's read the comments.
No, I don't think so, bro. You're a feeler. There's no way you can be more misogynistic, right? Right? That's not gonna happen, Caesar. Yeah,
Kaiser, are you guys really buying this narrative of gender wars? There is no gender war, in my opinion. It's all internet made up.
In Africa, in Africa, stay with your African wife or your African babe. Don't deal with what you can't handle.
Yeah, but that's my point. But sometimes I think some of these men, there's this deficiency that they have that they've not addressed. Like somebody, like I used to see this black guy go to Africa. I won't mention this thing. You probably know what I'm talking about. Oh, I now get women now. I'm smashing every day. I'm like, okay, so in high school you could not get women. Now because you have some little change, now you're now overcompensating by going all over the place, smashing it, and that makes you a man. That's what we're doing. Don't you work on yourself, for God's sake? You don't need to try flying across the world, passport, bro. Don't get me wrong, it's okay to be passport if you're young, you can have fun. But if you are doing it because back in the days women didn't want you, whatnot, fix that problem.
BT, I have a question for you. Are you married to a beautiful Yoruba queen?
I'm married to a Nigerian. I'm married to an Igbo woman.
Oh, okay, nice.
Igbo Kwenu. Okay,
Yeah.
mashallah.
So look, I'll just say this: if you, unless you're married to, we don't know what's going on. Now, I'll just put it like that. You're married to a beautiful Nigerian woman. You live in your own world. Let's just keep it like that. My girlfriend's Yoruba. I live in my own world, so I don't have to deal with this kind of stuff. It's easy to judge, but I don't know what's going on over there, and I don't think I want to find out. So, yeah.
I don't judge them. I feel bad for them. It's like when people clearly didn't grow up with a father figure in their life, you can tell. It's sad to say. I'm sorry. You can just tell who has some daddy issues. What kind of man goes up and down online bragging about how many women he slept with and is that makes him masculine? Even if you're a player, back when I was younger, the guys that smash the most would never talk, we never tell. They can run to everybody in the office and you will never hear a word. That is a real player. But if you go out there, you are compensating for something lacking within yourself. Fix that problem.
Mhm.
So that's why I don't take all this online clown serious, man.
No, I get that, BT, man. I shout it. I think what I've noticed so far, though, like, okay, Ike, are you there, brother? Brother.
Yeah, am I being noisy? And I'm showing
No,
you
no, no.
the streets of Oakland as I'm
Oh shit, it looks nice, man.
I went to the Apple store.
Uh-oh.
Anyways, whatever.
Yeah. So yeah, one sec. I go ask you this question, right? Obviously, and I was asking the same question to BT, man. It sounds like Baba Tunde, but yeah, that is your name, right? BT, Baba Tunde.
Let me just stay anonymous. BTs.
Baba.
Yeah. So what I was trying to say earlier is this, right? What I noticed is this, right? Damn, that place looks nice, man. The windows. Dang, okay. I knew the white man.
Meeting in Oakland. There was a very big Igbo. I forget what it's even called. Igbo meeting in Oakland. I don't know if you heard about it,
Ike. You mean one of these Nigerian associations having their meetings?
I think it was like Igbo Fest or something. Umo Igbo. It was like 2 weeks ago, I think.
Makes sense. This will be the place where it's done. Where like Oakland is where all that cultural crap goes down.
Yeah. Oh, hang on. I know you don't. I know you don't give a shit about what I'm about to say, right? But can you please cook Caesar and tell him Kaizo is not crying about this Evans from Kenya retard. Kaizo was actually talking about it from a business sense. Please cook him.
Hold on 1 second while the stuff gets connected. Okay, it's connected. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, so it's okay. Well, you see, now Caesar may or may not believe you, because the mistake you make, Kaizo, is that because you care about these little points of truth or not, blah blah blah, or or you care about convincing Caesar, for example. Then Caesar's point has some life, right? Has some juice, right? But I'm sure Caesar understands, don't you, Caesar, that there are people who don't go around looking and just being jealous of people or thinking, some people are very, 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 very selfish, so selfish and solipsistic, such that, they don't really care what other people are doing, right? Or I mean, I'm one such person. But I go a step beyond from Kaizo in the sense that I wouldn't even argue with you about whether or not you think I'm jealous, right?
But
it's a complete non sequitur for me.
No, you're right. I make way more money from our business than I ever do from YouTube, right? YouTube is for fun. It's for propaganda, right? But these retards think I'm jealous because of that aspect, right? The money aspect. Like, I've made way more money from our partnership than I'll ever make on YouTube.
So,
right?
Kaizo, let me connect.
Yeah, I can get. Yeah, that part I can guarantee. I can't convince Caesar of anything, but I can definitely convince you, Caesar, that Kaiser is getting paid.
More money. Yep, exactly. That's what I'm trying to say.
To the water thing. So let me make an argument in the case of Kaizo. So basically, look, Kaizo's like, look, I care about the truth. I'm in Africa. I want this to be an honest thing.
And Wodemai is in Somalia lying, not hating on Somalia. He's going to countries and lying about, I can't believe they lied about Afghanistan.
Exactly.
And then this guy also, he's doing a dishonest way, but he's cheating YouTube. But then you're saying, well, look, it's not about who you're cheating yourself because you're not doing the right way.
Caesar, you see exactly what I'm saying. But for some reason, you're out here listening to Mrs. H. Amil Khan, that does you never donated even 1 cent. You listen to Rita. Okay, no, Mrs. H not Rita. She actually helps by engagement, right? But you listen to Rita on the chat, Caesar. That's the problem, right? You see everything I'm saying.
No, look, I like to hold ideas that I don't even believe or not believe and make good arguments for them because it's fun that way, right?
You're obviously an intuitive, right? That means you're one of the top 10% of all human beings. In terms of African sense, you're top of 5%, right? That we don't even need to mention that. The issue is, right, Caesar, you get a little bit taken away. Oh, guys are a little bit jealous, bro. Why would I be jealous of someone that got demonetized and that's the only way he makes money? You see what I mean? I want you to employ more logic and reasoning to your reasoning. That's all.
So you
Who
want
lost
the honest way? Okay.
Who lost who got the fund? What channel are you talking about?
Oh yeah, so BT, just to fill you in, right? There's a Kenyan YouTuber called Evans from Kenya. Now I spoke to him. I told him, listen, bro, you're gonna get demonetized and your channel might get removed if you keep uploading all these videos that you're literally stealing from all sorts of different media platforms. He's uploading a 1 hour and 30-minute video from Museveni speaking in a specific platform that downloaded. Then he puts his own logo as if he's the owner of that video. And I'm talking about hundreds of videos, not one or two. This guy is making good money. He was at one point he was making $3,000 a month, which is good actually on YouTube. But right now, I told him, bro, it's not gonna end well. Guess what? 3 days ago, YouTube said, "Hey, listen, you're demonetized." And when YouTube, listen, Mrs. H, I've never been demonetized, right? Let me just make that clear. I've never been demonetized. I've been having what you call community guideline strikes, and it's only lasted 2 weeks maximum. And after that, I changed my behavior and I removed it, right? Never demonetized. When you're demonetized, it's very difficult to be monetized again. YouTube saw that this guy was stealing so many videos and he got demonetized for that reason. I said this, and BT, the Africans came for me and said, Kaizo is just jealous. Zero of them, BT, engaged with my point. They just said, I'm just jealous. That's it.
So for pointing out the fact that he was literally stealing from somebody else.
Literally stealing from other people, but I was just jealous. It wasn't because I was thinking, hey, listen, if you listen to me, and today I saw.
Okay, yeah, wait, hold on, Kaiser, though. But why? Because
why am I so
on the one hand, I think it's insane that you would go around pointing out when people are doing something wrong. Now that this just me, I understand that for society to function, people like
for cultural blah blah blah. Yeah, go ahead.
So for me, I understand that society has to function. Hence, people have to be, care about what other people are doing wrong and such. I'm the sociopath that, I'm like, whatever. I don't give a fuck what you're doing. Now, I know you're also a freaking psychopath. Now, why are you, in other words, and this particular concern of yours is not equally applied. It's a genuine question. Why do you sometimes care to point out some things when you know you're a complete psycho?
Oh yeah, okay, good. Okay, not psycho. Psycho is more of the crazy people. Psychopath, right? That's the correct term. It's because I got shown that I'm superior to them. Right? These people need to know that they are beneath me, right? When I put my foot on them and their footstools, they need to know who they are. That's it, right?
Cool. So Caesar, if you wanna attack Kaizo for the thing that you're trying to find, like what is his emotional reason, is what so it's not jealousy. It's some kind of superiority complex or some kind of he's trying to lord something over somebody, which can, it's like a sister of jealousy, but kind of different. It's not quite envy either, but it's some weird emotional crap. Equally bullshit in my book.
Yeah, equally bullshit, but it's separate. Yeah.
So Kaizo is a narcissist. He has this narcissistic tendencies. Is that it?
It's worse than narcissism, right? It's psychopathy. Yeah.
Oh wow! So and you're proud to say that online that you are
100%.
Wow. Okay.
I mean, what would a psychopath? A psychopath would be worried about. I mean, come on.
No, but BT, listen. Even if I'm a psychopath, I am okay. For example, right? If you look at this panel right now, okay, I'm in Africa. I gave up my life being whatever it is, a lecturer in material physics. Came back and became a dusty African. Ike is right now invested 29 acres of land in Ghana with machines and shit, right? BT, the people that actually make real shit happen in Africa are people that are extreme on the personality profiles. That's a reality.
Wow, so Ike abandoned Nigeria, and as a prince, you
No,
abandoned
Nigeria is difficult. That's why. Why would he invest in Nigeria when he can invest in Ghana?
Edo State, Prince. Now, wow.
So let me get this, Kaiser, clearly. So you will reinvest in Ghana, rather invest in Ghana than Nigeria.
Let me explain myself.
Okay.
Explain
What I
yourself.
do? What I go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. So Nigeria has some rather ridiculous fees and processes that you have to go through, right? In order to get certain things established. And I'm so you guys can still hear me, right? I'm sorry. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, that's one aspect. The other aspect is I don't see Ghana being that very different in the sense that this is coming in through the back door, if you will. Pause. No homo, as they say. So if I establish myself in Ghana, right? I'm Nigerian, Ghana, Nigeria. What's the big deal? What's the difference, right? And I'm able to get a foothold there, get a couple of apartment complexes going, get a palm oil business going, maybe get a few other things happening. Then maybe at some point, also Nigeria will get its act together with regards to the regulations and getting things started. I mean, these people want to take millions from you just for fees and shit. Like it was ridiculous. Ghana is also high in terms of. Go ahead. I'm sorry. But Ghana is also high in terms of its red tape and whatnot, but a whole lot less. Plus, I have a lot of my wife is Ghanaian, right? So it's not like I left somewhere. Well, yes, I left Nigeria. I didn't marry a Nigerian woman, I guess. I'm a passport bro in that regard, right? But I don't have to explain to any Nigerian why a Ghanaian woman might be more
hang on,
desirable.
Ike. Ike, why didn't you find a beautiful Amhara sister?
Amhara from freaking Ethiopia?
Yeah, I remember you getting special treatment. They thought you were a white man in Ethiopia.
Yeah, for sure.
Remember
But,
my friend? Yeah.
Wow. Kaiser's
Abandoned.
trying to put me in.
So you
He's trying to
abandoned
get me in
Nigeria
trouble.
to invest in Ghana, our rivals, and then not only that, but you left Nigerian women to go marry a Ghanaian. You're just a bit wow. You're a traitor.
No, but wait, I'm gonna see that even my sister married a Ghanaian. So
yeah, the Ghanaian chicks are they're cute.
Oh, wow. These are Pan Africans for you.
You see, for example, my wife is sitting on my bed right now. Once you dusty incels out here with no women, that's a reality.
What's a woman?
Incels complaining about Somali women. So you're right. So they're actually talking about the Somali woman and all that stuff, but they're looking at her from
the whole
Ados.
manosphere.
She's supposed to be a gynocrat or something. It's the gynocracy.
Yeah, the whole manosphere is talking about that Somali woman. That she's not even Somali anymore. She's just ethnically Somali, right? Culturally, she's Black American. And talk about the break. The whole I've shared the video. I think you niggas saw it, right? BT Caesar, you saw the video that I shared. Bernard Riley, Mr. Fantastic. You can go into America First Rifleman. All of them are talking about the same conversation. Ike, we talked about here for 5 minutes. But these niggas are making 5-hour videos on that one conversation. They're broken, man.
Let me ask you: is it natural for a man to hate women? Like the way this
Of course not.
is it natural for women to? It's not natural. Like something else. I'm not going
No,
to
it's
say
not.
what it is, but something else is going on here. Like if you just hate women to the point where you're like, oh, don't date, avoid all women. Who says? What kind of man says avoid all women? Don't talk to women. It's
you
not.
hear about the ones that say what is it called? MGTOW?
Wait, hang on, Caesar. Hang on, Caesar. Let me just shout out to my sister Alexis, man. Shout out to you, sis. $2, Kaiser and Pimpire. No, you know what? Like Ike, right? This is the kind of woman that every man wants, right? Intuitive, fun, interesting, around men.
Yeah,
Issue is-
Alexis is she's a keeper.
yeah, yep, she's a keeper. Yeah. So shout out to you, Alexis. Make sure your husband understands that you're a keeper. Yeah. But anyways, shout out to you for the $2 super chat. We do appreciate it, Alexis. All you dusty Africans. Oh, go ahead.
If I may make a hard left, maybe let me play ENTP a little bit regarding what BT brought up. And it's not complete devil's advocate here. I'm trying to have a real let's perhaps have a real conversation maybe for 5 minutes about this topic as opposed to caricature.
Sure. We can.
Right?
Sure. We can.
Yeah. Okay.
Wait, one second,
so.
Yeah, too thick. Yo.
Yo, this man just hit me in my face with a brick, and all these black men just watch, and they don't give a fuck. Yeah, this man hit me, fucking grabbed a rock, and it hit me in my fucking face because I would have given him my number. And all y'all just fucking watch. Y'all see that shit? Y'all see that shit? What y'all do? I want y'all to be a man. I want y'all to be a man and fucking do something. Y'all gonna let a man hit me in my face? Man, fuck all y'all niggas. What have I ever done to anybody in my life to deserve this? I never did anything in my life to hurt anybody. Literally, a man asked me for my number. I said no, and he picked up a brick in front of so many men and was like, what you gonna do? And I told all these men, like, yo, why this man got a brick on my face?
Nobody asked about proof about what she's saying. And basically, he said he got a daughter that he had to make.
Okay. So definitely men finding online women who misbehave so that they can talk about it is one of the most bitch ass things you can do in general. Now, if you're a particular type of weirdo scientist, and this is your particular calling, right? Some like Jane Goodall went and studied baboons or chimpanzees, right? If you want to study societal dysfunction in all its nooks and crannies, that's fine as well. But that's like a tiny percentage of people doing this. Okay, it's fine to be a cultural anthropologist, but 99% of these people going online to find something in some corner to say, hey, look, Keisha's acting bad. That I think we can all agree is kind of crazy. But BT, aside from the craziness and aside from the inceldom and the misogyny and whatnot, I want to go to something which is quite parallel, which is about how men think about women. Okay. You say, is it natural for men to hate women? Hate is a strong word. But let me ask, if a boy doesn't say things like, oh, that's girls stuff. And when you say that's girls stuff, are you saying it with looking up at it? Are you like, oh, that's girl stuff, it's way up high above my head? It's like, no, that's girl stuff. That's what women do. That's what, and when I say girls, I'm specifically meaning and that's why I went to boys, right? Young age, just a man, forget whether or not it was nurture or whatever, right? Mm-hmm. But the average boy has a particular that when they look at the feminine, right? Okay, I'm running around I'm playing in the play yard, and then women are doing their thing. They're sitting there, playing tea house or whatever. And you look at it and say, huh, that's girl stuff. Are you looking at it with admiration? How are you looking at it? And just for sake of conversation.
Okay, so let me respond to so these are like by default. Like Talking about gender roles in any society. So it's defined by that society, what they think is masculine and what they think is feminine. So if they say, oh, that is because ordinarily beauty, femininity, these are what is attributed to a female, right? Strength, power is mostly attributed to men. So if you deviate from the social norm, then they will say, oh, well, you're acting, outside of what the culture considers as normal for your gender. So that's where that comes from. The issue I have, Ike, is this. I'm not saying you should not be red pill. I'm not saying you should. I mean, we are all men at the end of the day. I mean, the most people listen to this platform are men. We cannot deny that there's this sexual lens we look at women through us. It's just natural. So we can suppress that that urge. That's natural too. But what I'm saying is, as a man, if you're red pill, blue pill, whatever you are, is the idea. In college, I was red pill, for full disclosure. I was red pill in college. But the whole idea is for you to learn game from players, that the so-called bad guy. Like, how is he getting women and I'm not getting women? What is it I'm not doing? So he's supposed to teach you what he's doing, what women are finding about him. That way you can then adjust, then make up for those deficiencies. Then you go back out there to fish. But for you to just say, well, that's it, it's over. It's not. There are bad women out there, don't get me wrong. There are terrible women out there. They are terrible. Just don't be one of them. Be better than them and do what you do. Live your own life. But don't get caught up in that. But it's like going to summer class, right? Then it's like a crash course. You learn from it. Then you go back into the real world. You don't get stuck in class, taking the same class all over again. That's the issue I have. I hope you get my viewpoint, Ike.
I get your point, and I think that your point is in line with the preamble that I gave about people going around just looking for, because here's the excuse that some of them give, right? To kind of further the conversation a little bit, right? So you tell them, hey, of course, right? What you just said is common sense. Like, we don't even have to reiterate it. Like, above a certain level of psychological health and IQ, it's obvious, right? Of course, you learn, you eat the meat, spit out the bone, you do what you do, you move on, and you're a man. You need to take responsibility for your life anyways. The excuse that these people say for going around looking for misbehavior everywhere is that, oh, we're calling, we're highlighting, we're bringing awareness, okay? We're showing and blah, 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 blah. But the thing is, if you want to find misbehavior, you can always find it, right? It's like you can always find somebody doing something crazy on TikTok, right? So there is no end to this. And also, here's a problem. We know about trauma bonding, right? We know about the fact that people like to lick their wounds, especially in front of other people who have similar wounds, and they whip themselves into a fervor. And now they're addicted to finding Keisha online doing crap so that they can feel better about themselves. So I 100% agree with you.
Yeah. So if you notice, men that get women, I'm not saying loudmouth, but just regular guys that's once in a while you get a woman, you have fun. You won't see them online complaining about Keisha and LaQuisha. They're not gonna come online to come and complain. So I'm saying, if you're having issues with women and men, yeah, be red pill, learn the ropes. But like one man and friends would call me. I said that I'm a metrosexual, and people were like, "Oh, why?" They laugh at it when I say it, and I said it's something I had to do when I was in college to kind of be the ladies' man at that age, and I still maintain the same routine till now, and women find that attractive. So if you really are into women, then adjust. Stop being a simp. Stop paying for a date for a woman that is not into you. Don't be that guy that they use for free meals. Don't be calling at late night hours. Don't be weird. Smell nice, dress nice, look nice, invest in yourself, have a business.
Come on, guys.
Don't be a
Ike,
weird.
stop it.
Can I
Stop
finish my
clapping
point?
please.
Can I finish my
Ike,
point?
can you hear me, please?
What are you saying?
Let's let
Okay, go
the
ahead,
Dusty
man.
Somali go ahead. No, go ahead, Dusty Somali.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
hold on. Before the Dusty Somali, Babati, are you suggesting men should start wearing
No,
makeup now?
I didn't say. I
one
didn't
man,
say.
please. Let me just say, Ike, I respect Ike, and I'm talking to him not as a Somali guy. Let me just, we know Kaisurian. There are five men here. I respect everyone, and everyone is a man. I don't know Kaisurian whether he's a man or a woman or whatever, but repeating this video again and again and again and again, bullshit, man.
Oh yeah, how the Kiko is Walalo? Is that a man over there on the picture, or is that a woman?
You just jumped into it. I was even talking about something else. You just jumped in, and I don't know.
I don't know. I don't know. Kaisorian, you be, hey, you are an ugly man. Ike, let me just tell you one thing. We men, we have in Africa, we have problems, of course. We treat our women bad. We treat them sad. We put them in a different and a difficult situations. We gotta respect them and help them as a man. And we cannot succeed as an African continent if we are putting our women down. That's it. As a Somali man, I'm telling you this. But Kaisorian has a different opinion. You know, this guy is a British spy, so don't believe him. Don't believe in him, okay? Go ahead, my friends.
I'm confused. I don't know what you even came up. I'm lost.
He's saying that I'm a British spy, which is not wrong. I was actually a British spy for a little bit time.
No. The thing is, he's repeating this video all over. He's keeping
yeah, it's because of me, Duale, that the whole manosphere
the black women are
video.
they.
Yeah, that is true. Yeah, so BT, he's right. I was the one who was distributing the video across the whole of Black Manosphere.
Okay. Even if she's that way, like,
sorry, you live
Guy,
in
can you hold on?
you live in Kenya, and you see how the Kikuyu treat their women. They're very bad, man. We should stop this. I am on the woman's side. I respect the woman's side.
Yeah,
right.
you're a
I
dusty
respect that
male feminist.
no woman
you're a dusty male feminist. Yeah, go ahead, BT.
So I'm saying that, like Ike was talking about, there are good women that are good. You will find one if you're looking for one. So, well, if you're a serious-minded individual and you're looking for a serious partner, do your due diligence to find the good ones. That is end of story. That's this. Oh, it's bad. Let's make her good. Or why are you talking about her? It's not the issue. You find the one you are looking for. That's what it boils down to. So that will be good, that will be bad out there, regardless. You just do your due diligence to find the mate that matches your own frequency and that believes in your own moral value. That's all.
Wait, so BT, I just want to jump in. I think I hear what you guys are saying, but I personally think the solution for this, the action.
Caesar, hang on, bro. Did you just do some weird magic shit? I thought you left the chat, but you're still here, man. That's crazy. Go ahead.
No, I feel like I'd be very careful. What these guys are complaining about, they're crying about it all the time. We don't really have those issues in African settings, and I think we should make sure that doesn't happen, because I think it's easy to say, oh, these men are complaining, but they just can't handle. I think there's a deeper issue, and we don't have these issues. So if you're in the West and you have children, this is the time for you to think, okay, how can I kind of, exaggerate our own African culture, African system, maybe ensure that your children marry other Africans or people who are also the same culture. Because I think we're very quick to throw our children into the westernization, let them become Western, and then you don't even see all this drama that's going on. Because this chick is Somali. She came from a very good Islamic culture, and now she's been thrust into this nonsense. So it's easy to say, these are untrained people. No, these are people who come from good homes.
Exactly.
So there must be a deeper social issue going on. I think we should be very careful to, how we diagnose this.
So you think going online and discussing it for hours as men will solve the problem?
No, I don't think it will solve the issue, but I do think.
So what the hell?
If I was them, I don't understand why they can't just go for a Christian girl, really.
I think BT puts in the T. Do you think he passes through the T? Funnel. He's definitely a T, right, Ike? I don't know if you can hear us.
BT,
will
I hear
always
you, but it's easy for us to say, "Oh, you're complaining. Why can't you just go find a good woman?" But you're married to your nice, submissive Nigerian wife, not even worried about this. Did you even find her here? You found her in Nigeria. I mean, we're so removed from what's going on. It's easy for us to just point and say,
no. My point is that in any culture, there will always be this kind of women there. There will always be this kind like it's gonna be that. I'm just saying that as men, even if you want to address this, even if you back in my own culture, if you have a woman like this, a young woman like this that we want to talk to, is the older woman in that culture that we call her in behind the scenes and have a talk with her, not the men. Is the woman that will say, "Listen, what are you doing?" They're the one that will have that conversation, that talk with her. Is not so when I see men that want to have a talk with her is well kind of confused. I'm kind of bothered about that. In my own culture, the older married women will be the one to run out back into the culture. Like, what are you doing?
because here's
It's
the
not
thing.
the role of
Also,
the
white
men.
men complain about this thing too. That's the thing. White men were the first incels on the internet. I remember you like, what's wrong with these white dudes? Always crying, going to Asia. Black men are actually late to the party. You know, white men have been
Yeah.
crying for women for
Yeah,
years.
one second, brother. Yeah, let me speak to these Dusties in the chat. Yeah, you Dusties in the chat. Yeah, make sure you share the stream with your family members. I'm talking about all those Dusty Nigerian WhatsApp groups, Telegram groups. Share it. All you gotta do is just tell, hey guys, click this link, listen to it, and subscribe. Right? Let's grow these multimedia networks. Yeah, yeah, including you, Jeanette. Yeah, Mrs. H, and all these Dusty Africans. Click on the link, share it to your WhatsApp, Telegram, media stations, on your family members and stuff. Yeah, let's go to a larger network. Right, that's what I'm gonna say right now. Yeah, yeah, I'm waiting for you. Every single one of you. Yeah, especially you Dusties that never donate. Yeah, if you want to be helpful to this channel, it's free. All you gotta do is put 2 minutes of free work. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, shout out to Harun Khan. Free Palestine. Yeah, shout out to you, Harun Khan. Uh yeah, Free Palestine is good. Shout out to you. You can get the link and join the discussion. But we don't really care about that either. We're not really Islamic or Christian.
No, stop it.
Uh, yeah, go ahead, Uncle Dwale. Oh, never mind. Your baby is calling for you, yeah, so it's fine. But yeah, so yeah, guys, if you can, literally click on the share button. It's not that expensive, it's free. And I know you're Dusty Africans, yeah. Share it to all your Dusty WhatsApp groups for your families, right? Help this stream get to a larger audience. Can I send you a clip of saying, yeah. Look, I don't like these K words, Habibi. I'll be very straightforward. I think Ike actually saw this shit before I did. Ike, you knew about these K words in South Africa, yeah? Even before I did, right? They're useless, extremely useless.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
What
go
are the
ahead.
K words? I'm driving. I can't
K
see.
words, right? In Islam we call them the kifir. In Kiswahili we call it kifiri or kafiri.
Kaizo, by the way, is that noob
Uh,
side what on your thing? Is that noob?
Say that again, BT.
Is that noob side what? Are you into Mortal Kombat and stuff?
Yeah, that is more. This is me though. If you want to see me, that's me.
That's noob, right? That's noob
Yeah,
side
that's
what?
noob. And
Yeah.
but this is me right now on the chat.
I
On the
used to
stream.
I used to play with the Liu Kang back in the days on Sega.
Ah, okay.
Oh,
Yeah, okay. So you know about Mortal Kombat. You see, Ike, yeah, we kind of knew BT's kind of at least he's a sensor thinker, man. He's not like these other dusty Africans.
Wow. I don't know.
No, you're not. You're clearly, obviously, a little bit high IQ. You understand shit the way it's supposed to be, right? Yeah. So the K was Ike is kafiri in Kiswahili. You can do the math. Kafir is dusty South African blacks who the white man call them that. There's a reason why they call them that. That's what I'm gonna say.
what? Oh man, what have they done now? I had to drop off for I got a phone call there for
All right,
a couple of
useless
minutes.
people that never donate, never support
Oh,
streams.
well, let me say something here with regards to. So we mentioned earlier that Mr. Caesar is still here, right? No, he's gone. Um, Mr. Caesar will, accuse you from an emotional place about your intentions or your, those kinds of things. Same thing when the South Africans see Nigerians coming in donating money in your channel. You know, it's like you're gonna do a South African and Nigerian squabble, and Nigerians come in donating money. The way some of them comment, it's almost like they think that we're out here saying, "Yeah, Kaizo, yeah, Kaizo's right." You know, we're or trying to support, trying to like do some dusty bitch ass nigga shit. Like it's like they have no idea that, dude, this is us just passing by. This is why your women are coming to us, because when we come, we liven the place up, we make it fun, we're dropping money on the place. Hey, there's colors, things are bright, things are happening, and then we move on. We don't give a shit about you. It's like you come in, everything is dry, you don't fucking donate, everything is boring, you're just complaining. At least if we're gonna complain and fight, let the screen light up, let $100 flow. This is what happens where Nigerians are. That's why the women want to be there. Sorry, sir.
100% right. When I see Nigerians in Kenya right now, right? Guess what? The alcohol's there, weed is there, what they call cat or cat. Everything is there. Everybody can have as much as one. Yeah. When a Kenyan makes a party, oh yeah, we don't have enough. Same shit as South Africans. Like I think the only Kenyan that donates here frequently is Zulia, and I think he's even rainbow. Right? He doesn't count. He's not a real Kenyan. Right? He's half Caribbean. So 100%, 100%. 100%. Baba T, do you have a control of the platform?
No, I don't have the. I don't have.
No, it doesn't have control of the platform, but it can just keep an eye dipping and out.
Okay, yeah. I'm gonna go buy some food soon. I need to buy some.
One man is busy with his investment bankers. They are giving him the rundown of the stocks today, so that's why it's so busy.
Okay.
Can,
Yeah, but
Baba T is a stock trader as well as a medical doctor. So
really?
he has a lot to offer.
Okay, so Ike, one man actually has some high IQ niggas on his platform, huh?
Yeah, most of us are. We come here to dumb down, only to go back to.
Okay. Yeah, one man's panel, like, go there from time to time just to observe. Now, look, I was born and raised in Nigeria, right? I know these people, right? Now, there definitely are some good people there, but then the decorum is so much that it becomes inefficient. I don't know if I'm making sense, Baba T.
Oh, yeah, I get your point.
Right?
Yeah.
It's like you let every freaking dusty point get like, come on.
Too much babbling.
Too much babbling, man. Like, why does everybody get like, oh, now this person has to come and vent their emotional BS about the Yoruba or whatever, and here's this other one is gonna talk nonsense about. The other day, these people were talking about they were talking about Judaism and Christianity or something like that, and some fake history about whose son was what, and oh, this person came from Sumeria, so they're not a Jew, and Nigerian level history, and it's just like, why are you letting these people speak?
Yeah,
you had the opportunity to come on. You the other way to see it is that you were intimidated by the quality of the conversation. So you don't have to feel intimidated.
He's trolling you. Like, he's obviously trolling you, right? He's trolling you.
You know what? You can come. Actually, you can come up there and just educate us about the correct way to address that issue, and we will learn from you. That would be the best.
Come on. The point is, there are one or two people in there that know. Obviously, the rule is in that room. From me looking outside, I'm a respectful person. I'm not a complete idiot. The rule is to allow this kind of stuff to go on. Is what I assume, right? I mean, if I have my platform, right, so there's no need for me to go and try to dominate somewhere else. In my platform, if you start talking nonsense, you get corrected or you get kicked out. And I'm gonna spend hours listening to every auntie go on and on.
You drop your platform. What is your platform? I didn't know you have a platform.
I'm driving, but if it's literally my name, Aiko Gammon or Aiko G for short.
Don't worry, I'll send it to you. I have his platform.
Right. No, here's the thing though. Like, the one man space is that you got to give him credit. You can, just because you think somebody's belief system is wrong, the whole idea is that they can be ridiculous, annoying, but your job is to come and just counter that narrative and give us the right perspective, not to just shut them
So
down.
BT, let me give context to Ike, right? Ike hates anything that's inefficient. So on his platform, he runs everything efficiently. He chooses people specifically to come in the panel. He wants to make sure that the specific narrative that's being portrayed. He doesn't like one man's and people like me because we're more
So he wants
chaotic.
that intellectual, serious, all the time.
He wants to make sure that only a few people get a specific point of view because he sees everything, right? This nigga Ike sees everything, right? Even when I scam him, he sees it. He sees everything. So he wants to make sure that he's controlling narrative. But me and one man, we're a little bit more chaotic. We allow a more sort of diverse set of conversations. I don't know if you want to correct me, Ike.
I respect the chaos to the whole point of seeing everything. I respect the chaos. I respect one man's channel. It's not a question of like, as I said, the rule of the place is what it is, and he's successful at it, just as Kaizo is successful at bringing out dust and then somehow finding the diamond and all this type of stuff. So it's not that. I'm just venting, expressing my annoyance at the inefficiency. You know, it's fine.
Yeah. It makes sense, yeah. Yeah, shout out, guys. You can find Ike's channel there. So BT, go into the links. You can find Ike's channel. It's been posted over there. Subscribe to the channel. Shout out to Janzola, finally doing his job. And also, Janzola, shout out to you, bro. I respect you. You're definitely one of the top people that keep this stream up and live, right? If there's no Ike, there's no Janzola, no these other dusty Africans, there will be no streams. That's the reality, right? I'm a capitalist. Austin, Zimbabwe is more. Yeah, I got to ask you a question, right? What's up with all these? You gotta love your sister and your sister's looks and shit, man. I've always looked at them like, what the hell? I don't think about my sister in a sexual way.
Oh, you're talking about the shaming tactics used by less fortunate people.
Yep.
Sorry,
Well,
are you from
Yeah, go
Benin?
ahead.
Are you from Benin?
Yes,
Of course, he's
yes, I
high
am.
IQ. Yeah.
I saw I already know. Yeah, but you know, interestingly, you should listen to people from Benin on the one man's platform. They are very proud of their culture. I mean, they just to them. I even heard one. So let me confirm with Ike real quick. Ike, I heard yesterday that Benin is referred to as the heartbeat of Nigeria. Is that true? I've never heard that before until yesterday. I never heard that.
What the hell? Edo State generally, you know, the
No.
former
Is that
Bendel.
true? Is that true?
It was a name that you know, I don't know if you remember back in Nigeria, the states had like these slogans, like, you know, just like in America, you know, the Big Apple is in New York and such, right? And the formal and Edo State was considered the heartbeat of the nation. Who knows why? You know, some
I don't know.
marketing company came up with it.
You should know. You're from there. If you're from the heart of the country, you should know why you're the heart of the nation, right? One would think
Well, you know, the Niger and the Delta meet around that Bendel area there, blah blah blah. You know, and if you were to look, looking at back or looking at, you know, let me I'm trying to explain my hesitance to kind of comment on stuff like this because I find it completely kind of crazy. Either even looking back and saying, oh look, the Benin Empire, they were great, blah blah blah, that's just foolishness and doesn't go anywhere, right? What are you doing now? Who gives a crap? You're a dusty piece of shit right now, right? Oh yeah, we built a big moat and yeah, great, who cares, right? That's not to be irreverent of the past. I respect anybody in any particular time or generation who did something, right? But I'm talking about people who have time now, and what are they doing now? The guy who built the moat built it, yeah, he did it back then, okay? And then he slipped, and then he got the kingdom burnt down by the English. He slipped up.
Wait. One man, are you there? Are you there, one man? One man, is one man there?
He's here, but he's busy taking care of.
You know, I would really want to see Ike have this talk with a man called War Peace on the one man's platform. Oh, I would love this. I would. I'm begging, please.
I am from the family, right? So it's not like
gold. No, we would just say everybody come down. Just Ike and War Peace because he
Wait,
has a very
yeah.
completely different viewpoint about what you're saying. It's like they
But
are
but you
gold.
know, Ike is a slave trader, man. This guy's from the Ogiamian family, man, in the Benin. That this nigga sold niggas into slavery, man.
Is that true? Did you sell slaves back in the days?
Yeah, 100%. So the thing is, you can go into the history of my family and whatnot, but to my previous point, all that historical crap is great only for inspiration. The moment anybody starts inculcating that in their ego, that's the moment I know that they're a piece of shit, right? And I say that, and I'll say that in front of them. If you're talking about some past, some freaking symbol, some crap you had nothing to do with, you have some tribe ascribed to you, you have some fucking dusty name, and all of a sudden it means something. What value are you bringing to the table, right?
Okay.
Look,
I'm even glad you brought this up, because this is one of the issues that we've dealt with on the One Man Show, is that when people try to talk up their own kingdoms back in the days, I've always asked the question: how come we didn't keep records? If we were so advanced the way we want to project, how come we didn't have this structure where we can preserve records for people like us to refer back to and say, okay, well, so time period we had this, it was written down. We didn't have we have oral records, so I get that, but we didn't have any written records down. So I get what you're saying in terms of we should not look back that far, but be able to build from what we have now and kind of come back to life. I get what you're saying, but how do you then address people from your own part of the country that still hold on to the past that much? Like, how do you talk to them when they they're still
99% of my thinking is directed towards action, right? In other words, these people are useless to me. For the most part, I'm not going to be engaging with them because this is a pastime of useless people. Now, I'm not saying that they're useless 100% of the time. I'm saying to the degree in which or whenever they're engaged in this type of talk, they're useless, right? So I'm not. So if, let's say, somebody whom I'm doing business with somehow, some way might show up on One Man's panel at night and cry about their past, right, or whatever, but I'm never going to be engaged with them on that level at all. Okay, I'm only engaged with them on the level of how useful they are to me today. However, I will add this: it turns out to be the case that most of the time, the people whom are actually useful, whom are doing things right now, don't go to places like that panel. This is not about One Man's panel, right? But don't go and say things about their past and things to drive up their ego. Because how could you? Because you're too busy. You're too, you have things, and I don't mean busy as in that you don't have time to say it. It's not a time thing. It's a question of what occupies your soul. If your soul is occupied by shit you're doing right now, and you think you're a man alive that has only limited amount of time, and you're talking about your dusty granddad, like what kind of, these two things don't mix. So I don't mix with these kinds of idiots. I will tell them 100% to their face that they're idiots. I will tell them 100% that this what they're saying right now has no relevance to whatever the hell is going on. Your kingdom is dusty right now. The Benin kingdom got burned down by the British. Who gives a fuck what we did in the past?
So you appreciate the past, but you're not obsessed by it. You don't have this kind of obsession with so-called history. But you just
let me add one little aspect there, because it all dovetails with this thing about usefulness that I mentioned. Usefulness meaning action oriented and such. There is a utility to to your past, to your brand, right? And it is in the marketing department, the branding department, right? So if you do have some shit, right, some fucking company, some fucking solution, something, then you can brand it as, hey, this is the Edo Kingdom thing. Right? I'm from this tribe. I'm gonna throw on my thing and wear my beads, and I'm gonna show up that way. It's all branding. It's all surface level. That's all right for the outward world. Psychologically too, it does help. Right, it's a little bit of a crutch that you can use, a little bit of a boost that you can use to whip yourself up to say, hey, don't be a bitch ass nigga. After all, look at what your ancestors did. It is not to be mentioned to anybody else, right? The moment you open your filthy mouth to say that crap, you're already a bitch. And anybody listening to you knows it. And there's no point explaining it to anybody.
Yep. I agree 100%.
So there's no need to dwell on it. That's what you're saying. But if there's anything that is very productive in terms of like for instance, now I was reading a few months back about this push to return some of the artifact to Benin Kingdom from this Tony
Yeah,
Reddick.
but where? How gonna BT? Where? Benin
And
Kingdom in Benin or Benin
no,
Kingdom in
because
Nigeria?
they were like they gave them requirements that they must build a museum worthy to house these things.
But
Like so,
where? Nigeria or Benin?
no,
Because we
no,
got
where
Benin
he was
Kingdom in
going
Nigeria.
from Benin Republic, from Benin. So like, okay, build something similar to what they were housed in the UK or whatever they've been kept, those museums, and they can then display it in Benin as opposed to have it in the UK. That would be something I think, according to Ike, it will be able to support. Like, okay, this makes sense. This promotes my current state right now, as opposed to going far back in something that you cannot really prove. But we can see this, we can prove this. So this helps the culture. It promotes the culture in the present time. So I think it's just more focused on what is
Yeah,
going on.
100%. And you better be doing something else though. You know what I mean, right? You can't just be focused on bringing back something so you can put it in your living room and
That
feel
should be able
better
to
about
compel
yourself.
you to do something else, like beyond that. What else do you have beyond what you've been doing in the past or what you have right now? What can we leverage with this opportunity or this exposure to get something else done as a culture, as a people? I think that's what he's saying. So I do get what his point is. I get your point.
Okay. Yeah, makes sense. Ike, 1 second. Shout out to everyone. To Niger, you obviously have control of this panel, right, brother?
What do you mean? Oh yeah, I do have some access. Yeah.
No, some access. You have access to even everything.
Oh
Stop
yeah, I
lying.
do.
Yeah, so, yeah, so guys, then I'm gonna go and buy some food for my wife, right?
You know where we are going. We are going to work
Yeah.
for
Yeah, so hang on 1 second. To Niger, I'm gonna buy some food for my wife. I'll be 30 minutes.
Yeah, it's 9 hours now. One man is gonna be
No.
starting
One
his shift
second.
soon.
I'm gonna be gone for 30 minutes. Can you at least take care
Yeah,
of
I think I should
the
be.
panel
Yeah,
for
I should
30
be.
minutes?
Yeah, that should be fine.
To Niger. Yeah, so tonight, yeah, everybody, that's it. To Niger is a new mod of this panel. Mashallah.
Yeah, greetings everyone on the panel, the chat, and the viewers. Huh? Yeah, I've been listening to the conversation anyway. I think there is another aspect that you may have omitted that may inspire why people say some of those things. One, when you know people are capable of greatness in the past, the way you judge them changes a little bit. You know, like when you see a child of a rich parent, even if that child is not doing very well, you don't treat them exactly the same way you treat a child from a poor parent. Generally, society doesn't treat them like that. Even if that child, for standing in front of you, may be just as poor as a child from a poor parent, they will not treat that child the same way because they will feel like there's something there that says, okay, if you do that, this stuff could come back to burn you. So
I like what you're saying to Niger, and I wanna go back and forth with you, or maybe just drop this here and see. So I 100% agree. You're saying what I said regarding branding, right? It's like, oh, this person is from Harvard, right? Harvard has a name. Maybe Harvard hasn't been on top in the past few years, right? But at least Harvard has a name. You see two trucks drive by. One has a Google logo on it, and the other one has some random IT something. You're gonna give more deference to the Google one because it's a brand, it's a name, right?
Yeah.
Now, so I said that it's very useful in that branding aspect, but you got to brand something, right? You got to brand something. You got to be producing something, and then the branding is a marketing ploy. Branding is a way to push your to make people it's a psychological manipulation technique. Is what branding
soft
is. What
power,
marketing is. Yeah, it's soft power exactly. Now, here's what is the danger of that though is the moment you no longer have the substance and then you're now living on past glories, it's even better that you get what I'm saying? It's better that
I
you
get what you
completely,
mean.
because now you're tarnishing the brand. Put the brand away while you're dusty. When you got some shit to say, then come back with the Benin Kingdom talk. If you're a dusty motherfucker right now, I don't want to hear Benin Kingdom because you're tarnishing the name of actual people who did actual shit. You get my point, right?
I'm not so clear on it. Like, okay, like what kind of example are we talking about here? Like if somebody
Let me
has not complete. Okay.
let me rephrase what he's saying, so maybe you can get where it's coming from. He's saying that the credibility or the allure of your past is better served if you have something doing right now. So if you let's say you're very, you have a great economy, everything is beautiful, you are industrialized. When you speak to the world about your past, it's more it will be better received. You have more credibility as opposed to being poor and yet claiming that you were once rich in the past. It's just
because
that.
now you become
Yeah.
No, we get
because
what you're saying.
yeah.
It's just wrong. That's all. The glory of the past is what actually takes you through lean period. So it's actually the other way around.
That's not working so far. Is the glory
one,
is not.
one man one man. Let me ask you this: who though? What I mean is the people. So let's just talk about the masses. The common masses are gonna find psychological crutches to lean on all their lives, right? They're gonna be leaning on one thing, come hell or high water. I don't give a crap about them. It doesn't matter, right? Let me take a step back. I don't When I say I don't give a crap about them, I mean they're irrelevant to what I'm saying. I'm saying that from the point of view of actually uplifting a whole people, which requires a level of competency and a level of um, uh, there's a certain kind of self-confidence a person has to have and competence. Okay, so we're talking to this person. Okay, I'm talking to you now, one man. Okay, one man. Are you gonna go around talking about oil empire, blah blah blah, when you know you don't have anything to really offer? Aren't you just doesn't it make it worse, right? It's like you're tarnishing the name by oh, here comes that guy again. All he talks about is what his great grandfather did. You get what I'm saying? It's now worse than if you were just a regular person. So it's better to be, if you are indeed this competent person, just be regular until you actually have something to say. The masses always lean on psychological crutches. Who gives a crap about them?
I think, when people are online, generally they assume that they are there to share opinions to other, in other words, influence people, so that people, give people information about whatever they are talking about. So if they talk about the past, it may not necessarily be for their own upliftment. It's maybe to uplift the viewers. So that's exactly the area. I think maybe I understand what you are saying from your own point of view. Like, why should you, for yourself, just be talking about the past constantly? You shouldn't do that. But when somebody's online doing that, they may be doing that for the sake of empowering other people to understand that this is your great heritage, and you shouldn't necessarily sell yourself cheap. Things may be bad now, but this is what you are capable of doing. You see what I mean? So maybe that's what is going on there. And I get, I get where you're coming from that point of view. But there's also the other flip side that is trying to, gin up the listeners. And I think I've done what you are saying. And whenever I'm doing this sort of things, I do it to remind people of what they are capable of doing. Because most of our people, if you look at within our community, there's a lot of subliminal inferiority complex or less than kind of attitude that they take towards, especially the Western, they say Europeans versus other people in the world. So maybe that is some of the positives of talking about these things, so that the next generation comes or grow up thinking, you know what, we're as good as anyone else. You see what I mean?
Agreed. No, I don't disagree at all.
Cool.
No. What Ike said is actually totally wrong. Because the purpose of the brand is for the currency that it carries, irrespective of who is using it, and you don't necessarily have to enhance the brand in order for it to be a potent tool. So if you have an association with that brand, that reputation of that brand is a key access to something. So whether you are now worthy, whether you then go on to diminish it or not, that brand is a part of the armory in your toolkit, and that is the thing.
But don't you think that I get where
Well,
Mike is coming from?
I'm sorry. One
Go ahead,
man.
go ahead.
The particular nuance here is past versus now, right? If you got a brand, yeah, anyone associated with it can kind of fall under that glow. If the brand was a brand from the past that is now quote unquote dusty, then it becomes a different issue, in the sense that that brand can become even worse than just a plain piece of paper. I'm saying a plain piece of paper is better than you coming up with some old coat of arms from the place that no longer exists. That was you get what I'm saying? The place that cannot boast of anything and from which nothing good is currently coming from, right? And then you keep on pushing that. It's almost like you're disrespecting the coat of arms, right? So now this is 100% open to interpretation, but I think that it's different when you are talking about something from the past versus something now, and people talking about what the great grandfather did in the Benin Kingdom, when right now they're not doing anything to either salvage, as you mentioned, the things that were stolen, or let's say restore some of the like the moat in Benin, for example, right, where people just been destroying it and doing all that kind of stuff, and some of the other ancient things which should be kind of kept in museums, or which the National Museum should either restore or protect, is not being done. But you keep on pushing the brand, and then somebody turns and looks at the brand and they see a pile of shit, and it's like, dude, it's very. I hope I'm coming across there. But again, this is a matter of interpretation. I think that if something is from the past, and then it's better to just have a clean sheet of paper, unless you're actually bringing something good to then wrap the brand with. Don't wrap your dustiness, with the brand from the past, as though you were those people. You're not those people.
Let's interpret it with this example. Let's use the British royal family, and then let's use Prince Andrew. Hopefully everybody is familiar with the British royal family and Prince Andrew. He was the one associated with that Jeffrey Epstein or something. You know the storyline. No one knows. You should know too, Niger.
Yeah, we know. I know.
All right. So he's as dumb as they come, Prince Andrew, and even more useless than he is dumb. Just a bad one all the way through. So so exploitations of people of younger age. We have just be mindful of the wordings. Exploitations of girls of a younger age, of a non-legal age. All of that excesses, forcing himself on people who were not willingly giving themselves over. You all know all the scandal around that. But he's able to walk through all of that just because of that name that he carries. So that brand, it carries him all the way through. And it's not really paying that heavy a penalty either. Yes, somewhat ostracized from the family, but the family still holds true. So it's that brand, that is key to access.
There is some truth there. I think from the point of view of Ike, I think the brand is actually still active in terms of the, monarchy in the UK. They are actually very, very powerful. So it's not, one cannot say it's, glories of the past. Yes, their light has dimmed a little bit, but they are still extremely powerful. So where Ike is coming from is like, when the glory has passed and you are still talking about it as if you are the one that did it and it's going to help you just solve your problems. I get that to an extent, because you see sometimes some people, I don't know where I've seen this example where people are living in the glory of the past. They feel like they are superpowers or something, when you should be actually objective about the challenges you are facing now and try to overcome them in real time, instead of hacking to the past, that as if the past is going to solve the problem of today. The only thing the past gives you is your confidence and maybe a hearing in this world, but I don't think it necessarily solves any problem for you. You still have to do the hard work to propel yourself forward in any successful manner.
That glory carries its own cachet though, because it's a narrative of greatness once came from there and it still can. So
Exactly.
greatness, yes. So it still can. Is that courage that you that have that association with that greatness? That is your cachet. That is what you hold as a weaponry in your toolkit. So yes, of course, greatness once came from there and it still can. Or you are laughing, Benin Kingdom, all of those. Yeah, of course.
You have to go to your laugh. So, but you still have you need to do the work in real time now. Yeah, he just says what he just indicates is you are capable, but now get it done. You see what I mean? And I think that's where Ike is coming from. He doesn't want people to be talking about the past as if the past is going to actually help them solve the problem of today. I think maybe that is from what I understand anyway. If I'm mistaken, Ike, you can correct me. So I understand that. I don't know. For me, I have to, even when some people talk about stuff and
It's
they want to
old
dig into
money
that.
versus new money, isn't it? Old money versus new money. I think Ike is new money that is a rebellion against old money.
Is he? Ike is, I guess, can speak for himself.
I'm just poking at him, but it's not. It's
Yeah,
not.
if you
Not
having a
rising
go
to
at
the
Ike,
bait.
is like he's completely wrong and everything. I don't think I understand where he was coming from, because I think it's quite unseemly for somebody to be talking about the past as if the past is going to help, is going to solve the problem of today. The past won't. Don't, if you make the mistake of thinking that, then you are done for. Then, because you are going to miss what you actually need to do now. So from that point of view, you can see, someone like Ike would not like those sort of people, because, from his own way of looking at things is, hey, what are you doing now? Not what you did before. You see what I mean? So there's room for both sides. For me, the people that come online to talk about these things, I think they talk about it because people are listening to them and they want to educate the next generation so that they can, see themselves as capable. They are from greatness. And maybe I didn't grow up thinking that. I didn't necessarily grow up thinking that, okay, we are greater than Europeans from any point of view. You see what I mean? Everything that surrounds us tells us that they are like our grown-ups call them masters. Jesus Christ, what choice have you got? You have no chance. So you can see why the ones doing it now is a beneficial thing to enable the next generation not to grow up with that kind of language of calling any other people masters at all. Yeah, that's me anyway on that topic. It got quite interesting in the end. Babati, you've been quiet for a bit. Oh, Babati is not there. It looks like I'm the only one here now. I don't know I think the main topic is about Israel president. Illegal migrants from Africa are a danger to our Jewish state. You don't blame Israelis, man. Those people are paranoid to the extreme. Illegal migrants are definitely a threat to them. Palestinians are a threat. Israelis are a threat. The Egyptians are a threat. Everybody's a threat to them. They don't play with threats. And I don't think them going after illegal migrants from Africa it should be surprising at all. It shouldn't be surprising at all. It's something that they will do. They basically want to keep that country Jewish at any cost to them. That's how they look at things. So the topic in itself, I guess Africans should realize that the Israelis are not going to see them any differently than the Palestinians. They're going to see them as a threat. And, it's not so dissimilar to what the Tunisian president, the pronouncement he made the other day about Black Africans wanting to change the demographics of his country, Tunisia. So North Africans generally hold this type of opinions. And obviously the Israel is not exactly North African. For me, North Africa is a challenge. Sometimes we don't talk too much about North Africa. Middle East is a challenge. It's because we are most of the online discussion is focusing on the priority, which I think is also proper. The priority is often the Western powers trying to push back a bit so that they don't keep strangling our economies and ensuring that our nations don't develop. But that is also often covering the second layer of danger we face, which is actually the Middle Eastern group. I actually think maybe the Middle Eastern group may even pose more of a threat to Africa than the Chinese could ever pose. I don't even think Russia poses any significant threat, except we are at war with Russia and Russia decides to use nukes on us. We are not a threat. They are not a real threat to us. But the Middle Eastern ones, they can be. And they are right next door. They can, North Africans, they can just push back with the Islamization. They push it further down. And, when the Europeans left them for a bit, I think one of the first things Egypt did was to invade Sudan. So they were already coming south. And so that's something that is a conversation that needs to be had. And when Macron made a comment about, I think it was a week ago, about North African, that the Sahel nations, that if not for France, the Sahel nations would have fractured. Some people think it's crazy terms for him to be talking in that is patronizing. Oh, because of you, we didn't fracture. Maybe there's some truth to it. Maybe there's some truth to it, because you don't know. You don't know what is going on in the North African region, and what they are going to encourage within some of these our Sahel nations, especially in the northern part of the Sahel nations. So, and because there's always that move towards the south, they are moving further and further towards the south. In Sudan, they want some of the conflict that is going on there, especially in the Darfur. You have this Arabization kind of move that you see going on. It's just one of those things. Israel is just it's just one of those things. Israel doesn't even face me much anymore when whatever they are doing, because I'm beginning to understand them to an extent. I'm beginning to understand why they do what they do, and why they are so like zero tolerant to any threat to their Jewish state. They are almost like zero tolerance. Because in a way, that's why people call me paranoid to an extent. And people call Israel paranoid like crazy. Because we don't sense threats. If we were a little bit like Israel, maybe it would have been better. We would have been better off. I dare to say better to oversense threats than to undersense it. Because if you undersense it, the consequences are the lives of your people. But when you oversense it just makes you stronger, and you prepare for anything that comes at you. Yeah, it might cost you resources, but in the end, those resources that you are building up to fight off those threats is also technological advancement that is going to also generate profit for your nation, just like it's profiting Israel today. So it's just a more logical. Imagine if Israel was docile, was thinking, oh, no threat at all. So it means their technological know-how will not be as advanced, because they're not pushing the boundaries as much, given that they don't feel like they are, they are threatened, and their approach to life will not be very hostile. Yes, they might have neighbors, some nice neighbors, but the moment a dangerous neighbor shows up, they will be very vulnerable. So from that point of view, I think they may just have got it right. Yeah, a lot of blood has been shed, a lot of wars have been fought, but they may have gotten it right, because this world, nobody, look at what Hitler did to them, man. If you let people push you around, they will push you around, and you will have nothing left. They will push you until you have nothing left. And maybe that's the lesson one can learn from Israel. I like to think that sometimes they are going too far. I don't think they need to hold the Palestinians. I really don't. They could have just go away, go on your own. We don't want you here. We'll be on our own. But for some reason, they feel like they need to keep the Palestinians within their control. I don't get that. Flexed up. What is no to Niger? What did I say that is so no about it? Did I say anything wrong about, is it North Africa, or what Macron said you disagree with? Macron. This brings me to this issue with the issue I have with this Gabon leader. There was this Nigerian guy that was talking about the Gabon leader, that the guy is doing some good things for his country. He's releasing political prisoners. He's doing some nice things people like. And so what it is he's doing, like releasing political prisoners and changing the rules. He says he's going to change the rules on people becoming citizens.
Oh, sorry for that. I heard, I can confirm that he is the cousin of the former president. Is that true?
Yeah, it's a distant cousin.
So what's the difference then? Is this the same goddamn thing now?
Yeah, I think it may have been a kind of preemptive coup because the guy said he's going to stick to all the old rules of in other words, he's going to honor the French, whatever they are doing to their country, all of them. He's going to stick to all of them. So all he just did was remove Bongo and basically kept the same regime in place. So it's not a change of regime. It's just a change of the president, really, whoever is in charge, and coming in and say he wants to just dissolve all the institutions. I don't know. Some military regimes, I don't even know why they do that. They just go, we dissolve all institutions. What is that? Why do you have to dissolve everything? You just want to take out the president and carry on running the country more efficiently, and it can be very destructive. Some of the things they do. And regarding the way his attitude towards the new colonial policies of the French, if he doesn't move on that, nobody should be fooled, because some of these things he is doing right now, Babangida did them when he came to office. I think he eased up on political prisoners, freedom of the press. He did all those things, and look at the mess he left behind. And this is one of the tactics they use, because they use it to legitimize the coup. Whenever these Western people carry out the coup, they often come on and they tend to be nicer to the people. Any coups that somebody comes into office and they are quite brutal and trying to change things, just watch what happens. Those type of coups tend to be the ones the West doesn't like. The ones that they like are the ones where you see, release political prisoners and all those things. You start thinking that, they mean that this guy is like, the West will be praising him and he's okay. In the end, it doesn't go well, because what he's doing is basically showing clearly it's a signal. I don't know whether it's the way they do it. Just the correlation between this guy and Babangida is a little bit disturbing. I don't know. In the end, as many as possible, this Francophone nation needs to break that colonial agreement that they have with them. It's a very, very bad agreement. And
okay, you said break the agreement, but breaking those agreements comes at a price.
What price?
Are you willing to? No, it comes at a price, because they are going to listen. They're going to fight back. They won't just let you go that easy. So that's my point. So are you willing to go through that difficult as a people? That means the leader has to make people understand that this is going to be a very difficult journey for them to real freedom, to real independence.
They better be prepared. When the North Koreans say they are willing to chew grass,
that
kind of
that level of commitment is what I'm talking about. But on the African soil, what happens is that even your fellow Gabonese, whatever they call themselves, will really want to betray you to go and sell out behind the scenes to the French. I won't be surprised if you have some people in the military in those countries already making deals behind the scenes with the French government.
In Niger,
in Gabon, in all those countries.
Oh, in Gabon. Gabon. Why would you want to make a deal with the French when the main guy in office is already saying, "I will do everything the French wants"?
Okay, but my point is that if he really wants to, like you said, they must break free of those colonial masters. It's going to be very difficult, but he has to be able to sell the idea to his own people. Like, guys, listen, if you really want this, it's going to be difficult. We're going to go through difficult times, but believe me, to take you there. That is what he has to sell to them.
But you sound very young. Why do you still use the term colonial masters?
So how is me using that in fact that I'm young? What's the inference?
Using it in fact, it's hacking back like you are old, because the old generation are the ones that are supposed to be using such terms, not the young one, because even they don't refer to themselves as that.
So I'm old or I'm young? Which one am I?
No, by using that term, you are indicating that you are saying that you are a lot older than you sound.
But that's the reality. Like, we can have this illusion of freedom. Like I've always said, I wanted to actually host a show on the platform, and one man talking about from independence to true liberation, because we got independence, but we're not truly liberated from these people. So that's why I would still use those kind of terms.
Even if you're not liberated, it doesn't mean you call them masters. If you are jailed in prison, do you call your prison guards masters?
Okay, use the whatever suits you. Since you are obsessed with words, you can use.
No, I'm not. I'm just curious why we keep using those terms when they don't call themselves that.
What is the right term to use?
Colonial powers, the French, European.
Okay. So colonial powers. But my issue, my point is that the road to true liberation is going to be very difficult. And a true leader has to make his people understand, like, listen, it's going to be very difficult. You're going to have betrayers even within our camp that will want to make this behind the scenes with these people. So that's what is going to board. That's what I was making. So colonial lords or whatever. Yeah. So that's
Colonizers.
So that's what it actually. But I'm saying that as what I've seen in the last 40, 50 years, where it's always the same thing. You come in as
Sorry.
Huh? Woman.
Yeah, no, sorry. I just wanted to come in because that space now is a space that we have been discussing on my platform. Yes, I'm with to Niger. Nobody gave anybody mastery over anybody, but the phrase that we're promoting is interloper. So colonial interloper. Yeah, no, that's what we call them on my platform.
That's
good.
Colonial
interlopers, because that's what they are.
By the way, do me a favor. I need this. I really need this to do me a favor. I want Ike and World Peace on the same stage discussing Benin. I really want to see that.
There will be blood on the carpet.
I add Midwest to it too. Those I need that. That would be, because I know they're gonna go after it.
It'll be like a sideshow. It'll be like a circus or something.
Mike is a gentleman. Ike is gonna take it. He's gonna handle it in a more kind of.
Forget what Ike is gonna say. It's about war peace. You know how if you go against Benin Kingdom, you know how it's gonna. You know how it gets. So yeah.
It's all good. So, but let me head back to this Gabon guy. See, if he goes on to, like, I think you were saying something about other, like, if he wanted to do the right thing, others would be trying to go and get some deals with the French. That is a problem, but I don't think he would want to anyway, because I don't know whether you saw the picture of him getting sworn into office. He was wearing this necklace, this big necklace around his neck. I think that is something tied to the French.
Was it the red dress? Was some kind of red military outfit?
Yeah, I think he was wearing red stuff, but there's this round chain kind of stuff around his neck. And I noticed that Ali Bongo was wearing something similar when he was being kind of sworn into some kind of Mason this ritual that they were doing. You know, there was that video. I don't know whether you've seen the video of Ali Bongo being kind of adopted into the Freemason kind of the French Freemason. So and he was wearing something similar around his neck, and this head of state, this military head of state, seems to be wearing something similar around his neck too. So clearly the guy is like in and in with the French like crazy, and I don't see him. It's possible, but I don't see him turning. I really don't, because once he too is one of them. He too is one of them, and most of the top echelon of that country, which is, to be fair, is the same for many these francophone countries, and maybe even the anglophone ones too. But it's just that we've not seen these videos come out. Is this the one that he was wearing in? Oh no, he wasn't wearing it here. Then there was one of them where he was wearing that round stuff around his neck. He wasn't wearing it there. I don't know which video did I see then. It was the video I saw that this guy was showing today that he had it on. And I was like, wow, that's interesting that he's wearing that stuff around his neck. And let me see if I can even find that video again. So, yeah, the guy is, I'm really concerned about that. But it's a small country. But small country doesn't matter. The French will be happy to keep their troops there. And, any little land they have in Africa is like a strategic position for them to launch to any other country. The tussle that is going on in Niger now is another embarrassing episode for Africans and the French alike, which is very interesting because the African people will be asking, how did this happen? Where you went and brought 1,500 troops to inside your country that you can't get rid of.
To Niger, it looks as though all your hard work is starting to pay off.
How do you mean? Oh, how do you mean?
What
we can't hear you.
What hard work? What did he do? Don't gaslight the man into believing anything.
No, look at your screen now.
Oh, how is that? I think on
Wow.
the Kemi
Okay.
you mean.
Good job, man. Good job. Yeah.
I know the Kemi now. She's been, we've been on many panels and chat sessions and all. So she goes deep. She goes well into the other spaces and all. Good to see you here, Audrey. Yeah, it's all good. Yeah, so yeah, that's what we are dealing with here. That I find it a little bit weird. How they are now surrounding the base where the French soldiers are in Niger, and asking them to leave, and they refuse to leave. It's incredible, really, unbelievable. Something that even the European countries have decided that, you know what, we are just going to support transition government now. The Americans are like, oh no, we are okay with transition government, and if this government wants us to leave, we are going to leave. But the French, no. Hi, this is going to be interesting to watch, really, because if I was the Nigerian regime, I will embarrass them with people. Make sure you don't attack them, don't throw a stone at them. Because if you throw a stone at them, they could use that as a pretext to come at you. Like, oh yeah, you attacked us. We have to defend the French interests, and they start attacking the country again.
To Niger, feel free to shut it down when you feel it has run its course. I think we probably lost Kaizo for the rest of the day, probably, and I'm not available either. But carry on. Feel you have the shutdown, don't you?
Yeah, I do.
Oh,
Yeah,
all right,
I'll shut it down. Yeah. When I'm finished rambling, me and Baba T will shut it down. And greet the people on the chat and panel, then they roll it down. Tomorrow is going to be an interesting day, I guess.
Are you hosting anything for tomorrow's event?
I think I will do something. I will do something. Maybe in the morning. Even I start in the morning.
Is it like a full coverage or just
We're doing that on one man. So anybody that wants to, we start from 2 p.m. UK time and then run it all the way through. So you have guest host. If Tunaja is free, he can hop on as well. So
2 p.m. is the judgment, or is it tight? Your 2 p.m. your time, right? Or 2 p.m. my time?
Yeah, 2 p.m. My time. But we're not sure when the judgment is. But we probably just do like a marathon session.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Gotcha. All right.
Yeah, and I don't know how tomorrow is going to shape up because everybody say it will be online. That's for sure. And the other channels will be online, and I probably want to be online. Maybe I don't want to clash with all the big guys because I probably want to be there too. So I'll probably either do later or earlier in the day, just to not clash with everyone else. And then when the live is going on, then connect with them and stream it to my channel too, so that anybody that is on my channel will be able to get this in the feed too. So, but it's going to be interesting. Tomorrow is going to be an interesting day in Nigeria's history.
Can I ask a question? If let's say Obi loses, do you think it goes further to the Supreme Court, or it just leaves it right here?
Oh no, Obi will get to the Supreme Court, all right. Obi will go to the Supreme Court. That's the palava Tinubu has got on his head here. You know the kind of wahala Tinubu has got on his head. Obi will go to the Supreme Court. See, Obi is not the kind of person that quits halfway. You should know that by now. The way he behaved in the as a governor, you can tell he's the kind of person. He may be soft spoken, but he's very, very headstrong. And he's headstrong in that soft way. That is so weird. It's like water that can cut rock, but gentle, but he will keep going. And this is why I think he conserves his energy. You don't see him talking too much. He conserves his energy, and maybe that's why he succeeded twice in using court to overturn some kind of electoral issues that he's had. So yeah, he's gonna go to the God, all right. However, the one I'm thinking about is what's his name? The judgment itself. I'm thinking the judgment has to be very clear. If that judgment, I feel bad for the judges because every single thing they decide on, they have to give a very, very, very formidable reason for it. Because if you don't, given the state of affairs in Nigeria and in the region, with all the coups occurring, and with every little thing that can trigger a tinderbox of conflict that can spill over borders, if they are not aware of it, they should be aware of it now. And they should really, really be careful when they make decisions about the nation, especially something like that. If they give any flippant reason, it's going to be problematic. So if they make whatever reason they are going to give for the judgment, I believe they will make it very clear. They will make it. The last thing they need is people running on the street and losing their mind. They are not going to just disqualify somebody. Like if somebody was saying earlier on that they could just come back and say, you know what, PW was not qualified after all.
Oh boy, that would be worse. That would be the worst. So many heart failures we have with that. Oh man,
that's the one that people are gonna like. Okay, this is where we are now. We are not even talking about the other direction.
You know what? Remember that we had this argument that you called the no argument about his party qualification. Remember we had that on your show. Yeah. Even I, for the sake of Nigerians and obedience, I don't want them saying that. I don't want them. We don't want that.
Yeah, that would be too hot, man.
That would be terrible.
You could try that with Tinubu to an extent, but even that with Tinubu is going to be extremely problematic. Yeah. And even the Tinubu supporters that have been very quiet in terms of protesting, you'll find them coming out by force. And so whatever reason they're going to give has to be solid. That any lawyer that looks at it would think.
So how do you think? How do you think it turns out in your own view? How do you think this turns out tomorrow?
I don't know what direction they're going to go.
Nigeria, let me tell you something now. Nigerians are so losers. No matter how perfect that ruling will be tomorrow, there will be people who will be dissatisfied with that with the ruling. So prepare yourself. There's no need for this thing. Nigerians are so losers. Since 1990 date, there have never been a presidential election that, except 2015, there's always been issue. So Nigerians are so losers. So
maybe that's how elections are. There's barely any election they have in Africa. They don't contest it. They always contest.
Let's make that clear. Nigerians are so losers.
I don't know why. You see, you are the one that says that people should not be saying something negative about Nigeria, and you come here to just make general.
No, I felt about the leaders. Let's be fair.
You're saying generalized statement about Nigeria.
No, not the country. I'm not talking about the country.
Then specify now. Specify it. Then you see what I mean.
Sorry. Yeah. Thank you. The leaders. They are so. The politicians. I mean, the politicians. Yeah. They are so losers. They don't. When they lose the election, they don't. They want to contest it, even when it is clear.
Yeah, but
when did you start following Nigeria election? Let me ask.
When did I? I didn't. This is my first time of actually following it. Try to follow it blow by blow.
That's the thing.
But I know they did challenge before. I knew they did challenge before.
Let me tell you to Nigeria. If you have been following the election, maybe like me, I know when APC I know when APC became APC. You understand me? The reason why they were able to defeat PDP was clear. It was because all the heavyweight politicians in Nigeria, they came together. That was the reason. But if you look at this last election, look at the people that split themselves. They were PDP. If you look what happened, they split their votes. Because normally, Southeast normally go to PDP. Normally, it's PDP state. Let's be honest here. So they split their vote. Because if you put Obi's vote and Atiku's vote together, you have almost 14 and Kwankwaso, you have almost 14 million or so. So regarding
the original question, what I think will happen tomorrow, though.
Yeah.
I don't know what direction they are going to go, But I get a feeling that whatever decision they make, they will base it on a very concrete argument.
Sure. It will be based on facts and this thing, evidence.
And it's not going to be flippant. It's going to be they will back it up and back it up.
Of course,
You know, because they know, they understand that if it is flippant and you just say, oh, technicalities are just the technical say this guy wins. Wahala. you better explain it clearly, and so that every other lawyer that looks at that judgment will say, you know what, it is okay. 80% of lawyers say it's okay. Even the opposite, that the lawyer of the other side also says, yeah, the judgment seems some based on their judgment. Yeah, go ahead.
I want to ask you something. If you look at this election, if the thing that bothers me a lot, let's be honest, Niger, the guy that came second, he has been he and his supporter, they have been very, very calm and relaxed. But the one that come third, like the way they behave, like they want to set the country on fire. It's like, I don't understand. If
you don't understand, ask the question instead of just saying your own bias.
If you won the election, you have the evidence. I don't see the reason why anybody that say different opinion, you guys should pass on that person. Provide your evidence in court, then relax. Court will decide.
I think what is happening is that if you don't understand, let me get you to understand this.
Okay, make me understand.
The Northerners that voted for Atiku, they didn't vote. Their support for Atiku wasn't as strong. It's not as passionate because one, they are also aware that they've just had their own president from the north, and they know that Atiku shouldn't even be in the race at all. If everything was happening as it was supposed to happen, he shouldn't be in the race. So.
What if he wins tomorrow?
Yeah, hold on now. Yeah, what if he wins? It doesn't matter. He's won now. It doesn't matter from the point of view of how they should feel. But my point is that the passion you see in the north is not as strong because of these reasons that I just stated. However, in the southeast and the south, the reason why people feel strongly about is one, the candidate is good. And secondly, they've not had leadership of the country for quite a while. And the Southeast hasn't even had it before since this democratic dispensation. So you can see that the enthusiasm in their own ranks is a lot stronger, and it's to be expected though.
Okay, good. To Niger, let me tell you something. See, the Southeast leaders, I don't understand. Like when it comes to, let me use PDP for example, they always in the PDP they always allow the northern leaders in the PDP to beat them, because if you look at it, how manager B was not able to galvanize other people in PDP to make sure he won, because if you look, APC already said presidency is going to the what they call it, the south, but all of a sudden PDP decided to change this thing.
Yeah.
So, okay, they declared
I think that's where the real mistake happened. That's where the real mistake of this entire election happened.
It's crazy.
Because PDP should be in office right now without any arguments.
Yeah.
That period, and I think the essential person that caused this problem was Wiki himself. I think it's Wiki. I don't think it's necessarily Atiku. Atiku is part of the problem. Atiku shouldn't even have run. He could have just picked one candidate and
let me tell you the reason why. Atiku have this deep pocket. He have a lot of money to bribe a lot of people. So that's the thing. The guy got a lot of money.
But he shouldn't be running. He just came there. Maybe he was there in a way. I don't even know what that man's intention is. Why did he run? I think maybe he believed he was going to win because he saw the numbers that he was better than Tinubu, that they had a chance to win. But his mistake was not okay. Even let's say he got the ticket, then he didn't even try to bring the party together. He basically split the party. So why did he think he was going to win?
Because if you look at Atiku always behave as if he's a president. Look at the way he move around. He have all these SSS guiding him as if he's the president already. So he's just living in a bubble. See, his ego is just out of the roof. That's the problem. He was not able to bring himself down and put the party together. So
In a
that's the
way, the fact that Atiku appeared on the scene is just a kind of a symptom that also brought Tinubu to the scene. Old men that refuse to give way for the young men
I'm
that the
telling you.
country is hungry for to rule. They refuse to give way. This is what brought them to the fore. Tinubu didn't have much of a business running now. He could have just supported somebody to run. The same thing for Atiku. They could have done the same. But vanity, again, I don't understand why some of our people have such high level of to
Let me tell
satisfy
you
their
something.
vanity.
Sometimes no, it's not about the money. Some of these guys just want to like
Show off, like look at
they
me,
just
I'm
want to see.
president.
They thank you. They want to see their legacy, so you will be on issue that they were president of Nigeria. That's just it. I don't see
That's
any other thing
it's
there.
a very the vanity there is just if they understood how vain that comes across. Like in the West, they've gone beyond that. They've gone well beyond that. Even in the places like China and all that, they've gone well beyond just answering a name. They've understood that it's about what you do, not necessarily about the name you answer constantly in life. Like what kind of I guess when you grow up in Nigeria, people value these type of things. You see what I mean? They just want to just say, oh, look at me, I'm the one on TV, I'm the president, I'm in the offices and all that stuff. In the end, what does that truly matter? The purpose of being in office is not that. It's not that. Those things are just a way is symbolism that offices holders have, but some people have fallen in love with the symbolism of it instead of the purpose of it. The purpose is to serve people. To serve your people, it doesn't mean that you starve, but you serve your people properly. Not but these guys, they don't care about that, because even if they are corrupt, let's say as they're corrupt as they are, it's because of that love they have for the symbolism. He blinded them to the idea that they could have just sponsored some other person to run and it will be just fine. They will still have as much power in the background. As a matter of fact, even more power. Do you know the kind of freedom you have when you can control somebody in power? You have power,
Well,
but you don't have any of the responsibility. Do you know the kind
uh,
of that enjoyment you are in? That's heaven.
to Nigeria. Another problem I observe in Nigeria why there's no visible development is because you see most of the state leaders, or let me say, yes, the state leaders, they don't practice continuity. When one governor leaves, when new one comes in, he won't continue the project that the previous one left. He will just start his own. Then when you go throughout the state, you will see uncompleted project everywhere, uncompleted project everywhere. So that's also part of the problem.
It's a wasteful aspect of government that
Yes,
many democracies tend to suffer from. But
not in, not in
our
the
problem
West,
is
but
bigger than that.
in Africa mostly, or in
No, it
Nigeria.
happens in the West. Every government that comes into office in Nigeria, like now, watch what happens in this country, in the UK next year when another party comes into office. They will want to change the NHS, the healthcare system again. They want to change the education system again. They always tinker because they feel like these people didn't do it right. And the same thing, if Trump comes into office again, they will start
Yes, they
changing
can change
education
the
policy,
education.
everything.
Okay, they can change the policy, but when it comes to, let me say, visible infrastructure, they won't just abandon it and start another one. No, they will complete that infrastructure project so that people can start using it instead of just abandon it. Okay,
Yeah.
like the this thing, national museum that Goodluck was building in Abuja, it was left there. Buhari did touch the project, didn't complete it. It's almost about 80% complete. They just abandoned it.
Mm.
Thank God Wike said he's going to complete it by next year. Now till next
Yeah,
year.
you mean the road or what? What are you talking about? Wiki is going to
No,
complete by next year.
national museum in Abuja.
Yeah, if we can say he's gonna
And
complete it, he's gonna complete it. So that guy, you know,
yeah,
one of the things I like about Wike is that he's like kind of person like when he gives you a project to do, it's like you
yeah.
don't complete it, your life is forfeit. Eh?
National Museum and a library, a national library, the two.
Mm-hmm.
They just left it there since almost
Can
80.
you imagine if somebody like me was in office? If I give you a project to do, I was like, this project is yours. How much do you want? If you say 100 this in dollars, I would like take $120. But if you don't complete, your life is forfeit. I don't mean it as a joke. Oh, this is real. That's kind of attitude because I think in Nigeria, if you don't have that kind of, that's why Wike succeeds. If you don't have that kind of attitude,
Yeah.
they play around
Tonight,
with the money you give them.
even Abuja Metro was also abandoned. It's Nigeria,
Imagine.
Nigeria
You
is
see,
a
they had
crazy
Abuja
place.
Metro too.
Yeah, they just abandoned it.
Imagine. That, you see, this is one of the things you can give to Wike. Wike tends to embarrass you if you don't if you don't submit the result that you signed on to. As a matter of fact, most of the projects he did, nobody failed because of it. Because if you look at him, he will shame you. This guy doesn't have any shame. He will just call you out. This guy embarrasses
But
traditionally rulers.
he messed up in Port Harcourt. He didn't complete this guy's. Is it monorail? Yes, the monorail.
What's it called again? It's not monorail. I think you may be right. You know, maybe it's monorail. I think you're
Yes, the
right. I think it's
monorail.
monorail. I think they call it
Yeah, yeah.
tram. They call it tram
Oh, hey, let me
somehow.
say Trump or something. He didn't complete
You're
it
right. No, he
in Port
didn't like
Harcourt
it. For some
because of
reason, he didn't like
Amici.
that project. Yeah,
Yeah.
I think so. He was saying it's because of Amici. I don't know whether that is the reason, or just because. Is it the same? Is what they were building there? Is it similar to what they have in Lagos now?
No, 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 no,
That was
no.
different. So yeah, that's why he probably didn't like it. I don't know why they built
Yeah,
some weird contraption. He built a normal metro line there. If you want
yeah.
a metro line, and why
But
why is it that we don't have
the
underground?
one in Lagos is standard. It's the one that use electricity.
Do we have any underground station in Nigeria?
No, no, we don't.
Wow.
It's crazy.
What are we worried about? Are we worried that if we dig inside the ground, we are going to bury ourselves?
No,
Is that it?
Naija,
Yeah.
there's one in Algeria and Cairo in Egypt. You see,
Underground, eh?
yes, on the underground rail, even in Morocco, it's just what they call it, West Africa or
Is there anyone in
Sub-Saharan.
sub-Saharan Africa at all?
I don't think so. No, none.
Hi. Oh my
Yes,
God.
we are still living in the in the 20s.
Sometimes I don't feel like sub-Sahara is just a prison yard. Really, it's a
I'm
prison
telling
yard for
you.
slaves. These guys are not serious, man. It's like a prison yard.
Eh,
They don't have one underground. See, underground stations they have dual purpose. They have defensive purpose and they have
That's what they need. That's
transportation
what they
purpose.
need in Lagos. That's what they need
Yeah,
in Lagos.
they need underground in Lagos. They need underground in Port Harcourt, in Abuja, definitely,
Yes, in Abuja. Yeah,
because because the top is very hot. You know,
yeah.
during the summer, this is so you
Even
need.
in Kano also, a place like Kano, a big city like
Yeah.
Kano, they also
And
need
underground is harder to infiltrate. Underground is harder, like the kind of attack you see in the on the overground. It's harder to get to the underground because you have to have access to it,
yeah.
and you have to open and have access, not just walk along the road and you see a fence and you just. But underground, you need to get to the underground and have access to it. And to have access, you have to go past a lot of things, and that could you may not even understand and say.
Naija, they will even have a bunker in Nigeria. Like if there's a war, now
I'm telling you.
we don't. I don't think we have any.
It's really sad. It's really sad. And the only good thing about it is that if we have one good leader, it's not impossible. Some people say if say they have let me just be saying this because Nigerians are listening. If Nigerians have any, they have their cojones, they want to do something serious for the country. You get into office, don't look at people, don't worry about what people think about you. Build all these things. Build them. Like it's someone like me. If I was advising a Nigerian leader or I was in office myself, I would build some very, very high defensive stuff. I don't care any other remove me from office.
When I saw Iran underground air base, I was shocked. these guys are insertion. They if no. They are
It's
still
only
sleeping.
us. It's only us that are just living on top of the ground and like, oh, look at us. Target us, please. Shoot us. We don't have anywhere to hide. Let's just die.
We are
It's
not
like,
ready.
what is this? What is this? Just
We're just stacking cash and keep it in our homes, not even investing it. So that's what some of our
it's,
leaders are doing.
it's really not. It's really just petty, and it's because of these stupid leaders that have just sold us to these people. You know,
That
they
to
go and
Niger,
connive with foreign
that
people.
is
That's
the
what makes
reason
us
why the
useless.
world hate us. See, I get why the world hate us. That's why even if anyone say any racist thing to me, I don't even take it personal. I get it. If I
Yeah, you
were
have, I think you have gotten where I have arrived at too. I don't care about
no,
racism anymore. I've
I
realized
know,
now that
I don't care.
we had it coming. This
If
is not like we
Niger,
had it coming.
if I'm a white man, I will hate black people also. You know why?
Hmm.
God bless you guys. Give us everything. Still, we cry every day and complain. So I will also hate black people.
Yeah, we had it coming. Now we're not the one causing the problem for ourselves. We sit there and remain weak. Then when somebody picks on us, we say, "Oh, look at you! Why you're being racist? You're being racist. What do you expect?" They were racist to the Japanese too. Until the Japanese fixed them.
Yes, they were.
They were racist to the Chinese. Are you seeing them being racist to the Chinese anymore? And the Chinese don't even care. If you like be racist to them, they don't care because they know they recently now, I just found out that the Chinese built a microchip that is just as fast as the iPhone and it's in the microchip and they are putting it in their phones. So
Okay,
they are becoming more and more advanced in even microchip manufacture now. You know,
you are right.
so
Hold on, to Niger. One man, do you want to keep off your channel like for your evening show?
Do I want to?
Like you want to start your English show?
No. I'm not starting till another 45 minutes there, about 10:45 I'm starting. But
Okay.
this, yeah, because it's been
Yeah.
going for nearly 11 hours. Okay, I think Kaiser is back. So
Keza is back. Keza is
Yeah,
back.
so to the people, to us Dusties, guys, shout out to you Dusties out there. Send a super chat, help support Black and African media platforms. And until Niger's never sent even £1. It's fine. He
you know,
brings value in a different
I
way.
keep saying this. Why do you keep shaming me like this? Yeah, it's just, I tried my best.
No, you don't try, but it's okay, brother. You are contributing in a different way.
No.
So shout out, yeah. Chilani, basically, after 11 hours and 55 minutes, the stream gets deleted from YouTube. So we'll be ending the show in the next 40
Okay.
minutes or so. Yeah, just she asked how long until, yeah, can you stream? 11 hours, 55 minutes. After that, stream gets deleted. We don't want to delete the stream. It was actually quite interesting. Yeah, so tonight, I got a question for you, brother.
Go ahead.
When did you become the Queen's booty scratcher?
How do you mean? I don't know when I became. What kind of leading question is that? How do you mean?
Okay. Are you married?
No. Why? You give me a wife.
I can if you come to Kenya.
So why are you asking anyway?
Okay, yeah. The reason I'm asking this is are you happy?
What kind of question is that?
No, tonight. Why are you refusing to answer the question? Are you happy,
Because
brother?
I don't share information. I will give you wrong information anyway. If you insist, I will just give you wrong information. Whatever I say, it's going to be negligible. So what is the point? Get to the point.
Okay. So why don't you come to Africa? For me, I realized that I was never going to be happy in the UK. UK, if everybody's poor, you're struggling, you're living in a kitchen and paying £700 a month. Why would you live that lifestyle to Nigeria? At least in Kenya, I'm paying only £200 for a month for a house. In the UK, I'm paying
Ah,
£700 for a kitchen.
I get what you're saying. That yeah, like because I'm here in the UK, so I love His Majesty now. Yeah, I get your point. I want to be in Africa if I get the opportunity, but when you are here, you came here, with all my colonial mentality and have my entanglements here. So it takes a while to, become have the space to just up and leave and go to the continent. Personally, if I had the option, I would have been in Nigeria for a while now, for years.
Case also, you need a stream of income for you to be able to, live comfortable in Africa or in Nigeria. Let me use Nigeria for example. You need a stream of income at least. You need it.
Yeah.
If not, you become beggar and people will, you face a lot of difficulties. So it's better you have a stream of income first before you decide to move finally.
Yeah, my stream of income is streaming.
You see,
Yes.
that's true. That's true.
Yes,
If
I love
let's say,
to
let's
have
say I
it.
had a good stream of, let's say I'm streaming a lot, I'm getting a lot of income, and even then, I don't think I will be able to go because my entanglements are a little bit this thing. And as I said, I'm working in. You are okay. To be fair, KJ2 is working in Kenya, but I'm also doing some work in Nigeria. So whatever happens anyway, I will be there and come back here, be here and come back here. So it's always going to be that kind of link you have. But in terms of where I would spend more time, I probably would have spent more time in Nigeria, way more time in Nigeria than I have till date. It's just horrible, really. It's not been easy. Some people think it's just you can just up and Keto was a kind of a doctor now. He finished what he's doing and just upped and left. And so that was easier for him, but I have entanglements. I can't just up and leave like that.
But why are you afraid to Nigeria? Because what's wrong? Why don't you go back to Nigeria?
For all you know, I'm living on this thing dialysis. I used to. I can't just up and leave. It's not the same thing. No, I'm not on dialysis. I'm saying, for all you know, I'm on dialysis. My point is that I have reasons why I'm here. And some days I kick myself that, you know what, I could be on the ground just doing more work in there. Because if I'm there, I know I will have, I will make more impact. Not on streaming, just some of the work I'm doing on the ground. So you see what I mean? So
maybe in the future, but
it's not going to be long. It's not going to be long. I'll be in Nigeria. I definitely like to travel Africa, though. East Africa, I would like to visit East Africa. I'll go to Kenya and see what Kezo is doing, and then visit Namibia, and go and South Africa. If I go there, we are bulletproof everywhere I'm going, obviously.
Losing we handle you personally.
I'll ensure that I avoid losing. So I'll visit South Africa with my bulletproof on. So, but there are some places in Africa that I just feel so bad that I've not even been able to visit at all. It's crazy that I've not been able to visit. So there's quite a lot of beautiful places you can go to on the continent. Go and see the continent a bit more.
Okay, apart from that, how many states have you visited in Nigeria, for instance?
No, yeah, exactly. I've visited quite a few, but in terms of visit a few, but driven past a few a lot. But visited, like Kaduna, Abuja, been in Abuja, Port Harcourt, that's River State, Delta, Edo, this in Ibadan, what's the other one? Lagos, obviously, so I've been, at least 5, 6, 5, 6.
Like me, I've been in Abuja, Kongi, Port Harcourt, Delta, Lagos, Oshun, Ondo. That's all. Those are the ones.
I think generally 5, 6 was 5, 6, maybe 7 states. That's what people tend to visit in Nigeria, on average.
This place is that Delta. I think I visited Ibuzo. Is it? Yeah,
I think Ibuzo is in Delta. Yeah, it's in Delta.
Okay. Yes.
I would like to visit like more northern states like Borno, Kano, and maybe even Sokoto, even because some of all those places there are some things you're going to see there, that you will not see anywhere else.
For historical and educational purpose, it would be good to visit those part of Nigeria. Yeah.
And there are some northern states that you go to. I think there was one I was seeing online. I've forgotten the name. That it turns out that this part of the north,
is it Niger State?
I don't think I don't think it was in Niger State. It tends to be a little bit more liberal, and it's like Niger is like almost central north. But
Is
this
it
one is like
Jigawa?
north. It could be Jigawa. It could be Jigawa. One of those. No, like it's really not like in line with
Oh,
Kano and all those places.
or I guess it may be Bauchi where they have the game reserve.
Yeah,
Where they have the
it may
game
be
reserve.
Bauchi. It sounds
I
somewhat like
think
that.
it's
Yeah,
Bauchi or something.
yeah.
Yeah.
They seem a
Because
little bit more liberal and
because tourists do go to that place. A lot of tourists because of their game reserve they have, where you have a lot of animals and all those things.
yeah. Yeah, because what they were saying was that this place, is not so different from like southern part of Nigeria where people mix up and just get out and about. I was like, wow, I can't believe this place is in the north. And so
Yeah.
there are places in the north that it's also easy going. I mean, so
Yeah,
it'll be
the
good to
extreme
travel.
the extreme ones are the Zamfara and Sokoto. Those one, no, those
Yeah,
are too extreme. Yeah,
those are
those
hot
are too extreme.
places.
I'm telling you.
Yeah, hot. You have to be careful when you're in those
I'm
areas. You have to
I'm
blend
telling
into. You have to blend in. Yeah, if you are going to you like those are places you want to like dress like them too, and so that you don't stand out too much. And just do your thing. Nigeria is quite okay. I think Bono is the one of the ones that when I saw Bono on TV, I was like, wow, this place is something to behold. And it's a shame with all the what Boko Haram did to that place. Nigeria is a beautiful country. They have a lot of like fascinating things. I was just watching them on TV just now. Most of them were covering themselves with all these top Boca and everything. But you can see the faces there. It's just
so
remarkable,
Nigeria.
but they're all hiding. Yeah.
Have you seen the landscape in Taraba and Nasarawa state? Man, Nigeria is beautiful. The
Yeah.
landscape there,
Yeah, that
wow.
Taraba area, people talk about it like because it's close to Cameroon, isn't it? Those areas.
Yeah,
And people talk about those areas quite a lot, that they are really
beautiful.
nice.
These are beautiful places in Nigeria. Man.
Yeah, our people don't care about tourism now. They don't care about showing off anything. So, I was that when I was on KSO channel, we are talking about all this, and I was like, you know what? All these, some like Somalis were like, oh, we eat dogs with pygmies and all that. I'm like, you guys haven't seen things, man. If you come to like Nigeria, even me, if I go to Nigeria, Nigeria surprises me. Not to mention if you are not Nigerian. Some things you see there is not the stuff you see in pictures at all. It's things that you just like, wow, maybe better to see this thing for yourself and understand these things.
To Nigeria, please let me ask this question. I think I'll be thinking about it. How did Egypt was able to just secure almost $40 billion as a loan to build a new city, but Nigeria cannot secure one at least that kind of money to just let's fix the electricity issue in Nigeria. What is going on?
Why would
Is
you
it
give
that we lost
anybody a
that
loan?
kind
If it
of
was
loan?
you, why would you give anybody a loan when you know the other money could be stolen?
That's the thing. Thank you. It will be stolen. You are right.
Well, they are stealing transformer oil. If they are stealing
Because
transformer oil,
because
you want them to go and build this thing.
this one we are doing, we are using revenue to build infrastructure. It's not going to work to Nigeria. It takes time too much. It takes a lot of time using revenue. What you get, use it to fund the project. It doesn't work. Like states like Lagos should not be spending 14 years to build what they call it metro this thing
Yeah,
because of
that
their
last of 4 years they can. You see, there's the thing now. We don't know how to build things quickly, and democracy is not helping to an extent. Too, democracy is slowing us down,
it's
and
crazy.
democracy is the reason why India is slowed down in terms of development compared to China. And if you look at India and China, it's a very good case study of what democracy does to a nation. And if you look at the UK now, just how many each other right now, as you speak in the UK, they are having an argument about school buildings are falling apart, and there's this concrete issue that they are having that they need to fix. So, and in America too, there's a decay in infrastructure in America that I think the other Biden passed a bill of over $700 billion just to fix some of their infrastructure. So they are falling behind too. And all this is because of democracy. If you look at okay, Japan has democracy. To be fair, they are one of the most, they are about the most advanced society you can find
They are
in the
too
world.
they are too advanced for their own good.
Yeah, they are very very advanced. Them South Korea, they are very very advanced. But if you look at China, you see, Japan was ahead of China by a mile. By a mile in the 80s, in short, China wasn't even on the map in terms of technology. The only thing they had was the nuclear technology and maybe a few ballistic missiles. But Japan was very advanced even then. And China has come along now, and I think China is just about to overtake. In short, in terms of advanced technology, China may have already overtaken Japan, but in terms of this thing,
Nigeria, for the
societally, in
past
terms of thing,
for the
I
past
don't
two
think
decades,
China has. Yeah.
for the past 2 decades, two countries have surprised me: UAE and China. The way those people were able to turn their country to paradise is something we Africa need to be like we need to be ashamed of ourselves. You
Hmm.
understand me? These people were able. Even Qatar, let's add Qatar to it. If you go to Qatar, you'll be surprised what you see there.
Qatar at least has oil, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes,
So
they have oil also. Oh yeah, gas mostly. It's gas. They
I think
have
UAE too has oil, isn't it?
yeah. They do. They do.
So all those things you can argue that those helped, but I don't think I agree with you too that they didn't just rely on only on the oil. They're also into like manufacturing now. They are into
Yeah,
innovation too. So
yeah.
that's what I like about UAE. They are
Al-
innovating heavily.
Also, they use proxies to buy a lot of Western
Yes.
institution like football, any like a lot of institution. They use their different proxy to buy a lot of things. So they
And the
are
thing
making.
about it is that most of the things that they are innovation they're just doing, it's not them. It's just the expatriates that they brought into their
Thank you.
countries
Yeah,
that
they are the
innovate.
ones doing it.
It's a very clever tactic when you think about it now. It's similar to what the Chinese did, but the Chinese it required an overt, initiative by Nixon to come and meet them, sign the agreement, and they started exporting companies over there. But the Qatari people, what they did was like, oh, you come and work with us. Well, we are going to open a company in our country. We'll give you a lot of money because we'll have a lot of oil money. Start your drone company, just do it. We like it. Just that's how they started building. So they did it in quite a less direct way, you
To
know.
Nigeria, look at the way they are building their league currently now. Their football league. They are signing a lot of big players, all to
Yeah.
build that league. In the future now, those league will become big and start making the real money because I believe currently they are not making the money they are spending. But in the future, they will make those money back. So,
I'm not sure they are going to ever do that well in Qatar in terms of small nations don't tend to do very well in terms of football.
no,
If
no,
you
no,
look
not
at
Qatar. I'm
history,
talking about. I'm not speaking about the Middle East in general. I'm talking about Saudi Arabia, for example. Yeah, because those are Saudi Arabia club. Yeah, not Qatar.
even Saudi Arabia, the problem with you see currently what I find within the middle, I said they change anyway, which they could. What I find in the middle is that they tend to contain a lot of innovation. They tend to stop it to an extent. They slow it down. I mean, it could be due to religious reasons because of their conservative approach to societal, innovation. I don't know, but I feel like that is what is stifling it. It's not like they cannot do it,
Yeah,
but
but then if you look at it, they have decided to change because they see what UAE is making. They are making a killing, like tourism and a
mm,
lot of things. So they have decided to switch now. So the current leader, MBS, so is trying to easy things up instead of that
mm.
ultra conservative behavior they have before.
Yeah, I hear that argument because I think, and it's true that they are moving, but is it fast enough? And it's true. I think I've seen it, firsthand, where that they are beginning to shift from reliance on Western, technology to actually, making their own. So I've seen that they are moving in that direction. Question is, would they move fast enough? Because I would like to think that UAE is ahead of them, and even UAE is not even that progressive.
Hey,
You see
real
what I mean?
real quick, I heard you talking about the I think the Saudi soccer league. Is that correct? I just heard a little
That
bit
was
of it.
UFC. UFC mentioned that, yeah.
Oh yeah, UFC mentioned that. So you were saying that they may not make that, they may make their money back or they may not. And honestly, if you have a greater vision, it really doesn't matter if they make the money back or not on soccer in particular, because this soccer league could serve as a loss leader for a greater suite of, you know, touristic, I guess tourism initiatives that Saudi has. So
Yeah.
really like sometimes in
Can you
order.
help, can you define something for me before you go on? Sorry for
Go ahead.
interrupting you.
Go
When you
ahead.
say loss leader, I've heard that term a lot,
Loss.
and I know what it
Yes.
means to an extent, but I
So
need
so
somebody to tell me for once what it
Yeah,
means.
I got you. No problem. So loss leader is essentially a product that may lose money, but is able to bring users into their greater ecosystem in order to sell them other products or services. So it's
Okay.
something that you're willing to take
Mm.
a hit on in order to bring people into, introducing them to other products,
You see, that's really
Yeah.
good explanation. That's
That's
really
Yeah.
good.
smart. Yeah, that's good.
Mm.
Oh,
Yeah, yeah, I've been hearing that stuff a lot. I tend to get what it means, but to actually hear it clearly stated, I think it's good, and I'm sure your definition is probably better than most.
it
So,
make a lot of sense.
yeah,
Like
perfect sense.
perfect
And
sense. Yeah.
I think in a way, I don't know, because I think Amazon for years they were operating too, and they didn't make a lot of profit. Uh, but that is not a kind of loss leader kind of situation. That is just a market share kind of strategy, isn't it? In terms of Amazon trying, because they were not making profit, but they kept expanding anyway. And so every money they made, they poured into the company, so they were not posting profit. This is because everything was going back into the company. But they were expanding while they were doing that. So now that they won, I think in not now more than 10 years ago when they won a sizable chunk of the market, and boom, then they started making
Uh,
profit and they
to
own it
Nigeria,
now.
to
Yeah,
Nigeria. Another
yeah.
thing we need to do based on because we have the oil here. Nigeria government need to start using other proceeds to buy other companies abroad because at least when we buy them we can decide okay now we are in control of the technology then we use that to develop more back home. I don't understand what our leaders are doing. We can do it. Other people are doing it. For instance, if you look at the Middle East, they control. Okay, let's use football for example. They are the owner of Man City, PSG, a lot of clubs, even Malaga football club in Spain. They own a lot of football clubs. They are even bidding for Manchester United as we speak. So what
Mhm.
are we doing with our money? Like they
No,
almost like they in London they control most of the
If a
property there.
Nigerian, any Nigerian person goes and buy football, listen, I'll throw a fit. We don't care. I don't care too much for football.
No, I don't care
What?
about football, but I'm talking about we can use our money to buy other companies or
Yes.
other things
I
we
today I
need.
was even wondering it that why is it that even I guess we know why anyway. But like state governors, states can be owning enterprises like some of all these digital giga economy kind of entrepreneurial endeavors. There's no reason why states can't create companies, have it run, and then sell it and use it to make money. But because of corruption, clearly it won't be possible for them to do, because states have power to do things that individuals don't have power to do, and then they can make it happen. Like if you wanted to create an app that does something now, a kind of payment system, a state can do it, can sponsor a small company to do it and hire the people, fund them, and when the company then you can go and seek this thing, venture capitalist funding, because which is what all these small companies do. You can start a company with $50,000, $100,000, and then when the company starts succeeding, and guess what? One other instrument the state has customers. They can capture their customer because they know who is in their state. So you
Yep.
can use them, feed into the company is succeeding, and you go for venture capitalist funding. They'll fund you into the millions, even sometimes 100 million. They can fund you to expand. and you use it to grow it in your state, and you can replicate that in multiple different areas within the industries, then you can do better from that. It just requires creative thinking and obviously keeping tabs on theft of the resources of the state. That's all you need to do. And there are so many ways to make money if we can just stop the bleeding. We bleed out the state every time we do anything in Nigeria. That's why things don't work out. It's not because there's the people are not capable of doing it, or we don't have we get the opportunity. It's just money just keeps escaping the economy. And personally, I will. If I was the one advising government, I must say there are some signs when you look at some things that the Tinubu administration is doing. There are some signs that
Can
maybe they are trying to do things like
can I
that.
ask you a question? This is
Yeah,
for the
go ahead.
Nigerians, right? So yeah, this is for you too, because I believe both of you are Nigerians. So what I want to know is just about just the landscape, right, when it comes to entrepreneurship in general. So how likely is it that a successful businessman, entrepreneur, is invests in smaller companies, whether it's within its field or not within its field? Like how often do Nigerian entrepreneurs help other startups, no matter the industry?
I don't think I've seen much of it. I think Tony Lumelu tried to do something like that. Have you seen much of it, UFC?
No, I don't follow that guy because
Don't mind. It
whenever
was
I
just
see
because
him
his
on
name is
post,
Igbo
he
man.
just
You
taking pictures and
tribalist. You hear Igbo man that he just like, oh, I don't follow him. What is your
no, no, no,
problem?
no, 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 no. I'm not. You see, what I'm trying to say is that they don't really give anything back to the country. So why am I? I'm not going to bother myself about these guys. They are taking a lot from the country, but don't give me back at all.
It's not
Because
even about the region, right? I'm talking about any region. I don't really like to even delve into like tribal politics, but what is
no,
it
this is not tribal.
with
No, the reason why I say that is not because of tribal stuff. No, no, no. All
I
of
know
them.
Two Niger may have been
Dangote,
trolling, but I'm just
what
asking.
they call it, Michael Denuga, all of them, they don't give back to the country. So they just care about themselves. So
So no, so you're naming some of the moguls, right? I'm not even talking about moguls. I'm talking about just a reasonably successful businessman in Nigeria. Maybe he has a few million. Maybe he just has a few million in USD. Maybe not
yeah, there are a lot of
particularly
them.
wealthy, but
Yeah,
rich.
there are a lot of them. Let's use people like the Obi Kubana, who is the owner of, like the CEO of Flutter Wave and the rest. So there are a lot of them, but I cannot mention their name. I don't. There are a
Yeah,
lot
then
of
then
them.
but
So I
like
know
this is
Flutterwave is in the fintech space, but just in general, like across industry, is there are there industries where it's more likely than others, and how advanced is that industry within the nation? Like how mature is that industry as well? Does that make sense? It's like a two-part question.
please repeat the question again.
So
That's
so
go
one,
ahead.
So basically, one, I'm trying to get a general picture of how likely is it that a successful Nigerian businessman, maybe not like the biggest, like the Tony Amelumu, or what's his name,
Elumelu.
Tony
Tony.
Lumelu, yeah.
Okay,
Those are the
and
extremists.
yeah, and Dangote, for example, not those types, but just reasonably successful people. Maybe they don't have the biggest name,
Hmm.
just and so like one, how likely is it that they invest in startups or young startups, or just other businesses, smaller scale businesses that aren't theirs? And two, um for those that do invest, or which fields, I guess, too, which fields in particular do these people operate in if they do give investment? And I guess it's a three-part question. And three, how successful, or I guess how mature is that field that they're operating in, the businessman that happens to invest in startups or young businesses? Does that make sense? It's like a lot. I'm sorry.
From what I know, small businesses. There are a few people that I have heard of that actually fund small businesses. But that said, often is based on like they work with the small business themselves. So it's not necessarily you just put money on the small business and say, hey, go away and make the money. The ones I have heard of, um, because I don't think you get a lot of Nigerians just say, you know what, I'm going to put my money into this small business to invest in it, and I'm not part of the business. I don't own anything in the business in any way. But if you are saying, okay, if they fund the business, they have a share in the business, and they can also, grow with the business. I think they are doing it, and often it's the ones that are not too big that tend to do these things. For some reason, the ones that are big, like the Dangotes, they're too busy, using their own money for themselves than worried about funding other people to rise up. So, but the so-called nobodies are the ones that tend to do it most. And some of these nobodies are like people overseas. I think I've heard of at least two cases where there are people from overseas have funded people in tech to build stuff, and they develop different stuff like apps or even hardware stuff. So you do see things like that, but I wouldn't say the home. Yeah, it's a bit tricky. They do, I think they do, but it's not as big. And part of the problem in Nigeria right now that is affecting that type of ecosystem is this jackba, this
Yeah,
syndrome that's going
but
on
you
right
have
now.
people like Funke Okpe. I don't know if you know the woman. It's a lady, Okpeke. Yes, Funke Okpeke. She's the she's the owner of May One. It's a cloud company. So she sold that company, I think, for $300 million. I think last year or so. Yeah,
Who
sold
funded
the
her?
yeah, she sold the company. So those are some of the people I know that like they
Yes, but
are.
did somebody fund her, like as a startup, or somebody in Nigeria fund her, or she just got her own money and did her own thing? That's what I think he's asking.
Oh,
Whether
okay, okay,
they
okay. No, no. Someone didn't. I don't know. Someone didn't fund her. I don't think. I don't think so. They didn't fund her at all. She started the
Yeah,
company
so
herself.
so I'm just asking because I'm trying to get a better idea and I don't want to jump to conclusions when it comes to, diagnosing issues. But the issue that I see in Nigeria, just like many other nations, but I think it plagues, a nation like that more because it's less developed, is that oftentimes people fear um, sponsoring their replacement or their eventual replacement or successor. I think
Yeah.
there's a ego. It's not, I think that the smartest business decision is to always hedge your bets against your own business. So let's say that, I'm a big banker in Nigeria. I should be wanting to invest in the thing that eventually destroys me because eventually my business will be cannibalized or it will be um, I will be eventually replaced as technology gets better. And who's to say that it won't be by an outside force? So I think that Nigerian, I guess, businessmen aren't looking at, they're looking at maybe more of the short term rather than a long term approach. There's a short termism um, that kind of dominates. And this is, a problem for many, but it hits
All
you
right.
harder when you're not developed. So um, you'll look at like for example a Facebook will buy their competitor, they'll buy WhatsApp, they'll buy Instagram early, and then they'll integrate it into their ecosystem, their greater ecosystem, and maybe that becomes the feature or or the portion of the company or business model that ends up making them so much more money than they were ever making down the line.
Okay, hold on.
But
Let
I
me.
think
You
go
are
ahead.
right. Let me explain this to you. Like for instance, Flutterwave, the fintech company. Let me name the investors. Why YC the
Y Combinator.
See, yes, why, yes, good. Visa Venture, Mastercard, and Tiger Global Management. So those are the people that invested in that this thing. So you see, I cannot see if you look at it. These are Western investors. They are not our people. So our people, they don't key to any idea early. So they are always late in everything.
If you don't sponsor your domestic competition,
Can I
and
just say something,
go ahead.
please?
My bad.
I think some of the way you are coming across, I must say, is quite high level, and I do appreciate the way you are looking at stuff. You tend to from what you said something about we tend to look at things from the short term point of view. I think you may be underestimating the instinct that drives some Nigerian business men. They may not be looking at short term. They may be looking at that long term in terms of completely destroy the opponent so that there's nobody that comes to challenge the authority. So that may be their approach. But I get what you mean. It's a very very subtle difference that may elude the way some of our businessmen think, because they don't understand that if they kind of support ideas that may end up in destroying their own company. I think when you use the term destroy their own company, that's kind of stuff that scares the heebie-jeebies out of them. But in reality, it's an evolution, isn't it? Because if you buy this in a business that is going to destroy your company, you're evolving, you're becoming stronger, you're enduring in reality. But what they tend to prefer to do is the sledgehammer approach, where they go after destroying that business and try to ensure that their own idea that they come up with is the one that succeed. I don't know whether you follow what I'm saying.
No, I follow what you're saying, and I agree. The whole destroying the competitor, I think what we don't realize oftentimes is that you cannot destroy an idea. An idea can never be
Exactly.
destroyed. The energy, even the spirit of an idea will be transmuted into a different form. It will take shape in another way, right? So what I'm basically proposing is you might as well just recognize this force and just follow it to greener pastures. And I think that that's what's lacking.
You cannot destroy an idea when there is a flow of ideas in societies and in terms of universally. But when you are cooped up in an economy like Nigeria that seems to be in a silo, yeah, I think they will manage. They will be like, you know what, evolution shall not happen here. There shall not
Yeah.
be any organ besides me. I will make sure.
It's the problem is there's always going to be a potential. Like even if you destroy the
Yeah.
idea domestically, there's always potential that a bigger force will come in, and with bigger money than you, deeper pockets than you, and come in and just take that idea, and you'll be a goner anyway, you know? And that's like, look at like a flutter wave. Y Combinator? Why didn't a domestic Nigerian businessman or group of businessmen or an interest group of some sort pull some funds together and say, hey, let's instead of just resisting the fact, resisting this idea, or whatever it is. I know there was some stuff in the crypto space as well in Nigeria that they were trying to put restrictions around, but you got to realize that you're just gonna have to. It's better when you're invested in something. You can determine its direction better rather than trying to crush an idea. So I think that we're working against the force of nature. I think we're not really interrogating what's really going on, and that's why I think that systems are necessary for us because, like I said, both domestic and foreign ideas will always exist within Africa, just like anywhere else in the world. We're not special in that regard. And I think oftentimes we like to have a complex in terms of like, I get it, but like some sort of victimhood in that, oh, the ideas are destroying us, right? And it's not just the ideas are destroying us, it's the lack of being able to integrate and acculturate certain types of ideals into our societies rather
Okay,
than completely destroying them. So it's really like trying to alter the flow of a river rather than completely destroying the river. You see what
Fletcher,
I'm saying?
let me say this also. There is this, like in Nigeria, some of the older generation, let me say the wealthy and industrial moguls in Nigeria, they don't like, some of them, they don't believe in the youth until the youth prove themselves before, oh, okay, these guys are trying. They had, like, most of them, they live in their bubble, like within their circles. They hardly leave that circle and say, okay, let's see what's out there. We can invest our money on. No, they don't do that. They just stick on what they are doing. So that's the problem. They hardly innovate or do anything. It's crazy.
Yeah, and the problem, you know what the problem that people don't realize is Africa right now has the fastest growing youth population of all time. Not just, I think we're not putting certain information or data into perspective, right? Of all time. So that means that there's a higher potential for our societies to change more rapidly than any society has at any point in history. You see? So the thing that people want, oh, we want the economic growth that's reminiscent of China, between the, I guess, the 80s, 90s, and 2000s, right? And right now we're in a position to do that over the course of this generation because we have such youth, and um, there's higher potential for basically the old ways to die quicker in order to have an opportunity to create new systems quicker. So I think that's the part that we're under, I guess, that we're overlooking, right? So I think oftentimes about the problems, but our strength, our weakness is also our strength. Yes, it could be a weakness if they don't have jobs, but if you put if you set up some sort of system over time, we'll be able to create just a generation of Africans that can actually solve their problems. So even the elders, they're not doing that right now. They're not investing into the youth, and it's a relationship of subservience to your elder rather than your elder investing in you so that you can change the society as you grow. So I think that's what's lacking there. And I think we should talk about what we lack and the systems that we lack rather than complaining what's there. You'll always complain about what's there unless you um, kind of use that force against itself by creating systems, to counteract those things.
I get what you mean. I think it's because I think our leaders have basically stood the people down and they've hollowed out any semblance of encouraging growth.
To
That
Niger, our
yeah.
leaders cannot think, our leaders don't think about thinking. This is the problem. Our leaders do not think about patterns of thought. They don't break down things from a fundamental standpoint. They don't take things from first principles and then build the idea in their mind and think about the various factors. It's always baiting us with tribalism, religious talk, and all of these aren't necessarily even the fundamental issues. They're actually contextual in nature. They're just contextual in nature, right? So it's
I,
like,
I,
go
I
ahead.
think the way it plays out is that generally the leaders are doing what you described. Generally, but at the top of the pyramid is a leadership that is aware. They are not blind. They know exactly what is going on. The only blindness they have is that they are not loyal to their own people, the people that they look like, the people that they have their blood running in their vein. They are not loyal to us. They basically serve the European. And sometimes when I see these people think it's like a joke, they
To Niger, do
literally
you know?
serve them.
To Niger, it's even worse than that. That's what I'm trying to show you, right? It's not that they're serving the Europeans just to serve the Europeans. It's that they haven't created an ontology and a philosophy to go with that on their own in order to counteract those messages from these Western influences that we are always complaining about. We don't have anything to combat it. Whereas these Western entities, They're entities. They've been around for generations, and they've built. They have capital. They have investment behind them, and they have fully fleshed out ideas and examples of success to go along with those ideals. You see what I'm
Yeah.
saying? So that's the problem. How do you fight against that when, oh, I'm going by the economics of the World Bank? The World Bank said that we should do this in order for our economy to be better. They're just following the disciplines that they see. They're just following conventional wisdom rather than creating their own wisdom, creating their own conventions with their own wisdom rather than following conventional wisdom.
Some of
Do
them,
you see
they
what I'm saying?
know. They know. The ones at the tippy top, they know.
Who is the ones that to Niger? I'm not gonna
Mhm.
lie. Like, yes, they may know that they're doing something, or they may know that they're taking advantage, or they may know certain things like that. But what I'm saying is, it's even deeper than that. There's no framework for these people to operate off of. Like, they don't even know where to start, so they will always fall back on the conventional wisdom that they've been fed by these greater institutions. That's what I'm trying to say.
I know. I
You
get what
see?
you're meaning.
So it's like
But they don't
brainwashing.
have.
It's like
I'm just trying to
they don't
add that
have
they don't have a choice.
they're
That's
not innovative. They're not innovative. They don't know how to play the game. They don't know
because they
how
are
to play
not.
the game.
I think what you are missing from what I'm saying is that they are not looking to. That is
They're
the
not
point. They are
looking
not
and
looking to. They don't want to.
they're not looking to, and what I'm saying is, whether no matter what I'm saying is, their minds aren't even open to know to look. There's nothing to look to. Like, that's what I'm
See,
saying. They haven't created anything to look to
okay, let me
even
give you an
change their
example of what I'm
situation.
talking about. Tinubu, when he was
Yeah.
running for office, says
Yeah.
he's going to increase the size of our security services, police. He went to the Chatham House. They made a cogent argument. They're going to grow the size of the military to about 1 million, double the police numbers and everything. Now that he's going into office, what is he doing? No sound at all, not one in that direction. Not even when all these security challenges emerge in the country or in Niger.